This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 523. Foreign? When Suyu saw this, he was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the secret of this blue galaxy was so amazing. Even Suyu couldn't help but think of himself and his identity as a time traveler. Theoretically speaking, Suyu should also be foreign. Is his crossing to the blue star related to this aspect? Suyu continued to read with such doubts in his heart. According to the knowledge theory known by the tyrannical prince, there is not only one universe. There may be other universes, worlds, and civilizations outside the universe. In this theoretical field, the human empire has actually been studying it all the time, and there are various theories and conjectures. However, in this field, no matter how much research is done, it can only stay at the theoretical level and cannot be truly verified by experiments. If you want to break the universe and go outside the universe to verify these theoretical speculations, even a great existence like the Emperor of Glory seems unable to do it. However, although it is impossible to go outside the universe, in theory, matter outside the universe may come to this universe. This is the case with the Azure Galaxy. On the surface, this galaxy looks no different from an ordinary star system. But under certain high-level forces, this galaxy will show some incredible properties. For example, the Emperor of Glory gathered the past and future of the entire human empire and made the entire human empire live in the present. Such a great power far exceeds the so-called 5th and 6th levels. However, near the Azure Galaxy, this power has a loophole, and a traverser has appeared. The reason is that this galaxy is foreign, not from this universe. The existence of this galaxy itself represents a certain loophole in this universe. The universe has loopholes, let alone the power of the Glory Emperor. Although the Glory Emperor is powerful, it seems that he cannot match the entire universe. That's why there is a traverser incident. After studying this secret, the tyrannical prince immediately came up with a bold idea, that is, to use the loophole of the Azure Galaxy to escape to the outside of the universe. After all, it is useless to just escape to the Azure Galaxy. Although there are loopholes in that galaxy, it can shield the attention of the Glory Emperor to a certain extent. But after all, the scale of this galaxy is limited, and it is easy to get caught again after hiding in it. If you want to achieve a real defection, it is better to escape from the universe, then you will be completely free. However, this is only an ideal situation. Even the Emperor Guangyao couldn't go outside the universe, and the tyrannical prince didn't think he had the opportunity or ability to do so. And what was outside the universe was unknown, and it might not be truly safe and free. Once he left the universe, he might be killed by unknown beings outside the universe. So in the tyrannical prince's plan, if he couldn't escape outside the universe safely, he would take the next best option and use the loophole in the blue galaxy to separate his blood from the Emperor Guangyao, so as to escape the Emperor Guangyao's attention. As long as he released his blood bond with the Emperor Guangyao, with the universe being so big, wouldn't he be able to accommodate a 5th level being? So the tyrannical prince started his research again. Time passed quickly, and the tyrannical prince finally achieved certain results. According to the tyrannical prince's research, the special nature of the Azure Galaxy caused a false timeline to appear around it. In that timeline, there are also cosmic galaxies and human empires. However, most areas of this cosmic galaxy are false, equivalent to the mirror projection of the real universe. Only the mirror spacetime near the Azure Galaxy is real. In fact, the mirror image near the Azure Galaxy is not so real, but it is closer to the real than other areas. Those who traveled before came to the vicinity of the Azure Star from the depths of the false cosmic galaxy and obtained part of the reality, so they traveled to the real universe by chance. And in the depths of this false mirror universe, there are also tyrannical princes, and even Guanyu Emperor. Of course, Guanyu Emperor in this false universe is definitely not as powerful as the real one, and most it is a false shadow. But even if it is a false shadow, it is not comparable to an ordinary 5th level. Therefore, the tyrannical prince did not want to provoke the fake Emperor of Glory. What he really wanted to plot against was the fake tyrannical prince. According to the tyrannical prince's plan, if he could find the fake tyrannical prince in the mirror universe, he could replace him and make himself fake. Then he could let the fake tyrannical prince come to the Azure Galaxy and become real. Then he could let the fake prince die in his place. And he would be out of the sight of the Emperor of Glory and gain true freedom. However, the tyrannical prince was not going to the depths of the mirror universe to find the mirror tyrannical prince, for he was afraid that he would be trapped in the depths of the mirror universe and could not come back. So he needed to lead the mirror tyrannical prince to the vicinity of the Azure Galaxy. As for how to lead the fake tyrannical prince to the Azure Galaxy, the tyrannical prince naturally had a way. After all, he knew himself best. The confidant corrupted by the tyrannical prince was still on the fake Mirror Azure Star, serving as a recruit. He was originally sent by the tyrannical prince to join the giant god soldier corps of Azure Star for training. Although this guy traveled to the Azure Star in the Mirror Universe, he did not find anything wrong at all, and hundreds of years passed like this. Deep in his soul, the power of the tyrannical prince was hidden, and he himself was completely unaware of it. The tyrannical prince had not erased his consciousness before, nor had he used the power of tyranny to influence the spirit of this recruit, but just let him be the carrier of his own thinking. So this recruit behaved as usual, and Zhang Chenfeng in the Mirror Universe did not notice it. Now, it's time for the tyrannical prince to use this chess piece. The tyrannical prince began to use the power of tyranny to influence the new recruit, making his temperament tyrannical and manic, while emitting a strong tyrannical aura. Soon, the new recruit lost control, and caused a big chaos inside the giant god army of the Mirror Azure Star. In the end, it was the Mirror Zhang Chenfeng who personally took action to suppress the new recruit. The Mirror Zhang Chenfeng's strength is also the 5th level, and he is a glorious Imperial Guard, with a 5th level Yuri Mecha, and his strength is extremely strong. Even the strength of the Mirror Zhang Chenfeng is still higher than that of the tyrannical prince at this time, so he suppressed the new recruit immediately with a slight move. However, after this attack, the tyrannical prince also discovered the true and false of this mirror image Zhang Chenfeng. Mirror image Zhang Chenfeng looked normal and very powerful, but seemed a little dull. He didn't look like a real human, but like some kind of virtual program, like an NPC in a virtual game, who would only act according to the preset settings, and was not as flexible as a real human. Probably because he was just a mirror image after all, not the real Zhang Chenfeng, and his authenticity was not enough. Therefore, although this mirror image Zhang Chenfeng suppressed the recruit, he did not investigate carefully, and did not find the tyrannical prince's consciousness hidden in the recruit. He did not execute the recruit who made trouble in the giant god army, but imprisoned him. After all, this recruit was related to a prince, and as a member of the Guangyao Imperial Guard, the mirror image Zhang Chenfeng had great respect for everything related to the Guanyu Emperor, and did not dare to neglect it at all. Mirror Zhang Chenfeng was about to contact the mirror tyrannical prince in this universe to ask what to do with this recruit. At this moment, the tyrannical prince's consciousness hidden deep in the recruit's soul suddenly rose up and tried to erode the mirror Zhang Chenfeng. Zhang Chenfeng was caught off guard and was immediately attacked. In fact, the tyrannical prince's consciousness hidden deep in the recruit's soul has less than 1/3 of the power of the original body. In theory, it is impossible to complete the erosion of the mirror Zhang Chenfeng. However, on the one hand, the mirror Zhang Chenfeng's behavior is very rigid. After discovering that it was the tyrannical prince who attacked him, he was restrained when resisting, as if he was afraid of hurting the tyrannical prince. On the other hand, the tyrannical prince came from the real universe after all, and his power has a natural advantage in this false mirror universe. So after a period of fighting, the tyrannical prince successfully eroded the mirror image Zhang Chenfeng and completed the control of him. So far, the entire mirror image Azure Star has fallen into the hands of the tyrannical prince. Through this erosion of the mirror image Zhang Chenfeng, the tyrannical prince determined that he had an incomparable advantage in this universe, and that the mirror image tyrannical prince was definitely not his opponent. This gave him great confidence. Next, the tyrannical prince cut off the communication between the mirror image Azure Star and the outside world, and then set off a star war on the entire planet. The tyrannical prince used the power of tyranny to erode everyone on the planet, making everyone immersed in tyrannical emotions, attacking and killing each other. At this time, the Azure Star has become a real tyrannical star, and the remaining creatures are all extremely tyrannical and cruel. Such a tyrannical star, emitting a certain kind of fluctuation, naturally attracted the mirror image tyrannical prince in the depths of the mirror universe. This kind of power of the same origin, or even a higher and more real tyrannical power, has an incomparable attraction to the mirror tyrannical prince. At this time, because the tyrannical prince cut off the communication between Azure Star and the Empire, the high level of the Empire ordered the Galaxy Warriors to betray the regiment to come to investigate and quell the rebellion. At this time, the mirror tyrannical prince will definitely take this opportunity to erode some of the Galaxy Warriors and come to Azure Star. Just like the tyrannical prince's original body eroded his confidants and sent them to Azure Star, this mirror tyrannical prince will do the same thing. When the mirror tyrannical prince comes to Azure Star, he will fall into the trap of the original tyrannical prince. This is the plan of the tyrannical prince, using a tyrannical power to hook the mirror self. He was confident that he would succeed. After all, he knew himself best. However, just when everything went smoothly, the tyrannical prince suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait. Azure Star lost contact for 100 years, and the Empire sent a traitorous regiment to suppress the rebellion. Isn't this the origin of the previous team of travelers? The tyrannical prince suddenly thought that the previous team of travelers came from this way. Azure Star lost contact, suspected of rebellion, so the traitorous regiments collectively dispatched and boarded a starship to Azure Star. As a result, when the team arrived at the place, they found that there were only a dozen people around them, and the others had all disappeared. And Azure Star was fine, and there was no rebellion. In the end, it was discovered that this team of galaxy warriors traveled back to Azure Star hundreds of years ago. The real situation is that this team of galaxy warriors traveled from the false mirror universe to the real universe and gained the truth. What happened in the false mirror universe, and why the mirror Azure galaxy lost contact for 100 years is unknown. The tyrannical prince sent his confidants to the mirror Azure Star, and secretly studied it for hundreds of years, but found nothing. It was not until now that the tyrannical prince realized that all of this was done by him. In order to attract the mirror tyrannical prince to come, the tyrannical prince eroded the mirror Zhang Chenfeng, blocked the mirror Azure Star, and plunged the entire mirror Azure Star into a violent war, turning this planet into a tyrannical star. Because the mirror Azure Star lost contact, the high-level officials of the Mirror Empire sent a traitorous war group to quell the rebellion. However, for some reason, a small team of this war group obtained the truth and traveled from the mirror universe to the real universe. And it was the real universe hundreds of years ago. And this strange thing of crossing spread among the galaxy warriors, and finally reached the ears of the tyrannical prince hundreds of years ago. It made him think, and sent his confidant to investigate. Finally, the tyrannical prince eroded the mirror Zhang Chenfeng in the mirror universe, blocked the communication, made the Azure Star lose contact, and attracted the betrayal battle group. Is this a time loop? How could this be? The tyrannical prince was shocked to find that the source of all this was actually him. It was he who caused the loss of contact with the mirror Azure Star, which led to the appearance of the crossover team. The appearance of the crossover team made the tyrannical prince hundreds of years ago discover the specialness of the Azure Star, so he sent his confidant to investigate. This kind of investigation will lead to the appearance of the crossover team hundreds of years later. Everything is connected. After discovering all this, the tyrannical prince was shocked. He hadn't noticed it before. The tyrannical prince eroded the mirror image Zhang Chenfeng, cut off the communication of the Azure Star, and created 100 years of violent war. When doing all this, he didn't think about the time loop at all. Until now, when everything has been completed, he woke up. However, it was too late. The betrayal war group had already set out, and the time loop had been formed. As for what consequences this would lead to, why did this loop appear? The tyrannical prince didn't know. He couldn't help but think of why he felt inexplicably familiar intimacy with the Azure Galaxy before. Using this surprise and intimacy, the tyrannical prince easily sent the confidant to the mirror image Azure Star. Now it seems that this strange familiarity and intimacy is because of this time loop. The question is, when did he get infected with this strange loop? The tyrannical prince, who had planned everything well and was in a good mood, suddenly felt a little scared and afraid. This blue galaxy is indeed something outside the universe. It is indeed weird. Chapter 524. Time Loop? Suyu was also a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that the team of travelers, where the galaxy armor was located, actually came from this way. It turned out to be the product of the time loop of the tyrannical prince. The tyrannical prince went to the mirror blue star, which led to the appearance of travelers, and the appearance of travelers led to the tyrannical prince going to the mirror blue star. The terrible thing about the time loop is that it is a loop with cause and effect. The effect is the cause, and the cause is the effect, forming a cycle. Once trapped, it is difficult to get rid of it, and this cycle is repeated infinitely. Just like now, because of the behavior of the tyrannical prince, the betrayal regiment in the mirror universe is about to come to the blue star to investigate and quell the rebellion, and then a team in this regiment will travel to hundreds of years ago in reality. This team of travelers will attract the attention of the tyrannical prince hundreds of years ago. Then start the next round of the cycle, with no end. But this is a bit unreasonable. Because, according to the time and space rules of the real universe, everything is limited to the present. No matter how you travel, the present is always moving forward. That team of travelers traveled back to the real universe hundreds of years ago, and they only traveled back to the past, history, not the present. And the travelers appeared out of thin air in the past history, and history changed. As long as you have a certain ability to observe the timeline, you can find something wrong and discover the changes in history. In theory, the tyrannical prince, as a fifth-level great evil god, has a certain ability to observe the timeline. The tyrannical prince 100 years ago and the tyrannical prince now, 100 years later, should be the same, and their consciousness is connected. Then, when this team of time travelers appeared out of thin air hundreds of years ago, the tyrannical prince should have found something wrong and would not take the bait. But this time loop happened just like that. When the team of time travelers appeared, the tyrannical prince did not find anything wrong. Even the entire human empire did not seem to find it. Unless, the team of time travelers did not travel back to the past, history, but really traveled back to the present, hundreds of years ago. If you want to achieve this, Suyu also knows how to do it. Just like Song Ming's time reversal before, retracing the present time node can achieve a true time loop. Time reversal is a true time reversal. It does not change the past history, but directly changes the present. However, Song Ming's time reversal is limited to one planet, and as long as you have a certain degree of time power, or the essence of the 5th level, you can retain your memory in the time reversal and find something wrong. The time loop experienced by the tyrannical prince, each cycle seems to have pushed the time nodes of the entire universe back hundreds of years, and even a 5th level strongman cannot retain his memory under this kind of backtracking, and can only cycle ignorantly again and again. This is incredible. It seems unlikely to push the time of the entire universe back. So, is it the special thing of the external object of the Azure Galaxy? Suyu thought in his heart, and then continued to read the memory information of the tyrannical evil god, trying to get the truth from it. When the tyrannical prince discovered the time loop, he was very shocked and terrified. He was originally very timid and afraid of death. He would be very scared if he found himself trapped in a time loop. He didn't know when he fell into the loop, or even how many times this loop had happened. If he couldn't find it in one loop, he wouldn't find it in the next one. Perhaps this loop had been repeated thousands of times without him realizing it. Moreover, he even thought of more, that is. He created the tyrannical star here to hook the mirror tyrannical prince. But now it seems that the one who was hooked was actually the tyrannical prince himself. He was hooked by the transmigrators and became part of the time loop. So the question is, who hooked him? The tyrannical prince immediately thought of a possibility, that is, the mirror tyrannical prince. Knowing him so well, only another self could have hooked him. Zhang Chenfeng in the mirror universe is very dull, but the tyrannical prince in the mirror universe may not be the same. Perhaps for some reason, this mirror tyrannical prince has gained a certain reality, and is no longer false and dull. Then this mirror image tyrannical prince also wanted to defect. However, the mirror image tyrannical prince wanted to defect not to the fake human empire, but to the entire mirror universe. He wanted to defect to the real universe and get the truth. All of this was guessed by the tyrannical prince. But according to his understanding of himself, this is basically the truth. And in order to get the truth, the mirror image tyrannical prince set his sights on the original tyrannical prince in the real universe. So, the time traveler appeared. It is obvious that the mirror tyrannical prince wanted to use the time traveler team to lure the tyrannical prince's body over, erode and devour it, and replace it. Now, he is close to success. He has successfully led the original tyrannical prince to this mirror blue star, and introduced it into the time loop. Once you enter the time loop, you can't escape, you can only cycle again and again. Thinking of this, the tyrannical prince even laughed and cried. He wanted to defect from reality, but the other self in the mirror universe did the opposite. It's really worthy of being the same person, the ideas are the same. The tyrannical prince quickly calmed down. Although he was afraid of death, he was not an incompetent fool. Facing an unknown strong enemy and another self, he quickly stimulated his innate survival instinct, and began to think about countermeasures. First of all, he naturally wanted to escape from the mirror universe, and return to reality. In this case, if the mirror image tyrannical prince cannot find him, does it mean that this cycle has failed? However, when he tried to act, he found that he could not get out at all. He could not return to reality. It seems that he came to this mirror universe easily before, with the help of the mirror image tyrannical prince. And now, the mirror image tyrannical prince will naturally not let his original body run away easily. Even, the tyrannical prince found that he could not even get out of this mirror image azure star. The universe and starry sky outside the mirror image azure star were all false. With his real nature, he could not get out at all. Now the tyrannical prince can only wait for the arrival of the mirror image prince in this mirror image azure star. The original tyrannical prince was helpless, and could only comfort himself. There is no point in escaping. If the mirror image cannot find me, it is estimated that the next cycle will be started, and we will have to face it in the end. Then, he thought deeply again. Since I was not swallowed and the cycle did not end, does this mean that this may be the first cycle? No, don't be too optimistic. Based on my inexplicable familiarity with the mirror universe before, this is definitely not the first time. Then, maybe in the previous cycle, the other me did not succeed? That's right, he is a false mirror image and has a natural disadvantage against me. Maybe he can't defeat me every time in the cycle, so he starts the next cycle and accumulates experience with the cycle again and again. It seems that I still have a chance. Thinking of this, the tyrannical prince was excited. According to his guess, the cycle has been carried out many times, and the mirror image tyrannical prince failed every time, so the next cycle was started. It seems that except for the inability to control the cycle, the original tyrannical prince has an advantage. Next, when the mirror prince arrives, when the two sides fight, the original tyrannical prince only needs to seize the opportunity to devour the mirror prince, and he can turn the tables and even actively control the cycle, thus realizing the original plan, successfully defecting and gaining true freedom. Next, the tyrannical prince accumulated strength while waiting for the arrival of the mirror prince. Finally, the tyrannical prince sensed a strong space fluctuation outside the Azure Star, which was caused by the superluminal starship floating up from the subspace. Here they come! The tyrannical prince was on high alert. The next moment, the tyrannical prince's eyes went dark. The entire mirror blue star disappeared, and even the entire mirror universe turned into a dark place. What happened? The tyrannical prince quietly floated in the dark vacuum of the mirror universe, completely unaware of what was going on. Next, the tyrannical prince explored this dark vacuum for a long time, and finally found a way to leave and return to the real universe. Not long after returning, the subspace tide broke out, and the entire human empire fell into chaos, and naturally there was no time to care about the tyrannical prince's defection. After leaving the mirror universe, the tyrannical prince no longer had the identity of a prince, but regarded himself as the tyrannical god, which is the tyrannical evil god that Suyu is familiar with now. Then, it was the history that Suyu was familiar with. The subspace tide erupted, Zhang Chenfeng established the Second Empire, the tyrannical evil god invaded, a great rebellion, and finally Zhang Chenfeng died, and the tyrannical evil god was sealed. And the time loop also had another mirror tyrannical prince, who seemed to have ended so anticlimactic and never appeared again. It seemed that all the worries of the tyrannical evil god before were all redundant. When Suyu saw this, he was speechless. Before, Suyu was looking forward to the battle between the tyrannical prince and the mirror prince, but nothing happened and it just ended like this? What happened? And what about the secret of the alien galaxy of Azure Star? What's special about it? Suyu could only continue to read on patiently, wanting to see if there was any explanation later. In fact, the tyrannical evil god had been thinking about this problem after leaving the mirror universe. He kept thinking about what happened at that moment, when his eyes went black. The tyrannical evil god thought about it for a long time. Even when he was sealed by Zhang Chenfeng for 10,000 years, he had been thinking about this question. Finally, the tyrannical evil god finally figured out a terrible fact. In fact, he had thought about it a long time ago, but he was unwilling to admit it. That is the current tyrannical evil god the real body, or the mirror image? According to the tyrannical evil god's guess, the moment when his eyes went black may have experienced thousands of time cycles and battles. Finally, the winner was finally decided. As for who the winner is? I don't know. The tyrannical evil god himself doesn't know who he is, and the tyrannical evil god is actually more inclined to think that he is the false mirror image. As for why, it is because of the tyrannical evil god's incomparably powerful and incredible fear of death. This fear is simply groundless. The tyrannical prince was carefully cultivated, and theoretically there would be no such fear at all. He would not be afraid of death, but would regard death as glory. That kind of fear may be the mirror image of the tyrannical prince. The mirror image of the tyrannical prince is essentially false. When the mirror image prince discovered his own essence for some reason, he became afraid. Fear of his own false essence, fear of his essence that could disappear at any time. Because his essence is false, he is extremely obsessed with living, surpassing everything. So this mirror image tyrannical prince began to plan to seize everything from the original body and replace it. In the end, he succeeded in seizing everything from the original tyrannical prince. So, the tyrannical evil god had that kind of fear of death that surpassed everything. So, the tyrannical evil god has actually been replaced long ago. However, even if it succeeded, this cycle seems to have never ended. After the success, the mirror tyrannical evil god is still trapped in the closed loop of time, and cannot get rid of it. So the powerful enemy that the tyrannical evil god was waiting for in the last time loop did not exist at all. The real purpose of that loop was to destroy the entire mirror universe, break the loop, and let everything end. In the end, it was obviously successful. So, there's the current tyrannical evil god. However, for some reason, the mirror tyrannical evil god modified his memory before he succeeded, so that he himself could not tell who he was. Perhaps only by abandoning all falsehoods can we get the real truth. After thinking about all this, the tyrannical evil god did not bother about who he was, but looked forward to everything. Since he has already gained truth and freedom, he will enjoy it all. The next goal is to break the blockade set by Zhang Chifeng, go to the depths of the universe, use the endless creatures in the universe, quickly improve strength, and become a true tyrannical god. This guy's experience is quite inspiring. After reading the experience of the tyrannical evil god, Suyu came to this evaluation. If you put aside the evil nature of the tyrannical evil god, this guy's experience is indeed inspiring. Hell starts, and he is doomed to die, but in the end, he successfully reverses the situation by planning. If he is really that mirror image, it will be even more inspiring. However, no matter how inspiring it is, this guy has now been completely suppressed by Suyu, enjoying the endless suffering of hell. Suyu sighed a little about the inspirational story of the tyrannical evil god, and then put it behind his mind. What he is really interested in is the last part of the speculation of the tyrannical evil god. After the tyrannical evil god realized his origins, he had more in-depth thoughts and speculations about himself. In that part of the speculation, there is the real secret of the Azure Star, and the real source of the fear of the tyrannical evil god. There is even information about the origin of space and time that Suyu has never had a clue about. The important part of the space-time mechanic, ritual, the clue to the origin of space and time, is hidden in the inspirational story of the tyrannical evil god. Chapter 525. The last part of the information given by the tyrannical evil god is attached with some of his research results and speculations. The tyrannical evil god speculated that he himself was most likely not the original tyrannical prince, but the mirror prince in the mirror universe. The original tyrannical prince had been devoured and replaced. And the tyrannical evil god's fear of death that exceeded the limit was brought out from that mirror universe. According to the tyrannical evil god's speculation, the Azure Galaxy originated from a destroyed universe, a dead universe. That universe was destroyed for some unknown reason. The remaining debris of that universe drifted to the current universe and formed the Azure Galaxy. This galaxy looks ordinary, but it is the corpse of a universe. What will be in the corpse of a universe? When a creature faces death, it will have the will to survive. When a civilization faces destruction, it will produce a savior. So, what changes will a universe undergo when it faces destruction? The tyrannical evil god does not know what changes will occur before destruction. He only knows that after the destruction and death of the universe, what is left is the fear that surpasses everything, the fear of death. Because the tyrannical evil god came from that mirror universe, he was also infected with that fear. This is the origin of the tyrannical evil god's fear. Although he is a powerful evil god of the 5th level, he still seems too small in front of the fear of the entire universe. So he is completely unable to control himself, and would rather take the initiative to be tortured in a painful hell than die. Although it is his guess, it is also the conclusion he has drawn after studying for tens of thousands of years, and combining his own feelings, which basically represents the facts. In addition, the tyrannical evil god also did some research on the mirror universe. According to the research of the tyrannical evil god, the mirror universe should be an attempt by the destroyed universe to resurrect. The destroyed universe seems to want to resurrect and reborn by creating a mirror universe to replace the current real universe. Although the universe may not have self-awareness. Even if it does, it is now dead. But the corpse of that universe still contains the extreme fear of death and the instinct of survival that transcends everything. Driven by this instinct, a resurrection plan was naturally formulated. Perhaps it is not accurate to describe it as a plan. This resurrection behavior can only be regarded as a kind of natural phenomenon. Just like volcanic eruptions, plate movements, and planetary movements, there is no plan for all of these, but they are natural phenomena produced by pure regular operation. The mirror universe near the blue galaxy is also a natural phenomenon driven by the will to survive left after the death of that universe. If this natural phenomenon develops to the extreme, the mirror universe can replace everything in the real universe and be reborn. In fact, this plan has been partially successful, that is, the tyrannical evil god. He has successfully replaced the tyrannical prince in the real universe, from false to real. However, for some unknown reason, only this one case was successful, and then the mirror universe was destroyed. That mirror universe is the dark time and space that Suyu had visited before. It has fallen into complete darkness, and there is no universe or galaxy anymore. Therefore, the universe resurrection plan only completed the first step, and could not proceed any further. However, the tyrannical evil god felt that the universe resurrection plan would be restarted sooner or later. How could a universe resurrection plan end so easily? According to the research of the tyrannical evil god, the blue galaxy should contain the most original thing left after the destruction of the universe, the origin of time and space. As long as this origin of time and space exists, the resurrection plan can be restarted at any time. The origin of time and space is a theoretical hypothesis proposed by the human empire when studying the origin of the universe 10,000 years ago. As a prince, the tyrannical evil god was qualified to read some highly confidential research papers, so he knew the theoretical knowledge of the origin of time and space. According to the Big Bang theory that Suyu was familiar with, the universe was originally a point with infinitely small volume, infinitely large density, infinitely high temperature, and infinitely large spacetime curvature, called a singularity. This singularity had a big explosion, thus forming a vast and boundless universe. However, this singularity is not the origin of time and space. According to the cosmological theory of the empire, it was the origin of space and time that gave birth to the singularity, and then there was the Big Bang. If the origin of space and time can give birth to a singularity, then theoretically it can give birth to a second one. It can even give birth to something else. After all, the universe is not necessarily born from the explosion of a singularity. It may also be other forms of origin. For example, the mirror universe near the blue galaxy should also be born from the origin of space and time. So that's it, the origin of space and time, the creation machine. When Suyu saw this, he was excited. What he had to do next was to find the origin of space and time, and then use the characteristics of the origin of space and time to create a creation machine to reproduce the Big Bang or other forms of the universe. Thus, he could create another spacetime and another universe of his own, so that he could complete the inauguration of spacetime mechanic and possess the power beyond the fifth level. However, the information given by the tyrannical evil god did not include the specific location of the spacetime origin. According to the information given by the tyrannical evil god, he did not know where the spacetime origin was hidden, and he did not even know what it looked like. For so many years, he had actually been looking for it, but he had not found it. Suyu suspected that the tyrannical evil god was hiding something, and he might know more information about the spacetime origin, but he concealed it intentionally. The tyrannical evil god only said that the spacetime origin could breed singularities, but how did it breed? Based on what principle? He did not even say what the spacetime origin looked like or what form it was. The researchers of the human empire casually proposed the spacetime origin theory, so there must be a lot of information, conjectures, and calculations, not just a name. So Suyu felt that the tyrannical evil god was probably hiding something, and this guy was still not honest. In fact, Suyu has suppressed the tyrannical evil god now, and he can forcefully search his memory. But Suyu did not do that. After all, searching his memory would endanger the tyrannical evil god's self-awareness and stimulate his survival instinct. The tyrannical evil god carries a fear left over from the death of the universe. If it is completely stimulated, what will happen? Suyu can't predict, so he decided not to torment him. But Suyu actually wanted to try it. What would happen if he really forced the tyrannical evil god to a deadly situation? But Suyu was just thinking about it, and he wouldn't really commit suicide. Although he is not as afraid of death as the tyrannical evil god, it does not mean that he likes to commit suicide. If he commits suicide too much, he might really die. However, Suyu thought in his heart that if he encounters an unmatched enemy in the future, he will throw the tyrannical evil god out and use his will to survive to see if he can stop the enemy. Although this seems a bit unfair, there is no need to be polite to a guy like the tyrannical evil god. As for the origin of time and space, forget it, I find it myself, Suyu said secretly in his heart. In fact, according to Suyu's idea, if nothing unexpected happens, the origin of time and space should be in Chi-Chen's hands. This guy is mysterious, and can still come out to make trouble after his death. It is probably because he controls the origin of time and space, a strange thing that can breed the universe. Then, if you want to find the origin of time and space, you need to snatch it from Chi-Chen's hands. However, previous experience tells Suyu that he can't beat Chi-Chen at all. This guy is too strong, and can kill Suyu in an instant. Not necessarily. Suyu's mind moved, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Chi-Chen's power is death. And the tyrannical evil god has the strongest will to survive, and refuses all death. What will happen when these two forces collide? Which side is stronger? Just now Suyu was still thinking about how to throw the tyrannical evil god out to deal with a strong enemy, and now he immediately thought of a specific goal. The tyrannical evil god wants to retire in the painful hell, But it seems that he can't do it for long. There is only one tyrannical evil god, and I know too little about Chichen. For the time being, I'd better investigate the intelligence first, so as not to waste this big killer. As for the origin of time and space, I'd better try to use the paradox first. Suyu decided to save tyranny for last, and try the familiar power of paradox first. The power of paradox can accomplish impossible things, and it is almost like a wishing machine, which can create something out of nothing. Suyu now has two paradoxes in his hand. These two paradoxes are formed by two impossible things. One of them is that Suyu used the special features of the professional panel to achieve the true evil god is immortal, and resurrected and reborn in the deep subspace while retaining his consciousness. The second thing is that Suyu used the special features of the professional panel to survive in nothingness and successfully became a void walker. It would be great if he could consume a paradox and take the origin of time and space from Chichen. Before, Suyu did not try to use paradox to obtain the origin of time and space, because before, Suyu did not even know what the origin of time and space was, and he could not get an answer when asking the professional panel. Without a clear goal, even if you make a wish, you might consume the paradox and get a small note with origin of space and time in return, which would be a big loss. Of course, Suyu could theoretically consume a paradox first, and get the knowledge about the origin of space and time out of thin air. But the problem is that Suyu didn't even know what the origin of space and time was before. Even if you use the paradox to get the knowledge of the origin of space and time, it might be the 4 words origin of space and time, which would be even more of a loss. So Suyu waited until now. Now that you know the knowledge about the origin of space and time, you can try it with a clear goal for making a wish. The worst that can happen is that the paradox level is not high enough, and it can't succeed, and there is no loss. So Suyu immediately took out a paradox, and used his spirit to activate them. The paradox began to vibrate under Suyu's urging, and after a moment, it disappeared. This was consumed. Then Suyu looked around with some confusion. What was going on? In theory, using a paradox is either successful or unsuccessful. If it succeeds, the paradox disappears, and the desired result is obtained, such as when Suyu used the paradox to seize the throne of the painful evil god and the fragments of nothingness. If it fails, nothing will happen, and the paradox will not disappear, such as when Suyu used the paradox to make a wish to become a space-time mechanic. Nothing will happen. But now, the paradox has disappeared, and it should be successful. Then where's the origin of space and time? Suyu did not believe in evil, and carefully explored the surroundings again, and scanned it with the star tower signal. Finally, it was determined that there was no origin of space and time. This is a bit of a pit. Is the origin of space and time really so overbearing that it would swallow up the paradox even if the wish failed? Could it be that it really succeeded? I have obtained the origin of space and time, but I can't see it. Suyu's mind flickered. Countless possibilities were constantly calculated and eliminated, and finally, one possibility was calculated. If I guess correctly, he has now obtained the origin of space and time. Then, there is the same question. Where is the origin of space and time? The origin of space and time, as the name suggests, should be a point, an infinitely small point. So, even if the origin of space and time is placed in front of me, I can't find it. Suyu was speechless when he thought of this. Suyu's psychic essence is comparable to a planet, which is a macroscopic power. In terms of microscopic aspects, his spiritual power is comparable to the most advanced microscope, which can be used to the extreme to observe the internal structure of atoms and various microscopic particles. As long as he wants, he can change the atomic structure out of thin air and achieve things like turning stone into gold. This power is incredible enough. However, if the origin of time and space is smaller than microscopic particles and has no volume, so how can it be discovered? The answer is that there is no way for the time being. Even microscopic particles are still too big compared to the real point. So you can see microscopic particles, but he can't see the point. Even the star tower scan can't find it. Sure enough, the origin of time and space is worthy of being a wonder that gave birth to the universe. With Suyu's strength, he can't even see this thing, and he has wasted a paradox for nothing. I was careless. Maybe I should use the paradox first to obtain accurate knowledge about the origin of time and space. Suyu regretted it slightly in his heart. He had previously made a mistake and thought that there were only 2 possibilities for using the paradox to obtain the origin of time and space: success or failure. However, he did not expect that he would succeed, but he could not see the result of the success. It was like success and failure. Now, Suyu still has a paradox left. Theoretically, this paradox can be used to obtain complete knowledge about the origin of time and space. In this way, it is possible to find the origin of time and space around him. However, once this paradox is used, Suyu will not have a copy. If Chichen also uses the paradox to attack Suyu, Suyu will have no means of defense. This is a bit dangerous. So Suyu must think carefully. Chapter 526. Suyu was thinking while moving his body. Just now, he used the paradox to obtain the origin of time and space. Although Suyu could not see or touch this thing, Chichen might not be able to do so. Maybe Chichen would soon find out that the origin of time and space was lost and then track it down. So Suyu needed to evacuate immediately. Wait a minute. However, before Suyu had walked far, a voice suddenly came. Suyu's heart trembled, and he quickly looked towards the source of the voice. It was Chi-chun. This guy had come to the vicinity without knowing when. When? Or, has he always been here? The tyrannical evil god came out of the mirror universe. Chi-chun should be related to the origin of time and space, so he can track the tyrannical evil god? Suyu's mind raced, and he immediately thought of a possibility. Chi-chun has been watching him secretly. But why doesn't Chi-chun take action? Is it because of the will to survive of the tyrannical evil god? The will to survive of the tyrannical evil god conflicts with Chi-chun's power, so it is inconvenient for him to take action. The next moment, Suyu thought of more possibilities. So Suyu's mind moved, and he had already focused his mind on the tyrannical evil god in the hell of pain. Decided to throw the tyrannical evil god out if something went wrong, to see whether the will to survive of the tyrannical evil god was stronger, or Chi-chun's death was stronger. Don't be impulsive. Chi-chun seemed to see Suyu's thoughts, and said hurriedly. Obviously, Suyu's thoughts were right, and the tyrannical evil god was really useful to him. But how useful it was uncertain. What do you want to do? Suyu said coldly. Chi-chun smiled. Don't get me wrong, I have no ill will towards you. After all, we are from the same source. Suyu frowned. What do you mean? Chi-chun said, you should have learned from Bao Luan that the Azure Galaxy is special. This galaxy originated from a destroyed universe. Let's call it the Azure Universe. Suyu nodded and motioned Chi-chun to continue. Chi-chun then continued, although this Azure Universe has been destroyed, it has left behind a lot of heritage. I have the death and tyranny of the Azure Universe, and I have the fear of death, or the will to survive of the Azure Universe. And you, Suyu, you should be the ultimate savior, born under the will to survive of the Azure Universe. A savior of the universe. Just like Song Ming. But Song Ming is just an experiment, a semi-finished product, and you are the real finished product. Think about it, in a vast universe, how many lives and civilizations will be born? When these civilizations face the destruction of the universe, how many powerful saviors will be born? Even the universe itself will give birth to its own savior source. After the destruction of the Azure Universe, the origins of these saviors merged into one and became you. Suyu? You are the ultimate savior born after the death of the Azure Universe, destined to save and resurrect the entire universe. So we all come from the same source. Chi-chun's words were beyond Suyu's expectation. When did Suyu become the so-called ultimate savior? How come he didn't know it? However, Suyu's eyes flickered, and he didn't refute it. He even nodded, indicating Chi-chun to continue. At the same time, Suyu was thinking in his heart, why did Chi-chun think he was the ultimate savior? Because? The career panel? Suyu's heart moved, and he thought of a reasonable explanation. Song Ming, the man-made ultimate savior, can always awaken different powers of salvation in various situations. And Suyu has a career panel that can unlock various professions. On the surface, he seems to be somewhat similar to Song Ming. It is probably because of this that Chi-chun misunderstood him, and thought that Suyu was the real savior. But it's not necessarily the case. Maybe the career panel is the product of the fusion of the savior origins of countless civilizations after the destruction of the blue universe. That's not wrong. Is this the true origin of the career panel? But Chi-chun's words can't be believed, and I still have doubts. Suyu thought about it for a while, and he really believed that he was the ultimate savior. He believed that this was the origin of the career panel. But Suyu didn't believe it completely. Chi-chun saw Suyu nod, so he continued, tyranny has fear, and has always had a fierce conflict with me. I can't do anything to him, so I can only trap him in this galaxy. Now, tyranny has been subdued and suppressed by you, which is also a perfect result. Fear and salvation complement each other and inspire each other, and will definitely be able to revive that universe. Chi-chun said while looking at Suyu, as if he saw a rare treasure. Suyu was very unhappy with Chi-chun's eyes. So? What do you want to do? Chi-chun retracted his eyes. I said it a long time ago, I just want to be resurrected. Now I have merged with the death left by the Azure Universe. When the Azure Universe is resurrected, I will also be resurrected. So cooperate. I want you to help me. Suyu sneered. You wanted to kill me before, and now you want me to help you. Why? What's the benefit for me to help you? Chichen chuckled. Anyway, you are not dead. It was just a little friction before. Helping me is actually in your interest. As the savior of the universe, if you can complete the rescue of the Azure Universe, you will get huge benefits. It is not impossible to break through the 6th or even 7th level instantly. Suyu was silent for a moment after hearing this, and felt that what Chichen said should be right. As the savior of the universe, who would do it without benefits, if you can complete the resurrection of that universe, there will definitely be huge benefits, provided that Suyu is really the ultimate savior. In addition, after the complete resurrection of the universe, Suyu may certainly gain benefits, but Chichen will definitely gain more benefits. He has said that he is merged with the death of the entire universe, but now he is in a dead state and is greatly restricted. Suyu has experienced the power of death, which is no less than destruction. If Chichen can really be resurrected, he can freely control the cosmic power of death, which is extremely terrifying. I am afraid that he will truly become a cosmic-level, death-evil god, perhaps even more powerful than the Emperor of Glory. In addition, if the Azure Universe is resurrected, what will happen to the current universe? As far as Suyu knows, the last resurrection plan of the Azure Universe is to use the Mirror Universe to replace the current real universe. If it really succeeds, then the entire real universe will be replaced, which is equivalent to destruction. So he would use the destruction of one universe to exchange for the resurrection of another universe. Suyu would definitely not accept such a thing. Besides, he didn't think he had such great ability. If he wanted to destroy the real universe, wouldn't the real universe fight back? The mirror universe before might have been destroyed by the counterattack of the real universe. Anyway, Suyu completely rejected Chi-Chen's so-called cooperation. However, if he didn't accept the cooperation, he would have to fight. Now Suyu was still a little unsure of Chi-Chen's strength, and he was afraid that he couldn't win in a direct fight. So Suyu planned to deal with it first, and see if he could get some information and some benefits, such as getting the secret of the origin of time and space first. Suyu made a plan in his mind and began to think about the words, and how to fool Chi-Chen. However, before Suyu could think it over, Chi-Chen spoke again. I can feel that your salvation origin is driving you. Before, you tried to use the salvation origin to summon the origin of time and space, right? Your instinct tells you that you need to revive the blue universe. This is your destiny. It seems that Chi-Chen discovered that Suyu used the paradox to seize the origin of time and space. The reason why it was so easy to succeed is probably because Chi-Chen was watching and did not stop him. It's just that Chi-Chen misunderstood and thought that Suyu used the salvation instinct to summon the origin of time and space, but in fact Suyu used the power of paradox. When Suyu heard the origin of time and space, his heart moved, and then he replied calmly, "So what?" Chi-Chen said, "The origin of time and space is the wonder that gave birth to the universe, and is also the key to the resurrection of the universe. You can summon the origin of time and space out of thin air, which proves that your salvation instinct is working." Suyu shook his head. What if I use the power of paradox to summon the origin of time and space, instead of the so-called origin of salvation? Chi-Chen smiled. Impossible. It must be the origin of salvation, otherwise, with the power of paradox you master, how could you possibly touch such a strange thing as the origin of time and space? Suyu was silent. Chi-Chen's words really stumped Suyu. Yes, the origin of time and space, a strange thing that gave birth to the universe, has a level beyond imagination. How could the power of paradox mastered by Suyu touch the origin of time and space? But Suyu succeeded just like that. Am I really the so-called ultimate savior? No way. Or my paradox power is of a very high level, enough to touch the origin of time and space? I used the professional panel to realize the immortality of the evil god, and then obtain that paradox power. Is this the reason? Suyu couldn't help but doubt himself again. But it was just a suspicion after all. He would not completely believe that he was the so-called ultimate savior. He did not want to bear the fate of saving the universe for no reason. Seeing Suyu silent, Chi-Chen said, "How is it? Now the origin of time and space is on you. How are you going to revive the blue universe? If you need help, you can tell me. I will do my best to assist you." This enemy who almost killed Suyu before actually said that he would do his best to assist Suyu, but he looked sincere, because assisting Suyu was helping himself. Suyu heard this and felt a little strange. The origin of time and space is on my body? After using the paradox before, the paradox disappeared, and the origin of time and space could not be found. Later, Suyu evacuated the original place and ran far away. He always thought that the origin of time and space had been lost and the paradox had been consumed. But now it seems that the paradox directly summoned the origin of time and space to Suyu's body, or in other words, it has been following him inside his body. This paradox power is really reliable. After thinking for a moment, Suyu said to Chi-Chen, I need all the information about the origin of time and space. Chi-Chen said that he would fully assist Suyu. So Suyu would not be polite and immediately made a request. Chi-Chen nodded. This is reasonable. If you want to revive the blue universe, it is necessary to master the information about the origin of time and space. As he said, Chi-Chen passed a message to Suyu. Suyu carefully received it, and the information in the message was indeed the information Suyu wanted. He first used the power of nothingness, the power of pain and other powers to disinfect the information, and then began to read it. After a while, the information about the origin of time and space was already mastered by Suyu. I see. Suyu finally understood what the origin of time and space was. Time and space, these two things, are essentially one. They are the source of all things in the world, and the carriers of all matter and spirit. The long river of time extends infinitely, and the sea of emptiness expands infinitely, and it seems that there is no end forever. But in fact, both the long river of time and the sea of emptiness have an end. However, this end will only appear when the universe is destroyed. When the universe is destroyed, the long river of time will no longer flow forward, but will turn to backward, and finally connect with the beginning of time to form a circle. The end of time becomes the starting point, and the next moment after the destruction of the universe becomes the beginning of the universe, and then it goes back and forth, repeating countless times in an instant. This circle repeats infinitely, and finally collapses, and becomes a point with no beginning and no end. Similarly, the ocean of space will also collapse when the universe is destroyed. The curvature of space is infinite. If you walk forward, you will walk behind yourself. Finally, the entire ocean of space will become a point without front and back. Space and time are one, and these 2 points are essentially one, which is the so-called origin of space and time. Such a strange point contains all the space and time information of a universe, so it can breed a singularity, reproduce the Big Bang, and recreate the universe. Isn't this thing so powerful that it's a bit against the sky? After hearing all this, Suyu was a little speechless. If Chi-Chen didn't deceive Suyu, then this origin of space and time is simply against the sky, which means that there is really a vast universe in it, but it is the universe and space that collapsed after death. Is this kind of thing really something Suyu can control? Originally, Suyu didn't have a very clear concept of the so-called gestation of the universe at the origin of space and time. But after Chi-Chen's explanation, he finally understood that the origin of time and space is essentially the condensed space and time formed by the collapse of the universe after its destruction. It is essentially an entire universe. No wonder it can give birth to a new universe. This kind of thing is really beyond Suyu's ability. Although he is now powerful enough to destroy a planet is just a speck of dust in front of the entire universe. It is incomparable. Wait, I can't control this kind of thing, but Chi-Chen can. Suyu suddenly looked up at Chi-Chen and said, what else? Chi-Chen nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. You are worthy of being the ultimate savior. You are really sharp enough. Then, he sent some information again. After Suyu received this information, he nodded. So that's it. When the blue universe was destroyed, there was an accident, and the origin of time and space lost a lot of mass and information. Chapter 527. Normally, the origin of space and time contains all the space and time information and mass of a universe. Relying on this space and time information and mass, new singularities can be bred, the Big Bang can be reproduced, and the universe can be recreated. It's like the corpse of the previous universe has become nutrients to breed the embryo of the next universe. However, something unexpected happened when the blue universe was destroyed, and the space and time information and mass in the origin of space and time lost 99.9999999%, leaving only a little bit. Chi-Chen didn't say how much this little bit was. But Suyu estimated that there wouldn't be only the blue galaxy left, right? That would be almost nothing. The entire blue galaxy contains a star, several planets, and its gravitational range is about 1 light-year in diameter. If viewed from the perspective of ordinary life, this galaxy is extremely vast. But compared with the entire universe, this mass and space-time scale are nothing, just a speck of dust. There are hundreds of billions of stars in any galaxy, and there is no telling how many such galaxies there are in the universe. A universe with only 1 star left is basically equivalent to a person's body being completely annihilated after death, with no cells left, and only 1 atom left in the end, or even less, with no atom left. But because of this, the power level of this origin of time and space has dropped a lot. It has dropped to a level that can be controlled by extraordinary people of Qi-Chen and Suyu's level. Even the information given this time also comes with a method to measure the origin of time and space. If it is true, it can help Suyu get rid of the embarrassing state of not being able to see or touch the origin of time and space. However, Suyu has not tried this measurement method yet, and needs to find an opportunity to try it. There is only so much space-time information and mass left at the origin of time and space, so it cannot give birth to a new universe, right? After obtaining new information, Suyu questioned. Qi-Chen shook his head. There is no need to give birth to a new universe. The blue universe just wants to be resurrected. Suyu, you have just achieved the true immortality of the evil god, and you should understand the difference. Suyu was thoughtful after hearing this. The characteristics of the immortality of the evil god are somewhat similar to the birth of a new universe at the origin of time and space. After the death of the evil god, the original body of the god returns to the depths of the subspace, and in this origin, a new evil god will be born and inherit the memory. This is very similar to the birth of a new universe at the origin of time and space. However, the newly born evil god is not the previous evil god, and the newly born universe is not the previous universe. That's why Qi-Chen said this. It seems that the blue universe also wants to achieve true cosmic immortality. Could it be that the blue universe has awakened its true self-consciousness and is unwilling to die? Is it because of this reason that it has lost most of its mass and space-time information? Suyu couldn't help thinking in his heart. It is really hard to imagine what will happen if a universe awakens its self-consciousness and is unwilling to accept death. If this is true, then, is Qi-Chen now really Qi-Chen? Or is he the consciousness of the blue universe? Suyu fell into silence again. He was thinking fiercely, and at high speed. And the content of his thinking obviously could not be told to Qi-Chen, so he had to remain silent. Qi-Chen waited patiently for a while, and finally couldn't help asking, "How is it?" Suyu looked up at him and said, "I have an idea. I will build a creation machine based on the origin of time and space, and then use this machine to recreate the world and create a new universe. If everything goes well, the blue universe can be resurrected. Of course, it only has this little mass left, and it will definitely be much weaker after resurrection than before." What Suyu said was naturally the ritual of the time and space mechanic. But Qi-Chen didn't know the time and space mechanic. When he heard the name Creation Machine, his eyes lit up. Creation Machine? How to make it? Suyu shook his head. "I don't know." Qi-Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce look. Suyu continued, "Don't get me wrong, I just have an idea now. I haven't started research yet, so I don't know. I need knowledge, data, and time." When Qi-Chen heard this, the fierceness in his eyes disappeared, as if he thought of something, and smiled again. "Just like your previous research on the power of time?" Suyu nodded, "Yes." Qi-Chen secretly watched the whole process of Suyu's previous research on the time mechanic. At that time, Suyu's strength was only the 4th level, but he was able to research a powerful power of time. Thinking of this, Qi-Chen no longer doubted Suyu's research ability. Perhaps, Suyu's power of salvation is not as simple and clear as Song Ming's, but requires research and creation? Qi-Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "Then, when can you complete the research? What help do you need?" Suyu said, "When will it be completed? I don't know. As for help, I need Song Ming. He is also a savior, and can help me to a certain extent." Suyu suddenly said, "Song Ming helped Suyu before, and then was recovered by Qi-Chen. Now that there is a chance, Suyu naturally wants to rescue him." Qi-Chen narrowed his eyes when he heard Suyu suddenly ask him for Song Ming. Suyu looked at him and said, "It seems that although Song Ming has awakened the power of paradox, he does not have the ability to revive you. In this case, why not hand him over to me?" Qi-Chen and Suyu looked at each other for a moment, shook their heads and said, "I still have use for Song Ming, let's talk about it later." Obviously rejected Suyu's request. Suyu was slightly disappointed, and at the same time guessed in his heart that it seemed that Song Ming was still very useful to Qi-Chen. Perhaps, Song Ming's power could revive Qi-Chen, but he could not revive him with the power of death, so Qi-Chen found Suyu again. But Song Ming is Qi-Chen's trump card, which is equivalent to a life, so he will not hand it over easily. Seeing that this request was rejected, Suyu did not entangle and continued, "I still need the human civilization of Azure Star. If Song Ming cannot be saved, then the entire human civilization will be saved. Unfortunately, the entire human civilization of Azure Star has been messed up by the previous chaos evil god dream. Everyone's past history has been modified, and almost everyone has forgotten Suyu. Even if they are saved now, They are not the same as before. Faced with this request, Chichen still shook his head. I still have use for those humans, and I can't give them to you. Hearing Chichen's refusal again, Su Yu's eyes suddenly became dangerous. What do you mean? This Chichen said that he would fully assist Su Yu. But he refused to agree to this request, and he also refused to agree to the other request, without any sincerity. Chichen chuckled and said, let's try your quality first. Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared. At the same time, a huge figure appeared out of thin air. That figure, with a magnificent figure of 1,000 meters high, glowed with dazzling light, exuded an extremely powerful momentum, like a sun, and suddenly descended in front of Su Yu. This is the Yuri Mecha. Su Yu immediately recognized that this was Zhang Qinfeng's Yuri Mecha, and it was also the first 5th-level planetary creation he had come into contact with. No, not just a mecha. There is also a driver. It's Zhang Qinfeng. Su Yu immediately discovered that there was actually a driver in this mecha, and the breath fluctuations emitted by this driver were even more powerful than the mecha. Su Yu immediately understood the identity of this driver, Zhang Qinfeng. This person has obviously been dead for 10,000 years, and became Chichen after death. How could he suddenly appear? However, this Zhang Qinfeng was cold all over, expressionless, and seemed a bit abnormal, like a corpse. It's just that this corpse is particularly powerful. Chichen, this guy, could it be that he turned his own corpse into a corpse beast puppet or something like that? So perverted? Test my quality? Do you mean that you want me to fight with this corpse of Zhang Qinfeng? Su Yu's mind raced, and he understood what Chichen meant. Although Chichen kept saying that Su Yu was the ultimate savior, it was obvious that he did not completely trust Su Yu, and wanted to test Su Yu's ability again. Boom! At this time, Zhang Qinfeng drove the Yuri Mecha, without saying a word, and immediately launched an attack on Su Yu. Boom! The armor on the chest of the Yuri Mecha opened, revealing a thick muzzle, and instantly completed the charge, and fired a shot. Light. Infinite light. Infinite light. Driven by the glorious Imperial Guards, the Yuri Mecha with full firepower displayed only infinite light, pure light. Instantly, everything in front of Su Yu was covered by infinite light. All thoughts, power, memories. Everything was shrouded, cleansed, and melted by this light. At this moment, Su Yu almost forgot his last name and name, only infinite light. This power, like the power of nothingness, has the ability to turn strong people into idiots. Su Yu had used the power of glory before, and always thought that the power of glory was a positive and active energy that could inspire courage and faith deep in people's hearts. Now it seems that if this power is developed to the extreme, it is not so beautiful. Courage and faith are good things, but if there are only these left in the mind, what is the difference between it and an idiot? At this time, Su Yu was in this situation. Not good. Su Yu secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and immediately activated the power of nothingness and the power of pain. Once these two forces were activated, Su Yu's mind immediately returned to normal, and he could see clearly what was happening in front of him. The huge cannon on the chest of the Guangyao Mecha driven by Zhang Qinfeng had stopped bombarding, like a big mouth, with light in the muzzle, and the light was like a wriggling tooth, about to swallow Su Yu. Su Yu looked at the muzzle of the Guangyao Mecha flashing with wriggling light, and there was an impulse in his heart. That is to take the initiative to get involved, integrate into the light, and become a part of it, which would be supreme glory and happiness. What a weird power. Su Yu spat in his heart. He didn't expect that the power of light could be so evil. It seems that it is not easy to find a power that is decent or not in this world. The power of light looks so decent, but it can be so evil in real battle. Then the Emperor of Light. However, whether the power is evil or not depends on who uses it, and where it is used. Su Yu's mind was racing, and at the same time, he increased the output of the power of nothingness, and the power of pain to keep himself awake. Then, he used the ability of Deus Ex Machina to summon the evil god Mecha. Su Yu now has two evil god Mechas, Tyranny, and Hell. Which one did he summon at this time? The answer is two at the same time. Su Yu used the ability of the digital god mechanic to digitize both mechas, adjust their values, and then merge them. Normally, it is almost impossible for two evil god soldiers to merge. Their materials, origins, and structures are all completely different. How can they merge? However, after digitization, they are just two data bodies. The fusion of data bodies is much simpler. Just like solids are difficult to merge, they can be easily mixed after melting into liquids. After the data bodies are merged, Su Yu will remove the digitization and realize the fusion of the two mechas. So, the next moment, Su Yu is already wearing a 1,000-meter mecha, standing against the Guangyao Mecha. The left half of this mecha is pitch black, and the right half is red, emitting two completely different, but equally terrifying auras. Pain and tyranny, the two forces constantly impact, merge, and fuse in the chest of this mecha, bringing Suyu unprecedented terrifying power. Suyu felt that he was expanding infinitely at this moment, as if he could easily hold a planet in his hand. In his eyes, the planet was actually a little small. And the Yuri mecha, which was also at the planet level, was also small in his eyes. This was not just a psychological illusion, but a real fact. Suyu's figure, which was originally 1,000 meters high, actually expanded to 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Finally, Suyu's figure had expanded to the level of 10,000 meters. At this time, the Yuri mecha seemed so small that he could hold it in one hand. It's so strong. Suyu himself was a little incredible. According to Suyu's knowledge, the humanoid mecha can only be 1,000 meters high, because the body of the Guanyu Emperor seems to be 1,000 meters high. Therefore, all humanoid creations cannot exceed this limit. At least all the humanoids Suyu had seen before were not more than 1,000 meters high. But now, Suyu combined the evil god armor, tyranny, hell, after the numerical adjustment and fusion by the digital god mechanic. It was so powerful that it directly exceeded the 1,000-meter limit. At this time, Suyu's power expanded infinitely, and even with the constant impact of the two forces of pain and tyranny, it was still getting stronger. It seemed to break through 10,000 meters. Suyu lowered his head, looked at the tiny Guanyu mecha, stretched out his hand, and easily grabbed it in his palm. Even if the Guanyu mecha burst out with enough power to destroy the planet in the process, and tried to struggle, it was useless. In Suyu's palm, the dark and red energy kept impacting and crushing, trying to completely crush the Guanyu mecha. As expected, the Guanyu mecha and Zhang Chifeng in it were crushed into pieces in Suyu's palm. A 5th-level strongman driving a 5th-level mecha had no power to fight back in front of Suyu. What is this? How is it possible? The power of pain and the power of tyranny can actually change like this? At this time, Chichen appeared again, looking at Suyu, who was 10,000 meters tall, and couldn't help exclaiming. Suyu heard this and said proudly, "This is the result of my research on the creation machine. How about it? Are you satisfied?" Chapter 528. In fact, Suyu was talking nonsense. Suyu had no idea that the evil god armor, hell, and tyranny would be so powerful after the fusion. It actually broke through the 1,000-meter humanoid limit of the Guanyu Emperor's body, and instantly killed the Guanyu armor and Zhang Chifeng summoned by Chichen. Suyu believed that this was a special chemical reaction between the power of pain and the power of tyranny. Pain can stimulate tyranny, and tyranny can create pain. The combination of the two can greatly enhance the power. However, before, Suyu also possessed the power of pain and tyranny when he was at the 4th level, but the result of the two was far less powerful than it is now. It should be that after both powers reached the 5th level, a qualitative change occurred. Before, these two powers belonged to the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god. These two guys would fight when they met, and there was no possibility of power fusion at all. Now that the two powers have been combined by Suyu, there is a chance. Moreover, during this fusion process, Suyu not only used the power of tyranny and the power of pain, but also used the power of the digital god mechanic, plus the balance of the power of nothingness, and the mechanical deification of the giant god mechanic. The combination of multiple powerful forces finally led to such a result. Perhaps there is also a special reason for the identity of the tyrannical evil god. After all, the tyrannical evil god is the only successful result of the resurrection attempt of the Azure universe, so it is normal to have any special features. After Suyu transformed the tyrannical evil god into the evil god mecha, the mecha also inherited this special feature. The specific situation still needs to be studied slowly. But now, of course, Suyu is pretending in front of Chichen, saying that this is the result of his research on the creation machine. Combined with his 10,000-meter tall stature and the record of just killing the radiant mecha Zhang Chifeng in seconds, this statement is particularly convincing. Chichen was also surprised when he heard Suyu's words. He looked Suyu up and down, with amazement in his eyes. Sure enough, you have now faintly surpassed the limits of this universe, at least surpassed the limits set by the Radiant Emperor. Very good. Very good. Without breaking the limits of this universe, how can you complete the creation machine and revive the blue universe? By combining the power of tyranny and the power of pain and stimulating each other, there will be such an amazing change. 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. Looking at Chichen's appearance, it seems that he wants to catch Suyu at any time, slice him up for research, but he is afraid of Suyu's identity as the ultimate savior, so he doesn't move. He didn't do it, But Suyu couldn't help it. Suyu just made 2 requests. Chi-Chen didn't agree to either of them, but got out the radiant mecha Zhang Chifeng and fought with Suyu. Suyu was not a man who could just take a beating without fighting back. Although Chi-Chen was mysterious and powerful, Suyu's power had exploded at this time, so he could test this guy's quality. Just now you said you wanted to test my quality, now it's my turn. Suyu's voice came from the magnificent mecha 10,000 meters high, and along with the voice came the terrifying red and black intertwined light blades. The red and black colors intertwined into a 10,000 meter long light blade in Suyu's huge palm, which kept vibrating and exploding, slashing towards the little Chi-Chen. Everywhere the light blades were, everything was decomposed and annihilated by the fierce conflict between the 2 forces. In the deep layer of the subspace, a vacuum was briefly cut out. This attack was enough to kill the 5th level and shatter the stars. Its power was far greater than any of Suyu's previous attacks. Would you like to test my quality? I am a dead man, and I cannot fight. Chi-Chen did not dodge or evade Suyu's attack, but just said this casually. Then the 10,000 meter 2-color light blade condensed by Suyu died silently. However, after the light blade was dead, Chi-Chen also flickered, as if he was too exhausted and was about to return to the state of death. Obviously, facing Suyu's attack, Chi-Chen was not as relaxed as he seemed. It seems that he is not as powerful as I imagined. Now I have the qualifications to fight him. Seeing Chi-Chen's figure flickering, Suyu said in his heart. He was killed instantly by Chi-Chen's death once before, so Suyu was very afraid of Chi-Chen. But now, Suyu also has the power to kill the 5th level instantly, and he will be more confident to fight Chi-Chen again. Especially when he saw Chi-Chen's figure flickering, Suyu was more certain that Chi-Chen was not as strong as he had imagined. Even now, Chi-Chen's strength might not be as strong as Suyu's. However, Chi-Chen's state was special, and he was elusive. Even if Suyu tried his best, he might not be able to kill him. In other words, Chi-Chen was dead, so how could he kill him again? Therefore, Suyu did not attack again after his attack failed. Instead, he looked at Chi-Chen quietly and said, "You don't seem to be as strong as you imagined?" At this time, Chi-Chen's figure had recovered from the previous flickering state. His face was gloomy, but he smiled again after a moment. As expected of the ultimate savior, he is indeed extraordinary. What you want is on the Azure Star, go get it yourself. After saying that, Chi-Chen's figure completely disappeared. No matter how Suyu observed, he couldn't see how he disappeared. This is the special feature of Chi-Chen's state. He can return to the death world at any time, and Suyu, as a living person, naturally can't see him. Suyu was silent for a moment, then moved and walked towards the surface of the subspace. Just now Chi-Chen said that what Suyu wanted was on the Azure Star, and Suyu's request just now was to rescue Songming and the people on the Azure Star. After the test just now, it seems that Chi-Chen agreed to Suyu's request. Although Suyu was very unhappy that Chi-Chen called those people things, Suyu was still unhappy, but he was still ready to go to the Azure Star to receive those people. Anyway, Suyu now has enough power to fight Chi-Chen head-on, and he doesn't need to hide in the depths of the subspace anymore. Soon, Suyu came to the surface of the subspace, and then instantly left the subspace, returned to the blue star, and floated above the planet's orbit. In the vacuum of the universe, a 10,000-meter mechanical giant faced a huge blue planet head-on. Although the scale of this 10,000-meter giant is very different from that of the planet, if there are bystanders, they will feel that this 10,000-meter giant is more magnificent and huge than that planet, as if he can hold the entire planet in his palm with just one hand. Even if Suyu was just suspended in the orbit of the planet, his huge energy had subtly triggered some geological changes on the planet. If Suyu landed directly on the planet, I'm afraid that the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack immediately, and disaster would come. Seeing this, Suyu immediately withdrew his power, put away the fused evil god mecha, hell, and tyranny, and restored his human body. Anyway, as long as he wants, he can summon the mecha again at any time. And it is a great burden for Suyu to maintain this fusion mecha in a giant state of 10,000 meters. It is not a burden on strength, but a mental burden. After the fusion of the 2 evil god mechas, the tyrannical power and the painful power stimulated each other, bringing endless pain and tyrannical emotions to Suyu every moment. If he had not used the power of nothingness to neutralize this mental shock, he would have gone crazy long ago. Even if there is the power of nothingness to neutralize, it cannot last long. It can only support 1 or 2 battles at most, and it is impossible to keep going. In essence, using the violent reaction of the tyrannical power and the painful power to obtain powerful power is a trick, not Suyu's own strength. It is normal to have limitations, and Suyu does not care. Now, he focuses his attention on the blue star in front of him. Holographic perception was activated, and the star tower signal instantly swept across the entire Azure Star, and a detailed map model was made, showing every detail. Is this all back? Suyu discovered that Azure Star was no longer the dark giant city shrouded in dreams, but had restored green mountains and clear waters, and 300 cities. 400 million people lived and worked in peace and contentment in these 300 cities. Although there were some disputes, it was a paradise of happiness compared to the cruel and oppressive dark giant city. Above the sky, Skytrack City quietly revolved around Azure Star. Everything seemed to have returned to the time before the chaos evil god's dream came. The Azure Star civilization that Suyu had asked Chichen for before, Songming, were all in it. Suyu even discovered that the memories of these people also stayed before the chaos evil god's dream came. They didn't know about the Dark City, the supreme ruler Suyu, and the great commander Songming. Everything went back to the past. Chichen really did what he said, and really gave everything back to Suyu. Is this time reversal? Complete time reversal? Suyu said secretly in his heart. He believed that Chichen had completely reversing the time of the entire Azure Star, returning everything to before the chaos evil god's dream came. Suyu looked at the Skytrack City on the track, and found that more than 10,000 third-level extraordinary people were meeting in the Skytrack City at this time. At this time point, Mr. Suyu, the founder of the Azure Star civilization, had been out of contact for many years, and there were even crazy rumors. So a group of third-level strong men met in the Skytrack City, and prepared to go to the Mechanical City to explore. During the discussion, Songming was rebellious and proposed that if Mr. Suyu was really crazy, then he should be killed. As a result, he was sealed by everyone. The Azure Star civilization at this time point all respected Suyu very much, and could not tolerate any offense. Only Songming, the dream creature and civilization savior, would say such words as killing Suyu without caring, and then he was sealed. Suyu had known all this, and had seen it a long time ago. He scanned the star tower signal, silently looked at the young generation of extraordinary people, nodded slightly, and then flew into the atmosphere, and soon returned to his long-standing residence, the Mechanical City. Finally, Suyu sat on the mechanical throne with a gloomy look. He felt something was wrong. These people have returned to the past, so what is everything that happened in the Dark City? The 400 million people in the Dark City also have their own joys and sorrows, love and hate, their own past experiences, history and memories. Theoretically, the 400 million people in the Dark City and the 400 million people on the Azure Star are not a group of people at all, but just share a body. Just like the evil god is immortal, after the evil god dies, the origin returns to the depths of the subspace and breeds a new evil god. The 400 million people in the Dark City are equivalent to breeding new personalities in everyone's body. Chi-Chen's time travel, allowing everyone to return to the past, is not equivalent to killing all those personalities. Originally, Suyu was planning to retrieve the original Azure Star civilization while extracting all the extra personalities and creating a new body for them, so that both sides would be perfect. But Chi-Chen did not give Suyu a choice at all, and directly reversed time, so people went back to the past, and everyone in the Dark City was equivalent to death. The Songming that Suyu knew before was also dead. It can't be considered dead, but never born. Just like Songming's time reversal in the Dark City before, if a baby was born during the process, after the time reversal was activated, the baby would return to the mother's body and never be born. But the baby has no self-awareness, which is nothing. And now, Chi-Chen's time reversal is more thorough. The entire Dark City, 400 million people, have never been born. These 400 million people are not babies without consciousness and memory. Most of them are adults with memories and lives. Although the memories and experiences of those 400 million people were all oppressed and tortured, they were alive and existed after all. But now, this proof of existence is gone. They were obsessed with overthrowing the supreme ruler Suyu, overthrowing oppression, and living a good life. Now there is nothing. Thinking of this, Suyu felt murderous. Chi-Chen went back in time and killed hundreds of millions of people at once, and those people didn't even know that they were killed. Facing such a thing, it was difficult for Suyu not to have murderous intentions. But Suyu quickly suppressed it. Things may not be irreversible. Because Suyu doubted, is the current blue star really the blue star of the past? Did the Dark Giant City and the 400 million people really disappear? Suyu suspected that in a parallel time and space, the Dark Giant City still existed, and the rebels were still preparing to overthrow the supreme ruler Suyu. The blue star where Suyu was just one of the parallel time and space. Theoretically, the human empire has the power of the rules of the glorious emperor, which has gathered all timelines. There is no parallel time and space, no possibility of the past and the future. Everything lives in the present, and everything is unique. However, this is the Azure Star, the remnant of the Azure universe. Here, there are loopholes in the power of the glorious Emperor. In addition, there is a guy like Qi Chen, who is secretly plotting some conspiracies, and perhaps various parallel time and space will appear. Then, in other parallel time and space, is there another Suyu? Suyu's eyes were deep. At the same time, in an unknown time and space. As Suyu expected, the Dark City still exists. In the Dark City, there is another Suyu in the small mechanical repair shop. Qi Chen appeared outside the repair shop with a smile on his face. Suyu, how do you really know the magic of the origin of time and space? That Suyu is not easy to mess with. But this one is not easy for me to control. Chapter 529. Qi Chen moved and appeared directly in the small repair shop. At this time, everything in the entire Dark City was still, including Suyu in the repair shop. Qi Chen looked at Suyu, and a strange light emanated from his eyes, which penetrated Suyu. It was obvious that Qi Chen tried to use some kind of power to control Suyu. This Suyu did not seem to have the powerful 5th level strength, and was even only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Facing Qi Chen's erosion, this Suyu had no reaction. However, after a moment, Suyu, who had been motionless and had a dull face, suddenly moved his eyes slightly and looked at Qi Chen. What? Qi Chen was shocked. He did not expect such a change to occur. Before he could react, the power of Suyu in front of him expanded rapidly. In a short period of time, he had risen from being slightly stronger than ordinary people to the 3rd level, then the 4th level, and was rapidly heading towards the 5th level. Not good. Qi Chen secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and quickly activated death. So Suyu's body was stained with a dead gray in a short time, and finally turned into a pile of ash. In the small repair shop, Suyu's figure had disappeared, and his body was gone. Only Qi Chen was left standing there, with a gloomy look. He has actually reached this level. This Suyu is really weird. Is the ultimate savior really that strong? But after a moment, Qi Chen showed a smile that everything was under control again. It doesn't matter. The stronger you are, the more useful you are. In the reincarnation, all your actions will be used by me. At this time, in the mechanical city in another time and space. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, it seemed that someone tried to control me. I tried to fight back, but I was killed by him after one step. Is it Qi Chen? Sure enough, there is another time and space. It turned out that when Suyu was thinking before, he suddenly felt something eroding himself. But the strange thing is that the part of Suyu that was eroded had never been sensed before, and had never even appeared. It's like a person has 2 hands, and one day he suddenly felt pain in his hands. As a result, the left hand didn't hurt, and the right hand didn't hurt either. What hurt was the inexplicable 3rd hand. That's how Suyu felt just now. He felt that he had an extra body inexplicably, and that body was being eroded by a force that tried to control him. So Suyu focused his mind on the extra body, and in an instant, the originally very weak body began to synchronize with the original body, and became a 5th level strongman. As a result, before the synchronization was completed, the extra body died, so Suyu lost the sense. Although he lost the sense, Suyu was in a good mood. Because the sense just now made Suyu understand a fact, that is, he is the only one now, no matter what time and space splits or parallel worlds there are. Even if another Suyu is split, it is equivalent to a part of the original body, and can be sensed at any time. This prevents himself from being split by time and space, and then the split body is controlled by others. Before Suyu became a time mechanic, he had unified all his historical timelines. But this unification is obviously not enough for Qi Chen's means. The origin of time and space has created loopholes in the face of the power of Emperor Guangyao, let alone Suyu's time mechanic. Qi Chen used the special origin of time and space to create a parallel time and space, which has exceeded the power limit of the time mechanic. But just now, Suyu directly ignored the parallel time and space restrictions created by Qi Chen, sensed another self, and made himself unique again. This may be because Suyu has used the professional panel to complete the true immortality of the evil god. It is also possible that Suyu is really the so-called ultimate savior, so he can ignore the power of the origin of time and space. Anyway, Qi Chen should be unable to do anything to me now, Suyu said to himself. Qi Chen was fighting head-on, and could not do anything to Suyu. He was also discovered by Suyu when he was plotting behind the scenes, and now he obviously could not do anything to Suyu. Now Suyu is truly safe. However, correspondingly, Suyu could not do anything to Qi Chen, and he could not even find Shi-Chen now. If that's the case, Su Yu's mind raced, and in a short time, he had already made a plan. That is, run away directly. Su Yu moved his mind, and a powerful force covered the entire Azure Star. So the entire Azure Star began to be digitized, at this time, in Tiangui City. Yang Lai, Feng Ying Yanqing, and other third-level strongmen were preparing to launch flesh and blood fusion, mechanical fusion, create fourth-level combat power, and then explore the mechanical city to see what happened to Mr. Su Yu, who had been out of contact for a long time. However, before they could complete all this, they were shocked to find that the entire Azure Star was becoming transparent. The entire Azure Star was originally very vast and heavy. From the space orbit, it had a powerful pressure unique to the planet, enough to make any extraordinary person below the 5th level feel in awe. However, at this moment, this huge planet suddenly became translucent, as if it was a dream bubble that would break at the touch of a button. Some people among the crowd were good at data. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Datafication. Azure Star is being digitized. There is some powerful force that wants to digitize the entire Azure Star." Everyone was incredulous when they heard this exclamation. How is it possible to digitize the entire planet? What kind of power is this? However, before they could react, the power of digitization had spread to Tiangui City, and the entire Tiangui City became illusory. Not only that, the power also spread to them, and after a moment, they were also digitized. The digitized people looked at each other, and they were all silent. It's not that they really don't want to talk, but they can't adapt to the digitized body, and can't make a sound. At the same time, they also lost their ability to move. Even the strong who are also good at data can't move in this digitized state, because they don't have authority. Is today the end of the world? Who is it? Is it the tyrannical evil god? Mr. Su Yu. Having lost all their ability to move, everyone couldn't help but think of the word doomsday, and at the same time, they also thought of Mr. Su Yu. Faced with this shocking change, they felt very helpless and wanted Mr. Su Yu to save them. However, after a moment, they thought desperately that Mr. Su Yu had been out of contact for a long time, and was suspected to be crazy. How could he save them? Besides, even if Mr. Su Yu was in normal condition, could he really resist the powerful force that digitized the entire Azure Star in such a short time? But the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of them, and a familiar voice appeared in their hearts. "I am Su Yu, don't panic. I have broken through the 5th level, and completely suppressed the tyrannical evil god. Now I will digitize the entire Azure Star in you, and then take you away, break the blockade, go to the depths of the universe, and explore the galaxy." As soon as these words were finished, everyone was stunned. What? Mr. Su Yu broke through the 5th level, suppressed the tyrannical evil god, and then wanted to digitize the entire planet, pack it up, and take it away to the galaxy? Isn't Mr. Su Yu suspected to be crazy? When did he break through the 5th level? And what about the ceremony? Can a 5th level person complete the ceremony without making any noise, and then take office? And then, there is the suppression of the tyrannical evil god? When did the war happen? How come they don't know? The tyrannical evil god was also suppressed silently. When everyone heard these words, their first reaction was not disbelief, nor belief, but confusion. What happened? These people have no memory of the Dark Giant City at all, and have no idea how so many things happened. Su Yu didn't care about their shock, and digitized the entire blue planet, and then began to adjust its values. What was adjusted was the mass, diameter, and other data. After shrinking the entire Azure Star several times, Su Yu moved his mind and directly put the entire Azure Star into the materialized space. As a digital god mechanic, Su Yu's materialized space is extremely vast, almost as big as the Azure Star. Now that the Azure Star has been digitized and adjusted, it can be directly and smoothly put in. Originally, such a rough movement of a planet would cause terrible geological changes due to inertia and destroy all the ecology on the surface. But because it was digitized in advance, there is naturally no such problem. It's just a bunch of data. What's the inertia to be afraid of? After the entire Azure Star was put into the materialized space, Su Yu was empty in front of him, only a void. Haha, this time I really picked the stars and took the moon. Su Yu sighed in his heart. When he just took office as a digital god mechanic, Su Yu thought that he could digitize the entire planet and take it away. But at that time, his strength was not as strong as it is now, and it was actually very difficult to achieve such a thing. If you are not careful, you might cause the planet to break apart and cause a devastating disaster. A 5th level warrior can destroy a planet, but it is not so easy to move a planet safely. But now, Su Yu's strength has exploded again, and he can even kill a 5th level warrior in seconds. It didn't take him too much effort to put the entire Azure Star into the materialized space. Back then, when the giant god army was stationed, the mechanical god put a city into the materialized space, which made Suyu very surprised. But now, Suyu put the entire planet in the materialized space. Suyu used data to simulate a space environment similar to the outside world. In this simulated environment, a blue star that has shrunk 3 times is slowly rotating. In the materialized space, the blue star has been released from the state of data. Except for its smaller size, it seems to be no different from the outside world. However, there is no sun in the materialized space, and it cannot provide energy for the blue star. All energy is provided by Suyu himself, which is a heavy load. Fortunately, Suyu is not prepared to provide energy for a long time. And everyone on the planet has also released the data and restored their ability to move. Many people did not even react to the changes in such a short time, thinking it was an illusion. Most people cannot distinguish the difference between the materialized space and the real space. Only the strong men in Tiangui City understand what has just happened. Because they are in Tiangui City, they can directly see the space and even the boundary of the materialized space. They deeply realize that the current Azure Star was really not in the original vacuum of the universe. Instead, it was in an artificial materialized space. Did Mr. Suyu really do this? What kind of power is it to put the entire planet into the materialized space? Suyu didn't care about the exclamations of these people at all. He was very busy now. After putting the Azure Star into the materialized space, there were actually some things left, that is, those Zhang Chifeng creations on the orbit, the so-called mechanical parliament. Just now, when Suyu was digitizing the entire Azure Star, these mechanical creations were resisting Suyu's digitized power. These things were Qi Chen's minions, and they had a certain degree of fifth-order power, and could resist the erosion of digitization. So Suyu ignored them at all. Now that Azure Star has been cleaned up, Suyu can free up his hands to deal with them. At this time, those mechanical creations also started the combat mode, silently aiming various guns at Suyu. Don't overestimate your ability. Mechanical deification. Suyu's mind moved, and he directly launched the mechanical deification. The 2 evil god mechas, Hell and Tyranny, instantly merged and turned into a mechanical giant 10,000 meters high. This is Suyu's full strength. In this state, Suyu has the power to kill a 5th-level strongman in seconds. At the same time, extremely strong pain and tyranny broke out in Suyu's heart, reminding Suyu that this state cannot last. The figure of the mechanical giant moved, and the next moment, all the mechanical creations in the sky were torn into pieces. These mechanical creations had a hard time dealing with the tyrannical evil god, let alone Suyu who suppressed the tyrannical evil god. They were all solved by Suyu instantly. In fact, Suyu was able to deal with these mechanical creations under normal circumstances. The reason why he used all his strength was to make a quick decision and try not to destroy these mechanical creations. At this time, those mechanical creations seemed to have been disassembled into pieces, but in fact, the various parts were not destroyed at all. After a little assembly, they could function again. You guys come in too. Suyu's mind moved, and all these mechanical creations were collected into the materialized space and packed away. These mechanical creations were all created by Zhang Qinfeng. They were of extremely high technical level and very valuable for research. They might also contain Qi Chen's secrets, so Suyu would naturally not let them go. After packing everything up, Suyu did not take back the evil god soldier mecha, but suddenly rushed into the depths of the universe. He wanted to break through the blockade and go to the starry sky. A long time ago, Suyu's plan was to complete the 5th-level ceremony, and then break the blockade with the Azure Star civilization, go to the depths of the universe, and expedition to the galaxy. Now he is a real 5th level, even more powerful than ordinary 5th level, and the great enemy, the tyrannical evil god, was completely suppressed by him. Except for the sudden appearance of Qi Chen, the plan was completed perfectly. Qi Chen didn't know what conspiracy he was plotting, and he was also secretive about the secret of the origin of time and space. Suyu felt that if he stayed here, he would be calculated by Qi Chen sooner or later. So it would be better to run away with the entire Azure Star first. As for the ritual of the origin of time and space and the time and space mechanic, we can wait until we get more information and power in the depths of the universe before thinking of a way. At this time, Qi Chen in another time and space suddenly changed his face. Not good. He wants to run. Chapter 530. Qi Chen did not seem to expect that Suyu would suddenly take such action. Logically speaking, he is the savior of the blue universe. Driven by the origin of salvation, he should not take the initiative to leave. What is going on? Out of control? However, he soon sneered, "Want to run away? How can it be so easy?" Although Chi-Chin was surprised, he did not come forward to stop Suyu's escape. In fact, even if he appeared, it would be difficult to stop. After all, he could not do anything to Suyu in a head-on battle. Unless a certain price is paid, the price is very heavy, and Chi-Chin does not want to pay it. At this time, in the dark vacuum of the universe, Suyu's figure is constantly accelerating. In a short time, it has approached the speed limit of the real universe, the speed of light. However, Suyu did not stop, and he continued to accelerate. This is because he used data reality to modify the space-time rules around him and increase the speed limit of light. In this way, Suyu can continue to accelerate until the limit of data reality. In fact, Suyu had not yet tested the limits of his data reality ability, and he did not know to what extent he could modify the rules of the real universe. Now was a good time to give it a try. 1 times the speed of light, 2 times the speed of light, 3 times the speed of light. Suyu turned into an information stream that exceeded 10 times the speed of light, carrying the entire Azure Star and the Azure Star civilization, flying towards the deep space outside the Azure Galaxy. Soon, Suyu had already approached the edge of the Azure Galaxy. But the next moment, Suyu's eyes blurred, and he found that he had returned to the original position of the Azure Star without knowing when. Time and space blockade? Suyu's heart sank. Even if he modified the rules of time and space and exceeded the speed limit of light, he could not break through the blockade. Suyu was not surprised by this failure. He had known for a long time that it was not that easy to leave the Azure Galaxy. Decades ago, when Suyu fought with the Ghost Emperor, he broke through the blockade of Zhang Qifeng's mechanical creations and entered the deep space of the universe. However, that time he was just wandering around the Azure Star, and did not leave the Azure Galaxy. Because Suyu used the power of time to test at that time, there was another blockade outside the Azure Star. Once you leave the Azure Star for a certain distance, you will return to the original place, and cannot really leave the Azure Galaxy. The mechanical creations on the orbit of the Azure Star are only a surface blockade. Hidden in the vacuum of the universe is the real time and space blockade. This blockade has blocked all spaces, including the subspace, and nothing can escape from this galaxy. The tyrannical evil god has been here for tens of thousands of years, and has never gone out. But Suyu would not believe in evil. He had accumulated enough strength so far, and even the 5th level tyrannical evil god was suppressed by him. His strength in this galaxy was at the peak. He didn't believe that such a powerful person still couldn't break through the blockade. Suyu accelerated again, and rushed to the outside of the Azure Galaxy. Originally, he had 10 times the speed of light. With this acceleration, his speed soared again. However, as expected, when Suyu approached the edge of the Azure Galaxy, he immediately returned to the original place again. Even with Suyu's current strength, it is difficult to see how he came back. But Suyu did not lose heart, but thought quickly and analyzed the principle. As long as he could find a way to break the blockade, Suyu's strength would be enough to travel across the universe. Even if there are various dangers in the galaxy, it is better than staying in this small blue galaxy and fighting with the half-dead Chi-Chin. The infinite universe represents infinite possibilities and infinite resources. There is almost no one stronger than Suyu in the Blue Star Galaxy now, which means that the resources in this galaxy are difficult to make Suyu stronger. The only useful origin of time and space is still controlled by Chi-Chin. So it is better to run away early, improve yourself with the resources and knowledge in the universe, and then come back to settle accounts with Chi-Chin. Was that space transmission just now? These 4 words popped up in Suyu's mind. However, at that moment just now, Suyu did not feel any spatial fluctuations. During the flight, he had been using data reality, and also turned on the holographic perception of the Star Tower scan. In this state, he is very sensitive to any changes in the curvature of space. But at that moment, the curvature of space did not seem to fluctuate, which did not conform to the characteristics of space teleportation that Suyu knew. And what kind of space teleportation could allow Suyu to be teleported so far without any resistance? Time reversal? Suyu quickly thought of a possibility. Compared with simple space teleportation, the power of time is more hidden and powerful. This phenomenon of suddenly returning to the origin is very similar to the time reversal that Suyu had experienced before. However, Suyu quickly denied it. Time reversal is to let time flow backwards, and let the now time node go back. Just like a big river starting from the western plateau, and flowing eastward into the sea. Time reversal can make the river turn and flow from the sea to the plateau. This drastic change in the flow of time is difficult to hide from Suyu now. With Suyu's current strength, he is very sensitive to the now time node. Suyu is very sure that at that moment just now, the now time did not go back, but continued to move forward as usual, and the flow of time did not change. Sure enough, the origin of time and space is special. Suyu thought of the knowledge about the origin of time and space that he had obtained before, especially the part that Chichen told Suyu. According to the information Chichen gave to Suyu, the origin of time and space is when the universe is destroyed. The long river of time no longer flows forward, but turns to backward, and finally connects with the beginning of time to form a circle. The end of time becomes the starting point, and the next moment after the destruction of the universe becomes the beginning of the universe, and then it goes back and forth, repeating countless times in an instant. This circle repeats infinitely, and finally collapses, and becomes a point with no beginning and no end. Similarly, the ocean of space will also collapse when the universe is destroyed. The curvature of space is infinite. If you go forward, you will go behind yourself. Finally, the entire ocean of space will become a point with no front or back. Space and time are one, and these 2 points are essentially one, which is the so-called origin of space and time. Such a strange point contains all the space and time information of a universe, so it can breed a singularity, reproduce the Big Bang, and recreate the universe. What Suyu just experienced seems to be very consistent with the characteristics of the origin of space and time. The long river of time no longer goes forward, but backward. The curvature of space is infinite. If you go forward, you will go behind yourself. However, this is somewhat inconsistent with the fact Suyu just observed. The long river of time is still moving forward, and the curvature of space has not changed. Maybe Chichen didn't tell the truth before. The space-time phenomenon when the universe is destroyed may be more magical. Suyu thought to himself. He has always been skeptical about the information Chichen told him, and he didn't believe it completely. The phenomenon observed now is inconsistent with the information Chichen told him. Suyu chose to believe his own observation results and think and judge. The universe is destroyed, time and space become a loop, without front and back. Suyu thought in his heart, and got inspiration after a moment. Perhaps, when the universe is destroyed, the long river of time does not really flow back as Chichen said, but continues to forward. But this forward is directly back to the beginning of the universe. Just like a person is born, grows, ages, and dies. But this person returns to the moment of birth at the moment of death, and then continues to grow, age, and die. This is a change in time. In terms of space, after moving forward for a distance, it instantly returns to the starting point. The starting point and the end point in space are connected together. When the universe is destroyed, time and space will change like this. The entire universe is like a single loop song, repeating over and over again. Maybe this shouldn't be called a cycle, but reincarnation? These 2 words suddenly popped up in Suyu's mind. Reincarnation. When the blue universe is destroyed, everything is constantly reincarnated, repeating again and again. Before humans die, there will be a revolving lantern, instantly recalling past lives. Does the universe have it too? Is this kind of time-space reincarnation the revolving lantern of the universe? Suyu's mind was opened up, and he made such a guess. The so-called time-space reincarnation may just be the revolving lantern before the death of the universe. Before human beings die, they can only recall their past memories once. But the universe can reincarnate the entire universe countless times, which is obviously much more powerful. This reincarnation, at the moment of the destruction of the universe, was repeated countless times, and finally all the time-space information condensed into a point and became the origin of time and space. This should be the true birth process of the origin of time and space. Then the question is, it stands to reason that the origin of time and space has already been formed. After its formation, the universe is destroyed and time and space no longer exist. There is only a time-space origin with no beginning and no end, no beginning and no end. The time-space reincarnation has stopped. It is obvious that a mere point cannot reincarnate. It has no size, no before and after, no beginning and end. What is reincarnation? So what did Suyu just experience? The Azure universe has been destroyed, forming the origin of time and space, but the Azure galaxy remains. This means that the Azure galaxy has not been completely destroyed, and the origin of time and space has not been completely formed. So the reincarnation is still going on. This is the truth of the time and space blockade. This is not a seal at all, but a reincarnation of time and space before the destruction of the universe. No wonder the tyrannical evil god has not been able to escape for 10,000 years. Suyu calculated rapidly in his mind. At this time, he was equivalent to a planet-level superintelligent chip with extremely powerful computing power. In a short period of time, he had analyzed the truth of the Azure star and the origin of time and space to be almost accurate. However, even if the truth is analyzed, it still does not help the current situation. He is still trapped in this reincarnation and cannot escape. Suyu has always thought that the blockade of the Azure Galaxy was a seal set by Zhang Chenfeng. No matter how strong Zhang Chenfeng is, he is only level 5, not as incredibly powerful as the Emperor Guangyu. The strength of the blockade set by Zhang Chenfeng also has its limits. In theory, as long as the strength is stronger than Zhang Chenfeng, there is a chance to forcibly break the blockade. Not to mention that Suyu now has the power to kill Zhang Chenfeng in seconds. Isn't it easy to break the blockade? In fact, those mechanical creations on the orbit of the Azure Star were instantly killed by Suyu and packed away. Obviously, the blockade set by Zhang Chenfeng can no longer do anything to Suyu. But now, Suyu is not facing Zhang Chenfeng's level 5 power, but a reincarnation of time and space born when the universe is destroyed. The level of this blockade has exceeded Suyu's cognition. Suyu is not only thinking at this time, but also continuing his previous attempts, constantly accelerating and rushing out of the blue galaxy. However, even if he had increased his speed to 30 times the speed of light, it was still useless. Every time he flew a certain distance, he would return to the starting point. The blue galaxy at this time was like an independent universe. Suyu's behavior at this time was like trying to rely on pure speed to rush out of the universe, and go outside the universe. How could this be possible? I don't know if there were any living beings in the blue universe at that time, and if there were any strong people who could discover reincarnation and try to escape. Suyu made futile attempts over and over again, and at the same time sighed and guessed in his heart. Perhaps there were also strong people in the blue universe, who could discover this reincarnation, and tried to escape from it like Suyu at this moment. But it was useless. Just like Suyu could not break through the blockade now, all the creatures in the blue universe were trapped in the reincarnation and could not escape. But fortunately, this reincarnation can be broken. Suyu suddenly said to himself. Although he did not succeed, he knew that this reincarnation must be broken and escaped. The blue galaxy in front of him is the evidence. In theory, everything in the reincarnation of time and space will eventually return to the origin of time and space. But the blue galaxy broke this law, escaped from the reincarnation, and even ran to another universe, forming the current blue galaxy. This gave Suyu a chance. Suyu stopped trying, and he already had an inspiration in his heart. This inspiration is, what is the meaning of this reincarnation? Is it really a meaningless memories before the death of the universe? This kind of reincarnation should be the universe seeking self-rescue. Just like when I faced death before. Before, Suyu was almost killed by Qi Chen, so he experienced a revolving lantern. In the revolving lantern state, Suyu instantly retrieved all his past memories, and finally found a method of using the paradox power given to him by Song Ming from his memory, successfully broke through the situation and saved himself. Perhaps, the blue universe started the reincarnation before destruction, and it was also in this way to find a way to save itself. Suyu only retrieved memories, but the blue universe reincarnated the time and space of the entire universe again and again. Every reincarnation of the universe is real, not false memory data. Theoretically, each reincarnation should be exactly the same. Just like a song, no matter how you play it in a single loop, it is the same song. However, Suyu knew that there must be variables in the infinite reincarnations, causing some reincarnations to be different from others. Just like a song that is played on repeat, new lyrics suddenly appear in a certain cycle. This variable is the real reason why the Azure universe has survived to this day, and it is also Suyu's way out. If Suyu wants to leave the Azure Galaxy, he needs to find the same variable. Chapter 531. Variables. Suyu already knew that the key to leaving the Azure Galaxy was variables. But what kind of variables did the Azure universe find in the constant cycle of time and space that allowed the Azure Galaxy to survive? Suyu didn't know. However, Suyu knew what variables the Azure Galaxy had now. That was himself. Suyu had a professional panel and a space-time mechanic, which was the biggest variable. If he really completed the inauguration of the space-time mechanic, he would be able to control time and space and break the space-time cycle of the Azure Galaxy. It should be easy. However, the ritual of the space-time mechanic was far from complete. Suyu had no idea about the creation of the creation machine, not to mention that even if the creation machine was completed, there would be subsequent steps in the ritual. Originally, Suyu was going to leave the Azure Galaxy first, collect resources and knowledge, slowly study the creation machine, and finally come back to settle accounts with Qi Chen. But now it seems that it is not feasible. At least we need to research the creation machine to achieve certain results in order to break this time and space cycle. But how to research? Suyu is really in the dark. Although he has done some research on the power of time and space, there is the time mechanic for the power of time. For the power of space, there is the materialization power of the god of numbers mechanic. They are all fifth-level powers. But even if he uses the god of numbers mechanic to create a perfect materialization space, it is not a creation. After all, it is a false materialization space, not a real one, not a truly independent universe. However, Suyu does not know what is a truly independent universe. At this moment, Chi-Chen's voice suddenly sounded. Suyu, I advise you to give up the meaningless attempt. You can't get out of the Azure Galaxy. Even I can't get out, let alone you. Unless you complete the creation machine and revive the Azure universe, you will be trapped here with me forever. Chi-Chen's voice was accompanied by a faint smile, as if he was mocking Suyu's overestimation of his own abilities. He did not show up, but his voice appeared in Suyu's ears out of thin air, and he didn't know how it worked. In Chi-Chen's view, as long as Suyu did not leave the cycle of reincarnation, he would always be under his control. This endless cycle of reincarnation is enough for him to control everything. Facing Chi-Chen's tone of everything being under control, Suyu looked cold and did not respond. He used his mental power and holographic perception to scan with all his strength, trying to find Chi-Chen's trace. The creation machine has no inspiration for the time being, so why not find Chi-Chen first and see where this guy is hiding? However, no matter how Suyu looked for it, there was no clue. Chi-Chen seemed to have never existed. Even when Suyu used the power of time to search in the past and future, he could not find Chi-Chen. He used the Star Tower to scan, but there was no information about Chi-Chen. Is it really another independent time and space? What is the principle? Suyu had previously guessed that there were other parallel time and space in the Azure Galaxy. But at that time, Suyu was in a hurry to leave the Azure Galaxy, and did not investigate further, but now he had to investigate further. Suyu could not detect this parallel time and space, and it seemed that even the timeline was independent. Suyu used the power of time, and could not see any information in another time and space. However, Chi-Chen tried to invade Suyu in another time and space before, but was detected by Suyu's body, which shows that this time and space isolation can still be broken. Unfortunately, Chi-Chen never took action against Suyu in other time and space after that, and Suyu lost his sense. Parallel time and space. It seems that there are also blue stars, humans, and even another me in those parallel time and space. What is the principle? What is the relationship with time and space reincarnation? Suyu searched for Chi-Chen's traces while thinking quickly. According to the time and space reincarnation model established by Suyu before, there should be no so-called parallel time and space. Each reincarnation is continuous, and after one reincarnation ends, it will be followed by the next reincarnation. But now it seems that this is not the case. Each reincarnation seems to be independent of each other, rather than a continuous relationship, which forms the so-called parallel time and space. But thinking carefully, it seems a little wrong. How do these parallel time and space reincarnate? Where is the origin of the previous time and space in this reincarnation? Does each parallel time and space have a different origin of time and space? Suyu exerted his thinking power to the extreme, but he could not establish a complete reincarnation model. Heiji's thinking would bring more questions. The existence of parallel time and space is difficult to explain. After some thinking, Suyu could only give up helplessly. There is too little information, and it is difficult to imagine the truth. But Suyu gave up thinking, but it did not mean giving up trying. He looked around and suddenly activated his own ability. Data is true. Under the data reality, the cosmic void in front of him turned into nothingness data. Various underlying cosmic rules were also viewed intuitively by Suyu in the form of data. Some of these cosmic rules were even difficult for Suyu to understand, but it did not prevent Suyu from adjusting the values of these rules. After Suyu's adjustment, the values of these cosmic rules immediately became messy. They were originally coordinated, but began to become chaotic, collapsed, and disintegrated. In front of Suyu, a space black hole appeared out of thin air and began to expand around him. This space black hole is the void caused by the collapse of the underlying rules of the universe, and the non-existence of time and space. This is the ultimate move of the digital god mechanic, data collapse. Suyu used this move before to force Chi-Chen out. Now, Suyu suddenly used this move, but there was no target in front of him, and Chi-Chen didn't know where he was. This attack could only attack this space meaninglessly. But what Suyu wanted to attack was this space. In front of Suyu, the space black hole silently expanded. At first, it was only as big as a human head, but as Suyu added power, it soon expanded to a diameter of 1 meter, then 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In a short time, the space black hole caused by the data collapse has expanded to a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, comparable to an asteroid. As the space black hole grows larger, its expansion speed is getting faster and faster. After a while, it has expanded to a diameter of 2,000 kilometers. Suyu continued to add power, but a mere 2,000 kilometers was not enough. He wanted to destroy this space. Destroy the entire blue galaxy. Suyu wanted to study the creation machine, wanted to find the secrets of time and space reincarnation and parallel time and space, but it was basically impossible to study it by just guessing. So Suyu made a decisive decision. If creation doesn't work, then destruction will happen. Destroying the entire Azure Galaxy should allow some useful data to be observed. If you don't know the internal structure and principle of a thing, the simplest way is to smash it, dismantle it, and destroy it, so that you can analyze and study it. Of course, such destructive research is basically a one-time thing. If it fails, there is no hope at all. If something is smashed and the principle is unknown, then there is no way to put it back together. But anyway, the entire Azure Galaxy is in reincarnation, and destruction will restart, so Suyu acted recklessly, and without hesitation. If it doesn't work once, there is still room for further destruction. The Azure Star, and its population have been collected by him, and are very safe. Boom! At this time, as Suyu continued to increase his strength, the space black hole caused by the data collapse has expanded to the same size as the Azure Star. At this scale, its expansion speed is already amazingly fast. The chain reaction caused by the data collapse does not need Suyu to maintain it at all, and it will expand to the surrounding areas autonomously. Not to mention, Suyu has been using the power of the digital god mechanic to speed up the collapse. Such a violent and rapid collapse of space and time caused strong spatial fluctuations, that is, gravitational waves. These spatial fluctuations even formed a rumbling sound in Suyu's ears, like thunder. This is a sound that only he can hear. Ordinary extraordinary people will be crushed by this powerful gravitational fluctuation in an instant, but in front of Suyu, it is just some thunder. This is the wail of the world's destruction. Not bad. Suyu looked at the huge black hole he created with his own hands, and nodded with satisfaction. Data collapse is not Suyu's strongest move at this time, but it is the only one that can destroy the world. This kind of destruction is very thorough. Even the most fundamental time and space will collapse and destroy under this power. No matter how strong other powers are, they are at most targeted at specific matter and energy. For example, breaking a planet into pieces, or even into elementary particles is also a real destruction. But it is far less thorough than data collapse. Using the power of data collapse, as long as there is enough time, destroying the universe is not to say, destroying a galaxy is still easy. Suyu wants to see what will happen when this destructive black hole expands to the edge of the blue galaxy. Stop! What are you doing? At this time, Chi-Chin, who was hiding somewhere, spoke again. This time, Chi-Chin was no longer as calm as before, and his tone was urgent and angry. Suyu had expected Chi-Chin's appearance. The last time Chi-Chin appeared was because Suyu used data collapse. It can be seen that Chi-Chin is very concerned about this kind of space-time destruction move. And this time, the scale of data collapse is far greater than last time. Chi-Chin will definitely not be able to hold back. Suyu did not continue to remain silent, but replied coldly, "Can't you see? I want to destroy this galaxy." "Stop. The Azure Galaxy is the remnant of the Azure Universe. If you destroy it, it is equivalent to destroying the hope of the Azure Universe's revival. Aren't you the ultimate savior? Why do you do this? Stop." Chi-Chen's tone became even more shocked and angry. But Suyu ignored him again, and concentrated on urging the data collapse in order to include the entire Azure Galaxy as soon as possible. At this time, the diameter of the black hole, where the data collapsed, expanded 10 times. However, there is still a big gap from Suyu's requirements. The blockade of the entire Azure Galaxy is multi-layered. The first layer is Zhang Qinfeng's creation in the orbit of the planet, more than 1,000 kilometers away from the ground. The second layer is 10 million kilometers outside the planet. The first time Suyu left the atmosphere, he used the power of time to peek into the future. As a result, the future disappeared only 10 million kilometers away from the Azure Star. However, Suyu flew many times just now, but did not find the second layer of blockade. It is estimated that it is useless for him, who flies at superluminal speed. It may also be because the Azure Star has been collected, and this blockade has no basis. The third layer is 2 billion kilometers away, and it directly returned to the original place because of reincarnation. If Suyu wants to destroy the Azure Galaxy, he must at least expand the scope of data collapse to 2 billion kilometers in diameter. This is really a big project. Not to mention, Suyu suspects that there are other blockades outside the third layer. After all, the entire Azure Galaxy if we look at it according to the gravitational range of the stars in the Azure galaxy, is probably 1 light-year in diameter. That would be even more troublesome, and I don't know how long it would take. But Suyu was determined. Even if it was 1 light-year in diameter, he would destroy it. In this way, Suyu kept using data collapse to accelerate the space black hole. Soon, the diameter of this thing was comparable to a star-level space black hole. How spectacular! In front of this thing, Suyu was not even an ant. But such a spectacular thing was created by Suyu himself. Looking at this terrifying space black hole, Suyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, sighing that he is so powerful now. However, before he could stay for too long, he suddenly felt a hint of danger. Not good. Suyu quickly retreated away from the space black hole. Sure enough, the space he had just left had been swallowed by the space black hole. If Suyu had run slower, he might have been swallowed. It's terrible. Although this space black hole was created by Suyu, it is now completely out of control, and does not need Suyu to maintain it. It is also expanding at a high speed, and even Suyu finds it difficult to resist its power. If Suyu is sucked into it, he will die. Just like humans can kill themselves after creating weapons, this space black hole is a weapon created by Suyu to destroy the world. It can destroy the world, and it can also destroy Suyu. But Suyu doesn't care. Anyway, he has the real immortal evil god. He even wants to try. After the destruction of time and space, how can the evil god not die? Where is the resurrection again? Suyu did not leave the space black hole too far, and stayed carefully beside the space black hole, carefully observing its various data. He created a space black hole to destroy time and space in order to observe data. Although it is still far from the real destruction, some things can be observed. So that's it. The underlying rules of the universe that I saw with the data before are not complete. The collapse of data does not mean that all rules have collapsed. But now, with the expansion of the space black hole, more rules are included in it. Some rules are even beyond my reach and observation, but these rules are also collapsing at this time. So the power of the collapse is getting stronger and stronger, and I can hardly resist it. These hidden rules of the universe and time and space may be the key to the creation machine. Destructive research is really useful. Suyu became more and more excited as he looked at it. At this time, Chi-Chen's voice came out faintly. I understand, you are not the ultimate savior at all. You are the destroyer. Chapter 532. In Chi-Chen's opinion, what Suyu did at this time was not something a savior could do. Just like Song Ming, this savior would only awaken different powers of salvation according to various situations. These powers were used to save the world, not to destroy it. But now, Suyu is using his power to destroy the world. So Chi-Chen called him the destroyer. Suyu smiled when he heard this. Then Suyu's mind changed, and he said casually, you guessed it right, I am the destroyer. If there are saviors, there will naturally be destroyers. The blue universe should have been completely destroyed, but now it can survive, which is not in line with its original destiny. So I was born by destiny to hunt down this universe. Suyu was obviously talking nonsense, and the idea of hunting down the universe was completely made up. After hearing this, Chi-Chen seemed to believe it. So that's it. So that's it. I knew it was not easy for a dead universe to be resurrected. So, even if you have experienced death, as long as you are not completely dead, there will still be destroyers like you to hunt you down. Chi-Chen muttered to himself, and Suyu wanted to laugh. At this time, Chi-Chen continued, however, the savior is born from the universe's instinct to save itself. How did you, the destroyer, come into being? Suyu did not answer. After all, he made all this up. How did he know how the so-called destroyer was born? Chi-Chen saw that Suyu did not answer, and continued to talk to himself. Could it be that there is a common order and rules between different universes? This rule determines the birth and death of the universe? Suyu, are you the product of this rule? Am I really destined to be destroyed and die? No. I must be resurrected. Suyu still did not answer him, letting him think wildly. However, some of the words revealed by Chi-Chen just now were captured by Suyu's keenness. Chi-Chen just said me. Suyu thought to himself. Whether saving the world or destroying the world, it is aimed at the blue universe, not a specific person. But Chi-Chen just said, am I really destined to be destroyed? Who does this I refer to? It seems that Chi-Chen is no longer the original him. He is no longer Zhang Chifeng, nor is he the dark side of Zhang Chifeng, but the remaining will of the blue universe. After his death, he is merged with the blue universe? Or, was he absorbed by the blue universe? No wonder, he is a little abnormal. So you guessed that Chi-Chen is now the will of the blue universe. The blue universe may not have self-awareness, only some instincts. But this universe has now found a brain for itself, an organ for thinking. Chi-Chen is such an organ. At this time, Suyu confirmed what was against him and fighting him before. It was not the dark side left after Zhang Qinfeng's death, but the will of the blue universe. No wonder this guy is so elusive that Suyu can't find him. Strictly speaking, Chi-Chen is the blue universe, the blue galaxy. And now Suyu is in the blue galaxy, which is equivalent to being in Chi-Chen's body, so naturally he can't be found. It's not that Suyu really couldn't find him, but Chi-Chen was everywhere. Azure Star, the vacuum of the universe, and even the subspace, all are Chi-Chen's body. However, Chi-Chen's control over this body may not be too strong. Otherwise, when Suyu was hiding in the deep subspace before, Chi-Chen would have found him long ago. This is normal. With such a large body, a space-time of 1 billion kilometers, or even close to the diameter of a light year, Chi-Chen's will cannot be fully controlled. This thinking organ is still a little weak after all. Even if Chi-Chen was a 5th-level strongman when he was alive, he was still too weak. How can the will of the universe be so easy? So, I am destroying his body now? Destroying his flesh and blood? No wonder he was so anxious just now. Suyu laughed in his heart. At the same time, he continued to observe the underlying rules of the universe exposed in the black hole of space. These rules are very secretive, and even if Suyu uses real data, he can't see them. However, under the power of the black hole in space, those rules also appeared and were directly exposed in front of Suyu, allowing him to observe. It was like a sophisticated mechanical creation. After it was disassembled, various parts were exposed. The more Suyu looked, the more amazed he was. Before, the rules of the universe that Suyu saw were only the basic speed of light, gravity, space curvature, relativity rules, quantum fluctuations, etc., and he could also see a small amount of time, cause and effect rules. Now, what he saw were some hidden rules involving a deeper level. Those rules were not even named by Suyu, but they revealed the basic composition of the universe. Just like the matter in the universe, from a macroscopic point of view, there are 3 states of solid, liquid and gas. When entering the microscopic level, there are crystal structures, molecular structures, etc., and at a microscopic level, you can see atomic structures, elementary particles, etc. The deeper you go, the more you see the truth. Now Suyu is using the underlying rules exposed when the space black hole destroys the world to deconstruct the universe and restore the truth of the universe, thus providing theoretical support for his research on the creation machine. At this time, with the development of time, the diameter of the space black hole, which is already comparable to a star, has doubled, and the attraction it exudes is even stronger than that of a star. So everything in the entire blue galaxy began to be attracted by this space black hole, including the remaining planets, and even that star. At this time, Chi-Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Enough. Boom! A boundless big hand fell from the sky, and grabbed the huge space black hole. That space black hole is already bigger than the entire star, but this big hand is even bigger. The big hand is not made of ordinary matter or energy, but is formed by distorted space. It looks invisible, and can only be seen under the illumination of the starlight. This is Chi-Chen's move. Sure enough, Chi-Chen uses the entire blue galaxy as his body, and these cosmic voids are his flesh and blood. Suyu was amazed when he saw this incredibly big hand, and at the same time, he was more certain of his previous guess that Chi-Chen is the will of the blue universe. But after being amazed, Suyu turned into a sneer. What's the use of just being big? Seeing that the space hand has already wrapped the entire space black hole, Suyu didn't care. After the big hand wrapped the space black hole, it clenched it violently. The clenching of the big hand is not the conventional clenching. Instead, it increases the curvature of space infinitely, compresses space, and isolates this space black hole from the surrounding space and time. Suyu saw that after the big hand was clenched, it became smaller and smaller. From the beginning, it was larger than a star, and soon shrank to the size of a planet, and then continued to shrink. If it continues to compress like this, it should be able to be compressed to a point with no volume, and completely disappear from the blue galaxy. However, before that step, black spots began to appear on the big hand. This big hand is also part of space and time, and it is not immune to collapse. Suyu nodded secretly. He had expected this result. On the big hand, those black spots expanded rapidly, and in a short time, they had occupied the entire palm. Suyu saw this and retreated silently. A moment later, boom, the big hand completely collapsed, and the extremely compressed space black hole suddenly rebounded and expanded, not only restoring its original size, but also taking advantage of the rebound momentum. It became several times larger. If Suyu hadn't seen the opportunity quickly, he would have been swallowed by this thing. The space black hole, which had grown several times larger, emitted an even greater attraction. Boom! The remaining planets and a star in the entire blue galaxy were all affected by this powerful attraction and flew towards the space black hole. As they flew, they revolved around the space black hole. The space black hole at this time was the core of this galaxy. Damn it! Why is this happening? Suyu, you go to hell. Stop it, you damn thing. Chi-Chin saw that the space hand's plan to seal the black hole had failed, and he immediately cursed angrily. He obviously didn't know the truth about the digital god mechanic, and didn't know about the powerful ability of data truth. Suyu heard this, and immediately knew that Chi-Chin had no other options. The incredibly large spatial hand just now should be his full strength. Although Chi-Chin is the will of the Azure universe, he is a dead man himself, and the Azure universe is also a dead universe, so the power he can exert is limited. Facing Suyu's world-destroying move, it seems that there is no way out. Suyu heard Chi-Chin's angry curse, but he didn't get angry but laughed. This kind of incompetent and furious curse can only prove his incompetence. TSK, so angry, the original Zhang Chifeng should not be like this. So this is the character of the blue universe? But the temper of this universe seems not very good. But he is the will of the universe, and it cannot be judged by human standards. Maybe he is the kind of person with a good temper in the universe. Suyu was still analyzing in his mind whether this guy who was angry at this time was Zhang Chifeng's character or the will of the blue universe. At this time, Chi-Chin calmed down and said coldly, "What kind of power is this? When I first saw it before, it was not so strong. I didn't expect it to develop to this extent. Why can a mere 5th level use such a world-destroying ability?" Suyu heard this and replied casually, "This is the world-destroying power I awakened." "How about it? How does it feel?" Suyu naturally would not tell Chi-Chin the truth about the digital god mechanic. If Chi-Chin was told that the digital god mechanic was not actually a 5th level profession, but a 4th level profession, I wonder if he would believe it. But then again, the digital god mechanic is indeed powerful, worthy of the word god. The newly unlocked professions on the profession panel are really stronger than one another. Chi-Chin was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said coldly, "Yes, it is indeed very strong." Suyu felt that his tone was a little wrong and asked, "What do you want to do?" Chi-Chin was silent, not knowing what he was planning. At this time, all the remaining planets in the entire blue galaxy were rapidly approaching the space black hole, and were about to fall into the black hole while rotating. The picture looked very spectacular. If all these planets fell in, there would be no macroscopic matter in the entire galaxy, only the vacuum of the universe. Boom! 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 The sound of gravitational wave vibration roared in Suyu's ears. It was a planet that fell into the space black hole one after another. When those planets fell into the black hole, it was like throwing a huge rock into the water, stirring up a huge splash, allowing Suyu to see more of the underlying rules of the universe. Suyu stared intently. He knew that Chi-Chin must be planning something. Before Chi-Chin took action, he must collect as much data as possible. At this time, the space black hole had expanded to 100 times the diameter of the star, and it was so large that it was impossible to see the edge at a glance. Huge planets and even stars seemed very small in front of it, not to mention Suyu next to it. Boom! Finally, several planets had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the most massive star, and the last one fell into the space black hole. Stars occupy more than 99% of the mass of the entire blue galaxy. When it falls into the space black hole, the splash it stirs up is particularly strong. In this short moment, it was like a strong wind blowing away the fog, allowing Suyu to instantly see a lot of the underlying rules of the universe. So that's it. Suyu was surprised and was about to see more, but suddenly felt something was wrong. A huge sense of crisis surged in his heart. Not good. Suyu didn't care to observe the underlying rules of the universe in the black hole of space, but looked around vigilantly. He felt that Chi-Chen's long-planned plan was about to be implemented. Death! Chi-Chen's light shout came from the void. In Suyu's heart, the sense of crisis has reached the limit. The power of death that he had experienced once before came again, but this time, it was 1,000 times stronger than the last time. The endless, omnipresent death surged towards Suyu. However, this time Suyu's strength has also increased by an unknown amount, so when facing death, Suyu was not killed instantly like last time, but instead mobilized all his strength to resist. Although this death force is strong, it can't completely corrode Suyu. At least Suyu feels that he can hold on for 10 or 8 years. Suyu still has a feeling of that's it in his heart. If this is Chi-Chen's trump card, it's nothing at all. Not to mention 10 or 8 years, at most a few months, Suyu can destroy the Azure Galaxy. However, this can't explain the sense of crisis in Suyu's heart. That sense of crisis is too strong, and it seems that he will face real death. Death that the evil god can't save. There must be a problem, Suyu said in his heart, and he observed and analyzed with all his strength. Soon he found that even the surrounding cosmic vacuum was dying at this time. The cosmic vacuum after death exposed the dead black, which was the same color as the space black hole. And the spread speed of this death was faster than the space black hole swallowing. What do you mean? Chi-Chin is going to do it himself and destroy the Azure Galaxy. Chapter 533. Suyu could destroy the entire Azure Galaxy soon, but Chi-Chin took the initiative. Is this a restart? A new reincarnation? After a moment, Suyu figured out the secret. Chi-Chin saw that the Azure Galaxy would soon be destroyed by Suyu, so he took the initiative to destroy the Azure Galaxy. Then, he would start the next reincarnation, and naturally, he would be able to restore the Azure Galaxy. But this still couldn't explain the sense of crisis in Suyu's heart. If the Azure Galaxy restarts, it would be a good thing for Suyu, just in time to destroy it again, so as to observe more data. Anyway, Suyu has the immortal evil god, and the destruction of the Azure Galaxy will not hurt him. Unless Chi-Chin doesn't plan to restart after destroying the Azure Galaxy, and let the Azure Galaxy fall into complete death. In this case, without the support of the universe and time and space, no matter how immortal the evil god is, I can only die with him. This is the source of the sense of crisis. Suyu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he figured out the source of the danger. Normally, as long as the Azure Galaxy still exists, Suyu can be resurrected through the immortal evil god. But what if Chi-Chin ends his reincarnation and does not restart? What will the entire Azure Galaxy look like then? Suyu does not know. Anyway, it will not be Suyu who is resurrected outside the Azure Galaxy, otherwise where does this sense of crisis come from? It is estimated that Suyu cannot be resurrected either. After all, his resurrection requires at least the support of time and space, even a strange place like the deep subspace. Although the deep subspace is said to be a place where time and space do not exist, it can actually rely on the essence of the fifth level to open up a small space, and time there to supply its own survival. But if even the deep subspace no longer exists, then Suyu really has no soil for him to survive, and he really cannot be resurrected, and he will die completely. It seems that Chi-Chin is really anxious, Suyu said in his heart. Facing the crisis of life and death, Suyu was not impatient, but felt that Chi-Chin was anxious. Chi-Chin has been committed to reviving the Blue Universe, and his reincarnations are all for this goal. But now, Chi-Chin was forced by Suyu to actively close the reincarnation and not restart it. This must have a certain price, even a heavy price, otherwise Chi-Chin would not have delayed until now. But this move is indeed cruel, enough to really kill Suyu. At this time, Chi-Chen's gloomy voice sounded in Suyu's ears again. Suyu, you will go to the world of death with the Azure Galaxy. Your death is enough to make up for all my losses. Suyu just smiled slightly when he heard this and asked, I am curious, what is the difference between the so-called death and being destroyed by a space black hole? Chi-Chen did not answer, and the invasion of death became more and more violent, leaving Suyu with little time. But Suyu was still not in a hurry, while taking the time to observe the space black hole to collect data, while thinking calmly. He was thinking, what exactly is the world of death that Chi-Chen called? Why can Chi-Chen appear again when he is obviously dead and not resurrected? Why is Chi-Chen in a hurry to activate death, since everything can be restarted? Then no matter how Suyu activates the data collapse, it will all come back after restarting once. So why is he in a hurry? Unless the destruction caused by data collapse is fundamentally different from death. Destruction caused by data collapse may be a kind of essential destruction, which is difficult to recover even if it is restarted, so Chi-Chen is so anxious. So what is the difference between the two? Suyu just asked Chi-Chen this question, but Chi-Chen did not answer. It seems that this question is very critical, and may involve the deepest secret of the reincarnation of time and space in the Azure Galaxy. Suyu also has a vague feeling that as long as he understands this secret, it will be of great help to his development of the creation machine. If you want to understand this secret, you must try it yourself, and see it with your own eyes. Suyu stood quietly in the vacuum of the universe, with a space black hole in front of him and Chi-Chen's death behind him. He resisted these two terrifying forces at the same time, motionless, and seemed to be able to hold on until the end of time. But after a while, the entire Azure Galaxy will no longer exist. Suyu will lose the foundation of his existence, and will eventually fall into destruction. But Suyu was waiting for that moment. According to his calculations, at the moment of the destruction of the Azure Galaxy, without the cover of time and space, all kinds of hidden underlying rules of the universe will be exposed, and a little secret about reincarnation will be leaked. As long as he seizes the opportunity at that moment, he can turn the tables. Time passed by minute, and everything in the entire Azure Galaxy was basically swallowed up by the space black hole and death. All the planets, even time and space, disappeared, leaving only absolute nothingness and absolute silence. This is more complete nothingness than the power of nothingness. The power of nothingness is essentially a kind of energy, but the current Azure Galaxy has no energy, no time and space. The blue galaxy will be completely destroyed if there is only one last bit left. This last bit is the space where Suyu lives. This is the real nothingness. Suyu looked at the nothingness around him, and he realized something in his heart. His nothingness walker level has been upgraded by more than 10 levels. Theoretically, when the ability of the nothingness walker is developed to the extreme, he can walk and survive in the absolute nothingness after death in this time and space. To reach that level, I am afraid that I need to return all my will to nothingness, which is not much different from death. If Suyu's nothingness walker reaches the maximum level and unlocks the core expertise, it is possible to achieve that level while retaining his own will, but now it is still a long way from the maximum level, and it is impossible to do it at all. So Suyu still needs to maintain the time and space he is in to make himself exist. Suyu, don't resist. You will definitely die today, so you might as well accept it calmly. Chi Chen's gloomy voice came again, and he resumed the tone of everything being under control. Hearing this, Suyu turned around and looked around, but still did not see any trace of Chi Chen. Then he smiled and said, okay. After that, Suyu did what he said, and actually withdrew his defense, allowing Chi Chen's death, the space black hole of data collapse, to swallow him up. This is equivalent to suicide. Chi Chen did not expect that Suyu would be so free and easy, and actually accept death so calmly. Originally, Chi Chen expected that Suyu would resist to the end, and then Chi Chen would take the opportunity to mock him and vent his anger. However, Suyu said he would die without hesitation. This made him a little confused. Did Suyu really not want to live? Impossible. Suyu is extremely cunning. There must be a conspiracy. Chi Chen was alert in his heart. He didn't believe that Suyu died just like that. At this time, Suyu's body had been completely swallowed by death and darkness, and the time and space he was in was also annihilated. The last remaining time and space of the Azure Galaxy also disappeared completely, and the entire Azure Galaxy was completely destroyed. Suyu did not appear again, as if he died with the destruction of the Azure Galaxy. The Azure Galaxy did not restart. Everything was still dead, as if it would disappear from now on. And Chi Chen's will was still active in this absolute dead silence. He was looking for Suyu's traces. He still didn't believe that Suyu was really dead. However, no matter how he looked, he couldn't find Suyu. In the end, Chi Chen could only think that Suyu was really dead. Could it be that Suyu really didn't want to live? It seems that you are really different from the tyrannical thing that was afraid of death, Chi Chen said secretly in his heart. Then, he waited quietly. At this time, the Azure Galaxy had been completely destroyed, and time and space no longer existed, but Chi Chen still had some kind of timekeeping method. He had to wait for a year, and use a year to eliminate all hidden dangers. Whether Suyu was really dead or fake dead, a year would definitely make him die completely. The reason why he didn't wait any longer was because he couldn't wait too long. The longer he delayed, the greater the damage to the Azure universe. If he died too long, he would really die and could never be resurrected. So a year later, Suyu still didn't appear again. It seemed that he was really dead. Chi Chen decided to restart the reincarnation. In the absolute silence and nothingness, space, time, light, stars, planets, Azure Star, human civilization, subspace, psychic energy. Everything returned to the past. But Chi Chen found something wrong. Where is Suyu? In the last reincarnation, Suyu was dead and should be attributed to death. When the reincarnation is restarted, he should appear on Azure Star again. After being pulled out of death by the reincarnation, Suyu can no longer escape from Chi Chen's control and can only let him manipulate him. Even when the reincarnation is opened, Chi Chen can modify Suyu's thinking memory and even fate to a certain extent. This is Chi Chen's plan. Whether Suyu is the savior or the destroyer, as long as he controls this power in his hands, it makes no difference. However, no, on Azure Star, there is no trace of Suyu at all. Could it be that Suyu is not dead at all? Chi Chen was shocked and angry, and thought of a possibility. Only if Suyu is alive can we explain why Suyu is not on the Azure Star, and has not restarted with the reincarnation. Possibly, how is it possible? How could Suyu survive such an absolute death? Chi-Chin himself died, and could only appear again with the help of the Azure Universe, let alone Suyu? Moreover, even if Suyu really has a way to escape the absolute death and nothingness, where did he go? So where is Suyu at this moment? The answer is the creation machine. That's right. At the moment when the Azure Galaxy was destroyed, Suyu created the creation machine. Time goes back to the moment before the destruction of the Azure Galaxy. At that moment, Suyu saw a lot of scenes that he had never seen before, saw the underlying rules of the universe, and saw the world after death. Is this death? Suyu understood in his heart. At this moment, Suyu was about to return to the real death. Even if the evil god was immortal, even the prompts on the career panel could not wake him up. It was because this death was so thorough that Suyu understood some truths that he didn't understand before. That is, death. What exactly is it? The career panel had told Suyu before that death is just a state. Even if Suyu died, the career panel would be bound to him. Later, the function of the career panel also confirmed this. Even if Suyu died, he could use the prompts of the career panel to wake up and realize the true immortality of the evil god. And the appearance of Chi-Chin also proved this theory. Chi-Chin has always been a dead man, but he can make trouble everywhere. But Suyu has never understood the principle. What does death mean to be just a state? Now, Suyu understands. It turns out that no matter how dead you are, your own information still exists. No matter how thoroughly a person dies, even if everything in the past, present, and future timelines is erased and annihilated, no one can find any information about him, and the dead cannot die again. However, from a higher perspective, such as the perspective of the universe, this person existed, he was once a part of the universe, and his information was recorded by the universe. This cannot be changed or erased. Death only changes the person's information from an active state to a dead state. As long as the conditions are met, this state can be reversed, and the information of this person can be turned from dead to active. If the universe is regarded as a living being, then information is the memory of the universe. The death of a living being is just a temporary forget for the universe, and it will reappear as long as it is recalled. However, the memory of the universe is not a false fantasy, but real matter, energy, time, and space. The memory of the universe is the real restart of the universe, and the reproduction of time and space. This theory can be applied to almost everything, even the universe itself. The so-called reincarnation of the blue galaxy is the application of this principle. You only need to call up all the information that the universe has recorded to reproduce everything before. If the universe is completely destroyed, all the information in the universe will return to one point, which is the so-called origin of time and space, and finally give birth to a new universe. However, the blue galaxy is unwilling to die, so it has crazy memories before death, and keeps reincarnating. Finally, it found the variable and survived to this day. Previously, the data collapse and space black hole created by Suyu would disrupt the information. If the information is completely disrupted, it cannot be reproduced, which is equivalent to real destruction. That's why Chi-Chin was so anxious before. I see. At this time, Suyu was returning to the state of death, and the information was being recycled by the blue universe, so he could understand all this. But it was useless to understand. When Suyu's information died, he would probably forget everything when he was activated next time. Although the information, from the perspective of the universe, is definitely different from the data that the god of numbers mechanic is good at, Suyu believes that information and data can definitely be modified. When Suyu's information is resurrected in the next reincarnation, who knows what Chi-Chin will change his thinking memory to. So, my information cannot be returned to the blue universe, so create an independent universe by myself. Creation Machine. Chapter 534. Just before Suyu was about to be swallowed by death, he successfully created the creation machine. In Suyu's materialization space, the creation machine that he had just materialized using the blueprint was silently suspended. Strictly speaking, this is not a real creation machine, but Suyu conceived the blueprint in his mind, and then used the materialization ability of the digital god mechanic to materialize a fake creation machine. Previously, Suyu had obtained a lot of design inspiration for the creation machine by observing the rules of the universe and collecting data. Finally, at the moment of the destruction of the Azure Galaxy, Suyu saw more and deeper rules. At that moment, Suyu truly completed the blueprint of the creation machine, and with the powerful materialization power of the digital god mechanic, for Suyu, as long as there is a blueprint, it is basically equivalent to having a finished product. The materialization ability is so convenient. Although the materialized creation is definitely a huge gap in performance compared to the real finished product. Especially for an incredible creation like the creation machine, it is definitely impossible to achieve true creation just by materializing it. But it is not a problem to use it temporarily, and it can also be used to test whether there is any problem with the blueprint. And there is no problem with the blueprint set by Suyu. So at the last moment, Suyu materialized the creation machine. The creation machine is made of some unknown metal-like material. It keeps switching between the two states of entity and nothingness, showing some kind of paradoxical characteristics. Its appearance is a four-dimensional hypercube. In three-dimensional space, its complete form cannot be observed, and only its constantly changing three-dimensional projection can be seen. On each side of its projection, various complex mathematical symbols are inlaid. Suyu recorded the underlying rules of the universe that he had observed before on it. As time goes by, these rules are constantly changing, and seem to be evolving and developing spontaneously. It is surrounded by 8 layers of dynamic light wheels, which are the embodiment of 8 cosmic forces, corresponding to strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, gravity, dark matter, dark energy, information entropy, and causal chain. These 8 layers of dynamic light wheels revolve around the creation machine with a special frequency and orbit. Its operating state seems to be unstable. It is changing drastically every moment. Those rules are colliding, annihilating, and merging with each other. The 8 dynamic light wheels are also devouring and transforming each other, and seem to be merging into one. In this process, the energy level of the entire creation machine is increasing rapidly, becoming more and more intense, and it seems to be about to explode and destroy at any time. However, the time of the creation machine is in a reincarnation state. Every time it runs for a certain period of time, and the energy level accumulates to the limit, the time will restart and return to the beginning. Suyu recorded all the underlying rules of the universe and the knowledge of time and space that he knew, and even added the knowledge of time reincarnation and space dimension that he only mastered. This creation machine contains almost all the knowledge of the universe rules that Suyu knows. Except for the knowledge related to the subspace, Suyu is given everything. This creation machine is essentially a simulated universe artificially created by Suyu. It has almost all the universe rules that Suyu knows, and it also operates according to the rules of the universe. However, compared with the real universe, its operation process is much more intense and very unstable. The real universe can exist for countless billions of years, but this creation machine is about to die in an instant. If it were not for the power of time to restart it continuously, it would explode in an instant. However, this instability is exactly what Suyu needs. This creation machine is essentially just like a globe, using its appearance and mechanical structure to simulate the operation of the universe, but in essence, it is completely different from the real universe. The current creation machine is just a semi-finished product. Therefore, after materializing this creation machine, Suyu immediately started the next plan, locating the origin of space and time. The origin of space and time is an indispensable component for completing the creation machine. Before, Suyu had already used the paradox to seize the origin of space and time from Chichen. However, because the origin of space and time is a real point, Suyu could not see or touch it at all, and could only stare blankly. Fortunately, the power of paradox is very powerful. Although Suyu cannot see or touch the origin of space and time, this origin has always been on Suyu. Later, Suyu obtained the method of measuring the origin of space and time from Chichen, and now is the time to use it. This method is indeed problematic. Suyu recalled the method Chichen told him to measure the origin of space and time, and shook his head secretly in his heart. The method Chichen told him was half true and half false. If Suyu believed it completely, he would be fooled and would definitely suffer a great loss. Fortunately, Suyu had already mastered a lot of knowledge about the underlying rules of the universe at this time, and had enough knowledge of the origin of space and time, so he could complete the measurement method by himself. So Suyu immediately began to measure. The origin of space and time is a point without volume and size, so it is impossible to find it in a normal way. Even if Suyu's spiritual thinking is enough to go deep into the microscopic and observe elementary particles, it is useless. If Suyu wants to find it, he needs to change the space and perform some kind of dimensionality reduction to return the three-dimensional space and time to 2 dimensions, then to 1 dimension, and then to 0 dimension. The origin of space and time is originally a 0-dimensional point. If Suyu reduces the dimension of the space where he is to 0 dimension, there will only be a point left. In this way, the origin of space and time will naturally have nowhere to hide. Chichen taught Suyu a ritual before, which can reduce the dimension of a certain area of space with the help of the special subspace, so as to find the origin of space and time. But there is a huge pit in it, that is, after the dimensionality reduction, the practitioner of this ritual will also be reduced in dimension and become a zero-dimensional point. At that time, the origin of space and time was found, and Suyu also pitted himself. Although Suyu would not die even if he was reduced to zero dimension with his strength, he would definitely be greatly restricted in a zero-dimensional state, which would make him unable to act and think normally. He might be unable to live or die, and be sealed in the zero-dimensional point, unable to move. Then Chichen would be at his mercy. So Suyu had never tried to locate the origin of time and space before, because he realized that this was a big pit. Suyu knew very little about the knowledge of space dimension. It is estimated that a 5th level or even 6th level space profession is required to access the power of space dimension. Among Suyu's professions, the painful evil god and the void walker can open up independent space, but they only use the power of pain. The nature of the power of nothingness is special, and they can open up special space, which is not a real space profession. If we ask which profession is closer to the space profession, the digital god mechanic is closer. The digital god mechanic has the ability to materialize data, which can materialize space. Data materialization requires a certain understanding of the materialized object to be successful. The deeper and more detailed the understanding, the more real the materialization. For example, to materialize a mechanical creation, you need to know its internal structure and operating principle to successfully materialize it. Otherwise, if you only materialize an appearance, you can only look at it but not use it. The same is true for materializing space. Theoretically, if Suyu has mastered all the knowledge of space, he can materialize an almost completely real space. In fact, before, the space that Suyu materialized was real enough, but he had not yet touched the dimensional field. And now, after observing the underlying rules of the universe, Suyu has now gained some knowledge about the spatial dimension. So, he can now use the materialization power of the digital god mechanic to simulate dimensionality reduction at the data level. In other words, Suyu does not directly reduce the dimension of the real space, but reduces the dimension of the materialized space. The materialized space was completely created and controlled by Suyu, so it was naturally much safer. So, at this time, Suyu's figure appeared in the materialized space. This materialized space was another independent small space that Suyu had just opened up, which was specially used for dimensionality reduction. The next moment, this independent small space, along with Suyu himself, disappeared together. It was not really disappeared, but turned into a painting. From the three-dimensional materialized space, it became a two-dimensional plane space. The two-dimensional space has no thickness, it is an infinitely thin piece of paper, so at first glance, it looks like it has disappeared. Is this what it feels like to be reduced to 2 dimensions? At this time, in the two-dimensional materialized space, Suyu also became a two-dimensional state. In this state, every cell, and even every molecule of his was expanded in 2 dimensions, and the whole person's state was extremely strange. It was like a person being crushed by a heavy object, and every cell and every molecule was crushed, and finally the person was crushed into an infinitely thin meat pie. The human form was definitely gone. Even if Suyu saw himself now, he would not recognize that this was himself. It was simply an abstract painting of flesh and blood. Ordinary extraordinary people, even 4th-level strongmen, would definitely die if they entered this state. But Suyu had adapted to this state after a little adaptation, and even tried to move his body, and found that his body functions could still function normally in this state. The 5th-level strongmen were indeed terrifying. Time was running out, and after a little adaptation, Suyu immediately started the next round of dimensional reduction. So the next moment, the dimension of the entire materialized space dropped again, and became a one-dimensional line. In fact, Suyu is not a continuous line now, but a string of characters composed of line segments, points, and line segments. It looks like Morse code. This Morse code contains all the information of Suyu. This feeling is really weird. Suyu, who also turned into a line, thought a little depressed. Even as a 5th-level strongman in this state, it is extremely uncomfortable. However, Suyu can still control this Morse code-like body and squirm a little. Then, Suyu's heart condensed and decided to start the final dimensionality reduction. 0 dimension, in fact, at this time, Suyu has become a string of points and lines. The origin of space and time, which was nowhere to be found, has also become a point in this string. If you spend time, you can find the origin of space and time among these points. However, this string contains all the information of Suyu. The amount of information is too large, and there are too many points contained. It will take a long time to find them one by one. Suyu doesn't have that time now, so he can only reduce it to zero dimension. Reducing to zero dimension, even in the concrete space, is risky. But things have come to this point, this risk must be taken. Suyu is not the timid guy of the tyrannical evil god. So, the final dimensionality reduction was opened. The one-dimensional line also disappeared. It became a point without size and volume. The concrete space, and even Suyu himself, are in this point. However, a point has no internal structure, so how can it store so much information? Suyu doesn't know. After all, he has lost his thinking ability now. A point without any internal structure obviously cannot maintain normal life activities. So Suyu lost his ability to think, which was equivalent to being sealed by himself, sealed in a zero-dimensional point. Fortunately, gain professional experience. The familiar prompt popped up out of thin air, waking Suyu from his unconscious state. Yes, it was the professional panel. This thing can operate normally even in a zero-dimensional point, and directly woke Suyu up. Before the final dimensionality reduction, Suyu had already used the power of nothingness and the power of pain to hedge in order to gain professional experience. The purpose is to use the experience prompts of the professional panel to wake himself up in zero dimension. Obviously, he succeeded. Suyu had used this trick before, and this is how the evil god is immortal. Now this time, he is just repeating the old trick. The risk is, what if the occupation panel does not work in the zero-dimensional state? Although the occupation panel can wake up even the dead, it is not life and death in the zero-dimensional state, and Suyu cannot be sure whether the occupation panel can still work. But fortunately, the occupation panel is as reliable as ever, like the strongest alarm clock in the world, which can wake Suyu up no matter what the situation is. It is incredible to the extreme. What exactly is the occupation panel? The moment Suyu just woke up, this was the first thought that came to his mind. But now, there is no time to delve into it. The key now is to find the origin of time and space. But Suyu does not need to look for it specifically. He only needs to sense it slightly to sense the location of the origin of time and space. At this time, the origin of time and space, and Suyu are both in the zero-dimensional point. This state is extremely strange and cannot be described in words. Suyu feels that he has become a point without any internal structure, but this point contains all his own information. All information, energy, and matter are compressed into a point without volume, superimposed on each other, and overlapped in position. In this extreme state, he still retains some kind of activity, allowing him to survive. At the same time, Suyu also sensed that another point containing countless information also overlapped with him. It is the origin of time and space. Chapter 535. At this time, the origin of space and time, and Suyu were in the same zero-dimensional point, so naturally there was nowhere to hide, and he easily found it. But the strange thing is that Suyu had overlapped with the origin of space and time, and they were both a point. Theoretically, they should be indistinguishable from each other, and merged into one. But Suyu could clearly distinguish each other, and did not really merge with the origin of space and time. Zero dimension is obviously a point without any internal structure, but it can distinguish you and me, as if there is space inside zero dimension. The various strange things in it are worth in-depth research. Suyu naturally would not miss the opportunity to study, and he quickly collected all kinds of data at this time. At the same time, he locked the origin of space and time with his mind, which was the most important thing. Finally found it. Suyu sensed the origin of space and time, and said to himself, "This origin of space and time is hidden inside Suyu's body. If you want to find it, you have to reduce the dimension together with yourself, which is really difficult and has to take great risks." Actually, Suyu still had one paradox left, and he could have tried to use it to find the location of the origin of space and time. However, there was only one paradox left, and it was still useful to keep it. And the last time he used the paradox to obtain the origin of space and time, he was fooled. Although he successfully obtained the origin of space and time, he could not see or touch it. Suyu naturally did not want to be fooled again. Otherwise, maybe he could use the paradox to obtain an accurate spatial coordinate, but he could not see or touch it, and he could only stare blankly. Now Suyu reduced himself to zero dimension, overlapped with the origin of space and time, and was in the same dimension. It would be safer to use mental power to accurately lock its position. At this time, Suyu not only locked the position of the origin of time and space with his mind, but also could faintly sense the large amount of cosmic information contained in the origin. Suyu even had a feeling that he could use his mental power to control and move this origin. Theoretically, the origin of time and space contains all the energy information of a universe, and it is definitely not something that Suyu can move. But an accident occurred when the Azure universe was destroyed, resulting in the incomplete origin of time and space, and the loss of most of the energy and information. Moreover, Suyu suspected that this origin of time and space at this time was not all that remained of the Azure universe, and maybe it was only a small part of the real origin of time and space. After all, there are time and space reincarnations, and parallel time and space in the Azure galaxy. Suyu estimated that there is such a time and space origin in every time and space reincarnation and parallel time and space. All the time and space origins added together are the real origin of the Azure universe. So the origin that Suyu obtained at this time is equivalent to a small part of the Azure universe, which can be said to be negligible, so Suyu can move it through mental power. Although this origin of space and time is missing too much and is not complete. But anyway, Suyu's creation machine lacks more. There is no real body, all are data materialized. Really, no one should dislike anyone, just make do with it. The next step is to merge the origin of space and time with the creation machine. Just after locking the origin of space and time, Suyu immediately activated the ability of the digital god mechanic and began to upgrade the dimension to restore the three-dimensional space from the zero-dimensional point. Suyu didn't know whether the normal space could be upgraded after the dimension reduction. However, the space he was in at this time was a virtual space that was materialized. All the parameters of the space were controlled by him, so it was not difficult to upgrade the dimension. Soon, the materialized space and Suyu in it changed from 0 dimension to 1 dimension to 2 dimensions, and 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions, and returned to normal. In this process, Suyu's body and even his thoughts and memories were greatly damaged. Just like a person who was crushed into a meat pie, if he was put back together again, would he still be alive? Suyu's dimension upgrade at this time was experiencing this process of putting it back together. Fortunately, as a strong man in the 5th level, he was strong and had strong vitality, so he could survive. In this process, Suyu always used his mental power to lock the origin of time and space. As the dimension upgrade progressed, Suyu was getting farther and farther away from the origin of time and space. This distance was not the distance in the usual sense, but the dimension gap. The origin of time and space is 0 dimension, but Suyu is in 3 dimensions, separated by several dimensions. It is too difficult to lock the 0-dimensional point in 3-dimensional space. This is equivalent to an ordinary person trying to observe microscopic particles with the naked eye, which is impossible. Even if it can be done, it will cause a huge load. Suyu almost couldn't hold on the moment he recovered the 3-dimensional space. Fortunately, he didn't need to hold on for long. He immediately summoned the creation machine in another independent materialization space. The creation machine still looks like a 4-dimensional hypercube. When designing it, Suyu has already added the power of space dimension. However, it is not a dimensional reduction, but a dimensional increase. It is to upgrade the 3-dimensional space into a 4-dimensional hypercube. After summoning this hypercube creation machine, Suyu immediately dug out the origin of space and time hidden in his body. The origin of space and time was invisible, but Suyu could lock it through mental power and move it. Then, Suyu sent the origin of space and time into the creation machine. This step was finally completed. The creation machine and the origin of space and time finally met. Only with the origin of space and time can the creation machine be regarded as a real creation machine. However, although the origin of space and time has been integrated, the creation machine does not seem to have changed at all. Dimension reduction. So Suyu started the next step and also reduced the dimension of the creation machine. In an instant, the originally unpredictable 4-dimensional hypercube creation machine turned into a pile of 3-dimensional cubes, almost filling up Suyu's side. At this time, Suyu stopped temporarily, stretched out his hand and grabbed a mechanical sphere from the void. Master, Nono is here. Emojis appeared on the surface of the sphere. It was Suyu's earliest mechanical apostle, Nono. As soon as Nono appeared, he exuded a powerful aura of the top level of the 4th order. Having followed Suyu for so long, he had the ability to advance with Suyu. It had already been promoted to the top level of the 4th order. However, it did not advance to the 5th order with Suyu. On the one hand, it was very difficult to advance to the 5th order, and it required a long period of sleep and upgrading. On the other hand, Suyu had experienced many things recently, such as the dream of the Chaos Evil God and the reincarnation of time and space. Under such circumstances, Nono's original body had long been gone. In the Chaos Evil God's dream, Nono even turned back into the original stupid machine assistant, without any power. Not long ago, as Chi-Chen launched the time reversal to restore the Azure Star to its original state, Suyu recovered Nono's body and power. Then, Suyu launched the plan, put the entire Azure star into the materialized space, and then began to destroy the Azure galaxy. In this case, there was no time for Nono to sleep and upgrade. So Suyu decided to get Nono a new and powerful body, that is, the creation machine. Nono, help me control the creation machine and become its intelligence. Suyu conveyed a thought to Nono. Yes, Master. Nolly was very excited when he heard the Master's order, without any hesitation. Its source of consciousness was controlled by Suyu and thrown into the cubes formed by the creation machine. The creation machine has powerful computing power, so it is naturally not a problem to carry Nono's consciousness. The dimensional power of the creation machine itself is enough to protect Nono's consciousness from being harmed in the dimensional reduction. After Nono settled in the creation machine, Suyu continued to reduce the dimension. Then, the pile of cubes turned into an abstract painting. Then, it turned into a line. Then, it turned into a point without any volume. However, unlike the origin of time and space, the creation machine is Suyu's creation. Even if it becomes a zero-dimensional point, Suyu still has the ability to sense it. However, this sensing ability is very weak. Nono! Suyu tried to call Nono. However, after Nono fell into zero dimension, his thinking stagnated. After all, he did not have a professional panel. Suyu shook his head slightly, and then stopped calling, but made the next plan. Now the creation machine, Nono, and the origin of space and time have all been reduced to zero dimension and stacked on top of each other. However, Suyu had the experience of reducing dimensions before, and knew that this kind of space and time stacking was not a true fusion. They were still distinct from each other, and once they were upgraded back to the next dimension, they would separate. So Suyu had to continue reducing dimensions. However, now they are already zero-dimensional points. How can they continue to reduce? This is the real key that Suyu realized when the blue galaxy was destroyed. After the origin of space and time is zero-dimensional, it continues to reduce dimensions, and even the point is gone, but it is truly nothing. That is also what Chichen calls death. When a universe is destroyed, all energy information collapses into the origin of space and time. Then, the origin of space and time will continue to collapse and become truly nothing. In this state, all information will be integrated and become the nutrients for the birth of a new universe, and then explode, and a new universe is born. Now, Suyu is reproducing this process. Let the creation machine, Nono, and the origin of time and space all return to nothingness, and then reproduce the true creation of the universe. So, in the next moment, in Suyu's perception, the creation machine disappeared, the origin of time and space disappeared, and Nono also disappeared. It's complicated to say all this, but in fact, it was all what Suyu did in the moment before his death, when the blue galaxy was destroyed. Suyu's speed has long surpassed the speed of light, and with the power of time, he can do many things in a moment. However, no matter how fast he is, when he completes all this, his life has come to an end. The Azure galaxy was destroyed. Time and space do not exist, nor do subspaces. There is nothing that can carry Suyu. He will only die and return to nothingness. Not only that, the Azure star in his materialized space, and the 400 million people on the planet will die with him. And Suyu just worked hard to reduce the dimension of the creation machine, but in the end it seemed to be useless. It seems that the creation machine, Nono, and the origin of time and space were all lost and disappeared. Then, Suyu also disappeared. He was swallowed by death and really died. Theoretically, Suyu's information has been recorded by the Azure universe, and he will be resurrected after the next reincarnation. In this process, Chichen will inevitably intervene and make various modifications and adjustments to Suyu's information. At that time, Suyu might even forget his last name. However, a year later, when Chichen restarted the Azure galaxy again, he was shocked to find that Suyu had not resurrected. The reason was simple. After Suyu died, his information was not absorbed and recorded by the Azure universe, but was absorbed by the creation machine. The creation machine was not lost, but succeeded. When Suyu reduced the zero dimension of the creation machine to nothingness, he had completed this incredible machine. Then, driven by the preset program, this machine began to create the world, based on the origin of time and space, and constructed with the various information, knowledge, and rules it records. A new universe was created in nothingness. The new universe is different from the materialized space. The materialized space is essentially rooted in the real universe, and is part of the real universe. The new universe is completely independent. Time, space, cause and effect, dimension. Everything is independent and brand new. So Suyu lost the sense of the creation machine at that moment. Because no matter how strong Suyu is, he can't sense the information of another universe, which is far beyond his ability. In this case, Suyu can't judge whether the plan is successful or failed, but Suyu has no doubts. He firmly believes that he must have succeeded and the creation machine must be completed. This is not blind self-confidence, but based on trust in the knowledge, technology, and ability he has mastered. If he doesn't even trust his own knowledge and technology, what else can he trust? Therefore, after completing the creation machine, Suyu chose to die without hesitation, allowing Qi-Chen's death to devour him. Originally, the Azure Galaxy was destroyed, and after Suyu died, there was no time and space to carry him, and even the evil god could not revive him. But now, with the creation machine, according to the preset program, after Suyu dies, he will be resurrected in the universe created by the creation machine. The premise is that the creation machine is really successful. Otherwise, if he dies like this, he will really die. Even if he can be resurrected, he must rely on Qi-Chen to restart the Blue Galaxy, and then he will be controlled by Qi-Chen forever. But Suyu did not hesitate at all, and even felt relaxed. Before he died, he still had random thoughts. TSK, I died again. Why say again? Because Suyu had died many times before. Suyu is different from the tyrannical evil god. Tyranny has a fear before the death of the universe, so he is very afraid of death, and will never put himself in danger. But Suyu is used to dying and then reborn, using death to survive. He has experienced death like this many times, and he died in the end but didn't die. He is used to dying. This time I succeeded. I have the immortality of the evil god, plus the creation machine as a resurrection point. I should not have to die easily in the future, right? Suyu thought so in his mind, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Then he woke up. Is this the new universe created by the creation machine? Chapter 536. What a broken place. Suyu's first reaction, when he saw the new universe created by the creation machine, was that it was broken. Too broken. It was so small and broken. The so-called new universe was actually very small, and the space was only slightly larger than the Azure Star, which was basically the same as Suyu's previous materialized space. And on the surface, it looked even worse than the materialized space. The materialized space was very stable and solid, and could provide survival for hundreds of millions of people. But the environment of this so-called new universe was extremely harsh. In this space, the space was distorted, and there were black holes everywhere, connecting to nothingness. Even if a 4th-level strongman fell into it, he would die, and a 5th-level strongman would at least lose a layer of skin if he fell into it. Even in places without black holes, the space was extremely distorted. Suyu had just been resurrected, and his body was twisted into a knot by the distorted space. This distortion did not kill him, but it made him very unhappy, so Suyu urged his power to try to return to normal. But he soon found that this was basically futile, because there was no normal space here. Even if he returned to normal, there was no normal place for him to stay. No way, just let it be. In fact, the distortion of space is even mild here, and the time here is even more chaotic. Suyu could feel that the flow rate of time in various parts of his body was the same, and even the direction of time flow was different. Some flowed forward, some flowed backward, and some even flowed diagonally in a very abstract way. In addition, even the underlying cause and effect of the universe involved was distorted. Cause and effect is the underlying rule of the universe. Causes produce results. This is the development logic of all things. Without this law, nothing can be traced, which is equivalent to nothing existing, and everything can happen. For something to happen, there must be a cause, and then there can be a result. The so-called sowing melons will reap melons, sowing beans will reap beans. This is the truth. But now, the cause and effect are distorted, and if something wants to happen, there is no need for a cause. It can happen out of thin air. You can get melons without sowing melons, and you can get beans without sowing beans. There may also be a cause, but no result, or other results. Sowing melons will reap beans, sowing beans will reap rice, sowing rice will reap meat. This is the manifestation of cause and effect confusion. In fact, with Suyu's ability, as long as he is willing, he can easily achieve the so-called sowing melons will reap beans, sowing beans will reap melons. But this is achieved by Suyu's ability, and its inner nature still follows the logic of cause and effect. Now, the cause and effect confusion in this new universe is a mess, without reason and logic. This cause and effect confusion happened in Suyu's body. His body, spiritual power, and even thinking memory have all undergone such cause and effect distortion. This distortion is very abstract, and all kinds of physiological activities are undergoing inexplicable changes. For example, Suyu did not give any orders to his left hand, but it moved inexplicably. This is not a muscle twitch. Even if Suyu withdraws the energy supplying the left hand will still move without energy supply. There is no cause, but there is the result of the left hand's movement. Other parts of the body also have different degrees of cause and effect confusion. After discovering this, Suyu immediately focused his mind on it and studied it. Because this is a field that Suyu had not touched before. Cause distortion, so that's it, the wish-making ability of paradox, and the so-called inevitable fate, are all the effects of cause and effect. Suyu thought to himself. Before, Suyu didn't quite understand why paradox could make wishes out of thin air. Now after experiencing the distortion of cause and effect, Suyu understood that this is essentially a distortion of cause and effect. Under normal circumstances, if you want to achieve a wish, you need to follow the steps and complete the various conditions of the wish. That is, use cause to achieve result. But paradox can make wishes come true without cause. Wish, like Suyu's left hand, has no energy supply and no nerve signal drive, it just moves. This is a causal distortion. The cost of using paradox is that the related cause and effect will be twisted forever. If a thing is completed with paradox, then this thing can no longer be completed in a normal way in the future, and the causal chain has been destroyed. And the so-called inevitable fate can also be explained by cause and effect. The so-called fate is to determine the result first, and then work backwards to infer the cause. The result has been determined, so it will inevitably happen. As for the reason for it, it doesn't matter. This so-called fate, no one knows what force caused it, and what the price will be, before, so you use data reality to see the cause and effect, but he didn't understand the specific mechanism of cause and effect. Now after experiencing it personally, Suyu finally understood. So why is this mechanical city so blue? Wait, what am I thinking? No! The cause and effect in my mind is also getting confused. Suyu was thinking, and suddenly found that his mind was a little confused. He immediately understood that this was the cause and effect confusion that began to interfere with his thinking. Thinking consciousness also strictly follows the cause and effect logic. If there is no cause and effect logic, then the mind is a mess. If this continues, Suyu is afraid that he can't even think normally. If the cause and effect logic is confused, how can he think normally? Data is real. Suyu immediately activated his data real ability, digitized himself, and adjusted his own values. What he wants to adjust is his own cause and effect, using the ability of data real to stabilize his cause and effect and prevent his cause and effect from being completely confused. In fact, when Suyu used data real for the first time, he was able to see the cause and effect at the bottom of the universe, but he could only see it. For the details of the cause and effect field, Suyu was better than knowing nothing. Fortunately, the power of data real is strong. Since you can see the cause and effect, you can adjust the cause and effect to a certain extent. The impact of data real on cause and effect is actually very limited, and it cannot reach the level of paradox or fate. But at least there is one thing. Under the power of the real data, Suyu's state has finally stabilized. At least his mind is no longer chaotic, and he won't think about messy things. After stabilizing, Suyu looked at the new universe in front of him and shook his head. He was looking forward to what the new universe would be like before, but it turned out to be like this. However, Suyu knew that this was not a problem with his plan, but was normal. Because the creation machine was never really completed. It seems that after all, the creation machine that was materialized, plus the broken origin of time and space, finally made such a thing. Suyu thought. His creation machine has no real materials at all. It is completely a blueprint, plus the ability to materialize, and a fake thing made out of thin air. The origin of time and space is also extremely broken. In this case, it is already very good to be able to complete the creation, but you can't ask for too much. In any case, the universe in front of you is at least a real independent universe. It does not belong to the blue galaxy or the real universe, but only to Suyu himself. Here, Chichen cannot affect him, and even most of the existence in the real universe should not be able to find him and affect him. Here, Suyu can safely use the evil god immortality to resurrect, becoming a safe resurrection point, and no longer have to worry about being guarded by others. Thinking of this, Suyu's mood suddenly improved a lot. However, his mood improved for a moment. The next moment, boom, the space-time of the entire new universe suddenly collapsed, and the distortion of cause and effect in the original space-time suddenly increased 100-fold. This is... Before Suyu finished thinking, his eyes went dark again, and he died again. Is this the destruction of the universe? This is too fast, it didn't even last a billionth of a second. In the moment before death, Suyu said helplessly in his heart. This new universe didn't even last a billionth of a second, and it fell into destruction again. The next moment, Suyu regained consciousness, and he was resurrected again. At the same time, the new universe was also resurrected, and the creation machine completed the creation again. Although they died quickly, they also lived quickly, which had no impact on Suyu. However, for other people, the impact was great. The so-called other people, of course, refer to the humans on the Azure Star. When Suyu died before, the Azure Star in his materialized space, along with hundreds of millions of humans on it, all died. However, the information of these people has all been recorded by the creation machine, so as long as Suyu is willing, he can instantly revive them again and let the Azure Star reappear in this new universe. However, this universe is too chaotic and too fragile. It can't even last a billionth of a second. Those people died again without even opening their eyes after being released, so let them die honestly. I was thinking of releasing the Azure Star and trying to complete the remaining rituals, but now it seems that there is no hope. The ritual of the space-time mechanic is not only the creation machine, but also requires the cultivation of a civilization of hundreds of billions in the new universe created by the creation machine, so that this new universe can be born in the subspace, which is considered complete. Now, Suyu obviously cannot carry out this step. The new universe he created was destroyed in an instant. Except for himself, no one on the blue star can survive here. Not to mention cultivating any civilization. Boom! Suyu just thought for a moment, and his eyes went black again. The new universe was destroyed again. After a while, Suyu woke up again. As soon as he woke up, he frowned. Why is it faster than the last time? Suyu keenly discovered that the interval between the two destructions was shortening. It seems that the instability of this universe is getting worse. If it is destroyed for another 1,800 times, it is estimated that even a new universe cannot be generated. Then it will be completely destroyed. It seems that this universe needs to be reinforced. Nono! Suyu's mind raced, and then he called Nono. Yes, master. Nono appeared in front of Suyu in the form of a hypercube. Each of its hypercube faces showed an emoticon, and it seemed that its condition was not very good. Suyu smiled slightly in his heart, and he could understand that the creation and destruction of the world just now, all kinds of time and space, and the distortion of cause and effect had tormented Nono. Just now, Suyu was a little bit unable to resist the distortion of cause and effect, let alone Nono. It was only because it was a mechanical apostle, connected to Suyu's life. Suyu did not die and Nono did not die, otherwise, after all this torment, it would have been gone long ago. Suyu stretched out his hand, touched Nono's body in the void, and comforted it, and then the emoticons on its surface immediately changed. It was obvious that it was energetic again. This guy is actually very intelligent now, but he has been following Suyu all the time, and his personality is very simple, without too many schemes. After calming Nono's emotions, Suyu's mind showed Nono's attribute panel, the first mechanical apostle creation Nono, unfinished. Creator, Suyu. Race, mechanical lifeform. Core ability, mechanical evolution. As a mechanical lifeform created by you, Nono has unlimited growth potential, and its strength is linked to your own spiritual power. At this time, Nono has merged with the creation machine, and is equivalent to the intelligence of the creation machine. So Nono's name is changed to Creation Nono, which looks quite domineering, but it's a pity that there are 3 more words behind it, unfinished. After all, the creation machine is not complete, it is just a false thing that has been materialized, so the creation of Nono is also incomplete. In this way, Nono's attribute panel is also complete, with only the first few items, and the rest is to be continued. Nono, try to stabilize this universe. Suyu glanced at Nono's attribute panel and gave an order. Yes, master. Nono immediately started working with full enthusiasm. As the intelligence of the creation machine, it naturally has the energy to adjust and repair the rules of the universe. But after a while, its emoticon turned into a sad face, because it found that this universe could not be stabilized at all. Fortunately, Suyu was also helping by the side, helping Nono stabilize the universe with the ability of real data. However, even with Suyu's help, the new universe soon fell into destruction again. But Suyu and Nono collected data at the moment of destruction, and when the next time comes, they will have experience and can let the universe exist for a longer period of time. In this way, one person and one mechanical apostle, in the process of destruction and rebirth, repaired this tattered small universe. I don't know how long it will take. Finally, it can exist stably for 1 second. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. After a long period of hard work, He successfully stabilized this small universe, which can exist stably for 1 second before being destroyed. Although 1 second is still not enough to cultivate civilization, each rebirth of the small universe at this time will last longer than the last time. At this time, Suyu does not need to intervene too much. Just wait for it to develop on its own. One day, it can exist stably for a long time, and then the Azure Star and others can be released. However, this is destined to be a long time. By the way, how is the Azure Galaxy now? Am I leaving the Azure Galaxy now? If I return to the real universe now, it means I am completely free and can travel the galaxy universe? Chapter 537. After stabilizing the small universe, Suyu immediately wanted to return to the real universe. After all, this small universe has nothing now, and it is really meaningless. It can only be regarded as promising in the future. The most important thing is that in this small universe, all energy and information are limited. Although it is possible to achieve repetition through the destruction and rebirth of the universe, there is no need to worry about running out of energy, but it is limited to this. Suyu's strength cannot be improved here, and the energy cannot be increased or upgraded. If you want to continue to improve, you can only return to the real universe. In the real universe, some abilities seem to be perpetual motion machines, which do not require external energy, and can be infinitely maintained and improved by their own circulation. Just like the power of light, the power of pain, etc., relying on the invisible emotional will, you can continuously generate powerful energy. But now it seems that this infinity is just an illusion, and it still depends on the environment in the real universe. Leaving the real universe, you can only live off your old capital and no longer have that kind of infinite nature. Think about it. Anything with the word infinity is very scary. If the power of light, the power of pain, and other powers can really obtain infinite energy out of thin air, then theoretically Suyu can spend a lot of time and feed the entire universe by himself. Until this broken small universe is cultivated to the same scale as the real universe. He can accumulate energy here, upgrade infinitely, and then go back when he can blow up the real universe. It seems impossible to think about it. And if you want to return to the real universe, or even the blue galaxy, you need to leave this small universe first and go outside the universe. Outside the universe. Suyu began to study how to safely go outside the universe. It is not easy to leave the universe and go outside the universe. The space-time of this small universe is closed. Although it seems that the range is not large, the curvature of space-time will become larger and larger when approaching the boundary, and you will never reach the boundary. Even if you can really reach the boundary, the cause and effect at the boundary is also closed. All actions there cannot get normal results. Even if you take action to break through the boundary, there is a cause but no result. No matter what action you take, you can't break through. Cause and effect closure is more thorough than space-time closure. No matter what matter, energy, or information can leave the universe. This should be the characteristic and instinct of every normal universe. So you created this broken small universe like this, so the boundary of the real universe must be more difficult to break through than this small universe, and it is estimated that any energy and matter will be locked. If Suyu had not been in the blue galaxy before, the situation was special, and it was estimated that he would not be able to leave the real universe at all. It seems that if the Azure Galaxy didn't belong to another universe, and was very dilapidated, I wouldn't have succeeded at all, and the creation machine wouldn't have been able to function normally. After Suyu carefully studied the boundaries of the small universe, he secretly thought that he was lucky. If the creation machine wants to open up a new independent universe, it must break away from the constraints of the original universe, and take away energy and information from the original universe. It is equivalent to breaking the boundaries of the universe and leaving the universe. The difficulty is self-evident. Only in the Azure Galaxy can Suyu succeed. If he leaves the Azure Galaxy in advance, it is estimated that it will be extremely difficult, or even almost impossible, to complete the creation. Chichen used the time-space cycle to stop Suyu from leaving before, which did help him. Of course, Suyu would definitely not thank him. It seems that the time-space mechanic can only be employed in a place like the Blue Galaxy. In other places, even if the creation machine is built, it cannot be operated. The professions recently unlocked by the profession panel are all tailor-made, and I guess even this point has been taken into consideration. Suyu thought to himself. The professions recently unlocked by the profession panel are all tailor-made and incredibly powerful. They are basically customized based on the environmental conditions around Suyu. Without these environmental conditions, there is almost no possibility of employment, and the restrictions are extremely large. It is strong precisely because of the restrictions. In this way, the profession panel is really considerate. It is just a bit dumb, not telling Suyu anything, basically relying on him to explore. However, Suyu estimated that the profession panel may not know these details itself. The exact principle of the profession panel unlocking professions has not yet been determined. But Suyu tends to think that this is some strange phenomenon caused by the profession panel. Just like earthquakes, volcanoes, and storms, these are all natural phenomena on the planet. The planet can breed these phenomena, but the planet itself does not know the principles behind them, and just operates according to natural rules. The same may be true for the career panel. So it is not that the career panel does not tell Suyu, but that it itself does not know. After pondering the career panel for a while, Suyu turned his attention back to the microcosm. Although the space-time blockade and causal blockade of the microcosm are very powerful, it is not difficult for Suyu to break through. After all, this small universe was created by Suyu. He can completely control the creation machine and open a hole to supply him with going out. More importantly, this small universe is extremely broken, with air leaking everywhere, and there are space black holes everywhere, leading to the nothingness outside the universe. If Suyu and Nuanua hadn't been repairing it, the material energy in this small universe would have leaked out long ago. Now Suyu doesn't need any boundaries at all. Just find a black hole and jump in, and you'd be out of the universe. But after going out, it's the real difficulty. Suyu came to a black hole, but didn't jump in rashly, but tried to use his mental power to explore it first. Then there was nothing else. Outside the small universe, there is absolute nothingness, nothing. There is no time and space, no cause and effect, no matter, no energy. After Suyu's mental power was explored, it also returned to nothingness, and nothing was fed back. Even this part of his power was lost. Suyu's strength has always declined a little. This is the terrifying part of the absolute nothingness. Suyu actually died in this nothingness before. TSK, this is also considered a cross-universe voyage. It is normal to have difficulties. Suyu is not surprised. Now he wants to return to the real universe, so he has to cross the distance between universes. How can it be so easy? If he keeps trying like this, he may even lose all his energy. At that time, Suyu might lose all his power and become an ordinary person again. If in the real universe, Suyu loses some energy, he can make it up in an instant. But here, energy is not replenished, and it is lost. Fortunately, the creation machine was running, and immediately absorbed the part of Suyu's lost energy information into the universe and stored it. When the small universe is destroyed and reborn next time, the lost energy will return to Suyu's body. The instinct of the universe is to absorb energy and information from the void and replenish itself. Even if this is a newly opened broken small universe, it is the same. So Suyu doesn't need to worry about turning himself into an ordinary person. Even if the energy is lost, it will be recycled. That is to say, this small universe was opened by himself, so he can have such benefits, and can use the cycle of destruction and rebirth of the universe to maintain himself. If an ordinary 5th level strongman was trapped in this small universe, he would definitely be trapped here. TSK, it's so dark. Suyu looked at the outside the universe in the space black hole, and sighed in his heart. Light, mental power, spiritual energy, time and space. There is nothing, absolutely black. For creatures living in normal time and space, it is difficult to imagine what absolute nothingness without space and time looks like, let alone surviving in it. Even for a planet-level warrior like Suyu, this absolute nothingness is extremely dangerous. The deep subspace is also said to be a place where time and space do not exist. But there are actually a lot of concepts and information stored there. With the essence of a 5th-order planet, one can create time and space there to support one's own survival. But the nothingness outside the universe does not have such convenience. There is really nothing there. But this piece of nothingness is not absolutely impossible to break through. Suyu is very confident about this. Try the power of nothingness. Suyu's spiritual power exploration was fruitless, so he began to activate the power of the Void Walker. The power of nothingness is invisible and very similar to the nothingness outside the universe. This time it was much better. After the power of nothingness probed out of the universe, it did not disappear immediately, but lasted for a while. Suyu tried to wrap himself with the power of nothingness and stretched one hand out of the black hole. With the power of nothingness wrapped around his arm stretched out of the universe safely. After a while, the power of nothingness wrapped around his arm was consumed, and Suyu's arm disappeared instantly, and he became a one-armed man. Even with his recovery ability, he could not restore this broken arm, and he could only wait for the next destruction and rebirth of the universe to recover. Suyu didn't care about his broken arm, but nodded with satisfaction. It seems that using the power of the Void Walker can indeed leave this universe. However, using the power of nothingness alone is not enough. The power of nothingness will still be consumed and cannot last long. You need to go all out. The next moment, Suyu fully activated the core ability of the Void Walker, Void Incarnation, and the whole person disappeared instantly. He didn't really disappear, but turned into nothingness. Most of the observation methods were ineffective against him at this time. Then he jumped into the black hole in front of him. The ability of the Void Incarnation is to turn oneself into nothingness, and walk outside of time, space, life and death. And outside the universe is very consistent with the so-called time, space, life and death. Is this outside the universe? After Suyu jumped into the space black hole, there was nothing in front of him, and he knew that he had left the small universe. If it were a normal state, all his energy would be swallowed up by the void in an instant, and he would die completely, and could only be reborn in the microcosm. Fortunately, there is a state of Void Incarnation. In this state, his energy was not swallowed up. However, the state of Void Incarnation is very dangerous. Incarnation of Void may also be swallowed up by Void. So Suyu did not try this method before, but now there is no other way, so he can only take a risk. After Suyu entered the state of Void Incarnation, he felt that all his thoughts, memories, emotions, and desires were returning to nothingness. Even if he used all his strength to stimulate the power of pain to hedge, it was not of much use. This was something he had never experienced before. It seems that in the absolute void outside this universe, my Void Incarnation ability has also improved, and it is difficult for the power of pain to suppress it. All of Suyu's emotions and desires were disappearing at this time. The extreme pain brought by the power of pain was also like a distant memory, not painful or itchy. Even because of the full use of the power of the Void Incarnation, Suyu's void power is still increasing. What's going on? There is no energy replenishment here. How can my void power increase? Suyu was puzzled. It seems that after the Void Incarnation, the void power will not be consumed in the universe outside this universe, but will increase out of thin air. Where does this extra energy come from? Although he was puzzled, Suyu did not want to explore it. Because his curiosity has been swallowed by the void power, he has become a person without curiosity. Not good. Suyu secretly said in his heart that it was not good. The next moment, Suyu exerted all his strength and exploded. A moment later, Suyu's eyes lit up, and he was reborn in the microcosm. Fortunately, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He killed himself and was reborn. Before rebirth, Suyu had lost his curiosity. Next, he would lose all his emotions, even the desire to survive, and finally be completely assimilated by nothingness. That kind of assimilation is different from being swallowed by nothingness. The essence is still alive, so if he can't even revive and reborn, then he's really finished. I don't know when I can wake up. Maybe I will never wake up. It seems that the power of nothingness doesn't work either. Suyu shook his head in his heart. The state of the incarnation of nothingness can go outside the universe, but it will be assimilated, which is also unsafe. Wait, that may not be the case. When I used Incarnation of Nothingness just now, the power of nothingness actually increased out of thin air. Suyu suddenly had an idea and thought of a way. The state of Incarnation of Nothingness will be assimilated by nothingness, but if you do not use the state of Incarnation of Nothingness and only wrap yourself with the power of nothingness, there will be no such problem. However, if you only wrap yourself with the power of nothingness, the power of nothingness will be consumed and cannot last at all. But just now in the state of Incarnation of Nothingness, the power of nothingness can be increased out of thin air. If you use Incarnation of Nothingness to increase the power of nothingness after the power of nothingness is consumed, you can achieve a long-term endurance in the nothingness outside the universe. Thinking of this, Suyu was slightly excited. Finally, he found a way to return to the real universe, and part of the way has been opened. He did it right away. Suyu immediately wrapped himself with the power of nothingness, and then jumped into the black hole again. Once he entered the inner black hole, the power of nothingness that wrapped Suyu was quickly consumed. Suyu calculated the consumption, and when he felt it was about the same, he started Incarnation of Nothingness again. Thus, the power of nothingness that had just been consumed was replenished rapidly. A moment later, Suyu did not wait for his emotions to be assimilated by nothingness, and removed Incarnation of Nothingness, again, relying only on the power of nothingness to wrap himself. Without Incarnation of Nothingness, the power of nothingness was quickly consumed again. Then Suyu activated Incarnation of Nothingness again. It really works. Chapter 538. At this time, Suyu was clearly out of the environment of the real universe, and his energy could not be replenished, so he could no longer have infinite energy. However, relying on the special profession of the Void Walker, he actually achieved a certain perpetual motion effect, and his energy was endless. In this way, Suyu could survive for a long time in the void outside the universe, and had the hope of returning to the real universe. Even if it is feasible, this infinite energy characteristic can be used to continuously charge the small universe. Let the small universe continuously absorb energy, replenish and improve, and finally become a complete material universe. In that case, don't I need to return to the real universe at all? Suyu's heart moved, and he did not set out to return immediately, but return to the small universe. If it is really possible to generate energy and information out of thin air to feed the small universe, then there is actually no need to rush back to the real universe, and it is okay to stay in the small universe first. Try it. This time, Suyu tried to use Void Incarnation in the small universe to see if the power of nothingness can be improved in the small universe. Sure enough, in the state of the incarnation of nothingness, the power of nothingness is still increasing out of thin air. And without the loss caused by the universe outside, this time it is pure increase, no reduction. The professional experience of the Void Walker is also constantly increasing. The profession of the Void Walker is very simple to upgrade. You only need to operate the power of nothingness, and you will become stronger. The premise is that you can withstand the erosion brought by the power of nothingness. Before, Suyu used the power of pain to fight against the erosion of nothingness. However, this time, the power of pain that Suyu used to fight against nothingness did not make any progress, no matter how he activated it. In the Azure Galaxy, Suyu activated the power of the two major professions, the Painful Evil God and the Void Walker. The two professions complement each other, and can be upgraded quickly. But now, only the Void Walker is upgrading, and the Painful Evil God is not moving at all. In this situation of one rising and the other falling, Suyu soon felt that he could not bear the erosion of the power of nothingness. At this time, the 1 second lifespan of the small universe had just come to an end. So the small universe began to destroy and restart, and Suyu also died and reborn. Before death and rebirth, Suyu took the initiative to disperse part of the power of nothingness in order to prevent the power of nothingness from being too strong and eroding his spirit. At the same time, it is also to let this part of energy merge into the small universe. This will make the small universe have more energy and more perfect when it is reborn next time. This is the method that Suyu came up with to use the power of nothingness to feed the small universe. However, when the small universe and Suyu were reborn again, the creation machine accurately recorded the energy of the entire universe, and the energy of the small universe did not increase. On the contrary, it has even become less. Even those space black holes have one more, and the small universe is even more broken. How could this happen? Suyu was puzzled, which meant that his plan had failed. It is not feasible to use the power of nothingness to nourish the small universe. It may even cause the small universe to lose energy, and finally collapse, and destroy completely. Suyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a long time, he seemed to understand. It seems that I have misunderstood the nature of the power of nothingness. It may not be normal energy at all, but negative energy? The essence of the power of nothingness is actually very special. Like the power of pain and the power of tyranny, they can actually be converted into normal kinetic energy, thermal energy, and other energies for attack, defense, or driving machinery, etc. Suyu's previous tyrannical armor used the energy converted from the power of tyranny. But the power of nothingness is not the same. Its characteristic is to turn everything into nothingness, and it cannot be directly used to convert into energy such as kinetic energy. Before in the Blue Galaxy, nothing could be seen, and it was only the characteristic of the power of nothingness. But now, with the precise calculation of the creation machine, Suyu found that after the small universe absorbed his power of nothingness, the energy actually became less. So Suyu believes that the power of nothingness is not a real energy at all, but a negative energy. Normal energy is positive, while the power of nothingness is negative. How can such a thing exist? If there are a large number of void walkers in the real universe, wouldn't it suck the entire universe dry? How can the real universe allow such a profession and energy to exist? Suyu thought. He believed that with the universe's emphasis on energy and information, it is impossible to allow the power of nothingness to exist normally. This power will make the energy of the universe return to nothingness, and in the end nothing will be left, and even destruction and rebirth will not be possible. The universe should not allow such energy to exist. As far as Suyu knows, the power of nothingness comes from the subspace entity, nothingness. This nothingness seems to be a powerful evil god born from the subspace. But Suyu is now very skeptical, Can the subspace really give birth to such a thing? Unless this energy is foreign, from outside the universe. Could it be that the subspace entity, nothingness, comes from outside the universe? Is it an invader from outside the universe? No wonder it will eventually become fragments. Suyu was shocked and suddenly looked at the space black holes that were scattered throughout the small universe. Inside the black hole is the nothingness outside the universe, where there should be nothing. But now, Suyu discovered that some unknown things may have been born in that nothingness. If nothingness comes from outside the universe, then besides nothingness, are there other things? Suyu wants to return to the real universe. Will he encounter these things on the way? Suyu even suspects that there are some unknown things hidden in those black holes, peeping at this small universe, peeping at Suyu. It seems that I thought too simply before. It's more difficult than I thought to go back this time. And if I go back, as a walker of nothingness, will I be rejected by the real universe? As a result, I can't go back. Suyu pondered for a long time this time, so long that the small universe was destroyed and reborn thousands of times. In the end, Suyu resolutely jumped into a black hole again. Although he knew that it was more difficult to go back than he thought, Suyu would not back down. In fact, in theory, Suyu could directly drive the small universe to move, and treat the small universe as a spaceship that could sail in this void. The small universe is a creation created by Suyu, and it can be moved in theory. In this way, it is much safer than relying on oneself. However, Suyu is unwilling to do so. If the small universe is moved, even if it returns to the real universe, the independence of the small universe may disappear, or even be swallowed up by the real universe. At that time, the small universe that Suyu created with great difficulty will be gone. It is not so simple to create a new small universe again. It is necessary to find a new origin of time and space, and the special environment of the blue galaxy. It may not be successful next time. So Suyu is still ready to go by himself, and leave the small universe in that void. After leaving the small universe, Suyu opened the void incarnation state again to maintain his survival outside the universe. Then, he began to walk towards the depth outside the universe. This is actually a bit difficult to understand. There is no time and space outside the universe, and there is no distance in space and time. In theory, there is no depth at all. However, Suyu discovered that there is still distance outside the universe. This distance is cause and effect. Outside the universe, although time and space do not exist, there is still cause and effect. Suyu's ability to survive and think here is proof of the existence of causality. If even causality does not exist, Suyu cannot even think. The moment he leaves the microcosm, he will stagnate here forever. However, Suyu can feel that causality is not stable outside the universe, but is constantly weakening. Although time and space do not exist outside the universe, there seems to be a time and space dimension composed of causality. In this dimension, there is no normal time and space, but distance is marked by causality. If you want to move in this causal dimension, it is very simple, just think. The thought of wanting to move is a cause, thus achieving the result of moving. The closer to the microcosm, the stronger the causal effect. One cause corresponds to one result. The farther away, the weaker the causality. It takes two causes to correspond to one result. The farther the distance, the greater the ratio. Suyu tried to move a distance outside the universe, and the causal ratio here has reached 9 to 1. That is, 9 causes can achieve one result. Suyu needs 9 thoughts of moving to move 1 unit of distance. This not only makes it difficult for Suyu to move, but also makes it difficult for him to think. The effect of weakened causality will affect all of Suyu's behaviors. All his thoughts and actions require 9 causes to achieve one result. Every thought requires 9 times the spirit, and 9 times the computing power. Suyu could actually bear this level of consumption, but he had to worry that if this kind of causal weakening continued, it might become hundreds of millions of causes to achieve one result. At that time, the consumption would become extremely heavy, to the point that Suyu could not bear it. Even if the causal weakened to the limit and disappeared completely, no cause could achieve the result. What should he do then? Although Suyu was worried, he did not stop moving, and still step by step walked towards the depths of nothingness outside the universe. So the causal weakening became more and more serious, and the causal ratio changed from 9 to 1 to 100 to 1, 1000 to 1, 10,000 to 1. Outside this universe, time has no meaning. The so-called time is just a unit used by Suyu to measure the transmission of his own thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu suddenly woke up. The cause-effect ratio had expanded to an incalculable degree. Every thought required almost endless energy. Suyu spent almost endless thoughts and finally calculated that the cause-effect ratio had reached an astonishing 10 trillion to 1. It takes 10 trillion causes to achieve one effect. It was incredible that the cause-effect had weakened to this extent. Suyu even needed to spend trillions of times the cost to think normally. He had no energy to think. After calculating the cause-effect ratio a little, he continued to walk into the depths of nothingness. According to Suyu's calculation, this weakening would not continue indefinitely, but had a limit. It was not that the cause-effect would not weaken when it reached the limit. But when it reached the limit, the cause-effect would disappear directly, and the ratio would reach infinity to zero. At that time, cause-effect, time and space did not exist, and Suyu would be considered to have entered the real nothingness. In that case, Suyu would be completely trapped in absolute nothingness, unable to think, unable to act, and eternally annihilated. But Suyu still resolutely walked forward. Finally, after an unknown period of time, Suyu suddenly stopped. Although he did not calculate, and could not calculate, Suyu understood that he had reached the limit at this time. If he took another step, the cause and effect would completely cease to exist. But after Suyu stopped for a moment, he continued to move forward. In the state of death, the occupation panel can wake Suyu up, but in the state of no cause and effect, can he still be woken up? Suyu didn't know. He didn't need to know. Because this time, Suyu was not prepared to rely on the occupation panel, but on himself. Along the way, Suyu was not only moving, but also analyzing and understanding the secrets of cause and effect. At this point, Suyu had already understood something. He had created a new extraordinary profession, cause and effect mechanic, employment direction, level 5 profession cause and effect mechanic. Giant God Soldier Mechanic, main, plus Void Walker plus Number God Mechanic plus cause and effect meditation method LV max, equals cause and effect mechanic. Introduction. The creator used the void environment outside the universe to personally experience the effect of cause and effect weakening, and successfully understood part of the mystery of cause and effect. The ability of the mechanic can be used to create a cause and effect generator. Using the cause and effect generator, cause and effect radiation can be created in the absolute void outside the universe to maintain the cause and effect environment. Inauguration ceremony. Fully master and control a causal radiation source, and refer to this causal radiation source to create a new causal generator, and successfully survive in the absolute nothingness, where causality does not exist through the causal generator. This is the profession that Suyu just created, the causal mechanic. According to Suyu's observations and speculations along the way, in the absolute nothingness outside the universe, there is an absolute nothingness where causality does not exist. However, the microcosm is a causal radiation source. It can continuously radiate causality outward, so a causal radiation area is formed around the microcosm, which allows Suyu to move in this area. However, causal radiation will decay with distance, which means that the farther away from the microcosm, the weaker the causality. The microcosm is like a star that emits light and heat. In this absolute nothingness where causality does not exist, it uses its causal radiation to illuminate an area. And now, Suyu is about to walk out of this radiation area and enter the real causal darkness. So, Suyu needs to create another causal radiation source. This new source of causal radiation is now in Suyu's hands. Chapter 539. Causality Generator. Producer, Suyu. Grade, Domination Grade. Features: create causal radiation, maintain causal domain, refer to the mechanical device made by the causal radiation source Suyu universe, which can create causal radiation in the absolute nothingness where time and space do not exist. Within the scope of the causal radiation, the causal ratio can be maintained at 7 million to 1. This is the causal generator made by Suyu. He used the materials and energy he carried along the way to complete this mechanical device. This is a small mechanical creation with a diameter of only about 3 centimeters. It looks like an ordinary sphere. But if you look closely, you will find that it has some special properties, and its true diameter can never be determined. It is even impossible to determine whether it is a sphere or a regular sphere, cube, or any other shape. It seems that all measurements of it cannot get normal results. Its interior is absolutely sealed, and even its maker Suyu erased his own memories after making it. It makes its interior a real black box state. This black box state is named cause and effect black box by Suyu. Any cause input into it cannot form a normal result, but will be absorbed by the black box. This will cause causal loss. However, this black box is not just input and no output. When this missing cause and effect accumulates to a certain extent, it will be emitted in the form of radiation, thus maintaining a causal field. This causal radiation is very thin, only 7 million to 1, that is, 7 million cause, can form a normal result. But it is enough. The causal ratio that Suyu is facing at this time is close to infinity. It basically takes infinite causes to achieve one result. In this state, the causal ratio of 7 million to 1 is already as beautiful as heaven. However, the causal ratio of 7 million to 1 is only the result of Suyu's calculation. Whether it works or not needs to be tested in the absolute void where causality does not exist. This causal generator can only be activated in the absolute void where causality does not exist, and it is considered to be truly manufactured. If the activation cannot be completed, it means that the design has failed. Suyu will be trapped in the absolute void and can never leave. He can only hope that the career panel can wake him up. Suyu does not want to really go to that step. After all, whether the career panel can wake him up in the state of causal nothingness is still unknown, and then it is pure gambling. And making a causal generator, at least relying on one's own strength, has a greater chance. After thinking for a moment, it is determined that there is no problem with the causal generator in theory, and the attributes on the career panel also indicate that the causal generator should be successful. So Suyu no longer hesitated. Facing the absolute nothingness in front of him where there was no cause and effect, he took a step forward with a thought. In fact, he did not really take a step forward, but had such a thought. However, nothing happened, and his body did not move at all. This is normal. At this time, Suyu was at the boundary of the microcosmic cause and effect radiation field. The cause and effect radiation here is extremely thin, and it takes trillions of cause to achieve one effect. If he wants to take this step, he needs to spend trillions of times more effort and trillions of thoughts. Moreover, the closer to the boundary, the more exaggerated the cause-effect ratio is, and the more difficult it is. So Suyu took another step after failing in one step, and still nothing happened. Suyu was not impatient. In fact, he could not even think of being impatient now. The impatient emotion was also a kind of effect that required trillions of times to generate. He just took one step forward, and failed again and again. This final step could not be taken for a long time. The nothingness without cause and effect is extremely dangerous. But it seems to have its own threshold, blocking any creature that wants to challenge it without knowing its own strength. But Suyu would not pay attention to this good intention, but tried again and again. After who knows how many times, Suyu suddenly moved and took a step forward. After this step, Suyu completely left the cause-effect radiation range of the microcosm and entered the real dark vacuum. Even the cause and effect do not exist in the void, so Suyu's body, mind, spiritual energy, everything, all stagnated. At this time, he was neither alive nor dead. Cause and effect did not exist. If there was no accident, he would be trapped here forever. However, the accident happened soon. First, there was something unknown that was creeping in the void. Approaching Suyu, cause and effect do not exist, time and space do not exist. Suyu has fallen into eternal stagnation. There is something else creeping. Just after entering the cause and effect void, Suyu was targeted by something unknown. If this is the case, then there is no such thing as eternal stagnation. Maybe it won't be long before Suyu is swallowed by the unknown thing, and the occupation panel did not respond at all at this time. Perhaps it is also adapting to the environment where causality does not exist here. Maybe after it adapts, it can wake Suyu up again. But now the unknown existence in the darkness is approaching little by little, and there is not much time left for Suyu. Or rather, there is no time at all. After all, time and space do not exist here. When the unknown existence in the darkness appears, it has already come to Suyu, and is already devouring Suyu. Fortunately, at this time, the causality generator in Suyu's hand, which has an unpredictable shape and can never measure its true appearance, is quietly running. The operation of the causality generator is without any movement or energy fluctuation. Only the invisible causal radiation is emitted and spreads around Suyu. Success? Suyu thought and recovered from stagnation. With causal radiation, his mind can function normally. Even if the causal ratio is only a pitiful 1 in 7 million, it is already precious and enough to provide Suyu with survival. The career panel also popped up a prompt: successful employment. Congratulations to the host, successfully employed, current career, causal mechanic, LV1, 0/1000000. Congratulations to the host, successfully awakened the core ability, causal power. Causal power, LV1, first create a causal generator, create a causal radiation field in the absolute void. Then bathe in the causal radiation, operate the causal meditation method, and you can accumulate causal power. Causal power is a special kind of spiritual power that can affect causality and adjust the causal ratio. It can even distort causality and create a paradox. Note: distorting causality will lead to causal confusion and unknown backlash, which may pay a heavy price. Suyu successfully used the causal generator and stepped into the absolute void, completing the ritual of the causal mechanic. So this newly created fifth-order profession was successfully inaugurated. In fact, Suyu's painful evil god is far from the maximum level. Logically, he cannot be inaugurated in a new fifth-order profession. But the causal mechanic was successfully inaugurated. This is because this profession itself is somewhat contrary to common sense and logic, and it has the power to distort causal logic, so it naturally does not have to abide by the original rules. This profession is also tailor-made. It's just that it was not tailor-made for Suyu by the profession panel, but Suyu himself. Learn from the experience of tailor-made profession panels, unlocking the digital god mechanic, the dream god mechanic, and the space-time mechanic. Suyu also learned to use the special environment around him to tailor a powerful profession. The causal mechanic is undoubtedly very powerful. In addition to the basic manufacture of causal generators, its two major abilities, affecting the causal ratio and creating causal paradoxes, are incredibly strong. Suyu has experienced the consequences of the change in the causal ratio before, which is an extremely dangerous negative state. Any action or thought requires more effort to get the result, and the impact on strength is immeasurable. If Suyu had fallen into causal decline in the Azure Galaxy before, he would have been taken down by Chi-Chen long ago. Fortunately, as a causal mechanic, he can actively bring causal decline to the enemy, and he doesn't have to worry about this negative state. When he returns to the Azure Galaxy and sees Chi-Chen again, Suyu decides to let him taste this kind of causal decline. There is also the ability to create paradoxes, which is also extremely strong. Suyu had narrowly escaped death before, and had only accumulated a few paradoxes, but he was still afraid to use them indiscriminately. Now he can use the ability of the causal mechanic to directly create paradoxes. Although he needs to guard against the backlash of causal chaos, it is also an extremely strong, incredibly strong ability. Not to mention, this is only the ability at level 1. When the causal mechanic reaches the maximum level and unlocks the core specialization, I don't know how powerful it will be. It can be said that the causal mechanic is a powerful profession beyond the 5th level. This profession cannot be created and employed at the 5th level at all. Too powerful. Before, the only profession that Suyu knew that surpassed the 5th level was the spacetime mechanic, and now there is one more, the causal mechanic. Moreover, the spacetime mechanic is unlocked on the profession panel, and the ceremony has not been completed until now. But the causal mechanic was created by Suyu himself, and the ceremony has been completed and successfully employed. At this time, Suyu has truly possessed the power beyond the 5th level. Thinking of this power, Suyu felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Having created such a powerful profession, he naturally feels a sense of accomplishment. Of course, Suyu would not be too complacent. He knew that his ability to create the causal mechanic was not entirely due to his wisdom and ability. To a large extent, it also relied on the special environment he was in. The special environment that Suyu was facing now was naturally the absolute nothingness outside this universe, where time and space causality did not exist. In this kind of environment, ordinary 5th level, or even 6th level, or even stronger extraordinary people may not have the opportunity to see it in 10 lifetimes. How could ordinary extraordinary people have the opportunity to go outside the universe? Even if they had the opportunity to see it, they would not be able to survive here. Only Suyu can survive here and even develop a new powerful profession. In addition to the environment, another key is the causal radiation source, that is, the microcosm. The causal radiation of the microcosm gave Suyu a great reference. One of the biggest requirements of the ritual of the causal mechanic is to completely control a causal radiation source. And this requirement is actually extremely difficult. At least so far, the only causal radiation source Suyu has seen is the microcosm. To completely control a causal radiation source, doesn't that mean to completely control a universe? Where can ordinary extraordinary people find a universe that is completely controlled by themselves? This difficulty is also off the charts. The great difficulty has created a very strong profession. Just when Suyu was analyzing the power of the causal mechanic, he suddenly felt an unknown thing, hiding in the darkness and disappearing. What is that? That's a close call. Suyu was shocked. Just at that moment, he felt a great danger, almost doomed. The unknown in the darkness just now cannot be seen by vision, hearing, psychic power, and other perceptions. It seemed that only the light of causal radiation could illuminate it briefly, revealing its figure, and allowing Suyu to sense it. At that moment, Suyu's sense of danger was raised to the extreme. From birth to now, he had never sensed such danger. The unknown in the darkness was more terrible and terrifying than all the powerful enemies he had encountered so far. Suyu even had a feeling that if he really saw the unknown existence, he would be dead without any battle, even more miserable than death. That is the monster lurking in the darkness and unknown outside the universe where time and space do not exist. It is a horror beyond imagination. Ah! Shugu-hu. The next moment, Suyu heard screams and nonsense, and felt fear beyond the limit. This fear did not come from Suyu himself, but from the tyrannical evil god suppressed in the hell of pain. This guy who was extremely afraid of death seemed to have sensed the extreme danger just now, so he burst out with extremely intense fear. Even the spirit of the tyrannical evil god was a little crazy because of this, and Suyu could not understand what he said. It seems that this guy is really scared, and I don't know if he can regain his sanity. Suyu did not care about this guy, but calmly observed the surroundings. The unknown in the darkness was too scary, and he had to be on guard. However, no matter how Suyu observed, there was nothing in the darkness, and it was very calm. That was a close call. That thing seemed to have just tried to lurk around me, but was forced back by the causal radiation. It seems that that thing cannot exist under causal radiation? Suyu thought to himself. He had walked in the dark for so long before, and had not encountered any monsters. But he had just stepped out of the range of causal radiation and encountered it immediately. It can be seen that that thing can only exist in the void where causality does not exist. Suyu now has a causal generator, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Of course, he can't be too careless. Suyu lowered his head and looked at the causal generator in his hand for a few times. The causal generator still looked strange, and it was impossible to tell whether it was round or square, and it was impossible to measure its true size. Suyu looked at it carefully for a while, trying to measure its shape and size. And all the causes measured will not get results, but will be absorbed by this causal black box, and become the energy supply for its operation. Suyu was charging the causal generator. Chapter 540. The unknown existence in the darkness is extremely dangerous. The causal generator is the only light source in Suyu's hand. It must be stable and continuous, otherwise he will die without knowing how. The causal generator is not like the microcosm, which can become a permanent causal radiation source, but needs to be constantly charged. Suyu was relieved after charging the causal generator. In fact, Suyu was still very curious about what the unknown in the darkness was. As long as he turned off the causal generator, the thing in the darkness would probably pounce on him immediately and let Suyu see it. But Suyu would naturally not do that. Then, Suyu began to think about what to do next. At this time, he had already walked out of the causal radiation range of the microcosm and entered the real void vacuum. Before, he could barely distinguish the direction through the attenuation of the causal radiation of the microcosm. But now, Suyu was really in the dark and didn't know where to go. In the absolute nothingness outside this universe, the Star Tower navigation has lost its function. No matter how powerful the Star Tower signal is, it is only a navigation method within the universe. Now that Suyu has left the universe, the Star Tower signal has also lost all contact. It seems that although the power of the Emperor Guanyu is strong, it has not spread beyond the universe. Now Suyu can only rely on himself. If you want to distinguish the direction, you still have to start with cause and effect. Now that I have the power of cause and effect, I can try to use this power. Suyu said in his heart. After all, the only power beyond the 5th level he has at this time is the power of cause and effect, and he must give priority to this power. However, although the power of causality is powerful, how to use it for navigation? This is a difficult problem. Suyu first tried to use paradox to return to the real universe out of thin air. However, it didn't work, and he stayed where he was. It seems that with this level of paradox, it is still impossible to cross the distance of the universe. The power of causality has two abilities. One is to affect the causal ratio, and the other is to create paradox. Paradox is useless, and affecting the causal ratio seems to be useless. Not necessarily. Suyu fell into deep thought. He felt that the power of causality was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. I was born in the Azure Galaxy, and there should be some kind of causal relationship between me, the Azure universe, and the real universe. In theory, all my energy comes from the universe, which is the cause. When I die, all my energy will be returned to the universe, which is the result. From birth to death, the cycle of cause and effect is a complete chain of cause and effect. But now, I have left the universe, and the causal chain is broken. There is only cause, but no result. Suyu carefully thought about the causal relationship between himself, the Azure Galaxy, and the real universe. There is no doubt that there is a strong causal relationship between him, the Azure Galaxy, and the real universe. Now that this causal relationship is broken, It means that the causal ratio has become infinite to zero. Infinite causes cannot become any results. After all, Suyu has left the universe, and any cause in that universe cannot affect him. But now I have the power of cause and effect, which can affect the causal ratio. If I adjust the original infinite causal ratio to become infinite to 1, then, do I have the possibility of returning? Suyu suddenly had an idea and thought of a way. He immediately took action, urging the causal power he had just obtained, trying to adjust the causal ratio on his body. To adjust the causal ratio, the first thing is to be able to sense the existence of the causal chain. This is the basic ability of a causal mechanic. Suyu carefully sensed, and soon found the causal relationship between him and the real universe. The cause in this causal relationship is very powerful. After all the energy in Suyu's body comes from the real universe. It would be a miracle if the cause is not powerful to take away so much energy from the universe out of thin air. But there is no effect at all. It is equivalent to Suyu borrowing money from the real universe and then running away directly. And it is so outrageous that he ran away directly outside the universe. If he ran away outside the universe, then this debt would naturally be unrecoverable and become a bad debt with no possibility of recovery. But the creditor of this debt must remember it, will not forget it, and will not disappear. A long time ago, Suyu realized that all the energy obtained from the subspace was a debt, and one day he would have to pay it back. If he couldn't pay it back, he would pay it back with his life. Now Suyu deeply realized what form this debt took, cause and effect. Haha, I'm not interested in being a deadbeat, don't worry, I pay this debt. Suyu smiled slightly in his heart, and then began to activate his ability. He wanted to adjust the cause and effect ratio, and increase the cause and effect possibility of the real universe's debt collection from infinite to 0 to infinite to 1. As long as he completed the breakthrough from 0 to 1, with the huge size of the real universe, Suyu would have to pay this debt. Karma will guide Suyu back to the creditor. The adjustment of the causal ratio is silent. Suyu almost exhausted the causal power he just obtained before completing the adjustment. After all, his causal mechanic is only level 1 and has limited power. Fortunately, the causal power also has similar characteristics to the power of nothingness. It is not a normal energy. It can also be restored and improved in this nothingness. Otherwise, Suyu really dare not consume it at will. It should be considered a success, right? Suyu said secretly in his heart. At this time, the causal ratio of his successful debt collection by the real universe has changed from infinite to 0 to infinite to 1. However, this change in ratio only exists in Suyu's own perception. Suyu does not know whether it is useful or not. It won't be useless, right? Suyu waited quietly for a while, but there was still no movement, and he was speechless. This causal power is too mysterious, and it is impossible to judge whether it is useful or not. Just as Suyu was thinking, should he wait until the power of cause and effect is restored before adjusting the ratio from infinite to 1 to infinite to 2? At this moment, Suyu suddenly had an idea and looked up at the depths of darkness. He saw a human face? The face was blurry, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man, a woman, or a child. Only the dead and empty eyes penetrated the darkness and appeared in front of Suyu. Boundless fear surged in Suyu's heart. The tyrannical evil god in the hell of pain screamed again. Why is there a human face here? What the hell is that? Is this the thing in the darkness just now? Suyu was shocked. At this time, the dead face suddenly approached, occupying Suyu's entire field of vision without any time, almost directly sticking to Suyu's face. The horror contained in the eyes was poured into Suyu's mind without reservation. Fuck. Even though Suyu was strong and mentally tough, he was scared to death when facing this sudden face. It's not that he was timid, but the characteristics of the dead face naturally arouse fear in people's hearts, making Suyu unable to control himself. Suyu didn't bother to care where the fear came from. Driven by this fear, he suddenly turned around and ran away. With the existence of the causal generator, Suyu has recovered his ability to move. In extreme fear, Suyu didn't distinguish the direction and ran around in the dark at will. Anyway, there is no real direction here, it's the same everywhere. And the dead face was chasing him closely behind. Suyu did not dare to stop for even a second. All his thoughts were thinking faster. Faster. Here, movement is driven by thoughts. If there is a thought of movement as the cause, there will be movement as the result. The stronger and more dense the thoughts are, the faster the movement will be. However, no matter how hard Suyu tried to drive his thoughts, the strange dead face behind him was still chasing him, without any escape. At this moment, Suyu was like being chased by a monster in a nightmare. He could only run non-stop. Once he had the thought of stopping, it would be over. Just like that, after running for an unknown period of time, Suyu suddenly felt relieved, and the strong fear disappeared without a trace. The dead face behind him had disappeared at some point, and it was unknown whether it had been thrown off or lurking in the dark. Huh? Suyu no longer needed to breathe, and there was no air for him to breathe here, but he still breathed heavily instinctively. The extreme pursuit just now was too exciting, and he had never felt such extreme fear. Suyu was already like this, and the tyrannical evil god in the hell of pain was already scared silly, and he didn't know what nonsense he was talking about. However, Suyu didn't have time to care about the tyrannical guy at this time, because he was attracted by everything in front of him. He saw a space battleship? Yes, it was a space battleship. This battleship was very large. Under the illumination of causal radiation, Suyu could calculate that its length was thousands of kilometers, quietly suspended in the darkness. On the battleship, various weapons, turrets, engines, mechanical equipment, and functional buildings were densely packed, like a mechanical continent, or even a mechanical planet. The light of the causal generator was too weak, and Suyu could only see the appearance, not the inside. Although it has fallen into darkness and dead silence, Suyu can still imagine it in normal operation, with bright lights and people coming and going. I don't know what level this warship is when it is normal, and what kind of terrifying power it has. The reason why it is said to be people coming and going is because the mechanical style and shape of the warship gives Suyu a very familiar feeling. Although it is the first time to see it, Suyu is extremely sure that this warship is a creation of the human empire. That's right, outside the universe, in the void and darkness, there is actually a warship of the human empire. Suyu was chased by the weird and dead face for a long time, and he was in a panic and unexpectedly found this thing. There are space battleships, so it doesn't seem strange to see a dead face. Suyu thought to himself. I don't know if this battleship was stranded outside the universe due to some accident, or if it was originally a cross-universe battleship that rushed out of the universe on its own initiative. If it is the latter, then the strength of the human empire at that time was really incredible. They were able to explore even outside the universe, and even send space battleships to expedition outside the universe. Before, Suyu thought that the Star Tower signal did not work here because the power of the Guanyu Emperor could not affect outside the universe. Now it seems that it was still hasty. Maybe it was just that Suyu's holographic perception power was insufficient. If there was enough power, maybe he could directly navigate back? Could it be that this is the change caused by the influence of the cause and effect ratio? This space battleship is my hope to return to the real universe? Suyu said in his heart. He suspected that the appearance of the dead face and the panic of finding this space battleship were not accidents, but changes caused by his modification of the cause and effect ratio. But since the space battleship appeared, the dead face disappeared, and no one knew where it had hidden. Could it be that it returned to the space battleship? Is the dead face a crew member of the battleship? Are all the people in this space battleship dead faces? Suyu imagined that when the space battleship was normal, the crew must be in the billions. But now the battleship has encountered some kind of disaster, and is silent in this dark void. If all the crew members turned into dead faces and suddenly emerged, billions of faces would surround Suyu. That was really a situation where there was no way to the sky and no door to the earth, which was really scary. Thinking of this, Suyu wanted to turn around and run. He shook his head, knowing that this mentality was infected by the fear of the dead face, and he was not so cowardly. This space battleship might be the hope of return. How could he run away? Since you are here, go up and take a look. But be careful, be ready to run away at any time. Suyu approached the battleship carefully, ready to explore. As Suyu approached, the causal radiation of the causal generator in his hand was getting closer and closer to the battleship. The causal radiation will decay with distance, and only around Suyu will it have an intensity of 7 million to 1. When it reached the battleship, it had already weakened to only 1 trillion. And now, as Suyu approached, this causal ratio increased rapidly, and soon it increased to 1 billionth. Then, it seemed that the causal radiation reached a certain concentration. Bang! 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 Suyu actually heard a sound in the darkness. The magnificent battleship, which was thousands of kilometers long, actually lit up little by little. The sound Suyu heard seemed to be the sound of the lights being turned on. Soon, the entire battleship became brightly lit. Even the engines began to roar and run, emitting a faint light, as if they could launch a hyperspace jump at any time. Through the lights and windows, Suyu could see the situation inside the battleship. No one. There were no people coming and going as imagined, and no terrifying dead faces, only an empty space. The entire battleship was brightly lit, but there was no one, not even a corpse. It can't be an unmanned battleship, right? But looking at the huge living area on this battleship, it doesn't seem like it. That is, all the crew members have disappeared for some reason. Suyu became more and more alert, analyzing what might have happened to this battleship. Just then, Suyu heard the sound again. This time, it was the sound of the mechanical compartment door opening and the air pressure leaking. A huge mechanical compartment door suddenly opened, facing Suyu. It was like an invitation, inviting Suyu to be a guest. Chapter 541. The ship's open door was very large, hundreds of kilometers in radius, and it seemed to be an entrance and exit for various small and medium-sized spacecraft. But at this time, it was only open to invite Suyu. This door seemed like an invitation, but also like a big mouth that wanted to swallow Suyu. Suyu looked at the open door, wondering whether to go in. After a moment, Suyu made up his mind, and with a thought, he stepped towards the door. This ship was his hope to return to the real universe, and he must not give up, so he could only go in and explore. In this void where time and space do not exist, only one thought is needed to move. Although Suyu took a step, he did not really move with his legs, but was driven by his thoughts. So he took one step and arrived inside the ship. Of course, because of the problem of cause and effect ratio, it takes 7 million causes to achieve one result. So Suyu actually used 7 million thoughts in an instant to successfully take this step. After Suyu came to the interior of the warship, his expression changed slightly. Is there time and space here? After he entered the warship, he actually felt that there was a relatively normal time and space environment here. In the warship, it is impossible to use the previous thought-driven movement method, but to consume energy to walk or fly like in normal time and space. It seems that this is actually equivalent to a small universe, but it is more broken. Suyu carefully sensed the time and space environment here, and then made a judgment. Suyu's creation machine can open up a small universe in the void and maintain a normal time and space environment. And this warship can also do it. In a sense, this is also a small universe, equivalent to a battleship universe. This is probably some advanced Imperial technology. This battleship can run outside the universe, and it really has extraordinary capabilities. No wonder it can survive in this void until now. However, the scale of this battleship is even smaller than Suyu's small universe. Although it is several thousand kilometers long, it is still smaller than the Azure Star. And Suyu's small universe can even accommodate the Azure Star. Maybe the scale of this battleship universe is too small, so there is only time and space in this battleship, but no cause and effect. In this way, its time and space environment has actually been in a state of stagnation. After all, without cause and effect, nothing can work. After Suyu arrived, under the illumination of the cause and effect generator, the time and space in this battleship began to work. That's why the previous changes occurred, various lights lit up, and the warehouse door opened. Perhaps, it's not really an invitation to me, but a natural change after having a causal environment. But it's not necessarily the case. You still have to be careful. Suyu looked around and still did not continue to go deeper into the warship. For the sake of caution, he is still standing at the door of the warehouse, ready to run away at any time. He first tried to use the power of time to observe the past and future of this warship. This is a very useful way of observation. If it goes well, all the secrets of this warship will be known to Suyu instantly. But Suyu could not see anything. The past and future of this warship are all nothingness, nothing. I don't know if it is the technology of the Empire that blocks the past and future, or because the past and future of this thing have been swallowed by nothingness, so Suyu can't see it. Holographic perception. Suyu tried to activate holographic perception, and tried to use the Star Tower signal to scan the battleship. Although the Star Tower signal cannot be used in the void where time and space do not exist, there is normal time and space in this battleship, and it is also a battleship of the human empire, so Suyu wants to see if the Star Tower signal can be used here. The current time and space signal is weak. Holographic perception immediately popped up a no signal prompt. Implant signal. Star Tower scanning can be easily completed in places with Star Tower signals. If there is no signal, the signal can also be implanted, and the Star Tower signal can be implanted into the bottom of time and space to complete the scan. Now Suyu is going to use this function. However, the holographic perception popped up a prompt again. Star Tower lost connection. The current terminal power is insufficient. The cause and effect ratio is unbalanced, and it is expected to complete the signal implantation. It will take. Time and space state is unknown, and the time cannot be calculated. Please try again. At the same time as the holographic perception popped up a prompt, the Star Tower signal was also implanted into the battleship bit by bit. A holographic map gradually appeared in front of Suyu, but the speed was extremely slow. It works, but it's too slow. Suyu looked at the map progress that was as slow as a snail, and was speechless. How long would it take? Even holographic perception couldn't calculate how much time it would take. Suyu could only estimate it himself. At the current speed, it might take hundreds of years to complete. It would be better for him to explore it himself. With his strength and speed, 1 second would be enough to explore the battleship clearly, and it would be more than enough. But Suyu was not reckless, and let the star tower signal scan slowly. Before the scanning results came out, Suyu absolutely refused to go in himself. As for the hundreds of years it would take, it seemed a waste of time. But Suyu didn't think so. Anyway, with his current strength, even if his lifespan was not infinite, it was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was nothing to waste a few hundred years. Anyway, there was nothing else to do in this void, so time was wasted. However, I don't know what will happen in the real universe after hundreds of years. Will Chichen die completely due to some accident? Or if the blue universe is successfully resurrected, it would be a bit troublesome for Suyu to go back for revenge. But Suyu doubted that time really had meaning here? Are the hundreds of years here really synchronized with the time in the real universe? Independent universes should have independent timelines, and not interfere with each other. This is the case with small universes, and this battleship universe should be the same. Suyu said secretly in his heart. According to his speculation, if it takes hundreds of years here, not even a billionth of a second may pass in the real universe. Because time and space are independent of each other, and not synchronized. Suyu had a similar experience before. After Suyu was sent into the dark time and space by the Ghost Emperor, he returned through the ability of the time mechanic. He passed through the gap between the two time and space, and fell into a strange place where time and space did not exist. In that strange place, Suyu's consciousness entered the thinking space. And the time in the thinking space is just an illusion. No matter how long it has passed, it is only a moment in reality. Now, it is somewhat similar to the original thinking space, but more extreme. In the thinking space, if Suyu's thoughts are consumed too much, it will collapse, which is equivalent to a time limit. But here, it is outside the real universe, independent of time and space. Here, let alone hundreds of years, I am afraid that millions of years can be waited. No wonder holographic perception cannot calculate the specific time. After all, the star tower calculates time according to the real universe, and here has left the real universe, the timeline is independent, and it is difficult to calculate. Then wait. Suyu stood at the door of the battleship cabin, waiting quietly. This wait lasted for more than 300 years. At the same time, he was also careful to guard against the appearance of the strange face. However, the strange face has never appeared again. 378 years later, the implantation of the star tower signal has been completed for the most part, and the holographic map of the entire battleship has basically appeared in front of Suyu. It is expected that in a few decades, the entire battleship will be completely scanned. However, even after scanning so much, Suyu still didn't understand the details of this battleship. He didn't see any living creatures. At this time, Suyu, who had been standing still, suddenly felt a shock in his heart. Because just now, the star tower signal scanned a very important thing. That is, the star tower terminal. Warning! Scan the star tower terminal. According to the security agreement, the current mission has been terminated. It's actually another star tower terminal. Suyu saw a red object on the star tower map. This object was not in the battleship, but hidden in an independent small space similar to the materialized space, so it was found at this time. It seemed to be an intelligent host, which should be the core control of this battleship. Suyu had been looking for this thing, because it must contain the key data of this battleship, which could be used to understand the secret of this battleship. Now it was finally found, but the host was a star tower terminal, which prevented Suyu from completing the scan, because it violated the security protocol of the star tower. This was not unexpected to Suyu. The star tower was originally an imperial creation, and it was not surprising that this battleship had a star tower terminal. It seems that I can only go there in person, but it may not be a bad thing. Holographic perception can be upgraded again. Suyu knew that the star tower signal could not be relied on. If you want to get the data, you can only go to the host in person to collect the data. If everything goes well, not only can you get the secret data of this battleship, you can even absorb the star tower terminal, so as to upgrade the holographic perception again. Holographic perception has the ability to absorb the star tower terminal upgrade, but Suyu has never encountered other star tower terminals before, and now he has finally encountered the second one. Let's wait until all other places are scanned before absorbing the host. Suyu still did not move, but let the holographic perception restart the task, bypassing the star tower terminal and scanning other places first. This is also for the sake of caution. This wait lasted for more than 20 years. At this time, the entire battleship suddenly changed, and the lights flickered and flickered. When the lights dimmed, Suyu vaguely saw strange faces in the darkness, layer by layer. Are you finally unable to bear it? Suyu's heart trembled. This strange face disappeared for so long and finally appeared again. Moreover, there were so many of them. The moment he saw those faces, Suyu's heart surged with strong fear again. Suyu was not a coward, but this fear was not generated by Suyu actively, but was stimulated by those faces out of thin air. Last time, just one face made Suyu run away in the void because of fear, and he fled to the side of the warship. And this time, the fear brought by so many faces was far more intense than Suyu could imagine. He had never experienced such a strong fear. It's terrible, no, I want to escape. Driven by this strong fear, Suyu instinctively wanted to escape. However, when he looked back, when the lights flickered, the layers of strange faces outside the warehouse door were all blocked. Not only that, those faces were slowly approaching, surrounding Suyu. However, although these human faces were tightly surrounded, they left Suyu a way out. The direction of this road was the mainframe of the Star Tower terminal. Driven by fear, Suyu wanted to escape along this retreat route towards the mainframe. So that's it, they are waiting for me here. There is something wrong with the mainframe of the Star Tower terminal. Suyu's heart moved, and he realized that these faces wanted to force him to get close to the mainframe. Suyu did not let these human faces do what they wanted. He suppressed his fear and let those human faces approach without any action. Suyu had actually used the power of nothingness to forcibly block the fear in his heart. However, the effect was not very good. This fear was too strong, and even the power of nothingness could not block it. As time went on, Suyu was infected by the fear and his whole body was trembling. But he still did not make any move, and coldly watched those faces continue to slowly approach. As those faces approached, the lights flickered faster and faster, and the darkness became longer and longer. At this time, the lights were basically completely black, only occasionally flickering once, bringing a moment of light. Finally, those faces had come to Suyu's eyes, and pairs of dead eyes stared at Suyu. Boom! Suyu only felt the fear in his heart explode, instantly 1,000 times stronger. Under this extremely strong fear, Suyu even had a flash in front of his eyes, and all kinds of horrible hallucinations appeared. He trembled all over, and a fragile expression appeared on his face, like an ordinary person who was frightened. However, even with such fear, he still did not move a step. With a strong will, he was nailed to the spot and stared at those strange faces. And the strange thing is that after those faces came to Suyu's eyes, they did not continue to approach, but wandered around Suyu. No face really touched Suyu, and they were all about one person away from him. Sure enough. Although Suyu was trembling all over, he smiled. He suddenly raised his hand and raised the causality generator in his hand a little higher. The faces of those people seemed to have not changed, but Suyu keenly discovered that these people's faces retreated a little. It was really just a little, even just a few atoms away. But Suyu confirmed that they really retreated. Are you afraid of it? Afraid of cause and effect? Suyu suddenly said. The faces did not answer. Suyu continued, you are very fast. You can obviously come to me in an instant, but you choose to approach me slowly. Really just to scare me. No. It's because you are afraid of the causality generator in my hand. You don't dare to really get close at all. Chapter 542. Before, Suyu was unmoved and stood still because he judged that these human faces were afraid of cause and effect, and that their slow approach was just an illusion. They just wanted to use fear to force Suyu to get close to the mainframe of the Star Tower. If Suyu was driven by fear, he would be fooled by these human faces. Who knows what is so weird about the mainframe? In fact, Suyu could also use the power of the cause and effect generator to approach these human faces in reverse, break through the encirclement, and leave the warship. However, the fear brought by those human faces was too strong. It was difficult for Suyu to stand still. It would be even more difficult to approach those human faces in reverse. Suyu could not do it for a while, and needed to adapt to this fear. Moreover, Suyu was not going to escape at all, because he guessed that there must be a reason for the sudden appearance of these human faces. However, even after hearing what Suyu just said, those human faces still did not react, and would not explain why they suddenly appeared. Suyu wondered if these human faces had consciousness, and could understand what he said. They didn't appear for hundreds of years, but now, when the Star Tower scan is about to be completed, they suddenly appear to scare me. Is it because the Star Tower signal is about to scan out something more critical? Suyu stopped talking and thought in his heart, thinking about the reason why these human faces appeared, which should be related to the Star Tower scan. That more critical thing scared these human faces. So they couldn't help but appear suddenly, trying to force me to get close to the host and prevent me from finding that thing. And what they are afraid of is cause and effect. So, the key thing that is about to be scanned out is the cause and effect generator on this ship? Suyu's mind was running, and in a short time, he had guessed the truth. He guessed that this warship was not always in a state of cause and effect vacuum. The warship should also have a device similar to the cause and effect generator to maintain the cause and effect environment here. If normal cause and effect cannot be maintained, this warship will never come out of this universe. It's just that for some reason, this cause and effect device is damaged or turned off. It is estimated that these human faces destroyed or turned off the cause and effect device. And now, Suyu is about to scan the cause and effect device on the warship using the Star Tower signal. If Suyu repairs and restarts the device and restores the cause and effect environment on the warship, it is estimated that it will cause great damage to these dead faces. That's why they can't help but show up and force Suyu. Thinking of this, Suyu glanced at the progress of the Star Tower scanning. It will take another 21 years to complete the remaining scans. At most, it will take 21 years to find the causal device. That is to say, it may take 21 years to endure this fear. Suyu's body trembled wildly when he thought about having to endure fear for another 21 years, and finally stabilized. As for the tyrannical evil god in the hell of pain, he was completely crazy due to the torture of fear and kept talking nonsense. There was no way the tyrannical evil god had a strong fear emotion, and now he encountered these dead faces, which made things worse. Suyu didn't bother to care about the violence, and fought the fear brought by the dead face with all his strength. At the same time, Suyu was also thinking, why are these faces afraid of cause and effect? Suyu's eyes swept over those faces, and his heart moved, and he thought of a possibility. These faces should all be the dead crew members of this warship. They are dead, but they have survived in some weird way, and turned into this kind of monster with strong fear. This way of survival should be related to cause and effect. They can only survive in a state of cause and effect vacuum. If the cause and effect environment is normal, they will go to complete death. And Suyu's cause and effect generator can create a cause and effect environment of 7 million to 1. Although this cause and effect environment is thin and not enough to make these weird faces die, it can also prevent them from approaching Suyu. The causal device on this warship may be able to maintain a normal 1-to-1 causal environment. Once it is turned on, all these faces will probably be wiped out. After guessing how to eliminate these strange faces, Suyu felt more confident and patiently waited for the moment when the causal device was discovered. Although these strange faces may be transformed from the crew, they were once the human beings of the Empire. But they have become monsters and still want to force Suyu, so Suyu will naturally not be polite to them. When I find a chance, I will destroy them. Time passed little by little, and another 10 years passed. Found it. A new mechanical device was marked in the holographic map of the warship scanned by the holographic perception. On the map, the name of this device was written, Causal Engine, Damaged. This device is very small in size, and it looks like an ordinary metal pipe, which is very inconspicuous. And it was hidden deep in the battleship engine, so it had not been discovered before. Now Suyu scanned almost the entire battleship, and finally found it. Causal engine? That's right. In the void, if you want to move, you need to rely on causal drive. It's reasonable to call this device an engine. Suyu thought to himself. This causal device really played the role of an engine in the battleship, and could drive the battleship forward. It doesn't seem to be damaged badly. Suyu looked at the causal engine on the map and was happy. The Star Tower signal is a full-scale scan, which has scanned the internal structure of the causal engine. The engine seems to have no damage on the surface. The internal components seem to be very normal. Only one of the components is damaged. With Suyu's ability as a mechanic, he should be able to repair it after some research. It is estimated that when the causal engine was destroyed, the surrounding causal environment was missing, and time and space stagnated, resulting in it not being completely destroyed. This is a good thing. Let's go! After Suyu found the causal engine, he didn't wait any longer and immediately walked towards the engine. Boom! In the direction of the causal engine, there were a lot of strange faces. Suyu moved and immediately approached these faces. Suddenly, boundless fear exploded in Suyu's heart. And because of Suyu's actions, those strange faces also immediately understood that Suyu had found the engine. So they also became agitated and crowded in front of Suyu, making the fear Suyu felt 10 times and 100 times stronger. But Suyu resisted the urge took one step at a time, and slowly approached the causal engine. He walked very slowly, because every step required overcoming great fear. If he relaxed a little, he would be controlled by fear and run away. Suyu was more than 3,400 kilometers away from the causal engine. At his speed, he could have arrived in an instant. But this walk took 100 years, which was really outrageously slow. 100 years later, he finally arrived next to the causal engine. Finally here. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He had endured 100 years of fear torture, and was almost crazy. Fortunately, he finally arrived. Repair. Suyu's mind moved, and he immediately prepared to repair the engine. During the past 100 years, he repeatedly scanned the engine through the star tower signal. He has studied its structure and principle. The principle of this causal engine is different from Suyu's causal generator, but it is somewhat similar to Suyu's creation machine. This causal engine also created a small universe inside. It's just that this universe has no time and space, only cause and effect. By deriving the cause and effect of this cause and effect universe and radiating it into the battleship, a normal cause and effect environment is achieved. And Suyu is very familiar with the creation machine. Although the construction principle of this cause and effect engine is still different from Suyu's creation machine, the mutual reference is enough for Suyu to repair this engine. Suyu even gained some inspiration for improving the creation machine and the cause and effect generator. Suyu's power enveloped the cause and effect engine, and in a moment, it will be repaired and restarted. I advise you not to. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Suyu's ears. Who are you? Why don't you let me fix it? Suyu immediately became alert and scanned the strange faces around him, trying to find the source of the voice. At the same time, he did not stop his movements, and his power continued to spread to the causal engine. He would not listen to that voice. I am the intelligence of this battleship. This battleship has actually been destroyed, but it has been preserved until now because of the causal stagnation. Once the causal engine restarts and leaves the stagnant state, it will immediately fall into destruction. The voice continued. Hearing this, Suyu shook his head and said, It's destroyed. What does it have to do with me? The voice seemed to pause for a moment, as if it did not expect Suyu to answer like this. After a moment, it continued, You can't do this. This warship is a creation of the human empire. It has received the glorious blessing of the emperor, and came to the outside of the universe to perform important tasks. As a human being, you have the star tower signal, so you must be a citizen of the empire. According to the imperial law, you should protect this warship, not destroy it. Suyu heard this and shook his head. The imperial law can't control me. At this time, his power has penetrated into the interior of the causal engine and started to repair it. You rebel. This warship has been marked by the power of the emperor. If you destroy it, once you return to the original universe, the emperor will immediately notice your rebellious behavior and kill you. The voice became angry. The dead faces also became agitated, causing the fear in Suyu's heart to explode again. Suyu had hallucinations in his mind, and saw himself being executed by the Emperor Guangyu. However, Suyu remained unmoved, and said coldly, Don't pretend, you are not a warship intelligence at all. If the Emperor Guangyu wants to kill, he will kill you first. This sentence came out of nowhere, and the voice fell silent. Those restless faces also calmed down. Suyu continued, I have been thinking about why this warship has become like this, and what those faces are. In fact, the clues are very obvious. The fear on those weird faces makes me feel very familiar. I have seen similar things before. That is, the remaining fear after the death of a universe. The fear of a universe is so strong. What Suyu said was the fear of the tyrannical evil god. The fear of the tyrannical evil god is the remnant of the death of the blue universe. The fear of a universe is unbearable even for the fifth level evil god, so the tyrannical evil god is so afraid of death. The fear on the faces of those strange people is very similar to that on tyranny. So, you are not the intelligence of the battleship, but the residual will after the death of the universe. After the death of the universe, you wandered in this nothingness, longing for resurrection. Until one day, you encountered this battleship, so you eroded it and occupied it, using this battleship with cosmic characteristics and all the humans on the battleship as your new carrier. It's just that your essence has not changed. You have been destroyed. You just use this nothingness to stagnate the cause and effect and barely survive. Once the causal engine restarts, it's not this warship that will be destroyed, but you. You will be destroyed if you get out of the state of causal stagnation. Suyu said firmly. Everything he said was just his guess, but he was firm in his tone, thinking that this was basically the fact. With the precedence of the Azure universe and Qi Chen, as well as the fear of the tyrannical evil god as references, Suyu was very confident in his judgment. As he spoke, he accelerated the repair of the causal engine. And the voice saw that its identity was exposed and stopped acting. How could you know? No! Stop! I'm going to kill you! Die! Die! Boom! 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 As it roared wildly, those strange faces rushed towards Suyu frantically. When they approached a certain distance, they would not be able to withstand the power of the causal generator, and exploded into a gray gas. The gray gas was the materialized fear emotion that enveloped Suyu. In a short period of time, the fear Suyu felt increased by who knows how many times. Suyu had many illusions in front of his eyes. In extreme fear, he almost thought he was dead. This was not entirely an illusion. If this continued, Suyu would really be scared to death. How terrible is the fear of death in a universe? Because of this fear, the tyrannical evil god became a coward who was afraid of death. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was actually a kind of protection. And now, Suyu was attacked by this fear emotion. That was not protection, but to scare him to death. This method would probably cause huge losses to the voice, but in order to stop Suyu, the voice didn't care. At this moment, Suyu, who was in the boundless fear illusion, suddenly smiled slightly. Too late. Buzz. In front of Suyu, the causal engine vibrated slightly. A strong causal radiation gushed out of the engine. It has been repaired and restarted. Ah! All the weird faces screamed at the same time. Chapter 543. The next moment, all the strange faces around Suyu disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The flickering of the lights also stopped. The fear that enveloped Suyu also dissipated out of thin air, allowing Suyu to wake up from the illusion. Sure enough, the causal ratio is close to 1:1. Suyu felt it a little bit, and could feel that the causal ratio around him had returned to a level close to 1:1. Although it has not reached the true 1:1, it can only reach 1:0.99999. In other words, basically any cause can get a normal result. There is only a very small probability that a normal result cannot be obtained. This shows that the causal engine still has defects. It is impossible to achieve a true 1:1 causality, and there is still a little gap with the causal environment in the real universe. But the gap is not big. Even a 5th-level strongman can hardly find this difference. If Suyu was not a causal mechanic, and was very sensitive to the causal ratio, he would not be able to find it. Under such a causal ratio, those strange faces could not bear it at all, so they disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether they were annihilated by the causal environment or temporarily hid. Suyu looked around and confirmed that all the strange faces had disappeared. Then he disappeared on the spot with a thought. The next moment, he appeared in a core room of the warship. In this room, there were flashing indicator lights, instruments, display screens, and holographic projections everywhere. This room was exactly where the core host of the warship that Suyu had scanned before was located. Now that the causal environment has been restored and there is no interference from the strange face, Suyu no longer needs to walk slowly. In just a moment, he arrived here and saw the core host. The core host is a translucent cylinder with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 20 meters, standing in the center of this warehouse. Inside the cylinder, strange streams of light flickered. It doesn't look large, but Suyu can sense that inside this thing, there is an incredibly huge amount of data running. Even beyond the 5th level. At least a 6th level intelligent host. Suyu looked at this host and knew that he had picked up a treasure. This intelligent host can be used to make a creation machine. Suyu's creation machine, so far, is actually not even a semi-finished product. It is completely an empty frame built by the ability of embodiment and the origin of time and space. There is almost no real material, and it is basically still in the blueprint state. It's just that this blueprint can be operated and play a part of the function of the finished product. This is because Suyu couldn't find any materials to make the creation machine before, so he could only make do with the materialization ability of the digital god mechanic. But now, this intelligent host completely meets Suyu's requirements. Its powerful computing power can be used to make the creation machine. However, Suyu is not in a hurry to control this intelligent host immediately, but tried to communicate with it first. This level of intelligent host must contain powerful intelligence and even powerful combat power. Maybe it is more powerful than Suyu in its heyday. It must not be regarded as a dead machine. I am Suyu, the commander of the Giant God Army Corps stationed on Azure Star. This is my identification code. He sent a series of messages to the host, trying to establish contact with it. A long time ago, Suyu had been recognized as the commander of the Giant God Army Corps. Although there was Qi Chen's conspiracy, this identity was not fake. What's more, Su Yu later contacted the Emperor of Glory, and this identity was even more confirmed. So at this time, Su Yu was not trying to fool the host, but communicating sincerely. However, there was no response. Even when Su Yu took out the glory seed obtained from the Emperor of Glory, and shook it in front of the host, there was no response. Su Yu stopped trying and looked around. Those indicator lights, instruments, display screens, and holographic projections, the things displayed on them should all be the data in the core host, but they were all in chaos. It seems that there is something wrong with this host, and I don't know if its intelligence still exists. After thinking for a while, Su Yu quietly activated the ability of the digital god mechanic on the host. The digital god mechanic has powerful data capabilities, and can invade various mechanical equipment, even the 5th level machinery. Otherwise, how can he be called a digital god? While Su Yu launched the invasion, he was also careful to guard against the possible counterattack of the core host. This level of intelligent host must have firewalls and countermeasures to deal with data invasion. If Su Yu is not careful, it will be invaded by it in turn. Sure enough, facing this host, the data set by Su Yu was like hitting a copper wall, and there was no reaction at all. The firewall of this host is so strong that it makes no sense. Su Yu's digital god mechanic is completely unable to do anything with it. It is indeed a smart device of at least level 6, which is powerful. But the expected reverse invasion did not appear. Su Yu tried again, but to no avail. He stretched out his hand and tried to touch the host. However, he touched nothing. The surface of the core host looks like a solid entity, but when Su Yu's hand touched it, it became illusory, allowing Su Yu's hand to pass through it. Is this dimensional control? Su Yu flashed a gleam of light and recognized the state of this core host. It and Su Yu at this time are in different spatial dimensions. The cylindrical appearance is just its projection in 3-dimensional space. It can only be seen but not touched. As for the space-time dimension, Su Yu's research is not profound. He just uses the digital god mechanic to observe the underlying rules of the universe, and has a little knowledge of it. And obviously, this core host's control over the space-time dimension is far beyond Su Yu. It hid its true body in other dimensions, and isolated Su Yu from time and space. If nothing unexpected happened, not only could it not be touched, even if Su Yu attacked with all his strength, he could not do anything to this host, and could not touch it at all. Now this host seemed to be in an absolutely closed state, and did not respond to any stimulation or communication from the outside world. Su Yu retracted his hand, shook his head, and suddenly said, "Do you think that I can't do anything to you if you hide in this host?" Su Yu was not talking to the host, but to the previous voice, the thing that seemed to be the remnant after the death of the universe. Although the causal engine has been restarted, it stands to reason that the thing has been annihilated. After all, the cause of destruction has been planted long ago, and as long as the causal environment is normal, it will achieve the result of destruction. This thing is like a ghost of the universe. Once it encounters the sunlight of causality, it will be reduced to ashes. However, the causal engine is not perfect after all, and it cannot achieve a true 1-to-1 causal ratio environment. In addition to the closed state of this host, Su Yu guessed that the cosmic debris was not really annihilated. Instead, it hid inside this host and survived. After saying that, Su Yu waited quietly. After a moment, the previous voice appeared again. "What do you want?" Sure enough, the thing was not annihilated, but still survived. Su Yu heard this and smiled. "What do you think? As an Imperial soldier, I came here to recover this warship. And you, as the murderer who killed the warship crew, have committed an unforgivable crime. You must surrender, and be brought back to the Empire for trial and execution," Su Yu said righteously. Although he, the so-called Imperial soldier, had never worked a day, the other party didn't know. Hearing Su Yu's words, the cosmic undead was furious. Unforgivable crime? Bullshit! This warship came to this nothingness just to hunt me, but it was not strong enough, and was hunted by me in turn. It was just the law of the jungle. What crime can I have? What right do you have to judge me? Although this guy came from a big family, and was the remaining undead after the death of the universe, he seemed to have a very bad temper, and was not as high and mighty as imagined. It is estimated that its consciousness and personality also absorbed a crew member on the ship, so it has such a personality. Just like the remnants of the blue universe absorbed Qi Chen, the remnants of this universe also use this method to obtain personality and thinking ability. Hunting it? Su Yu's heart moved when he heard this. Only then did he know that this warship came to the void outside the universe to hunt the remaining undead after the death of the universe. The human empire at the time was really fierce. This great expedition actually went beyond the universe. However, although it was fierce, its strength seemed to be a little insufficient, and it was hunted by the remaining undead in the universe. I don't know if there are other warships carrying out this hunting operation. Maybe other warships succeeded? At the same time, Suyu was also thinking about what this hunting is for. Information, energy, and matter seem to be the wealth of the universe. Under normal circumstances, the universe will not allow any information, energy, or matter to escape from it. Once it escapes, it is tantamount to betrayal. It is like the flesh and blood of a human body has developed consciousness and escaped from the body. Even if it goes back again, it will probably be attacked with great force. It is also like a gambler who owes a lot of debts and then runs away directly. All the energy and information of the extraordinary are obtained from the universe, which is equivalent to a debt that must be repaid sooner or later. I have already escaped from the real universe. It is probably not easy to go back. Even if I find a way back, it is estimated that it will be difficult to go back. Once I go back, the universe, the big creditor, will probably not let me, a debt escaper, go. So, if we can bring back information and energy from other universes, can we not only pay off our debts, but also become rich? Is this the meaning of hunting? Suyu thought of a lot of things in a flash. A long time ago, Suyu understood that the essence of subspace psychic energy is borrowing debts. If you use subspace energy, you will have to pay it back sooner or later. If you can't pay it back, you will pay it back with your life, which is the backlash of the subspace. This backlash is at the level of fate, and is almost unstoppable. So at that time, Suyu used the tyrannical split thought, this wrong species, to borrow debts from the subspace, thereby obtaining unlimited energy. Anyway, the debt was borrowed by the evil god, the energy was used by Suyu, and he didn't have to pay it back, perfect. And Suyu guessed at the time that the original human empire probably did the same thing. Capture the powerful evil god, and seal it to become a source of energy. However, Suyu was also curious. With so many extraordinary people in the human empire at that time, how many evil gods would have to be captured to supply them? And now Suyu realized that the human empire at that time actually did something even more outrageous. It actually sent warships directly to the outside of the universe to hunt the dead souls of other universes to repay the debt of the subspace. No wonder it can maintain such a powerful empire. I wonder how much debt a cosmic undead soul can pay. Suyu estimated that it must be very much. After all, no matter how the subspace psychic energy is used, or how it is borrowed and repaid, it is actually an internal circulation. And the cosmic undead souls are the real external input, which truly increases the foundation of a universe. So Suyu felt that the value of these cosmic undead souls was absolutely extremely high. Wasn't the Azure Galaxy also taken back in this way? Suyu suddenly had an idea. The remnants of the Azure universe were able to run into the real universe, and the human empire also sent Zhang Chifeng to garrison, which seemed to be well prepared. Now it seems that the appearance of the Azure universe may not be an accident at all, but the result of a certain hunting. I just don't know whether it was a hunt by the human empire or done by other civilizations. So, as long as this cosmic undead is brought back, it can return to the real universe safely, and even gain great benefits. Suyu said secretly in his heart. Sure enough, this battleship is his hope to return to the real universe. Thinking of this, Suyu sorted out his words and said, so that's it. It's been a long time now, and the human empire has declined. I didn't know there was such an inside story. Since you are also considered a victim, you may not need to be executed, but you still need to go with me and be judged. Suyu was just fooling around. The cosmic undead heard this and sneered, go with you. Do you think I'm stupid? The universe you are in has the instinct to devour the information of other universes. Once I go there, won't I be devoured immediately? Hearing its words, Suyu shook his head helplessly. This guy probably absorbed the memory knowledge of everyone on the battleship, plus the data information in the host. Although he looks a little irritable on the surface, he is not easy to fool. In this case, let's use force. Suyu's expression suddenly turned cold. If you go back with me, you may not die, but if you refuse, then you really want to die. The cosmic undead continued to sneer. What can you do to me? It is now hiding deep in the host, and Suyu can't touch it at all. However, after a moment, its panicked voice sounded, what are you doing? Stop it. It felt that the causal environment around it was slowly changing. From the original 1:0.99999 towards the real 1:1. Once the cause and effect is 1:1, it will be completely annihilated. This is the power of the cause and effect mechanic. Chapter 544. Stop? I will stop if you agree to return to the real universe with me. Otherwise, go to hell. Suyu threatened. The cosmic undead shut up immediately after hearing this, and said no more. In its view, going back with Suyu would also mean death. It was the same thing anyway. Suyu did not say much and continued to activate the power of the causal mechanic. Suyu's causal mechanic controls the power of causality. The power of causality is a special spiritual power unique to the causal mechanic. It can affect causality, adjust the causal ratio, and even distort causality to create a paradox. At this time, Suyu is using the ability to adjust the causal ratio. The range of adjustment of this ability is 100 times. For example, if Suyu exerts his full strength, he can reduce the normal 1-to-1 causal ratio to 100-to-1, that is, 100 causes can form one effect. If you use this power in battle, you can directly reduce the causal environment of the opponent by 100 times, and you can instantly establish a huge advantage. If the opponent has 100 actions, only one can produce a normal result. Even if the opponent is a 5th level strongman, it will cause huge interference. Or vice versa, the cause-effect ratio can be increased by 100 times, so that one cause can produce 100 results, and one attack can cause 100 times the damage. It is equivalent to directly increasing Suyu's strength by 100 times. His strength is already very strong, and he is a strong man in the 5th level. Using the power of cause and effect to increase it by 100 times, what kind of strength is that? The power of cause and effect is so powerful that it is worthy of being at least a 6th level power. Of course, this ability also has limitations. For example, it can only be adjusted in the causal environment. If it is an absolute nothingness where causality does not exist, it cannot be created out of nothing. You can only rely on the causal generator to create the causal environment first. Similarly, it is impossible to completely erase the causal environment and turn it into nothingness where causality does not exist. Moreover, adjusting the causal ratio will consume causal power. The larger the adjustment range, the greater the consumption, and it cannot last long. There are so many restrictions on causal power, mainly because Suyu has just started working as a causal mechanic and has not had time to upgrade. After he upgrades or reaches the maximum level, this ability will definitely be improved. Even after unlocking the core specialization, there will be stronger changes. However, at this time, Suyu uses this ability to deal with the cosmic undead in front of him, which is enough. The causal environment created by the causal engine has a ratio of 1 to 0.999999. It is about more than 179s after the decimal point, and there are some fluctuations. This ratio is infinitely close to the normal 1-to-1 causal environment. But even so, as long as it is not really 1:1, it cannot annihilate the cosmic undead. But Suyu used the power of cause and effect to adjust the cause and effect ratio, and he could make up for the last decimal point. But strangely, although Suyu had 100 times the ability to adjust the cause and effect, he could not instantly make the cause and effect environment become a real 1:1. It seems that there is an insurmountable gap between 0.99999 and 1. But now, this gap is being crossed by Suyu. The 9 after the decimal point is constantly increasing. In a short period of time, it has increased from more than 170 digits to 200, 300, 1000, 100, 000. So, the cosmic undead hidden in the core host finally panicked. Stop! Stop! The cosmic undead roared. Suyu still did not stop. The causal ratio was still increasing. Suyu's causal ability was a terrible curse to the cosmic undead. Finally, when the causal ratio increased to 10 million decimal places, it finally surrendered. I promise. Its voice contained anger, and was a little weak. It seemed that Suyu's behavior just now, although it did not completely annihilate it, also caused great harm to it, so it could not help it. Even if it would die if it went back with Suyu, it would not be now. But if it did not agree to Suyu, it would be annihilated now. It naturally knew what to choose. Suyu smiled slightly, and stopped urging his power. Without his power to maintain it, the causal environment ratio around it dropped again, and returned to its original state. In fact, even if the cosmic undead did not call for a stop, Suyu would not be able to hold on for long. His causal power had been almost consumed. The causal environment created by this causal engine is really strange. No matter how Suyu stimulates the causal power, even if he consumes all the causal power, he can't really turn it into 1:1, but can only get infinitely close. But the cosmic undead doesn't know this, and it has surrendered now. Since it has surrendered, then release the restrictions and let me control this host. Suyu said coldly. If Suyu wants to return to the real universe, he needs to use this battleship. This battleship can come to the outside of the universe to hunt cosmic undead, so there must be a way to go back. The cosmic undead has surrendered, and next, as long as this battleship is activated, it can embark on the road to return. If you want to control this warship, this core host is the key among the keys. After saying that, Tsuyu sent out the power of the digital god mechanic and tried to invade the core host. This time, there was no more obstacles, and the power of the digital god mechanic easily invaded the host. However, Tsuyu found that the data in the host was very chaotic and broken, and it was impossible to understand it normally. It is estimated that after being invaded by the cosmic undead, the normal function of the host has been destroyed, and the intelligent life in it has been shattered and turned into data residues in the host. Now this powerful host has only hardware left, but software is gone. No! It's not that there is no software. In fact, Tsuyu found a huge data body running in the host. It was a universe. A virtual universe composed of data bodies. The huge data made Tsuyu take a look at it, and his mind was almost occupied by it, and he fell into stagnation. Fortunately, Tsuyu had expected it, and immediately deleted the extra useless information in his mind and returned to normal. Is this your real body? Tsuyu looked at the virtual data universe composed of a group of data and said softly, "So what?" The voice of the cosmic undead came from the virtual universe. It is obvious that this virtual data universe is the real body of the cosmic undead. Its real body has disappeared, leaving only the last bit of data information, so it occupied the main engine of a battleship to survive. Tsuyu looked at it again, carefully analyzed its changing data, and saw some clues. The data body of this guy is actually collapsing and destroying all the time. That was the cause and effect of the destruction of the universe, which is still continuing. Some unknown and powerful cause caused the effect of the destruction of the universe. This causal chain has been formed, and destruction is inevitable. As long as the universe is not completely destroyed, this causal chain will never stop. However, the nature of the universe is extremely special, and it has a certain infinite quality. Although its data is constantly collapsing and destroying, at the same time, a large amount of new data is constantly generated out of thin air, never ending. It's like the universe is expanding and expanding all the time. The data body of this universe is also expanding. However, while it is expanding, it is also constantly destroying. A certain dynamic balance is formed between the two. However, this balance is based on the premise that the causal environment is abnormal. Normally, the causal chain of the destruction of the universe can even destroy the expansion of the universe itself, let alone the data expansion of the universe's undead. However, the causal environment in the battleship is not normal, and the ratio does not reach 1-to-1, which makes the causal relationship incomplete and unable to completely achieve the result of destruction. So that destruction and expansion form a balance. As long as the causal environment returns to the normal 1:1, this balance will be broken immediately, causing the cosmic undead to completely die. Even if it does not reach 1:1, but just gets a little closer to 1:1, its balance will be broken to a certain extent, causing huge losses to its data body. So it was so panicked when Tsuyu adjusted the causal ratio just now. After understanding all this, Tsuyu suddenly released the power of causality to wrap the cosmic undead, which was equivalent to setting a circle of seals. After a while, Tsuyu's causal power has recovered a little, so he can set the seal. As long as the cosmic undead has a little movement, the causal power will immediately adjust the causal ratio to attack the cosmic undead. And Tsuyu also plans to use all the causal power to reinforce the seal in the next period of time. Although the cosmic undead has surrendered, its essence is too powerful. Tsuyu can't rest assured if he doesn't set a seal like this. After sealing it, Tsuyu breathed a sigh of relief, and then he had time to think about the chaotic data in the host. The software in this host has almost been destroyed and messed up. But Tsuyu knows that this does not mean that this host is useless. After all, the cosmic undead just used a firewall to block Tsuyu's data invasion, which means that the software data in this host can still be used. It's just that Tsuyu needs to find a way. This is what Tsuyu is good at. After all, as a digital god mechanic, he is very powerful in the field of data. He did not ask what the cosmic undead did before, but used the power of the digital god mechanic to try to reassemble the chaotic and broken data bodies, and use this to reverse their original normal form. After some attempts, Tsuyu actually pieced together a new host system intelligence. Although it was a little broken, it could barely activate the various functions of this host. However, this thing was just a program pieced together from some data residues, without any wisdom, and was very dull. It was completely incomparable to the powerful intelligent life originally carried by this host. Navigation log ###. Suyu tried to read the log information contained in this intelligence, trying to figure out what happened at the beginning, but he only got a string of garbled characters. It seems that Suyu's patchwork is very flawed and cannot completely restore the original host intelligence. This is normal. This host is a creation beyond the 5th level. It is rare for Suyu to be able to piece together its intelligence. He can't ask for more. It seems that I can't see the original navigation log for the time being. Suyu thought about it and directly released the long-lost fear intelligence, let it stay, and merged the intelligence that was just pieced together to become the intelligent life in this host. Nono merged with the creation machine and became the creation Nono, which was considered a major upgrade. Now it's the turn of the fear intelligence. In fact, the mechanical spirit is more suitable for this matter. The reason why Suyu chose the fear intelligence is that this guy is actually a bit special. The fear intelligence was originally a replica of the mechanical spirit. When it came into close contact with the fear of the tyrannical evil god, it did not collapse madly, but became timid, and even turned a disaster into a blessing. Instead, it mutated and possessed the power of fear. Now, Suyu already knows that the fear of the tyrannical evil god is essentially the remaining fear after the death of the universe. Such a high-level power, even the tyrannical evil god himself cannot control it, and the fear intelligence was able to control it at the beginning, which is really special. Until now, Suyu is a little confused about the principle. So Suyu put the fear intelligence in this core host to try whether it will produce other changes. After all, this universe undead is essentially the same as the blue universe. The blue universe can give birth to that kind of high-level fear power, will this universe undead also have it? If this universe undead also has that kind of fear, what will happen when it encounters this guy called fear intelligence? Of course, this is just an attempt by Suyu, and it doesn't matter whether it is useful or not. But the main thing is to give this host an intelligence for easy use. With the entry of fear intelligence, the entire battleship is completely under Suyu's control. Found the Star Tower terminal. Do you want to absorb it? At this time, the career panel suddenly popped up a prompt. It seems that after he controlled the core host, the career panel belongs to Suyu, so it can be absorbed. This host contains the Star Tower terminal. Suyu controls the host, and also controls the Star Tower terminal. But Suyu took a look and refused directly. Now is not the time. He still hopes to rely on this battleship to return to the real universe. What if the Star Tower terminal is absorbed and the host breaks down again? Let's talk about it later. Start the battleship. Suyu immediately ordered the fear intelligence. When he just put together the host intelligence, Suyu had already basically mastered the driving method of this battleship. He knew it, and the fear intelligence also knew it, which was enough to start this battleship. Yes, Master. Although the fear intelligence was timid, it always executed Suyu's orders without compromise. Buzz. The engines of the battleship started up. Engine number 1 started, charging progress 17%. Engine number 2 started. Causality engine is running normally, preparing to start causal jump. Activate Star Tower navigation, Universe Outer Edition. To search for heading, a series of information popped up from the display devices around the host. The whole battleship was shaking slightly, and each engine began to charge. The most important engine was actually the causality engine. In this environment, causality is the most powerful energy source. The causal engine has started the maximum power at this time, and is preparing for causality jump. Using the power of cause and effect, you can instantly cross a long distance. Maybe you can return to the real universe with just one jump, Buzz. Soon after, the cause and effect transition was ready. Let's start. Suyu gave an order and began the transition. Chapter 545. The so-called causal jump is actually similar to the way Suyu moved in the void before. Directly use the cause of thoughts to achieve the effect of movement. However, the power of the battleship's causal engine is much greater, so the distance it can move is also much farther. Of course, the distance here is the distance at the causal level, not the space distance in the usual sense. This kind of causal jump still needs the help of Star Tower navigation to achieve accurate movement. At this time, under the control of the fear intelligence, the battleship Star Tower navigation, out-of-universe version, has been activated and began to search for the surrounding causal radiation sources as a reference for the jump. Suyu looked at the map above and found that there was only one large causal radiation source, which was marked as original universe. That is, the real universe that Suyu is familiar with, where he was born. It seems that the original human empire named this universe original universe. At this time, the causal jump has been activated, and the cause of the entire battleship has been generated. As long as Suyu determines the target, he can immediately transform the cause into effect and reach the vicinity of the target. However, Suyu did not immediately select the large causal radiation source, but searched on the map of the Star Tower navigation. He was looking for his own small universe. But he did not find it. It is probably because the volume of the small universe is too small. The entire small universe is only slightly larger than the Azure Star. With such a small volume, the causal radiation is too weak and cannot be explored. What a pity, I originally wanted to go back first. Suyu originally wanted to try to drive the battleship to the small universe first, and then move the useful things on the battleship to the small universe. But now it seems that it cannot be done for the time being. But this is actually a good thing. The warship cannot search for the small universe, and other unknown existences are also difficult to find, which makes the small universe safer. However, Suyu remembered that he had just left the causal radiation range of the small universe and immediately encountered the dead face. Maybe the cosmic undead seemed to have a way to find the small universe, so he sent those dead faces to stare outside the causal radiation range. Because it is a cosmic undead, it has a special search and sensing method for the small universe. This makes the safety of the small universe reduced. Of course, it may also be pure luck. Those dead faces wandered in the void and happened to come near the small universe. Suyu really wanted to figure out how the cosmic undead found the small universe. However, Suyu could only seal this cosmic undead with the power of cause and effect for the time being, and could not explore its memory and obtain its secrets. Suyu tried to send out thoughts and asked the cosmic undead this question. The cosmic undead immediately sneered and said, "Okay, the problem is in my memory. I can open my memory. You can find it yourself." The cosmic undead agreed straightforwardly, but Suyu ignored it. This guy obviously wanted to trick Suyu. The memory of a universe, even if it is just an undead, contains a lot of information that Suyu can't bear. If he dared to search the memory of the cosmic undead, I'm afraid his mind would be immediately blown into an idiot by the huge amount of information. Seeing that Suyu was not fooled, the cosmic undead stopped sneering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing that Suyu had already started the causal transition, as long as he returned to the real universe, the cosmic undead might be swallowed up. But it did not beg for mercy or anything like that. It did not yell in anger like before. It seemed that it wanted to retain its last dignity. Could it be that the undead in a universe also have their own pride and dignity? Or was this just a simulated personality? Suyu could not know. Suyu did not ask much, but silently set the goal of the jump, return to the original universe. Buzz. The warship vibrated slightly, and after a moment, it returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. But Suyu immediately felt that the causal environment in the warship had undergone subtle changes. Although the causal ratio had not changed at all, Suyu keenly discovered that the causal environment in the warship was no longer maintained by the causal engine, but came from another powerful causal radiation source. Just like the original light source in the warship was the internal lights, it has now become the sunlight shining in from the window. Suyu quickly cast his mind outside the warship, and then he felt that an endless unknown object was hanging outside the warship. Its shape cannot be described in words. Even with Suyu's strength, he cannot see even a little bit of its true appearance. Cannot see, or rather, cannot understand. Can only feel the overwhelming sense of existence, and the boundless malicious fear that comes to his face. Suyu saw the boundless sea of corpses and blood, endless pain and torture, countless deaths and fear. All the terror and malice he had experienced before suddenly surged into his heart. It seemed that the unknown thing was the collection of all terror and malice. The moment he sensed the unknown thing, Suyu felt fear again. This fear was different from the fear aroused by the dead face before, but it was completely derived from Suyu's instinct. That was the instinctive fear of creatures when they saw an unknown thing that was extremely powerful and had boundless malice. What is this? We must escape. Suyu instantly had the idea of escaping. This thing was too terrifying. Could it be a monster in the void? He immediately gave an order to start the causal jump again and escape from here. But Suyu withdrew the order the next moment, because he had realized what that terrifying thing was. That was his goal, the original universe. The warship faithfully brought him back to the vicinity of the original universe without any other accidents. But Suyu did not expect that the original universe he was familiar with was so terrifying that he dared not approach it and only wanted to escape, not to mention entering it. Suyu felt that entering the inside of this thing was simply seeking death. Haha, how do you feel now? The voice of the cosmic undead sounded. Suyu's face was gloomy and he asked, "Do you know what's going on?" The cosmic undead smiled and said, "Sure enough, you seem to have accidentally gone outside the universe? Haven't seen it before?" It did not directly answer Suyu's question. Suyu said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Hearing Suyu's impoliteness, the cosmic undead stopped talking nonsense and said directly, in that case, then I will tell you. The universe you were born in has a very cruel instinct. It will hunt and devour other universes in its nothingness. And no matter whether it is dead or alive, even the remains of the destroyed universe will not be let go. In the endless time, it doesn't know how much it has devoured, which makes its size bigger and bigger, even bigger than infinity. However, a lot of darkness and distortion have accumulated because of this. How can the universe be so easy to swallow and digest? You said before that the human empire has declined? Haha, decline is normal. Such a distorted universe cannot have normal civilization, and will only decline more and more. When there is no food in this universe, it will devour itself, devour the life and civilization produced inside. Do you feel that strong malice? You are also the object of devouring. The cosmic undead seem to have been holding back for a long time, and now said it all at once. Suyu looked at the terrifying creature outside the battleship, and his face slowly returned to calm, no longer gloomy before. He understood a little why the previous universe was so dark and distorted. The depths of the subspace gave birth to so many terrifying evil gods, leading to various disasters. The entire universe seems to have great malice towards any creature. It turns out that this universe has swallowed too many other universes, or it may be debris, undead and the like. The appetite of the real universe is too good, and it has eaten too many messy things, so its essence has become darker and more twisted. Just like the cosmic undead that Suyu is sealing now, it is already twisted and dark enough. If it is swallowed by the original universe, its twisted darkness will become part of the real universe. To put it bluntly, the original universe is like a monster that feeds on corpses and undead. The more it eats, the crazier it becomes. It is estimated that the subspace and the evil gods all came from this, and they were all eaten bit by bit. The characteristics of the evil gods' immortality are very similar to some characteristics of the cosmic undead. Suyu suspected that the subspace and the evil god might be some kind of changes that occurred after the real universe devoured the remains of other universes. Maybe it was some kind of digestion method? Of course, all this was just Suyu's guess, and the specific details were unknown. Moreover, the most important question facing Suyu was not to study the origin of the evil god. But in such a dark and twisted universe, did Suyu really want to go back? What would happen after going back? Would he really be devoured as the cosmic undead said? Suyu thought for a moment and came to the answer, which was, there was a high probability that nothing would happen. After all, he was so close to the real universe at this time, almost face to face, but he was not attacked by it. It was estimated that Suyu was too weak for the entire universe, not worth mentioning at all, and not worthy of the attention of the universe's devouring instinct. Of course, Suyu's previous departure from the universe, this debt-running behavior, would definitely have certain consequences. However, Suyu brought back a big meal to the original universe, that is, the cosmic undead. This thing should be much more delicious than Suyu. Suyu brought back the cosmic undead, which was enough to make up for the debt, and more than enough. Do you still want to go back now? At this time, the cosmic undead asked again. Suyu sneered, of course. Although the real universe is terrible, it is also a rich and generous creditor. All the energy Suyu had before was borrowed from the universe. If Suyu wants to continue to improve himself and want to obtain more energy, materials, and information, he still needs to go back and continue to borrow. Anyway, the real universe doesn't lack Suyu. Although the borrowed energy and matter must be repaid with life after all. But Suyu doesn't care, just find a way to escape debt or repay with other things. Otherwise, where can normal energy and matter come from in this void to improve him? Is he going to hunt those cosmic undead? But Suyu's encounter with the warship can only be regarded as luck. Where can he find more cosmic undead? What's more, to be honest, Suyu doesn't know how to eat these cosmic undead. It's better to give it to the original universe to repay the debt. So, in essence, I am also constantly devouring and absorbing various energies, matter, and information. The difference between me and the original universe is just the size of the appetite. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a little relieved. Before, because of his own induction and the words of the cosmic undead, he had fear and prejudice against the original universe. But now think carefully, the original universe swallowing other universes is actually not a big problem. If the universe is regarded as a powerful creature, then it is just preying. As a human being, Suyu also eats and devours other creatures. From the perspective of some microorganisms, Suyu is also a terrifying behemoth, and his various digestion and absorption behaviors are very twisted and dark. But in Suyu's own opinion, all this is just normal survival behavior. With this thought, Suyu's prejudice against the original universe disappeared without a trace. Of course, there is still normal fear. In addition, the real universe devours other universes, and in this process, it is estimated that countless creatures have died. How cruel is the extinction of the universe, but Suyu has no right to blame and hate the real universe. The universe is not a person, not even a living thing. Does Suyu want to talk about moral issues with the universe? That's ridiculous. There is only one possibility that can make Suyu qualified and in a position to blame and hate the original universe. That is, what happened to the space-time universe where Suyu was before he crossed over? Was it also swallowed up? After thinking for a while, Suyu decided not to bother about it anymore, but ordered the Fear Intelligence to start the warship and return to the original universe. With Suyu's order, the causal engine started again and approached the universe, whose true appearance could not be seen clearly. This time it was not a long-distance jump, but a slow movement. Sure enough, you are the same. The cosmic undead saw Suyu start the warship and prepare to return, so he sneered and said no more. At this time, it was about to be swallowed by the real universe, and I don't know what it was thinking? Or is it preparing some conspiracy? Suyu ordered the warship to approach the real universe while guarding against the sudden explosion of the cosmic undead. But the cosmic undead had not made any movement, as if it had accepted its fate. And Suyu felt that the unknown behemoth was getting closer and closer to him, and finally, it completely enveloped him. Finally, Suyu's eyes went dark and bright. When he woke up again, he found that he and the entire warship were suspended in a dark vacuum. It was not the absolute nothingness outside the universe, but the real four-dimensional space-time. At the same time, Suyu sensed the familiar subspace. Is this back? Suyu was delighted. After all kinds of hardships, he finally came back. Is this the inside of the Devourer? Before Suyu could figure out his position, he heard a voice. Suyu's face suddenly looked a little strange. Since he has come back, why is this cosmic undead still here? Chapter 546. Suyu quickly focused his mind on the core host of the warship. Sure enough, the data body of the cosmic undead was still in the host, and did not disappear. Logically, the warship has now returned to the true 1:1 causal environment. This cosmic undead cannot exist normally in this environment, and will be completely destroyed in an instant. What's wrong with you? Suyu tried to ask. The cosmic undead smiled and actually answered, according to you humans, you need to keep it fresh before eating. Suyu heard this and nodded, and understood. The original universe performed some kind of preservation operation on this cosmic undead, delaying its destruction process. It allows it to exist stably even in a normal causal environment. Otherwise, if the cosmic undead are destroyed, what can they eat? So how long will this preservation last? The cosmic undead was silent for a moment, then said, how should I know? But in the time scale of the universe, this time will be longer than you think. Suyu heard this, thought for a while, and suddenly asked, why are you so easy to talk to suddenly? Before, this cosmic undead had a bit of temper, and even cursed. Now it almost answers every question. Surely Suyu brought it back to the original universe, which was equivalent to putting it in a deadly situation. It was also a strange thing that it would communicate with Suyu in a good tone. Is it learning from me, pretending to imitate my personality? But it doesn't seem like it. Suyu said to himself. I think the cosmic undead is learning from him. When the cosmic undead heard Suyu's question, it chuckled calmly and said, because I have figured it out. Even if I survive in the void, I have no future. To use your human words, it is just deceiving myself and lingering on. And if I enter the Devourer, there may be new opportunities. Suyu asked curiously after hearing this, opportunities? What opportunities do you want? This guy is already a dish on the table, and may be devoured at any time. Now he actually wants an opportunity. The cosmic undead said calmly, whatever opportunities you have, I may have the same opportunities. We are now inside the Devourer, theoretically speaking, it is the same. Suyu was shocked when he heard it. Yes, if the cosmic undead is a dish on the table, then Suyu is not much better. It's just that the cosmic undead is wild, and Suyu is domesticated, and sooner or later he will be hit by such a knife. Of course, Suyu should have paid off his debt by using the cosmic undead. Since returning to the original universe, Suyu has felt relaxed and inexplicably comfortable, because he has paid off his debts. This is not an illusion. In the data on the career panel, all the time backlash he had accumulated from using the power of time has been cleared. This cosmic undead is really useful. Suyu is now debt-free. But if Suyu wants to continue to improve, and continue to use the energy of the original universe, this debt will definitely come again. At that time, so you will need to find a new way to pay off his debts. Maybe like the human empire before, go outside the universe and hunt cosmic undead. If Suyu can use the cosmic undead to pay off debts, then the cosmic undead itself may be able to do so. It is equivalent to the dish on the table, working to redeem oneself. Although it sounds a bit strange, this should be the plan of the cosmic undead. If Suyu can do it, then it can do it too. After figuring it out, Suyu's perception of the cosmic undead has changed a bit. Originally, Suyu thought that this cosmic undead was just a monster with a special nature, and it was irritable, and didn't seem to have a very good brain. Now it seems that it has extremely high intelligence, and should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Suyu secretly raised his vigilance in his heart, thought for a moment, and then asked, "So what do you want to do now?" The cosmic undead said, "What to do? It depends on what you want to do. I can't do anything now. I need time to analyze and adapt to the space-time environment inside the Devourer. Before I can completely adapt, I can only stay in this battleship and act with you." This guy seems to rely on Suyu. Suyu's expression turned cold. He didn't believe the nonsense of the cosmic undead. It wanted to follow Suyu, probably because of some conspiracy. Instantly, he had a murderous intention in his heart. However, it was really difficult for Suyu to deal with this guy now. The causal seal set before had become invalid after returning to the original universe. After all, the cosmic undead had freshness preservation, and could ignore the threat of the causal environment. As for other means of attack, Suyu had not tried them. But think about it, and understand that this kind of thing, that can still survive the destruction of the universe, must not be so easy to kill. Suyu's various methods may not be so effective against it. Moreover, even if Suyu had the means to kill this cosmic undead, he would not act rashly. This guy is the food of the original universe, and is now in a fresh state. If Suyu kills this guy, the original universe will have nothing to eat, and it may eat Suyu. Even if Suyu is not killed, it will be a big debt, which is also a troublesome matter. Suyu pondered for a moment, and decided not to quarrel with this guy first. He nodded and said, "Then it's up to you." However, when Suyu said it's up to you, he didn't really mean it. He would definitely be on guard against this guy at all times. Moreover, it's not all bad to have this cosmic undead around. This thing is an extremely precious research material. Through studying it, Suyu can greatly enhance his understanding of the universe, time and space, and cause and effect. It helps Suyu improve his own small universe. After confirming that the cosmic undead has not moved for the time being, Suyu probed his spirit out of the warship and observed the external environment, wanting to see where he is now. At the same time, he casually asked, "What did your previous universe look like?" Suyu asked this question just to satisfy his curiosity. Although he had been out of the universe, he had not seen any other universe except his own small universe, and this universe ghost. He naturally wanted to know what the scenery of other universes was like. When the universe ghost heard this question, it did not answer immediately. Suyu observed that the speed of its data body seemed to speed up a little. Was it recalling? After a while, it slowly spoke. "The information of the universe is the most important thing. Especially for me now. Any energy and matter no longer exist. Only the most primitive information is left. If it is revealed, it will be equivalent to cutting off my own existence, which will cause great harm to me. According to it, its information is everything. If the information is told to Suyu, it will lose a part and be hurt." Suyu was skeptical, and didn't know whether it was true or not. At this time, the cosmic undead actually warned Suyu earnestly, "You should also pay attention to this point, and never disclose cosmic information at will." Suyu listened, and his heart moved, knowing that the cosmic undead was warning him not to disclose the information inside his own small universe. I don't know if it's really kind, or if there is some kind of conspiracy. Suyu would never believe in the cosmic undead. This guy had transformed all the human crew members of the entire warship into dead faces, which shows how cruel he is. Later, he used the dead faces to lead Suyu to the warship, and I don't know what he wanted to do. Later, Suyu successfully counterattacked and used this cosmic undead to repay his debt. Anyway, it can be said that there is a life and death feud between the two sides. Now it seems that the communication is pleasant, but it is just an illusion, and a fight may break out at any time. But Suyu still remembered the reminder of the cosmic spirit. Anyway, he would not reveal any information about his own microcosm unless it was necessary. Without continuing to talk to the cosmic spirit, Suyu concentrated on sensing the surrounding environment. At the same time, he used the star tower to scan and build a map of the surrounding area. Soon, Suyu scanned the surrounding area of billions of kilometers. Sure enough, I didn't return to the Azure Galaxy. Suyu knew that after he returned to the original universe, it should be impossible for him to return to the Azure Galaxy again. The universe is so big, how could he go out for a run and return to the same place? Not to mention, the situation in the Azure Galaxy is special. It is not so easy to go back after leaving. So now, Suyu has truly left the Azure Galaxy. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is vast. The universe and the stars are free to crisscross, and there is no blockade to stop him. Of course, Suyu will definitely return to the Azure Galaxy in the future to settle accounts with Chi-Chin. But if you want to go back, at least you have to figure out your current location first, and then get the star map. At this time, Suyu is in a star system. The nearby star map looks very strange, and has never been seen before. Suyu can't figure out where this place is for a while. This star system looks about the same size as the Azure Galaxy. There is a star and 7 planets in the galaxy. At this time, Suyu is in the cosmic vacuum between the 3rd and 4th planets. Suyu also scanned that among these 7 planets, 3 of them are actually inhabited by a large number of organisms. Although the environment of the other 4 planets is harsh, bases have also been built. Most of the organisms on these planets are humans. These humans seem to have a good level of technology, and have built some small spaceships to travel between the planets. Not only that, there are some strange alien creatures on these planets. These alien creatures look a bit similar to humans. They are just tall, more than 3 meters tall, with blue skin dotted with some mysterious patterns, and their facial features are very different from those of humans, looking like some kind of beast. Although they look a bit weird, these alien creatures seem to get along quite harmoniously with those humans. This is a galaxy dominated by human civilization, but it is mixed with some alien creatures, and seems to be developing well. Is this an independent human civilization? Or a colonized galaxy of the Empire? It was the first time that Suyu saw a human civilization outside the Azure Galaxy. He immediately became interested, and used the Star Tower signal to carefully scan the civilizations of these galaxies. The civilization of this galaxy does not seem to have a Star Tower terminal, so it is completely unable to block Suyu's scanning. Most of the secrets are almost defenseless in front of Suyu. At most, some information related to privacy, such as some important smart devices, and those human thoughts and memories, the Star Tower does not allow Suyu to scan them casually because of the security agreement. It seems that in the judgment of the Star Tower terminal, these humans are also the people of the Empire, and are within the protection of the security agreement. But it doesn't matter. Suyu is not interested in exploring the privacy of those people at will. Just some surface scans are enough for Suyu to understand the civilization in this galaxy. Soon, Suyu found something wrong. The civilizations in this galaxy seem to worship a certain god and pray at every turn. At this time, Suyu had learned the language of this galaxy in a short time through the Star Tower scan. That god was called Jing by these humans. This name seemed to have some unclear meaning, and was very different from the painful evil god, the tyrannical evil god, and the like. Not only these humans, but also those alien creatures were praying to the god named Jing. Even these alien creatures, although fewer in number, played a dominant role in some prayer ceremonies, and seemed to play a priest-like role. According to Suyu's previous experience, in this universe, as long as the word God is mentioned, they are basically evil gods. Even though the name of Jing, God seems to be more serious, Suyu has already identified him as an evil god. So, this is a civilization that worships evil gods? Has it been corrupted by alien evil gods? Suyu's expression turned cold, and he immediately prepared to conduct a deeper scan, that is, to directly scan the spiritual thoughts of those blue-skinned alien creatures. These alien creatures are not the people of the Empire, and they will not be protected by the security agreement. Suyu wants to see what these guys are. However, just as Suyu started scanning, the holographic perception immediately popped up a warning. Warning! The Star Tower signal encountered unknown interference, and now the fuse measures are activated. The Star Tower signal was actually interfered? Suyu was surprised. The Star Tower signal just invaded the mind of an alien creature, and immediately lost the signal. Obviously, those alien creatures have some powerful signal shielding protection, which can even interfere with the Star Tower signal. This is probably done by the Jing god. In order to prevent reverse tracking, the Star Tower signal immediately activated the fuse measure according to the agreement, so that the other party could not track Suyu's position. But in fact, this anti-tracking is meaningless. Because at this time, the entire galaxy has already discovered the warship in space. It is hard not to discover such a large warship suddenly appearing in space. Before, Suyu's various thoughts and conversations were too fast, and a millionth of a second did not pass. Now it has finally passed a millionth of a second. After so much time, this civilization finally discovered Suyu, the uninhibited guest. So the entire galaxy, the 7 planets, the humans on them, and the alien creatures all became restless. Chapter 547. At this time, in this galaxy, large spaceships soared into the sky. The engines of the spaceship spewed brilliant ion flames and rushed towards the nameless battleship where Suyu was. Seeing those spaceships from afar, Suyu sighed, and sighed slightly in his heart. Though those spaceships were not as large as the nameless battleships, which were thousands of kilometers in size, they were also tens of kilometers in radius. They were cast in metal, like space cities. So many of them were launched together, which looked quite spectacular. Such a large spaceship is enough to provide a large population with survival. It can even sail in deep space and maintain a small civilization ecosystem on it. If the planet is broken, this kind of spaceship can be used to continue civilization. The mechanical city that Suyu built before, the final form envisioned, is like this. It's a pity that until now, the mechanical city has never really flown out of space. Now, let alone the mechanical city, the blue star is gone, waiting for resurrection in this small universe. But I didn't expect that I would see so many of the final forms of the mechanical city envisioned here. It seems that my original design is indeed correct. If it weren't for the special nature of the Azure Galaxy, I would have taken my mechanical city to travel the galaxy long ago, Suyu said to himself. At this time, there were not only a large number of spaceships soaring into the sky in the entire galaxy, but also energy shields on the 3 life planets to protect the entire planet. Obviously, the entire galaxy was facing a great enemy because of Suyu's arrival. It would be strange if it was not facing a great enemy. A super-large space battleship that was thousands of kilometers long and comparable to a planet appeared in the galaxy without any warning. This kind of thing is terrifying just thinking about it. However, this was not Suyu's intention. He returned to the original universe and landed here. At this time, as the spaceship took off, the planetary shield rose. Suyu sensed the powerful breath of the 5th level again, rising from the planet, falling into those spaceships, and then quickly disappeared, and could no longer be sensed. Interesting. Suyu had not found a 5th level strongman in the previous scan. But now the breath of the 5th level suddenly appeared. It seems to be related to that Jingshan. I don't know what the Jingshan is. Soon, one spaceship after another surrounded the nameless warship where Suyu was. There was a strong energy connection between those spaceships, and a kind of seal was faintly formed. In fact, Suyu could have directly started the nameless warship and left before the seal was formed. The nameless warship is a powerful warship that can sail outside the universe and hunt for cosmic undead. It is not comparable to the spaceships in these star systems. Even if the seal is completed now, Suyu only needs to start the engine of the battleship to break through the blockade in an instant. Use the flames of the engine to burn the spaceships surrounding him into ashes. The energy of all those spaceships added together is not as good as one engine of the nameless battleship. But Suyu did not make any move, waiting quietly, wanting to see what the other party would react and what they wanted to do. At this time, because of Jingshan's counterattack, Suyu's star tower skin has failed, and he doesn't know what the humans and alien creatures in those spaceships are going to do. Suyu is confident that with his current strength, unless it is a being of the level of Guanyin Emperor, he is enough to deal with any situation. Even if he really died in a car accident, he would be resurrected in his own small universe and escape from this universe directly. So Suyu has enough confidence. However, Suyu has already activated the Star Tower terminal in the mainframe of the nameless battleship. The terminal of the battleship mainframe has obviously higher power. If the situation is not right next, then use the terminal in this mainframe to try the quality of the Jingshan. At this time, after a short discussion, it seems that the humans and alien creatures in those spaceships have already had a result. The nameless battleship where Suyu is located immediately received the communication request. First courtesy, then force? Suyu thought to himself, and then connected the communication. More than a dozen holographic projections appeared in front of Suyu. Among these more than a dozen holographic projections, some were humans, and the other part were alien creatures with blue skin. These people are the rulers of this galaxy. As the communication was connected, Suyu's holographic image also appeared in front of the people on the opposite side. Those people saw that Suyu obviously had a human face, and they were relieved immediately. Then the old man at the head came forward, bowed respectfully, and then said in the human language that Suyu was familiar with, "Respected Imperial Envoy, are you here to collect taxes in our Juni galaxy?" The language the old man spoke was not the dialect of this galaxy. It was the language that Suyu had been speaking on the Azure Star, which was the official language of the human empire 10,000 years ago. And he called Suyu the respected Imperial Envoy, which seemed to be because he recognized that the nameless battleship was produced by the Empire, so he regarded Suyu as the Imperial envoy. Suyu was speechless when he heard the old man's question. It seems that these people have some misunderstandings, thinking that Suyu is the tax officer of the human empire, and he came all the way to collect taxes? Is there anyone who collects taxes in a space battleship? And such a large super battleship? Wait, there seems to be nothing wrong with using a space battleship to collect taxes. Suyu originally wanted to admit it directly to see if these guys would pay taxes. How much tax would they pay? What tax would they pay? Energy coins? Suyu was very curious. But after thinking about it, the other side is human after all, and there is no grudge or hatred, so it is better not to fool them casually. So Suyu shook his head and said, "No." Hearing Suyu's denial, the faces of those humans suddenly changed. The old man also put away his respectful expression. "So, are you here to quell the rebellion?" Suyu narrowed his eyes when he heard this, which was a bit interesting. Why did the old man think that Suyu was here to quell the rebellion? This old man seemed to think that the civilization of their galaxy had betrayed the Empire. It seems that he is still very self-aware. However, although Suyu was the commander of the Giant God Army Corps and had contacted the Emperor Guangyao, he was considered a legitimate imperial soldier. But now, he knew nothing about the situation of the Empire outside the Azure Galaxy. Even if he knew that the civilization of the Juanxing system had really betrayed the Empire, he had no interest in helping the Empire to quell the rebellion. So Suyu shook his head again. "No." This time, the faces of the people on the opposite side were even uglier. A dangerous light flashed in the old man's eyes. "So, you are here to eliminate heretics?" Suyu heard another new word, heresy. This is even more interesting. The so-called heresy is generally a religious term. One religion calls another religion a heretic, and then they fight to the death. This Junie galaxy does have a religion, and they believe in some Jingshin. What about the Empire? The Empire does not believe in any gods. What position does the Empire have to eliminate heretics? Wait, I remember knowing a Guanyu nun. Maybe there is a religion in the Empire that believes in Guanyu Emperor, which is not surprising. In this case, it is normal to eliminate heretics. Suyu thought quickly in his heart. After a moment, he still shook his head. No. He wanted to see what else the other side could say. This time, everyone on the opposite side changed their colors, and could no longer maintain their composure. The old man suddenly said, "Not good. It's an extermination order." I hold him back, and the others quickly start the long-distance plan. Escape. Escape far away. Never come back. After speaking, the old man's aura burst out, and the planet-level pressure actually bombarded Suyu directly through the communication network. This old man was extremely powerful, actually at the top level of the Fifth Order, and he penetrated the defense of the nameless battleship and directly attacked Suyu inside. There were 3 more Fifth Order auras similar to the old man. However, those 3 auras did not attack, but were rapidly moving away, seemingly to start some long-distance voyage plan. At the same time, the spaceships that surrounded Suyu all activated their weapons, and fired at the nameless battleship. The energy of these spaceships was connected as one, and it seemed that some kind of fusion technology was used, so that the power of their volleys also reached the 5th level, enough to blow up a planet. The old man and the spaceship bombarded at the same time. If it was an ordinary 5th Order strongman, he would be taken down in an instant. Even if the former painful evil god and tyrannical evil god were here, they would be defeated. The world outside is really dangerous. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that so many 5th level masters would be born in a star system. Is this also a feng shui treasure land like the Azure Galaxy? Or is it that outside the Azure Galaxy, 5th level masters are already everywhere and worthless? Suyu was still in the mood to sigh, and obviously didn't take the old man and the volley of spacecraft to heart. He just moved his mind slightly, activated the power of the cause and effect mechanic, and changed the surrounding cause and effect environment. Directly reduced the surrounding cause and effect ratio from 1 to 1 to 100 to 1. It takes 100 causes to achieve one result. In an instant, those powerful attacks all disappeared. Not only that, those guys who were leaving and wanted to carry out the so-called long-distance voyage plan could no longer move forward. There was even a regression. All the spaceships surrounding Suyu fell into chaos. The causal ratio is reduced by 100 times, which is not just as simple as reducing the strength by 100 times. The chain reaction caused by it is enough to make any creature or machine that has not experienced similar changes fall into chaos. Any normal action cannot be carried out. For example, to achieve a result, 100 causes are needed. Even a simple step forward requires 100 attempts before success. However, The ratio is just a ratio, which only represents the probability. It does not mean that the first 99 times will fail, and the 100th time will succeed. Among the 100 causes, one will achieve the result, but which specific cause can achieve the result? I don't know, it's purely random. We can only try exhaustively. Maybe we can't achieve results after trying again and again. Or maybe we succeeded 100 times in a row, which would cause a lot of waste and chaos. What's more serious is that all this happens at all levels, macroscopic, microscopic, and all. The thinking, actions, physiological activities, cell operation, and even molecular movement of all the people on the other side are in chaos because of the changes in the causal environment. In a moment, I'm afraid a large number of people will die. They are not Suyu, who can even cross the absolute nothingness where causality does not exist outside the universe. The 100:1 causal environment is simply the most terrifying and desperate hell for them. TSK, so strong. Suyu saw this, and quickly stopped his ability. After he stopped his ability, all the people on the opposite side were quiet, and then gasped, like fish on the shore, frantically trying to absorb air. The causal environment is like water to fish to ordinary extraordinary people, or even more important. Just now, the people on the opposite side were separated from the normal causal environment for a short time, which was much worse than the fish on the shore. What extraordinary spiritual power, what advanced technology, it's all a joke. Suyu's ability was only activated for a moment, but in this moment, almost all the strong people around were killed in seconds. The causal mechanic is worthy of being a powerful 6th-level profession that can be ranked alongside the space-time mechanic, and this profession was completely created by Suyu himself. Before, it was all in the void outside the universe, and there was no normal opponent to test. Now returning to the original universe, facing the civilization of this Genie galaxy, the power of the causal mechanic is revealed. Just now, what exactly was that? What exactly was that? The old man was the strongest and had barely recovered from the negative state just now, and asked with difficulty. Suyu was silent. Now that the enemy and us were unclear, he would not tell the other party about his own abilities. The old man looked miserable. Could it be that you are a prince? It is an honor for our Genie galaxy to have a prince to execute the extinction order. He smiled miserably, as if he had accepted his fate, and did not make any more moves. Suyu's causal adjustment just now was too powerful, so powerful that it was unreasonable. He knew he was no match for him, and had no hope of resistance, so he could only wait to die. As for whether he was really waiting to die or secretly planning some new plan, that was unknown. Seeing this, Suyu shook his head again. I am not here to execute any extinction order. Suyu had never heard of any extinction order. But judging from the literal meaning, this thing is definitely not a good thing. It is estimated that all life in the entire galaxy will be exterminated, leaving no one behind. That is much more cruel than collecting taxes, suppressing rebellions, and eliminating heretics. There is no way to survive. That is why the old man just guessed that Suyu was here to execute the extermination order, so he reacted so violently. Then he was killed by Suyu in one move. They were all about to accept their fate, but Suyu said that he was not here to carry out the extermination order? Ah! Suddenly, the old man and others looked up at Suyu in the communication at the same time, and they couldn't believe it. Then what are you doing here? Suyu saw confusion and speechlessness in their eyes. In fact, Suyu was helpless. These guys talked to themselves as soon as they came, and they made up a lot of things in their minds, which scared themselves half to death. Can Suyu be blamed for this? Suyu said lightly, what I do here depends on what your jinction is? Explain it. Chapter 548. After hearing Suyu's words, everyone looked at each other, and the old man asked tentatively, Your Highness, are you really not here to execute the extermination order? Suyu shook his head helplessly. No, I am not an imperial envoy, let alone a prince. I picked up this worship. I was just passing by. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief after hearing Suyu's words. But the old man still forced a smile, so I picked it up. I'm so lucky, ha ha ha. Just now, Suyu killed all the strong men in the entire galaxy in one move, and now no one knows what means Suyu used. Suyu is so powerful, so naturally he says what he means. Okay, tell me what the so-called jinction is. Suyu urged. He always felt that there was something wrong with this galaxy, and that jinction was also wrong. The old man was silent for a moment, and it seemed that he had finally made up his mind, and sent a lot of information to Suyu. After receiving it, Suyu began to read. Soon, he understood what jinction was. The so-called jinction is not a human god, but a racial god of the alien creatures with blue skin. This alien creature with blue skin is called Jing Clan. This race is quite strange. Many of them take advanced spacecraft and wander in the galaxy. If they encounter other alien civilizations, they will stop and help those alien civilizations develop technology and spiritual power. This kind of help is free. In the past few thousand years, the Jing clan has helped many civilizations to enter the universe by this method. This human civilization in the Junie star system came from this way. Before the arrival of the Jing clan, although there were some good technologies in the Junie galaxy, they were all left over from the Empire 10,000 years ago. The relevant technicians were basically killed in the Great Subspace Tide, and the technical data were basically lost, resulting in them having a lot of advanced technologies, but they could not use them, and they could not repair them even if they used them, and they could not build them even if they repaired them. Anyway, they lived a miserable life. After the arrival of the Jing clan, they helped them analyze the technological creations left over from the Empire and restored the technical data, so in a short period of time, they achieved a technological explosion. Although the Jing clan helped them a lot, they did not ask for anything in return and did not need any thanks. Therefore, these Jing clan people have a unique status in the Junie galaxy and are very respected. After years of getting along, everyone found that these Jing clan people all believed in a god named Jingshan. Later, it was learned that this Jingshan was the god in the mythology of the Jing clan. This god did not exist originally, but was a purely conceptual god. Believing in Jingshan was just the traditional culture of the Jing clan. But as thousands of years ago, the Jing clan entered space and colonized alien planets, the population increased thousands of times. When they prayed to God Jing, they actually received a response. The Jing people really had a god from then on. God Jing was kind and generous, and gave many positive responses to the prayers of the Jing people. With the blessing of God Jing, the Jing people quickly overcame many dangers in space, colonized a large number of planets smoothly, and the population exploded again. They established a huge cross-galaxy force and lived a good life. At this time, the Jing people encountered an alien biological civilization. In the previous development process, the Jing people had never encountered an alien biological civilization, and this was the first time. They didn't know how to deal with it, so they prayed to Jingshan as usual. Jingshan responded as usual. This time, Jingshan gave a clear oracle: as intelligent biological civilizations, they should help each other and develop together. This is the way of Shangjing. With Jingshan's oracle, the Jing people knew what to do. They immediately sent a fleet to enter the mother planet of the alien civilization, but it was not war or colonization, but free help. With the help of the Jing people, this alien civilization, called Yinja clan by the Jing people, soon had a technological explosion and entered space. Seeing that the development of the Yinja clan was on the right track, the Jing people's warships took off and left the Yinja clan's galaxy. They really left after the matter was done, hiding their names and bodies. Next, many such things happened. The Jing people strictly followed the way of Shangjing and helped many civilizations they met for free. Those civilizations that received help were very grateful to the Jing people. In the future, they often communicated and traded with the Jing people, and even directly joined the Jing people's empire. Of course, there are also civilizations that are ungrateful and want to bite back after receiving help. At this time, Jingshan sent down an oracle that such tyrannical civilizations should be punished. Those civilizations never appeared again. Those ungrateful civilizations are only a minority. Most civilizations are grateful and repay their kindness. Even if they are not grateful, they know that the Jing clan is powerful and will not commit suicide. Those civilizations that bite back are simply mentally ill. These civilizations that have been helped by the Jing clan also have a good relationship with each other because of the bond of the Jing clan. So, the Jing clan and the civilizations they help formed a powerful alliance. However, this alliance is basically near the home star system of the Jing clan, within a range of 10,000 light-years. The Jing clan is not very good at superluminal deep space navigation, so the development of power is centered on their home star. At this time, their development has reached its limit, because the civilizations in their galaxy have basically joined the Jing clan alliance, and no other new civilizations have been discovered. Other galaxies are millions of light-years away, which is too far away. Just when the Jing clan was about to stop the pace of expansion and concentrate on developing the resources of their own galaxy, Jingshan had a new oracle, that is, to send Shangjing's ship to the outside of the galaxy to spread Shangjing Dao. The Jing clan naturally obeyed Jingshan's oracle. Soon, a large number of Shangjing ships took off and jumped to the outside of the galaxy. The Jing clan is not good at ultra-long distance deep space navigation, that is, under the premise of having a clear route and target. If there is no target, random hyperspace jumps can still jump a long distance. But in this case, where will it land in the end, that's unknown. After jumping, it's basically impossible to go back. These Shangjing ships basically go without returning, just to spread the Shangjing way. And the Junie Galaxy got help because of the arrival of a Shangjing ship. This is the information about Jingshan that Suyu got. After reading it, Suyu frowned and thought for a moment, feeling a little weird. Is this Jingshan really some kind of peerless god? Free help, no return, is it true? In this universe, there are such gods. Suyu wondered why he didn't believe it. According to his experience, anything with the word god in it is basically not good. However, we can't generalize. Isn't the mechanical god a very good god? I don't know when he will wake up. Suyu suddenly remembered his old friend mechanical god. This purely physical god seemed to have some characteristics of giving without compensation, and not asking for anything in return. Thinking of mechanical god, Suyu's impression of the so-called Jing god was a little better. But there are still doubts. Suyu thought about it and asked, since the Jing clan does not ask for anything in return, why do you believe in Jing god? Are you brainwashed? The old man replied, that's not the case. We simply think that Jing god is worthy of belief, so we take the initiative to convert. Suyu was skeptical when he heard this. With Jing god's style, it makes sense for people to take the initiative to convert. It is normal for such a good god to gain the active belief of humans, even if Jing god is a god of alien creatures. But Suyu analyzed the process of the rise of the Jing clan, and always felt that the timing of the appearance of Jingshan was a little subtle, and the Jing clan's belief in Jingshan was too pious. Any oracle of Jingshan would be 100% executed. This so-called way of Shangjing, helping other civilizations for free, is simply against biological instinct, but they still executed it. The Jing clan also executed the somewhat unreasonable oracle of Shangjing ship without hesitation, even if these Shangjing ships could not return to their mother planet until they died. With this level of piety, it is hard to imagine that Jingshan was just a purely conceptual god at the beginning, just a cultural symbol. Is it really because of the charm of the godhead? Such a great god does have the charm to make others believe devoutly. But Suyu still doubted that Jingshan had the ability to brainwash. After asking about the belief, Suyu asked again, why didn't those Jing people take action when you attacked me just now? Among those Jing people, 2 of them also exuded the aura of the 5th level. In the previous attack, those Jing people just watched and did not take action. Faced with this question, the human elder did not answer, but a Jing people said, respected human strongmen, as members of the Shangjing ship, we are only responsible for spreading the Shangjing way and do not easily participate in disputes, especially the internal struggles of you humans. We usually just choose to watch. Of course, our strength is not strong. Even if we take action, it is not of much use. These Jing people are humble. 2 of them are at the 5th level, which is already very powerful, but they appear weak because they met the monster Suyu. Suyu nodded after hearing this, accepting the explanation, and then asked a crucial question. What about the tax collection, rebellion suppression, elimination of heretics, and the final extermination order you mentioned before? Suyu's question was beyond everyone's expectations. They always thought that Suyu was a powerful prince. As a prince of the empire, he should know everything about the empire, so why would he need to ask them? Could it be that this is a missing prince, who is wandering outside? It is said that before the Great Rebellion, some powerful princes disappeared. They may have been sleeping somewhere, and just woke up now, so they don't know anything. Those human high-ranking officials couldn't help but imagine. Suyu saw this and immediately understood what they were thinking, and then said speechlessly, I emphasize again, I am not a prince. He was not interested in recognizing a father for himself. Even if the other party was the Emperor Guangyu. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded repeatedly. It was a good thing that Suyu was not a prince. Then, everyone looked at each other, and it was still the old man who sent some information to Suyu, and the information was the answer Suyu wanted. First of all, tax collection. Since the Great Rebellion of the Empire 10,000 years ago, the Empire began to decline, and its control over the colonies in various parts of the universe has greatly decreased. For the colonies in remote places, it basically does not care about anything. Even because of this, for a long time, the people of Junie Galaxy thought that the Empire had disappeared. However, 3,000 years after the Great Rebellion, an Imperial fleet suddenly rushed out of the subspace. This fleet came to collect taxes. The people of Junie Galaxy were reluctant to pay at first, but the other side just sent out a warship and defeated them. Then they had to pay taxes honestly. The name of the tax was tithe tax, which means paying 1/10 of the wealth and resources as tax. The so-called wealth and resources are various minerals, materials, energy, and even population. Before the Great Rebellion, taxes were collected once every 100 years. Normally, Junie Galaxy could still afford this level of tax at that time. However, this tax ship came 3,000 years late, so the tax for 3,000 years had to be collected at one time. So that time, it was like scraping the ground 3 feet, almost emptying the resources of the entire Junie Galaxy. For 1,000 years later, the tax ships came again, but they were not the same ones as before, and no one knew how many tax ships were traveling in the universe. This time, the tax was even more severe. But the Junie Galaxy did not dare to resist, because this fleet exuded a strong bloody smell. Through the chat of the fleet soldiers, it was learned that the fleet suppressed 3 rebellions, eliminated a heretic, and executed an extermination order during its arrival, killing hundreds of billions of humans. The 3 rebellions were humans in 3 galaxies, who directly raised the flag of rebellion, and did not recognize the rule of the Empire and Emperor Guangyu. Therefore, they were directly suppressed by the fleet, and all the high-ranking rebels were executed, and the population under the rebels were demoted to lower-class citizens. A heretic is a galaxy of humans who abandoned their faith in Emperor Guangyu, and collectively believed in the evil gods of a foreign race. So most of the population was eliminated, leaving only a small number of non-believers to survive. There is also an extermination order, so I don't know what's going on. I only know that all creatures in the entire galaxy have been exterminated, and even all planets have been destroyed, leaving only nothingness. After paying the tax obediently, the fleet left. Because of this tax payment, the resources of the Junie Galaxy have been greatly reduced again, causing their civilization level to regress, and their lives are miserable. More than 3,000 years later, the Jing clan Shangjing ship appeared and helped the civilization of the Junie Galaxy. In just a few hundred years, the technology of the Junie Galaxy has developed greatly. Even because of gratitude, most people believe in Jingshin. And according to the time, the tax ship should be coming again. And the Junie Galaxy at this time basically meets the definition of rebellion and heresy. So when Suyu appeared before, the old man asked Suyu whether he came to collect taxes, suppress rebellion, or eliminate heresy, and when Suyu kept shaking his head, the old man thought Suyu was here to execute the extermination order, and was scared to death. Chapter 549. So that's how it is, Suyu said to himself. It seems that since the Great Rebellion, the Empire's style of doing things has become very cruel and dark. Taxation, rebellion suppression, elimination of heretics, extermination orders, each one is more cruel than the other. Even the mildest taxation is only about money, and doesn't care about the life and death of the Junie Galaxy at all. It is not like the Jing clan, who helped the Junie Galaxy develop civilization, but just took the resources and left. This is more like robbery than taxation. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a little cold in his heart. Originally, after he left the Azure Galaxy, he was still a little curious and yearning for the human empire. If there was a chance, he wanted to get in touch with it. After all, Suyu also received the help of the Emperor Guangyu. With his character, even if he didn't join the empire, he would do something to repay the favor. However, after hearing about the deeds of the empire's tax ship, Suyu's filter for the empire was quietly broken, and he was a little disappointed. If the whole empire is like this, it's really disgusting. But this is just one person's opinion in the Junie Galaxy, and it may not be the truth of the empire. And the Guangyu emperor should still be in a mummy state. Even a 5th-level strongman can't bear his voice, and it's impossible to communicate normally. Such a Guangyu emperor should not be able to govern the empire normally. So who is ruling the empire now? Or what is it? Although Suyu was a little disappointed with the empire, he didn't completely lose faith. After all, he really had contact with the Guangyu emperor and received favors from him. Even if he was disappointed with the empire, at least he was not disappointed with the Guangyu emperor. Suyu pondered for a while and asked again, "You know you will be regarded as a rebel. Why do you still believe in Jingshin? Aren't you afraid of death?" The old man replied, "We also know that this won't work. When the tax ship arrives, we may be slaughtered by the tax ship, so in the past 100 years, we have been building spaceships to escape from this galaxy. It seems that those large spaceships are all used by them to escape. The so-called long-distance plan before is like this. But it can be seen that this plan has not been truly completed, and then it was forced to start because of Suyu's early arrival, but it was useless. There is another question," Suyu said. Then, in the tense look of everyone, he asked, "The subspace tide is about to erupt. How are you going to deal with it?" Before, in the Azure Galaxy, Suyu's time mechanic reached the maximum level and unlocked the core specialty Destiny Prophecy. At that time, Suyu used this ability to predict the time of the subspace tide eruption, which was 15 years later. Just now Suyu secretly used the destiny prophecy again, and found that the time had become 10 years later. Suyu fought with Chi Chen in the Azure Galaxy, and later destroyed the entire Azure Star, creating an opportunity for creation, escaping to the outside of the universe and returning. This series of actions took 5 years. There are only 10 years left before the subspace tide. At that time, the terrible disaster will erupt again. The scene that Suyu predicted just now is what happened in this Junie galaxy. In the picture, the cosmic vacuum in the center of the galaxy suddenly cracked into a large crack comparable to that of a planet, and the crack went straight to the deep subspace. From the crack, countless twisted subspace creatures surged out like a tide. The last prophecy in the Azure Galaxy only saw the moment of the decisive battle between the Resistance Army and the painful evil god. This time, Suyu saw the scene of the subspace tide erupting for the first time. Countless twisted creatures seemed to be born directly from the depths of the subspace, carrying malice towards all living beings, like a galaxy tide, rushing into the real universe. With that terrifying scale, the people of the Junie galaxy would definitely not be able to resist, and would be submerged in an instant. Even if there were several 5th-level strongmen in the Junie galaxy, it would still be the same. That kind of subspace tide was a cosmic disaster. A mere 5th-level planet was like a drop in the ocean in front of the vast universe, too small. As for whether they would die directly or be tortured by those twisted creatures after being submerged by the twisted creatures of the subspace, it was unknown. Anyway, the end would definitely not be too good. When Suyu was in the Azure Galaxy before, he thought that he could protect the civilization and survive the subspace tide by being promoted to the 5th level, but now it seems that he thought the subspace tide was too weak. A 5th-level strongman would find it difficult to survive in such a tide. Only a monster like Suyu, who has a 5th-level body and 6th-level power, and can even go outside the universe, can survive. It may also be that the subspace tide in the Azure Galaxy is different from the subspace tide in the outside world. In any case, in 10 years, the civilization of the Junie Galaxy will most likely be destroyed in the subspace tide. That's why Suyu asked everyone in the Junie Galaxy how they plan to survive the subspace tide. If they can't answer, then Suyu will consider whether to pack them up and take them away directly, so as not to stay here and wait for death. Although Suyu is powerful, he can't guarantee that he can protect everyone. But he has an ultimate trick, which is to take everyone and run away to his own small universe. The subspace tide can't spread to the small universe. And in that small universe, even if everyone dies, as long as Suyu is willing, he can revive them at any time. So Suyu is full of confidence. After hearing Suyu's question, everyone in the Junie Galaxy was silent for a moment, and then said, God Jing has an oracle that the subspace tide will not affect us. When the time comes, we only need to pray devoutly to get through it safely. Suyu nodded after hearing this, and said in his heart, this God Jing is indeed powerful enough to protect everyone from the subspace tide. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly had an idea. How about I try to pray to God Jing? God Jing doesn't seem to be an evil god. Praying to him may get some benefits, just like when I prayed to the Emperor Guangyao. As soon as this idea appeared, it was like weeds encountering spring breeze, constantly growing in Suyu's heart until it could not be suppressed. But Suyu watched coldly, and was not moved by this idea at all. Before, even the fear of the cosmic undead could not convince Suyu, so how could the temptation of God Jing make Suyu waver? He thought in his heart as if he had expected it. Sure enough, it's here. Suyu felt that this Junie Galaxy and that Jingshan were a bit strange from the beginning. That's why he wanted to investigate and inquire about the information related to Jingshan. He never believed that Jingshan was a real great benevolent god, who only gave without asking for anything in return, so he was always wary. Now he suddenly had the urge to pray to God Jing, which verified his idea. This God Jing was indeed wrong. It was estimated that God Jing's so-called way to go to Jing was actually a means of preaching. Although he said that he did not ask for anything in return, those civilizations that received help would unconsciously believe in God Jing, making God Jing's believers more and more. The so-called not asking for anything in return meant that he did not need anything in return at all. Once he became a believer, from his body to his mind and soul, he belonged to God Jing. He was willing to dedicate everything to God Jing. So what else did he need in return? Even Suyu, an outsider who had not been helped by God Jing, had the idea of believing in God Jing just by hearing about God Jing's deeds. This god was indeed a bit weird. This time, he returned to the area that Suyu was familiar with. It was right that the universe was full of crises. If there really was a great and kind god, Suyu would not be used to it. If there really was a great and kind god, it would be difficult to deal with the unrequited help to Suyu. The debt of favor was the most difficult to repay. Now that the other party has shown his claws, Suyu feels relieved. It's nothing more than a competition of means. However, how did this idea come about? Why do I have this idea of believing in Jingshin? Facing Jingshin's spiritual influence, Suyu did not waver at all, but analyzed the source and principle of this influence in his mind. With his current strength, it is not easy to influence his spiritual thinking silently. He wants to figure out how this is done. It doesn't look like spiritual erosion, but it looks a bit like a star tower signal? Suyu's mind raced, and after some analysis, he came to a conclusion. The mental influence caused by Jingshin was actually somewhat similar to the star tower signal. The star tower signal was a creation of the Emperor Guangyao, and the star tower signal could be implanted into the bottom layer of the universe's rules. Just like the bottom level rules such as the speed of light and gravity, the star tower signal is also part of these rules, and exists with time and space. Even the star tower signal is deeper and more hidden than these physical rules. This is an incredible ability. Until now, Suyu has not been able to do something similar. He could only rely on the ability of the star tower terminal to use the star tower signal. And now, Suyu discovered that Jingshin's mental influence was actually somewhat similar to the star tower signal. No wonder before, Suyu used the star tower to scan, but was countered by Jingshin's power, and even triggered the anti-tracking fuse mechanism of the star tower signal. It turned out that the two sides were similar forces. However, the star tower signal was implanted into the bottom layer of time and space. This Jingshin's influence seemed to be implanted into the bottom layer of the spiritual thinking of creatures. Silently changed the other party's ideas and thoughts. Just like now, Suyu unconsciously came up with the idea of wanting to believe in Jingshin. If Suyu's holographic perception had not integrated the star tower signal, and was very familiar with this mode, he would still be in the dark. And how did the influence of Jingshin implant into Suyu's mind? It's very simple, it's through information. Just now, Suyu obtained information about Jingshin and understood the origin of Jingshin. So this influence was implanted into Suyu's mind, making him want to believe in Jingshin. Maybe when Suyu got the name Jingshin, this implantation had already begun. Now it has finally worked. To be honest, this speed is a bit too fast. According to the old man just now, they converted to Shangjing Dao after receiving the help of Shangjing Ship for many years. But now, Suyu has just known Jingshin, and it has not been a few minutes, but he has already had the idea of converting. This is not normal. I am afraid that Suyu has been spotted by Jingshin himself and has taken the initiative to corrode Suyu. So it is so fast. So, I thought this galaxy was weird before, and wanted to investigate the truth of Jingshin. This idea was actually influenced and implanted. Otherwise, I might not have started the investigation so rashly. Suyu checked his own thinking, and found that his idea of investigating Jingshin before was not sincere. He was also influenced. After knowing Jingshin's name, he became curious and wanted to investigate. During the investigation, he found that Jingshin was a rare and good god in the world, selflessly giving without asking for anything in return. After the investigation, he felt a sense of identification with Jingshin's way of ascending to Jingshin, and even wanted to believe in this god. Linked closely together, Suyu was arranged clearly. However, it was useless. Suyu had experienced the erosion of various evil gods, and the fear of the undead in the universe. His mind had already been tempered to an incredible degree. Facing the erosion of Jingshin, he was not moved at all, and even had the time to analyze calmly. However, as time went on, this influence became stronger and stronger, constantly urging Suyu to pray to Jingshin and become his believer. Even if Suyu was unmoved, it was still very annoying. Since it is similar to the star tower signal, let's see who is stronger. Start the star tower terminal. Suyu gave the order. This order was not to turn on the holographic perception, but to the fear intelligence. The fear intelligence is now the intelligence of the core host of the nameless warship, and has the authority to control various functions of the host. This includes starting the star tower terminal that comes with the host. This star tower terminal is very powerful, much more powerful than Suyu's holographic perception. At this time, with Suyu's order, the engines of the entire warship started up in order to power the star tower terminal. And after the star tower terminal was started, the target of the scan was Suyu himself. Warning, according to the security protocol, the star tower has a complete security protocol. Even if Suyu wants to scan himself, it is not allowed. So the moment the terminal started, a warning popped up. However, as soon as the warning popped up, it was covered by another warning. Warning! An unknown signal is corroding the citizens of the Empire. Start the first level signal countermeasure. The star tower terminal in the battleship host suddenly changed its mode, and its signal mode became extremely aggressive. Suyu only felt that a strong signal suddenly rushed into his thinking space. This signal did not scan Suyu's thinking memory, but rushed towards Suyu's thoughts of wanting to believe in Jingshan. Boom! Those thoughts were the information that Jingshan implanted into Suyu's bottom mind, and now they were judged as threats by the Star Tower terminal, so the countermeasure was activated. Two different signals collided in Suyu's mind. Suyu seemed to hear a cry of surprise, and then both signals disappeared in Suyu's mind. But the Star Tower terminal was still running at high power, as if it was fighting with Jingshan in the invisible signal world. Seeing this, Suyu smiled slightly. Jingshan, I want to see who is more powerful, you or the Star Tower. Chapter 550. Although Suyu could not see the fighting in the signal world, the fear intelligence controlled the Star Tower terminal, so he could receive some feedback. The Star Tower terminal on the nameless battleship is a special version that can navigate outside the universe and help Suyu return to the original universe. It is very powerful. In the feedback, the Star Tower signal has followed the connection and broken through the barrier of tens of thousands of light years of time and space, and is frantically invading and scanning an unknown powerful existence. That powerful existence should be Jingshan. Suyu does not know the true strength of Jingshan. However, it seems that the Star Tower signal is not afraid of Jingshan. It directly confronts him head-on, and even chases him to the opposite nest. However, the Star Tower signal does not seem to have any lethality. Its invasion is simply to implant and scan Jingshan with signals. This kind of scan is all-round. Once the scan is successful, even the other party's thinking memory will not be spared. After all, Jingshan is not a citizen of the Empire, and is not protected by the security agreement. The Star Tower signal will not be polite to him at all, and will directly conduct a rough scan. Although this kind of scanning will not cause any harm. But it will expose all the secrets of Jingshan in the Star Tower, and even his thoughts and memories will be transparent. This is something the other party cannot tolerate. So Jingshan will definitely resist with all his might. And Suyu cannot intervene in this information battle across the galaxy. He just watched the show from the side and exclaimed from time to time. TSK, not bad, it seems that some memories have been scanned out. Suyu looked at some of the feedback information and gloated in his heart. Suyu had no grudges against Jingshan, but Jingshan wanted Suyu to be his believer right away, which made them enemies. Now we need to use the Star Tower signal to give this guy a big trap. But at this moment, the Star Tower terminal popped up a warning. The target has been lost, searching, unable to lock the target, searching again. While searching, the Star Tower terminal fed back a large string of information, which was also Jingshan's thoughts and memories, and the amount of information was huge. Suyu pondered for a while, and understood that it seemed that Jingshan had abandoned part of his thoughts and memories to get rid of the entanglement of the Star Tower signal. Huh? Ran away? Suyu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Jingshan was so cowardly. After a short fight, he ran away. But this also shows that Jingshan seems to be inferior to the Star Tower. At least in this field of information, he is inferior to the Star Tower. If the signal battle just now lasted a little longer, Jingshan's thoughts and memories might really be scanned clean. It's a pity to let Jingshan run away now. But that may not be a good thing. Simply scanning memory thoughts will not cause any substantial damage to Jingshan. Scanning Jingshan's thoughts and memories cleanly will make the other party have no scruples. In simple terms, it means there is nothing to disclose, and all the secrets have been revealed. Maybe these memories will be uploaded to the cloud by the Star Tower, and read by the human leaders at will. In that case, Jingshan will probably be directly angry, and move his main body across the galaxy to attack Suyu. If he can't beat the Star Tower, he can't beat you, Suyu, then Suyu is really likely to be defeated. This Jingshan has the power to cross the galaxy, and it is unknown what level it is. Suyu can only run away. Now, only a part of Jingshan's memory has been scanned, and he may go around Suyu in the future. In order to avoid being locked by the Star Tower signal again, the remaining memories will also be scanned out. Next time, the Star Tower is prepared, and Jingshan will not be so easy to escape. After a short period of fighting, Jingshan ran away, and Suyu also gained a part of Jingshan's thinking memory, which is the best result. Let me see. What is this Jingshan? What is in his memory? This time, these memories are what Suyu gained from the battle. I just don't know if reading these memories will make me think of believing in Jingshan again. After all, I just heard Jingshan's story before, and I have related thoughts. Now, will it be more powerful to read Jingshan's memory directly? Suyu thought about it, and felt that it was possible. Once he reads, he will be eroded by Jingshan again. But it doesn't matter. If Jingshan erodes Suyu again, the Star Tower terminal will take action. So he started reading those memories directly. After a moment, Suyu had absorbed all those memories. These memories recorded a lot of Jing clan's technology and psychic knowledge. The Jing clan's technological strength is very strong. In these memories, Suyu saw a lot of 5th level technology and psychic knowledge. There is even some 6th level knowledge. This kind of harvest is very rich. For Suyu, knowledge is power. However, there is no information about Jingshan himself. Because there is no information about Jingshan, Suyu did not have the idea of believing in Jingshan. It seems that these memories cut out by Jingshan have been screened. In order to avoid provoking Suyu again and being targeted by the Star Tower, this guy is really cautious. If Jingshan had emotions, he would probably be cursing at this time. He just wanted to recruit Suyu, a 5th level believer, but how could he suddenly provoke a monster like the Star Tower? Suyu did not look closely at the technical knowledge from Jingshan, and planned to keep it for later study. He looked up at the people in front of him, thought about it, and then said, "There is a problem with your belief. It is affected by the spirit. I can use some means to remove your belief. Are you willing?" Suyu thought that they would flatly refuse. After all, Suyu, a stranger, suddenly told them not to believe in the gods they had believed in for many years. There was a problem. How could they agree? However, everyone looked at each other when they heard it. After a moment, the old man said with a strange look, "Sir, I just seen. I suddenly don't want to believe in Jingshan anymore." The others also looked strange when they heard this. We too. They have all believed in Jingshan for many years, and their belief can be regarded as devout. Although they are not fanatics, Jingshan occupies a very high position in their hearts. But just now, they suddenly felt that Jingshan was not that important in their hearts. Yes, they accepted the help of the Jing clan, and they can repay it, but it does not mean that they must give faith. They are basically powerful psychics, and some high-level people can even reach the 5th level in a short time by using certain technologies. With such powerful strength, they are comparable to gods. So why do they still have to give faith to other beings? In a short time, a series of thoughts surged in their minds. Are you really that cowardly? Suyu was a little speechless. Now the situation is very clear. Jingshan has run away completely, and he doesn't even want the human believers in Juni Galaxy. This is to prevent Suyu from using these believers as a springboard to let the Star Tower signal lock on him again. However, only the humans in Juni Galaxy spoke up just now, not the Jing people. Suyu looked at the Jing people, but saw that they looked indifferent. God has sent down the oracle. Before they finished speaking, they suddenly fell down silently, and their blue bodies shattered into dust all over the sky. Dead? Suyu was shocked. He didn't expect that Jingshan would do such a ruthless thing, and kill these Jing people directly. This is to truly abandon Juni Galaxy, and leave no room for them. However, these Jing people may not be really dead. Maybe they have returned to Jingshan in some form, but it is unknown. Is it that serious? Suyu was speechless as he looked at the Jing people who died suddenly. This incident made him look like a villain. He had only been here for a short time, but he had killed all the good people of the Jing people who were happy to help others. At this time, the remaining humans were also horrified when they saw the death of the Jing people. But after a moment, they suddenly said, "Thank you, sir, for helping us get rid of the control of the Jing people." They seem to have figured it out now. Jingshan was really not a good thing, as Suyu said. The so-called Shang Jingji Dao was just to control them. In fact, these people may not have really figured it out. And they had been with those Jing people for a long time, so naturally they had feelings for them. Seeing those Jing people suddenly die, they may not be without emotions in their hearts. Although Jingshan controlled them, he really didn't do them any harm, but helped them a lot. So they didn't have much resentment and fear towards Jingshan. And Suyu, or the power behind Suyu, was obviously more ruthless than Jingshan. After just a short time, Jingshan had already been forced to give up so many believers. Facing such a ruthless person, everyone naturally had to abandon the dark and join the light and show their intentions. Otherwise, the fate of those Jing people would be their future. These people were quite quick to change their minds. Suyu smiled slightly when he saw this and didn't expose them, but asked, "What are you going to do next?" Now that they don't have Jingshan's blessing, they will probably die directly when the subspace tide comes. Everyone was waiting for this question, and they hurriedly said in unison, "It's all up to you, sir." Obviously, they also understood that the situation was not optimistic, so they wanted to hold Suyu's thigh. Suyu was not polite and nodded, saying, "I will leave later. I will come back here before the subspace tide erupts to protect you from the disaster. Juni Galaxy has tens of billions of people. After all, they are acquainted with each other. Suyu naturally cannot watch them die." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and shouted, "Thank you, sir." They still don't know Suyu's name, but he calls him sir very affectionately. At the same time, they feel relieved. Suyu will leave soon, and it seems that he doesn't intend to take them away directly. Having just escaped from Jingshan's control, they don't want to fall into Suyu's control again immediately. The nameless warship where Suyu is thousands of kilometers long, with countless warehouses inside, and it is no problem to accommodate hundreds of billions of people. If Suyu wanted, he could take the entire Genie galaxy away with this warship alone. There was no room for resistance. But Suyu didn't have that plan. Why would he bring so many people with him? He would leave to do his own business, and come back before the subspace tide erupts. If you really want to thank me, I need some star maps, preferably advanced star maps from the Empire era 10,000 years ago. If you have any, give me one, Suyu said. He still didn't know where he was. He scanned the Genie galaxy before, and wanted to get a star map, but because of the security agreement, he couldn't scan confidential information. So now he asked for it directly. Yes, sir. We have a star map from the Empire era, and I give it to you now. After saying that, the old man handed a mechanical device to Suyu. Suyu took a quick look and knew that this mechanical device was a creation from the Empire era 10,000 years ago, which stored a lot of information, all of which were star map coordinates. This Genie galaxy was once part of the Empire's territory, so it was normal for it to have an Imperial star map. So, this is the Bighorn Galaxy, the fifth spiral arm, the Genie star system. Suyu had determined his position through the star map. This star map stores the coordinates of all the stars in the Bighorn Galaxy, as well as the approximate coordinates of several nearby galaxies. Although this star map is not detailed, it is enough for Suyu to explore for a while. In fact, the Nameless battleship is an Imperial battleship, and it should have a more detailed star map. But the Nameless battleship was eroded by the cosmic undead, and lost almost all its information. Even so, using the Star Tower terminal, it should be possible to download star maps from the Star Tower itself. But for some reason, the Star Tower itself could not be contacted at all. Even if it was contacted, Suyu was a little afraid to use it. Who knows what the current state of the Star Tower itself is? Moreover, Suyu swallowed a Star Tower terminal. If he could contact the Star Tower itself, he didn't know what would happen. There was no way, Suyu could only find the star map by himself. Very good, in this case, I will leave. Suyu imported the information of the star map into the battleship host, and then said to everyone. The engine of the Nameless battleship started quietly, and the space fluctuated like water. After a moment, the Nameless battleship thousands of kilometers long disappeared out of thin air, as if it had never appeared. Only the people in the Genie galaxy were left, looking at the void in front of them, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. From the time Suyu appeared to the time he left, it was only 10 minutes in total, but he brought earth-shaking changes to the Genie galaxy. This change was mainly psychological, allowing everyone to get rid of the control of Jingshan and achieve spiritual freedom. Moreover, Suyu left whenever he said he would, and did not rule or oppress them at all, giving them complete freedom. However, they were also a little worried. What if Suyu failed to come during the subspace tide? Wouldn't they be waiting to die? In that case, it seems better to let Suyu take them? We don't seem to know the name of that adult yet? Everyone was shocked to find that they still didn't know Suyu's name. Although the Jing clan selflessly helped civilization, they would spread the Shang Jing Dao afterwards. Suyu really came and went like the wind, and he was too lazy to report his name. After helping people, he just asked for a star map and sailed away. This adult really has the demeanor of the legendary empire at its peak. Could it be that he is an adult who has been sleeping for thousands of years and just woke up? It's possible. Everyone couldn't help but imagine Suyu's identity. Chapter 551. Soon after, Suyu had controlled the Nameless battleship, crossed thousands of light years, and arrived at the edge of this galaxy. The Nameless battleship has strong performance, and has the ability to navigate across the galaxy. Picking up this battleship gave Suyu enough ability to travel across the universe. Of course, the premise is that there is a specific star map to clarify the direction. Otherwise, it will be like those Shangjing ships, randomly jumping, and then never going back. In fact, even if Suyu does not rely on the battleship, he has the ability to travel at superluminal speed. But this ability is not as good as this battleship for the time being. After all, the battleship is specially designed for this purpose. After the battleship jumped to the edge of the galaxy, it should not stop and continue to jump to the dark void outside the galaxy. Suyu is going to the Amen galaxy, which is 3.7 million light-years away from the Bighorn galaxy. Now he has only passed a mere 1,000 light-years, not even a fraction of it. However, Suyu suddenly stopped the battleship because of an unexpected incident. The cosmic undead spirit that lived in the battleship's mainframe suddenly spoke up and said it was leaving. You're leaving? Suyu was a little surprised. Suyu thought that this guy had already relied on him. After all, it was Suyu who brought this undead spirit into the original universe and became the food of the original universe. Before this guy was eaten, he would probably follow Suyu and find a way to seek revenge on Suyu. But now, he wants to leave, which is really strange. Why don't you want me to leave? The cosmic undead spirit asked. Suyu shook his head. I just want to confirm what you want to do. Then Suyu asked doubtfully, you don't want to return to the Junie galaxy and massacre the humans there to avenge me, do you? I warn you, I have no relationship with those people. Even if you kill them all, it will only anger me and will not hurt me at all. The cosmic undead sneered. I'm not that boring. As for where I'm going, it's okay to tell you. I'm going to Jingshan. What? Suyu was surprised. He didn't expect that the cosmic undead would say such a thing. The cosmic undead smiled and said, very unexpected? That's right, Jingshan certainly didn't expect that there would be a universe among his believers. This Jingshan Shangjing Dao, I feel a little interesting. I'm ready to get in touch with it. Suyu heard this and had only one thought in his mind, that Jingshan was going to be unlucky. For some reason, this guy was favored by the cosmic undead. After Jingshan targeted Suyu, he was first tracked across the galaxy by the Star Tower signal. And now, he was targeted by the cosmic undead. He provoked Suyu, which was really a wrong decision. Then how are you going to go? Suyu asked. Jingshan had already fled before, and even the Star Tower signal couldn't find him. So how could the cosmic undead find him? The cosmic undead said, just now in the Junie star system, I have absorbed some of Jingshan's information and mastered the way to believe in him. Now I just need to believe in him devoutly. With my state, I will be regarded as the Holy Spirit after the death of a fanatic and return to Jingshan's kingdom of God. Suyu heard this and thought about it for a while, and then he understood. Gods basically have the power to guide believers after death and return to their own kingdom of God. Even when Suyu was at the 3rd level, he had similar abilities. And Jingshan must have them too. The essence of the cosmic undead is dead. If it believes in Jingshan devoutly, it will be led to see Jingshan directly according to the normal process. This is how it finds Jingshan. As for the so-called devout belief, the cosmic undead certainly cannot be devout, but he probably has a solution. As for what will happen after seeing Jingshan, I don't know. Anyway, it probably won't be a good thing. However, normally, Jingshan will definitely screen his believers. He is not a fool and will lead anyone. But looking at the confident look of the cosmic undead, it seems very sure. As a cosmic undead, it may have some unknown means to deceive Jingshan. That is a means from another universe, which is probably not available in this universe. What the Star Tower terminal cannot do, the cosmic undead may not be impossible. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, then you start. This cosmic undead is a hot potato. It can't be killed, and it's a nuisance to keep it around, so it's better to let it go to nuisance than Jingshan. The cosmic undead said, I've already started. After saying that, Suyu observed that some new information seemed to appear in the data body of the cosmic undead. The way of the upper Jing, the original heart, the Jing accepts the void, and the mirror is without action. It was a series of strange prayers. Suyu tried to translate it into human language, but it felt half understood, which was normal. After all, it was the language of alien civilization. When these prayers appeared in the information body of the cosmic undead, its information body suddenly shrank, and finally it turned into a humanoid creature. Suyu had never seen this creature before, but it looked familiar. It seemed to be a fictional race created on the spot based on humans, and the bodies of the Jing clan. After the cosmic undead transformed into this humanoid creature, the image was so lifelike that Suyu could not see any flaws at all, and almost thought it was this creature. To be precise, it was the soul left after the death of this creature. After the cosmic undead transformed, it prayed devoutly, as if it was really a fanatic. Not long after, it suddenly shook and disappeared out of thin air. At the moment it disappeared, it seemed that some kind of hidden passage was opened. Suyu vaguely felt the familiar information fluctuations, which were the Jingshan who tried to erode him before. He quickly asked the Star Tower terminal to record the time and space fluctuations at this moment, and tried to track it backwards, but to no avail. The amount of information at that moment was too little. But the Jingshan information fluctuations at that moment were enough to prove that what the cosmic undead said before was right, and it succeeded. It was actually taken away. Suyu thought to himself, the means of this cosmic undead are really magical. It seems that it disguised its information body as a fictional creature to deceive Jingshan. If nothing unexpected happens, The cosmic undead has now lurked beside Jingshan and become a devout Holy Spirit. This kind of Holy Spirit is basically a fanatic believer, full of faith, and has basically lost self-awareness. It is not a normal creature at all, but a faith machine. But the cosmic undead is not. It lurks beside Jingshan, and who knows what it wants to do. Is it trying to replace him? Will he be replaced by Jingshan next time he meets him? Suyu couldn't help but guess. However, there was no evidence. Does this cosmic undead really have the ability to replace Jingshan? It only has information left, no energy, and can't even take revenge on Suyu, let alone the stronger Jingshan? Maybe, Jingshan seems to be good at information, and is a perfect match for this cosmic undead. By the way, the cosmic undead is now in the original universe, and should have been swallowed, but it has not been digested by the original universe. So what is considered digested and absorbed? If it takes the initiative to become Jingshan and replace it, will it be considered digested? Is this why it is targeting Jingshan? Suyu looked at the empty battleship host, and all kinds of thoughts kept popping up in his mind. But they were all just guesses. Before the cosmic undead left, there was basically no explanation, so he could only guess. Forget it, there's nothing to guess. Anyway, it's a good thing that it ran away. Now this warship truly belongs to me. Never mind it, let's go now, and head to the Oming River system. Suyu shook his head, stopped thinking about the cosmic undead in his mind, started the warship again, and headed to the Oming River system. According to the star map obtained from the Juni galaxy, the Oming River system was an important mining area of the human empire in the past. There were a large number of garrisons and colonized stars in the galaxy, which was much more prosperous than the Bighorn River system. Because the Bighorn River system had no resources and minerals, the empire just colonized dozens of star systems at random, and didn't pay attention to it at all. In the Oming River system, almost all star systems in the entire galaxy were colonized, and even if they were not suitable for human survival, garrisons were sent to guard them. Although the empire is declining now, a certain degree of imperial structure should still be preserved in the Oming River system. After Suyu arrives there, he should be able to find the star map to the Azure Galaxy. The universe is too big. If Suyu doesn't find a way to find the star map, he may not be able to return to the Azure Galaxy even if he controls the battleship for hundreds of millions of years. Speaking of which, Suyu is also persistent enough. Although he is now completely free, he doesn't need to go back to the Azure Galaxy to find bad luck with Chi-Chin. But Suyu will not forget the previous festival. This revenge must be avenged. Moreover, the remnants of the Azure Galaxy will also help Suyu perfect his small universe, so he will not give up. This journey took Suyu a full month. During this month, Suyu went from being excited about the cross-galaxy voyage to boredom. Outside the battleship, there was an unchanging sky full of stars. Because of the superluminal speed, the starlight was pulled into lines and flew away rapidly. Suyu was using the hyperdrive engine on the battleship. He was sailing in the pure material universe and had not entered the subspace, so Suyu could see such a scene. Suyu had just arrived in the universe outside the Azure Galaxy and had not yet entered the subspace. The main reason was that he did not know what the subspace was like now. If he entered rashly, he was afraid that something might go wrong. Suyu still remembered that when he first entered the subspace, he was almost discovered by the will of the tyrannical evil god. If it were not for his special profession at that time, he was a ghost blade that was good at hiding, and the tyrannical evil god was still sealed at that time. Suyu would have died long ago. With the previous lesson, Suyu would be much more cautious about entering the subspace. Otherwise, if the warship's subspace engine is activated, it would arrive in a blink of an eye, without having to wait for this month. When Suyu felt the warship's hull shake slightly, he knew that he had arrived. Is this the Oming Galaxy? Suyu looked at the scenery outside the warship. At this time, he was on the side of the Oming Galaxy, about 1,000 light years away. From his perspective, he could directly see the whole picture of the Oming Galaxy. The Oming Galaxy is a disc-shaped spiral galaxy with a diameter of 110,000 light years, 5 spiral arms, and more than 500 billion star systems. In this galaxy, a special metal called Oming is abundant. This metal is not on the conventional periodic table, but a substance unique to this galaxy. It was formed by the weathering of the corpse of an extinct alien creature after billions of years of death. This alien creature is called Oming, and the Oming Galaxy is their place of origin. This civilization was able to rule an entire river system, so its strength was naturally extraordinary. But for some reason, this civilization seemed to be wiped out overnight, leaving only the minerals formed by the corpses. Oming metal has very excellent hardness, toughness, psychic conductivity and other properties, and can be used to manufacture mechanical creations above level 5. Mechanical creations above level 5 have extremely high material requirements. Suyu is still worried about the materials for the creation machine. The original human empire seemed to have such troubles, so after they discovered the almond mineral, they attached great importance to it and immediately sent out a large army to occupy the entire river system. Since then, many important creations, weapons, and armors of the empire have been infused with almond metal, which has significantly improved their performance. The unnamed warship that Suyu obtained should also have almond metal added to it. For the empire, ordinary elemental minerals can be directly synthesized and will not be taken seriously at all. Only this special mineral is a precious empire wealth. This information was also obtained by Suyu from the Juni Galaxy. Suyu left the Bighorn Galaxy and came to the Almond Galaxy as his first stop. In fact, he also wanted to see if this almond metal was really that magical. If it was useful, he could try to get some and use it to make a creation machine. However, when Suyu came to the vicinity of the Almond Galaxy, he found something wrong. It's too dark here. With more than 500 billion star systems, the entire galaxy should look very bright. But Suyu looked at it and found that most of the stars in the entire Almond Galaxy were very dim. It was clearly right in front of him, but it seemed darker than other galaxies millions of light years away. It seems that the star died and turned into a dim celestial body, such as a white dwarf. But the lifespan of a star is tens of billions of years, and there shouldn't be such a change in just 10,000 years. Even if some stars have reached the end of their lifespan, it shouldn't affect the overall brightness of the Milky Way. It seems that there is a problem here, Suyu said in his heart, secretly alert. So he didn't go in, but turned on the battleship Star Tower scan. At a distance of 1,000 light years, the Star Tower terminal on the battleship can complete long-distance scanning. Suyu let the Star Tower terminal lock the nearest star system and started scanning. The Star Tower signal ignored the speed of light and quickly scanned the situation of that star system. Suyu was surprised when he saw the scanned information. Chapter 552. Suyu saw that the star in that star system had indeed turned into a white dwarf, as he had thought before, and was cooling rapidly. However, its state was extremely strange. Suyu could see that the state of the white dwarf was not continuous, but kept jumping. Just like a person who was 20 years old in the last second, and then jumped to 21 years old in the next second without any intermediate process, and then jumped to 22 years old. The white dwarf that Suyu saw was in such a state. With the accuracy of the Star Tower scanning, this change can be accurately detected. It seems that it is losing a part of time every moment. This is just Suyu's inference. In fact, Suyu did not observe any time power. What the white dwarf lost may not be time at all, but something else, but the state revealed looks like it has lost time. No wonder this galaxy is so dark, so that's why. If all the stars in the galaxy have lost time and become dim white dwarfs, no wonder this galaxy is so dark. What shocked Suyu was not the time loss phenomenon of this star, but the planets in this star system. If a star evolves into a white dwarf, it will first go through the red giant or even supernova stage. This kind of drastic evolution will destroy the environment in the entire star system, and it is hard to say whether planets can be left behind. But this white dwarf has a strange time loss phenomenon, and it may have skipped those drastic stages and directly turned into a white dwarf. So several planets in the galaxy are still alive. Those planets are also experiencing a similar phenomenon of time loss. It takes tens of billions of years for a star to evolve into a white dwarf. If the time of star and planet loss is the same, then these planets have also evolved for tens of billions of years. So there are no artificial buildings on the planets. Even if this was once a colony of the Empire built various advanced facilities here. But after so many years of evolution, it no longer exists. Only dead planets with no signs of life are left, quietly suspended in orbit, slowly rotating, and even their rotation and revolution are about to stop. From time to time, they jump a distance on the orbit, giving people a feeling of weakness and strange death. However, it is not necessarily true that there is no sign of life on these planets. Suyu scanned the Star Tower and saw that there was life on those planets, and it was human. But they are all dead. All corpses. There are some human corpses buried in the strata of those planets. Roughly speaking, there are probably tens of billions of them. It is unknown how long these corpses have been dead. They have already gone deep into the strata due to geological changes. According to logical speculation, these corpses are all former imperial human residents on these planets. They encountered drastic changes and died suddenly. After death, their bodies sank into the strata due to geological changes. The strange thing is that even though all human buildings have disappeared with the evolution of the planet, Even fossils cannot be found. These human corpses are still intact and even lifelike. However, these corpses have evolved for so long that they have become fossils, and some have even become metallized. Metallized? Suyu was shocked and thought of almond metal. This metal is what the corpses of the ancient alien civilization almond turned into after death. How similar are these human corpses now? Could it be that this is the process of the birth of this almond metal? Now it's the turn of humans to become metal? Suyu guessed in his heart. Maybe in the ancient times tens of thousands of years ago, the almond civilization also encountered a similar thing, and the entire galaxy began to lose time. This loss is too drastic, which can make a star evolve into a white dwarf in a short period of time, which is not something that normal creatures can bear at all. So the almond people ran out of life in an instant and became extinct collectively. For some reason, the corpses were metallized and turned into almond metal, which finally attracted the Empire to come and mine. Now, it's the turn of humans again. Maybe after a while, when the time loss phenomenon here stops, other alien civilizations will find this place and mine the metals turned into human corpses to start the next cycle. Why does this place look like a trap, a breeding farm? Suyu was secretly shocked and felt that this river system was really weird. He made up his mind not to enter the Oming River system. Otherwise, given the situation in this star system, he would be in trouble. Suyu was not confident that he could resist this kind of power that affected the entire river system. If he entered it, he would probably lose a lot of time. Even if Suyu was promoted to the 5th level, or even possessed the power of the 6th level, he also had the immortality of the evil god. Theoretically, with Suyu's current strength, there should be no limit to biological lifespan. But Suyu has never really tried it, and he doesn't know how long he can live. If he loses hundreds of millions of years in an instant and jumps directly to a state after 100 million years, what will happen, he can't predict. Looking at the situation in the Oming River system, it is estimated that it will not be too optimistic. When the human empire occupied the Oming River system, there must have been many strong people in it. What about those strong people? They are not dead and become one of those corpses, right? Thinking of this, Suyu did not have time to mourn for these human corpses. After all, he is so close to the Oming River system now, and the slightest fluctuation of that strange power may affect him. He can't even protect himself, so how can he mourn for these people who are not related to him, and have been dead for who knows how long? He immediately wants to start the battleship and run away. However, Suyu immediately rejected the idea of running away, because he has experience. When Suyu was in the Azure Galaxy before, he was tricked by the Ghost Emperor and sent into the dark time and space. There, when Suyu was exploring a gaseous planet, he discovered the Dream Star Core, a powerful 5th level creation. At that time, he was still far from the 5th level, so he ran away immediately. But it turned out that running away was useless. At that time, he was targeted by Chi-Chan behind the Dream Star Core. Unknowingly, he was triggered to go back in time, creating a painful evil god Suyu, and almost died at the hands of the painful evil god. Although he later successfully turned the tables, and even absorbed the power of the painful evil god and turned it into his own power, the various difficulties and dangers in the process were not worth telling to outsiders. With the lesson from last time, Suyu knew that in this situation, running away directly would not solve the problem. Even if he could run away for a while, there might be threats after a while. So Suyu decided not to run away first, but to explore the situation of the Oming River system first, and then leave. Even if there are dangers in the future, he will be prepared. Of course, it is also possible that Suyu is lucky, and will be fine if he runs away directly. Exploration will instead trigger the danger here, which is purely courting death. But Suyu still wants to decide his fate by his own choice, rather than relying on luck. If you want to explore this river system, you must first determine the range of this force, and then use the Star Tower signal to scan outside the range to obtain information. Suyu said in his heart. Although he wanted to explore this river system, he did not think about really going in. Instead, he used the Star Tower signal to scan from a long distance. With such a convenient tool as the Star Tower signal, Suyu has enough confidence. However, the Star Tower signal cannot scan the strange power that makes time lost. This power seems to be helpless even for the Star Tower signal. It makes sense. If the Star Tower signal could detect this kind of power, the human empire would have been prepared and would not have become a pile of corpses in the ground. And if Suyu wants to know the scope of the strange power, he needs to find a way himself. He first used the Star Tower signal to scan the cosmic vacuum around the Oming River system. The cosmic vacuum is not really empty, but there are sparse microscopic particles. There may be 1 or 2 atoms in 1 cubic meter, but there are always some. There are also phenomena such as quantum fluctuations. If these particles and phenomena are also affected by the loss of time, then Suyu can use this to judge the scope of this force. However, no, the vacuum of the universe near the Ouming galaxy is really empty. There are no microscopic particles or quantum fluctuations, just a complete vacuum. Even the gravity and light that should exist do not exist. Even the causal environment does not exist, so you can clearly see this galaxy from afar, and can also sense the strong gravity of the galaxy, and the 1:1 causal environment. But under the Star Tower scan, there is nothing. The scan of the battleship Star Tower terminal is more accurate than Suyu's own sensing. Therefore, the light that Suyu sees, the gravity that he senses, and even the causal environment are all illusions. Is it really a trap? Really such an illusion to attract other civilizations to explore? Suyu thought to himself. It seems that this galaxy is even weirder than imagined. But this is actually a good thing. A trap is passive in itself, and the prey needs to step into it actively. As long as Suyu doesn't go in on his own initiative, there shouldn't be a big problem. I'm afraid that if Suyu sees the Ouming River system, even if he steps into the trap, he's done for. This is very likely. After all, he had experienced the things of Jingshan before. Just knowing Jingshan's deeds, he was immediately corroded by it, and had the idea of faith. This Ouming River system may be the same. Seeing it means that it has been targeted. Suyu even doubted whether his desire to explore this river system was really from the heart. Was he also affected? But once this kind of suspicion unfolds, it will never end. Moreover, Suyu thought he had a strong will. When Jingshan invaded him before, he could accurately distinguish his own will from the external will. Now he didn't feel anything. Maybe Suyu wanted to explore the Ouming River system. Then it didn't matter if there was an external will. Thinking of this, Suyu had no more doubts in his heart, thinking about how to start the exploration. After thinking for a while, he started his plan. First, he took out a large piece of unknown metal from the battleship. This metal was also a powerful material of at least level 5, with excellent properties. Then, through the mechanical equipment on the spaceship, this piece of metal was made into hundreds of millions of timing devices. This battleship was huge, comparable to a small planet. There were various facilities on it, and there were even simulated mountains and rivers. It was still very simple to find some materials and equipment. After completing all this, Suyu projected these timing devices to the vicinity of the Ouming River system through the super light speed projector of the spaceship. This superluminal projector uses curvature drive technology to directly accelerate those timers to superluminal speed. When it reaches the predetermined coordinate, it reverses the curvature to make it lose inertia and kinetic energy and stop at that coordinate. Because it is a space curvature drive technology, it is considered to drag space. The timer itself is not under force, so there is no need to worry about such a violent projection causing damage to it. This technology seems to be used to remotely launch soldiers and mechanical equipment. It can be directly on the warship, using the projection muzzle to treat soldiers and equipment as superluminal shells and safely launch them to a location thousands of light years away. It is quite easy to use and convenient. Suyu tried it a little and figured out the principle and used it skillfully. Suyu did not use his own power throughout the whole process, but used the nameless battleship itself. This was to implement a kind of causal isolation. As a causal mechanic, Suyu was very familiar with the horror of causality. These time devices were made by Suyu, and their causal connection was on Suyu. It's just that Suyu used the battleship to complete the whole process, so the cause of these timing devices was first on the battleship, and then on Suyu. If the situation is not right, the strange power of losing time will kill along the causal connection. With such a buffer, Suyu can immediately abandon the battleship and run away. Although this battleship is precious, it is naturally nothing compared to Suyu himself and can be abandoned at any time. At this time, the battleship is 1,000 light years away from the Ouming River system, which is a very long distance. Under the action of the superluminal projector, those timing devices are connected into a line in the vacuum, extending all the way to 1 light year away from the Ouming River system. Then, the changes of these timing devices were recorded through the Star Tower scan to determine the scope and degree of the time loss phenomenon. This behavior is much more dangerous than a simple Star Tower scan. After all, it is to directly project matter near the Milky Way, which may trigger a trap and lead to uncontrollable consequences. But at this point, he could only take a risk. Fortunately, these timing devices did not cause any changes after being projected. It may be that they caused changes, but Suyu could not observe them. But anyway, he is fine for the time being, and it seems that there is no time loss phenomenon. Suyu sighed in his heart that the Milky Way universe outside the Azure Galaxy is really extremely dangerous and full of crisis. It has only been a short time since he came out, and he has encountered these bad things one after another. Then he began to scan those timing devices with the star tower. Range, 100 light years? The closer the distance, the more serious the jump. So you saw that all the timing devices within 100 light years of the Ouming Milky Way had time jumps. And because these timers have built-in time calculation functions, the amplitude of time jumps can be seen intuitively. 100 light years away from the Ouming galaxy, the amplitude is the smallest, and it may not jump once a minute, and each jump is only about 1 second. The timer closest to the galaxy is much more serious, jumping dozens of times every second, and each jump lasts from 1 second to 1 hour. It seems that it is safe to be 1,000 light years away. Wait, no! So you suddenly saw that the time jump suddenly began to extend rapidly along the line formed by this string of timers. Sure enough, this test alarmed something. Chapter 553. 100 million timers, connected into a line of 1,000 light years. Now this line has become the track for transmitting that strange power. The time readings on the timers infected by that strange power jumped wildly. Facing this situation, Suyu watched coldly without any action. Soon, that strange power had spread to the middle of the line, which was 500 light years away from Suyu. Suyu was ready to abandon the warship and escape. Fortunately, after that power continued to extend for another 100 light years, it seemed to be powerless, stopped, and then slowly retreated. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this power can't leave the Ouming River too far. His position should be safe. This is also reasonable. If this strange power can move at will, there is no need to set up such a trap at all. But we still can't be careless, but we can't be timid. In short, let's scan all the star systems first. After determining the coverage of that strange power, Suyu began to explore. He wanted to scan the entire Ouming River system, more than 500 billion star systems. This is an incredible project, but with the help of the Star Tower Terminal on the nameless battleship, Suyu can completely achieve it. The Star Tower Terminal on the battleship, when used to its limit, can directly scan everything within a radius of 1,500 light years. This scanning range is amazing. However, the diameter of the Ouming River system is 110,000 light years, and the scanning range of the Star Tower Terminal is far from enough to cover the entire galaxy. At this time, Suyu was 1,000 light years away from the Ouming River system, at the side edge of this large disk. The Star Tower Terminal is like a searchlight, projecting a circular range of about 1,000 light years in diameter on the large disk of the Ouming River galaxy, which is 110,000 light years in diameter. Within this circular range, the Star Tower Terminal can scan everything. Outside the range, the warship needs to move to complete the scan. Suyu plans to circle from the outside of the Ouming River galaxy to the core, scan the entire Ouming River galaxy, and see what the situation is in this river system. After making a plan, Suyu immediately started the Star Tower Terminal at full power and began scanning. Invisible signals were implanted, activated, and fed back by the Star Tower Terminal. At this time, Suyu was scanning the edge of the galaxy where the star density was relatively sparse. There were about 3 million stars within 1,000 light years. Although the number was not small, with the powerful ability of the Star Tower Terminal, all these star systems were quickly scanned. In this process, because the scanning intensity was too high, it seemed to stimulate that strange power again, causing it to erupt again, trying to rush to Suyu along that line. Fortunately, its range is limited, and each time it just rushed halfway, it had to retreat helplessly. After scanning these 3 million stars completely, Suyu also had a general understanding of the situation of this galaxy. At the beginning, the human empire had developed this Ouming galaxy very deeply. Basically, 1 out of every 10,000 star systems was colonized. The residents on those colonized stars naturally became corpses. As for the other 9,999 star systems, the environment is too harsh and not suitable for human survival. Although the Empire certainly has the technology to transform the galaxy environment, there is no need. There are many galaxies. It is estimated that 10,000 years ago, those star systems with harsh environments were all mining areas, specifically used to mine Ouming metals. 3 million star systems are about 300 colonized star systems, and the total population of these star systems far exceeds 1 trillion. These trillions of people have now become corpses and minerals inside the planet. Even though Suyu was determined, he was still shocked when he saw so many corpses. In particular, there are more than 500 billion stars in this galaxy. According to the current colonization ratio of 1 in 10,000, there are probably tens of millions of star systems that have been colonized. How many people are there? How many corpses? This is just the Ouming galaxy. How many galaxies did the human empire colonize? How many people died in the subspace tide 10,000 years ago? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, but Suyu quickly put these thoughts behind him. This is not the time to be sentimental, but to find useful information from the scanned information. However, after Suyu quickly browsed all the information with his powerful computing power, he did not find any useful information. All man-made objects in these 300 colonized galaxies have completely disappeared. Only corpses remain, but there is no information left on these corpses. Their clothes have disappeared, and their flesh and blood have become metal. Suyu wanted to scan their internal structure and genetic code, but he couldn't find anything useful. Those corpses are more like human-shaped metal statues, and their internal structure is solid. After Suyu confirmed that there was no useful information, he started the battleship and moved to the side 1,000 light-years. In this way, the Star Tower signal can scan new star systems. At the same time, he also brought the line formed by the timer over to monitor the strange power of time loss in real time. In this way, Suyu kept moving the warship and scanning the star system. Unknowingly, he had circled the entire Omingi galaxy. He has scanned tens of billions of star systems. Among them, there are millions of colonized star systems, and countless corpses. Suyu has been numb to so many corpses. After scanning so many stars, and so many corpses, Suyu still did not see any useful information. With so many people, it is unknown how prosperous the civilization was at the beginning. The information contained in it is immeasurable, but now it is all gone. This Omingi galaxy seems to be an information black hole. No matter how prosperous the civilization is, it will not leave any traces except corpses. It is also like a big cemetery, with billions of people sleeping here. Suyu sighed slightly and prepared to start the warship again to continue scanning. He had already circled the outer circle of the Alming River system before, and now he was ready to enter the inner circle, and then circle after circle, until he reached the center of the Alming River system, and then he could scan the entire river system. However, just as Suyu was about to start the warship, he suddenly had an idea. No! It's not true that there is no information left. Suyu suddenly thought of a possibility. Those corpses, although they did not leave any information, but they themselves are information. This information is quantity, the number of these corpses. The number of corpses on each colony is different. This is normal. It would be strange if different colonies had the same population. So Suyu had not noticed it before. But now, Suyu thought of a possibility. Is there some useful information buried in the number of these corpses? Suyu quickly counted the number of corpses on the millions of colonies he had scanned and obtained a huge number. He began to analyze these numbers with his own powerful computing power. Soon, Suyu actually analyzed some useful information. At first, Suyu tried to analyze the exact number of corpses on that planet. The population on a certain planet was 9,736,723,451. Suyu tried to analyze whether there was any secret hidden in this number, and whether it was linked to the population on other planets. But Suyu gave up quickly. Such a huge number, the possibility of various permutations and combinations, is simply more than the number of atoms in the universe. No matter how strong Suyu's computing power is, it is in vain. So Suyu quickly changed to a simple idea. This idea couldn't be simpler. Suyu counted the population of each colonized galaxy, and then compared it with the adjacent galaxies, to see which side had more people. Soon, Suyu's statistics came out. He found that the number of corpses between adjacent planets fluctuated in a certain regularity. For example, this galaxy has a large population, and that galaxy has a small population. More is considered as 1, and less is considered as 0. Then a string of 11000101. Binary code is formed, more or less, more or less, more or less, more or less. Is this a communication code? These binary codes really contain information. And there is no complicated encryption, it is very simple and clear. So after Suyu found the idea, he quickly decoded it. It was a communication code that Suyu knew, similar to the Morse code before Suyu crossed over. Decode it, and translate it into the text that Suyu is familiar with, that is, the human imperial language. Millions of colonized galaxies, in the form of the number of corpses in different galaxies, record a lot of information. This way of retaining information is unheard of by Suyu, and it feels cruel and shocking. This is the language of corpses. After Suyu decoded it, he first saw a series of warnings. Oming River is a trap. Don't enter. Don't enter. Suyu's heart tightened and continued to read. September 30104 of the Imperial Calendar. A star system in the center of the galaxy has a strange time loss phenomenon. Researchers were sent to investigate, but failed. The researchers died, and all the population of the galaxy died. In October, the time loss phenomenon began to spread, affecting thousands of star systems. The 10th Prince led the Devouring Regiment to investigate and stop it, but failed. The Devouring Regiment was completely destroyed, and the 10th Prince escaped with serious injuries. All the Imperial people in those star systems were exterminated, entered a state of war, and urgently contacted the Imperial high-level officials, but did not get a normal response. Although the communication was normal, the other party's attitude was strange. After investigation, the prince found that the communication had been interrupted long ago, and those communication signals were all false. Praying to the great emperor, it was unsuccessful. The emperor's power did not descend. Did the great emperor also have an accident? No. Impossible. The time loss phenomenon spread again. The prince ordered to withdraw from the Amen River galaxy, but failed. The edge of the river system appeared a phenomenon of time and space blockade and causal confusion, and it was impossible to leave. We can't get out anymore. This river system is too weird. All time and space, cause and effect inside it have been blocked. It is like an independent universe. Continue to study the phenomenon of time loss, to no avail, to no avail. Research shows that the phenomenon of time loss will cause all civilization creations and information to be lost, and only human corpses will be preserved. The prince said that there is a monster that devours information here. Information is the foundation of the universe, and there may be a ghost of the universe hidden here. The prince is of noble status, and knows a lot of important information. He told us that there is not only one universe. The matter and energy in ordinary universes are limited, and our universe will actively devour and hunt other universes in order to achieve true infinity, and now it may have succeeded. But the price is that those swallowed universes will not die, but will turn into various terrible monsters and set off terrible disasters. We may have encountered such a monster now. The Amen River system is the lair of this monster, and it is also a trap to lure civilization to settle here, and then devour it after it develops to a certain extent. Energy and information are the foundation of the universe, and this phenomenon of time loss can devour all the information of civilization. The reason why the corpses were left behind might be because the cosmic spirit had no energy left, only information, so it could only devour information. It could also be other reasons such as turning these corpses into Amen metal to attract the next civilization. After listening to this, we all felt incredible. The spirits of the universe? We had never heard of this concept. But the prince was so noble that he would definitely not lie to us. We asked the prince, what should we do? We had never encountered such a strong enemy before, and we didn't even know what form the other party was in, nor did we know how to fight against it. The prince also fell into deep thought, and at this time, the phenomenon of time loss was still spreading, devouring the lives of countless people in the empire. The prince finally made a decision. He told us that he would face the monster alone, and fight for a glimmer of hope for us. If we fail, we need to find a way to leave information to warn those who come later. The Oming tribe left only corpses after extinction, and no warning information was left. But we cannot do that. We are the people of the great and glorious emperor, the glorious imperial human beings. The prince did not reveal how he was going to fight that monster. He only told us what we need to do. We need to control the population of each planet, because after the civilization information is devoured, only corpses will be left. The number of these corpses is basically the only information that can be left. After the prince left, he disappeared without a trace, and the spread of the time loss phenomenon also slowed down a lot. The prince must be fighting some unknown battle with the monster, and has achieved certain results. We also followed the prince's instructions, and began to move people between galaxies, leaving this information in the form of communication codes. The prince said that this information should not be encrypted. The more complex it is, the more it can be devoured. After we successfully left the above information, a long time has passed, and the prince still has no news, and the time loss phenomenon continues to spread. It seems that the battle is not over yet. So, we continue to migrate the population and leave more information. This information is various data and historical records of the Oming River system. These are proof of our existence. Chapter 554. The population of millions of star systems formed a binary code, which eventually decoded this information. This information is not much. Even for ordinary people, it is not much, and most the capacity of a book. So you quickly finish reading it. In this huge amount of information, the first paragraph introduces the cause and source of this information. The latter part introduces some of the culture, customs, scientific and technological achievements of the Oming River system, which is relatively brief, and there are a few repetitions. This information is repeated 7 times. It is estimated that in order to prevent the information from being swallowed, this information will be circulated repeatedly to avoid information loss as much as possible. After reading it, Suyu was silent for a long time. 10,000 years ago, the humans of the Oming River system carried out a massive population migration in order to leave information for future generations. In each colonized galaxy, the population is at least tens of billions. And the total number of colonized galaxies exceeds 50 million. So many population migrations adjust the population of each galaxy, just to make the corpse a language after death. Perhaps, those humans had complaints about these migrations. After all, they are all going to die. What's the point of doing this? But Suyu believes that the citizens of the human empire at that time really had glory in their hearts. The human empire colonized the stars, with a population of billions, and was extremely powerful in both technology and psychic power. In such an empire, those citizens must be proud. They would probably do these things willingly, using their corpses to turn into language to tell the later generations their stories and their glory. This is human civilization. Suyu couldn't help but feel a little respect in his heart. Before, when Suyu was in the Juni galaxy, he heard about the evil deeds done by the Imperial tax ships, which made Suyu have a bad impression of the Empire. But now, after seeing the deeds of the humans in the Omingi system 10,000 years ago, Suyu sighed. This is human civilization, the real civilization. Those messages recorded the brilliant culture and advanced technology. Even a few words were enough to make people fascinated. However, such a civilization was lost and swallowed up by this strange time, leaving only these corpses. Another cosmic undead. According to the description in the information, the strange disaster in the Omingi system was caused by cosmic undead. Suyu didn't expect that the last cosmic undead had just left, and he met another one in a short time. And this cosmic undead seemed to be much more brutal. The guy before suddenly wanted to believe in some Jingshin. Could it be that he knew that there were his own kind here, so he ran away in advance? Suyu suddenly had an idea. Before coming to the Aoming River system, the cosmic undead that Suyu brought back suddenly proposed to leave. Suyu thought that guy was targeting Jingshin and wanted to replace him. Now it seems that he was probably afraid of following Suyu to the Aoming River system and being swallowed by this ferocious kind. However, if we talk about ferocity, the original universe where Suyu is located is more ferocious. According to the information Suyu just obtained, the original universe devours the energy and information of other universes to achieve the so-called infinity. But after devouring, it is not digested cleanly, leaving behind the ghost thing like the cosmic undead. After Suyu sighed, he quickly hid these situations. The most urgent task is to continue scanning and find more useful information. The information obtained from the previous scan was basically some introduction to history, technology and civilization, and there was nothing Suyu wanted. He needed a deeper scan, and it would be best to find the remains of the prince. So, he had to go deeper and enter the inner circle of the Aoming River system. Soon, Suyu started the warship again and scanned the inner circle of the river system. Just like that, he scanned in circles. The diameter of the Aoming River system is 110,000 light-years. Suyu's scan, each circle, is 1,000 light-years wide. In this way, it takes at most more than 50 times to scan the entire river system. I don't know how long it took. Suyu has scanned 55 circles. Except for the dozens of light-years in the center of the Aoming River system, all other places have been scanned. However, there is still not much useful information. In the inner circle, the information recorded by the number of corpses is the same as that in the outer circle, and there is not much difference, and it is basically repeated. Fortunately, some of them are still useful. For example, the star map of the Aoming galaxy. Now Suyu has obtained the star map to the Azure galaxy, which is an unexpected gain. However, in the deeper inner circle, the number of corpses has completely lost its regularity. It seems that they died too early, and did not have time to migrate. Now, only the small circle of about 1,000 light-years in the center of the Aoming galaxy has not been scanned. It seems that if there is really any information left, it is there. Suyu looked at the center of the Aoming galaxy with a solemn look. The center of the Aoming galaxy is already completely dark, without a trace of light. However, there is a strong gravitational force coming from those. According to Suyu's astronomical knowledge, the center of this large galaxy basically has no normal stars, but a group of black holes, which maintain the operation of the entire galaxy with its strong gravitational force. Soon, Suyu routinely used the 100 million timer to detect the range of the strange power. In the center of this galaxy, the spread of the strange power of time loss has expanded a lot, reaching 300 light-years. But it is still a long distance away from Suyu's location, which is 1,000 light-years away, so he is still safe here. So Suyu opened the star tower scan again. 3 super large black holes, more than 3.9 million small and medium-sized black holes. The scan quickly produced results. In the center of the Oming galaxy, there are indeed only various black holes, and the number has reached a terrifying millions. Originally, the star density in the center of the Oming galaxy should be the largest, with at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of stars. Now it seems that those stars have evolved into black holes. No wonder it is so dark here. Almost all matter, energy, and information have been swallowed up by these black holes, resulting in no light here. Only black holes are constantly swallowing each other. This place is naturally not like other places, where there are planets and corpses. It seems that there is no useful information. But Suyu did not believe in evil. He wanted to continue scanning those black holes. Suyu did not have any in-depth research on celestial bodies such as black holes. He had been staying in the Azure River Galaxy before, and had never come into close contact with celestial bodies such as black holes. Before, I occasionally passed by black holes while on the road, but I had no interest in going over to take a look. Now, I can use the star tower signal to study it carefully. Black holes are formed when massive stars collapse due to strong gravity after their lifespan is exhausted. This terrifying celestial body is an abyss of death that ordinary life cannot escape. Even if Suyu is powerful and can adjust gravity, cause and effect and other cosmic rules. But the super-large black holes in the center of the Oming River have masses that are millions or even tens of millions times the total mass of stars. Its gravity is so strong that it is estimated to be far beyond Suyu's adjustment range. If Suyu falls into such a super-large black hole, he may not be able to get out. As for whether he can be resurrected in this small universe after death, it is hard to say. After all, there is something called a space-time singularity in the center of a black hole. If you fall there, the consequences are unpredictable. The 5th level extraordinary is planetary level, and its energy intensity is basically the same as that of a planet. Suyu is naturally much stronger than ordinary extraordinary people, but his energy is far less than that of an ordinary star. When a star faces a supermassive black hole, it is like a speck of dust, not to mention Suyu himself. These black holes not only have strong gravity. Suyu always feels that those black holes are a bit weird, like eyes? There is no light in the center of the Amen galaxy. But Suyu felt something like sight from those black holes. Something is staring at him. That cosmic ghost? It seems that it is hiding here. Suyu thought to himself. He didn't think that the feeling of being stared at was an illusion. It is probably the cosmic undead who is staring at him. Black holes devour all energy and information, and the cosmic undead also devours information, like an information black hole. It doesn't seem strange that it hides in the center of the Oming River. So, the prince was probably here, fighting with the cosmic undead. Maybe he is still fighting now. Suyu's heart trembled, and he thought of a possibility. The prince might still be alive and fighting now. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately started the star tower scan with all his strength and aimed at those black holes. The previous scan only roughly counted the mass, quantity, and other data of these black holes. This time, Suyu wanted to send the signal deep into the black hole and bring back useful information from there. This is very dangerous. Ordinary black holes are fine, and the star tower signal is not false at all. But these black holes may be inhabited by cosmic undead. This kind of monster is most sensitive to, and attaches great importance to information. To bring information out from there will inevitably anger the cosmic undead. But Suyu did not hesitate. The monster had obviously set its sights on Suyu. How could Suyu be polite to it? Boom! When the star tower signal penetrated into those black holes, Suyu heard a roar. All the black holes vibrated at the same time. Their vibrations, with their powerful gravitational force, distorted the space and emitted violent gravitational waves, which sounded like thunder in Suyu's ears. Actually, there is no signal at all? The signal sent by the star tower terminal was like a drop in the ocean, with no feedback at all. It seemed that those black holes were absolute information abysses, and no information could come out from there. But Suyu didn't believe it. The star tower signal was extremely powerful and pervasive. Could it be that it couldn't do anything to these dead celestial bodies? He didn't stop for a moment, and let the engine of the nameless battleship run at full power to supply energy to the star tower terminal. The engine of this nameless battleship, whose principle and structure were unknown, was so powerful that it was like a star was installed in the engine, and the powerful energy was endless. Finally, as the Star Tower terminal kept scanning, implanting, and analyzing, some information was fed back from those black holes. Who are you? What was fed back was actually a sentence, standard Imperial human language. Suyu scanned all the black holes at the same time, and all the black holes had this sentence. Suyu was silent for a moment, then manipulated the Star Tower signal to send out fluctuations, which was also a sentence. I am a human, who are you? Suyu only said that he was a human, but did not mention his name. After a while, another information was fed back. I am the 10th prince of the human empire named Long Ji. I have been fighting the cosmic undead plague in the center of the Almond River system. It should have been 10,000 years now. You are a human, but you didn't mention the empire. What happened to the empire now? This message claimed to be the 10th prince Long Ji, which was consistent with Suyu's previous guess. Suyu thought for a moment and said, 10,000 years ago, the subspace tide broke out. At the same time, a great rebellion broke out in the empire, and billions of humans died. The Emperor Guanyu suppressed the rebellion. Suyu roughly told the other party about the current situation of the empire. Subspace tide. I also have a sense of it. It seems to be a terrible disaster. Emperor, rebellion? This guy muttered to himself, as if he was lost in memory. Suyu hurriedly continued to ask, I am now trapped near the Oming River system, and dare not leave at will. I want to know how to safely leave this river system without being affected by the subsequent influence of the cosmic undead? This is the ultimate purpose of his actions, otherwise, he would have run away long ago. The cosmic undead plague is entrenched in this river system, attracting civilizations to settle here. When the civilization develops to a certain extent, it will launch a time jump to devour it. Dead planets cannot create new information. Biological civilization is best at creating something out of nothing, and constantly produces new information. This information is the best food and medicine for cosmic undead. So it desperately wants to attract more civilizations to come. This attraction is a kind of plague. Since you have come to the vicinity of this river system, and seen this river system, you have been infected. So even if you leave now, you will still be affected by the disease, and become a new source of infection. You will involuntarily spread the information of this river system to other creatures, and attract more life to come. Suyu's heart sank after seeing this information. Sure enough, this Oming River system is very strange, carrying a certain epidemic, and you will be infected by just looking at it. It is somewhat like the routine of Jingshan. Jingshan also knows his story, and will be eroded by it. And this cosmic undead named epidemic is probably much stronger than Jingshan. Suyu is now infected, although he doesn't feel it at all. Can this infection be cleared? Suyu asked, with the help of the Emperor's power. The message answered. Suyu nodded. It seems that as long as you pray to the Guanyu Emperor and get the blessing of his power, you can clear this infection. However, Suyu thought for a moment and suddenly said, You are not the 10th prince at all? You are the cosmic undead epidemic. You want to use me, the infected person, to indirectly infect the Guanyu Emperor? Chapter 555. As soon as Suyu said this, the information source suddenly fell silent. After a long time, new information came through the Star Tower signal scan. How do you know? This is a direct admission. It is really not the 10th prince, but the cosmic undead epidemic. What it said just now was to deceive Suyu, wanting Suyu to pray to Emperor Guanyu and infect Emperor Guanyu. Suyu smiled slightly after hearing this and then said, Guess. Of course, Suyu was not completely guessing out of thin air. He had come into contact with a cosmic undead before, and that cosmic undead also tried to disguise himself as the intelligence of a warship to deceive Suyu, but was discovered by Suyu. Earlier, Chi-Chen, whom Suyu had come into contact with, might also be considered a cosmic undead. Facing this kind of thing, Suyu is considered experienced. These cosmic undead seem to be able to absorb biological information to gain thinking ability and personality. They are like a powerful intelligent host, but without intelligent programs. But they can absorb humans or other creatures, and use the thinking memory of those creatures to think. However, the thinking and personality obtained in this way should be inferior to the original owner, and there is a big difference. According to the information Suyu obtained before, the 10th prince is undoubtedly a very righteous person, full of loyalty and honor, willing to fight the universe undead alone for the people of the Omingi system. Such a prince. When Suyu told the other party about the great rebellion of the empire 10,000 years ago, and the various dark deeds of the current empire tax ships, the other party behaved very calmly. This made Suyu suspicious. He suspected that it was not the 10th prince at all, but a cosmic undead in disguise. So he tried boldly, and indeed tricked this guy out, guessed, the information, or seemed to be speechless because of Suyu's words. After a moment, it continued, "You humans are really cunning. Although I have obtained the information of the 10th Prince and can simulate his personality, I can't learn it like it after all." Then, its tone suddenly changed. "Since you have seen through it then, let's go. Suyu said. I thought this guy would say then you die, and then launch a terrible attack. But he actually let Suyu go directly. It seems that this guy actually has no good way to deal with me. I am a little far away, and it can't attack me," Suyu said in his heart, judging the state of E. But he did not listen to E and left directly. He didn't want to leave because he hadn't solved the disease on his body yet. E said again, "You are too far away from me, I can't attack you, and you don't dare to come over, so go." Suyu said, "Then do I really have some plague?" E said, "Of course." Suyu was speechless. It seems that even if Suyu has seen through this guy's identity, it is not of much use. As long as Suyu leaves, the plague on his body will become a source of infection, bringing more infected people to E. If Suyu prays to Emperor Guangyao, he may even really infect Emperor Guangyao with this plague. The last universe undead set its sights on Jingshan and tried to replace him. And this plague actually targeted the Emperor Guangyao, and its appetite is really big. If it succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. What kind of plague is this? I don't know if there is any way to get rid of it. But I don't have any sense at all. How can I get rid of it? Suyu fell into thought, and after a long time, he finally had some ideas. During this period, the plague did not move at all, fell into silence, and seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to Suyu. Suyu suddenly asked, "You want me to leave and become a source of infection, attracting more creatures to come and absorb information from you? It's best if I pray to the Emperor Guangyao, so that the Emperor Guangyao can also be infected by you, right?" "Yes, so you go. The plague no longer has any concealment at this time, anyway, so you can't do anything to it." Suyu asked again, "Then, if there are other cosmic undead, will it be better than ordinary biological civilization if you devour them?" "Other cosmic undead?" The tone of the plague has changed slightly. After a moment, he replied, "Yes, my kind are better food for me, better than ordinary biological civilizations. After all, they carry the information of a universe." Suyu nodded and said, "I know the location of the 2 cosmic undead. I can also bring the plague over there and infect them." He immediately said, "Very good, then go quickly." It seemed a little impatient. Suyu shook his head, "You need to pay a certain price." He immediately said, "You are infected with the plague, and you will spread the infection without your control. If you do things for me, why should I pay any price?" Obviously, in Yi's view, Suyu, as an infected person, is already a puppet of the plague, and he can be driven by it, and there is no need to pay any reward or price to Suyu. Suyu chuckled, "You should be able to see that my battleship can go outside the universe. This is the battleship used by the human empire to hunt the cosmic undead 10,000 years ago. I can start the battleship and leave this universe. Across the distance of the universe, can your plague still work normally? Even if it works and attracts creatures from outside the universe, they will only be swallowed by the original universe. What does it have to do with you?" Suyu's words are only to tell the plague that he is not completely helpless against the plague, and will not let the plague control him. In fact, Suyu is not finished talking about the part that he is not finished, that is, he has a small universe, which should also be able to isolate the power of the plague. However, it is also possible that the plague may have infected the small universe, so now Suyu will not easily return to the small universe unless it is absolutely necessary. This time, the plague fell into a longer silence. After a long time, it spoke again. "What do you want?" Suyu said, "Knowledge. I want to know what the cosmic undead are. Why did the original universe devour other universes, and leave undead like you? What is your ultimate goal in staying in this Mingxia system? And what about the original 10th Prince?" Suyu asked several key questions in a row. He heard these questions and seemed to smile. "Do you think I will tell you these questions? Information is my most precious wealth, not to mention these key information." Suyu smiled and said, "Compared with the expected benefits, these efforts seem to be nothing. After all, if successful, you can devour 2 cosmic undead. The information they contain is much more than what I asked." This time, he was silent for a long time again, and finally said, "You are indeed right." Chapter 556. After saying that, he sent a series of messages. These messages answered Suyu's previous questions. First of all, what exactly are cosmic undead? According to Suyu's previous understanding, cosmic undead are the information collection left after the death of the universe. At this time, he gave Suyu another angle of answer, that is, the universe is an egg, and its evolution process is a kind of hatching, until it is destroyed and dead, this hatching will end. The so-called cosmic undead is the final result of hatching, a high-level life form that surpasses ordinary creatures. The death of the universe is not death, but rebirth. This answer was beyond Suyu's expectations. He had never thought about it from this perspective before. If this is the case, then the name of cosmic undead should not be accurate. They are brand new high-level life hatched from the universe, not undead at all. However, Suyu would definitely not completely believe his words. Suyu would be reserved about any information said by the other party, waiting to verify it slowly later. The second question is, why does the original universe swallow other universes and leave these undead spirits? The original universe is so cruel, could it not completely digest E and instead leave it to linger in this Amun river system, constantly swallowing up the past biological civilizations? Yi's answer is, the original universe has reached true infinity, so the new life that I hatched from the universe is just a kind of creature inside it. Suyu saw this answer and thought about it. So, the original universe will not really swallow up other universes completely, but leave a glimmer of hope for the other party. The other party can continue to survive in this primitive universe as a new life. No wonder the cosmic undead in the battleship before, after coming to the primitive universe, became much calmer, and did not look like he was going to die. However, with the tonality of this primitive universe, even if it becomes a new life in the universe, it is estimated that the end will not be too good. Then the third question, what is your ultimate purpose in staying in this Oming time system? Yi's answer, my incubation is far from mature, and it has been swallowed by this so-called primitive universe and become a part of it. According to human terms, I am a premature baby. Living in this universe requires a price. If I can't afford the price, I will die. In my state, I can't pay that price, and I can't even afford the price of moving, so I can only stay here. So I stay here, attract civilizations to come, swallow their information to grow, and use this to pay the price. After reading it, Suyu nodded secretly in his heart. Yi's explanation was also in line with his previous guess. Of course, Suyu still didn't believe it. But he thought to himself, so the cosmic undead will also die? As expected, no one can escape this primitive universe. Perhaps, only when the cosmic undead dies and all the energy information returns to the universe, can it be considered to be truly devoured and digested. Then the fourth question, what happened to the 10th prince? Yi's answer was, the 10th prince used the strange extreme power to try to snatch back the civilization information I devoured. I fought with him. During this process, the 10th prince's power became stronger and stronger. Even in the end, his power had surpassed mine, but at that time, his state was a little wrong, and his personality shifted. In the end, he seemed to be replaced by a new personality. He no longer tried to fight, but directly entered the subspace and disappeared. He was too powerful at that time, so I couldn't stop him from leaving. This answer surprised Suyu. He thought the 10th prince was dead, but now it seems that he was halfway through the fight. His strength increased greatly, but his temperament also changed drastically, and he ran away directly. It seems that the princes of the Guangyo Emperor are not his own, but are directly cultivated by some technology, just like the tyrannical prince. This Longyi prince is probably similar. The tyrannical prince is the fusion of the ancient will tyranny that replaced the deep subspace. This 10th prince is probably the fusion of the so-called extreme. During the battle, the 10th prince kept stimulating the power of the extreme, and finally caused the ancient will to awaken, occupy the consciousness and personality, and then left directly? Suyu thought in his heart, guessing the truth. With the tyrannical evil god as a reference, Suyu felt that this might be the truth. I don't know where the 10th prince is now. Is he in the state of a prince, or in the state of extreme? At this time, the epidemic has answered all 4 questions. Then it said, I have answered your question. Now you should set off and help me find my other kind. Suyu heard this and answered very straightforwardly, no problem, I go right away. After that, Suyu immediately activated the nameless battleship and made a hyperspace jump. The target this time is the Azure Galaxy. Chichen forced Suyu to commit suicide and escape outside the universe. Now he is back and is going to seek revenge. By the way, he also infected Chichen with the disease of the epidemic, so that the 2 cosmic undeads can fight each other. When Suyu was scanning the European star system and reading the language of those corpses, he had already obtained the star map mastered by the European Mingi system. The star map they had was much more complete than the one they had obtained in the Juni galaxy before. It included the coordinates and approximate situations of tens of thousands of galaxies. Suyu found the galaxy where the Azure Galaxy was located by comparison. The galaxy where the Azure Galaxy was located was called Songming, which was 70 million light-years away from the Aoming Galaxy. This journey was really long. If the nameless battleship did not enter the subspace, the speed would be about 50 million light-years a year. It would take more than a year to travel this way. Fortunately, there were still 10 years before the subspace tidal eruption, so Suyu still had time. The nameless battleship folded space and disappeared from the vicinity of the Aoming galaxy in a blink of an eye. The black holes in the center of the Aoming galaxy operated silently, like deep eyes, staring at the direction where Suyu left. Even if Suyu turned on the engine power of the battleship to the maximum, he had already crossed a long distance in a short time. But he still felt like he was being stared at, and felt like he was being pricked. Are those black holes its eyes? How bizarre. Chi-Chen, let me see if your power of time and space reincarnation can fight against this information-devouring disease. Suyu thought to himself. But before that, let's find a way to cure my disease first. Holographic Perception, Fusion Battleship Star Tower Terminal. Chapter 557. When Suyu first saw the core host of the nameless battleship, the career panel had already given a prompt that he could fuse the Star Tower Terminal in the core host to upgrade the holographic perception. However, at that time, there were cosmic undead hidden in the host, and Suyu was afraid that the battleship would be damaged and he would not be able to return to the original universe. So he never merged it. Now, Suyu is finally ready to merge this powerful Star Tower Terminal. Fusion completed. After Suyu issued the fusion command, only a moment later, the prompt on the career panel popped up. Current holographic perception Star Tower signal strength level, level 7. Galaxy level. Current holographic perception Star Tower signal strength level, level 7. Galaxy level. After fusing the battleship Star Tower terminal, the career panel has a clear division of the level of the Star Tower signal. Level 7, Galaxy level. The Star Tower terminal on this warship is really powerful. It's actually level 7. The level 7 Star Tower signal corresponds to the level 7 of the extraordinary level. The so-called level 7, that is, the Galaxy level, is the extraordinary knowledge that Suyu just acquired not long ago. When Suyu scanned the Aoming galaxy before, the information he obtained also contained knowledge related to the level of extraordinary people. Level 5 planetary level is the level that Suyu is at this time. It is said to be planetary level, but to be precise, it should be planetary level. The extraordinary people of this level can stand shoulder to shoulder with the planets with their own energy and status. Facing such a strong person is like facing an entire planet. Level 6 is the galaxy level, or the star level. At this level, the energy and status of oneself are further improved, and it has reached the level of the star system, far exceeding the level 5. More than 99% of the energy of a star system is in the core star, so the 6th level can also be called the star level. The 7th level is even more powerful, and it can actually stand shoulder to shoulder with the vast Milky Way, with a diameter of more than 100,000 light-years. The 10th prince is suspected to be a 7th level strongman, so he can fight against the epidemic. Of course, these extraordinary levels are only about their status and energy level, which does not mean that there is really so much energy. Planetary level, star level, with energy comparable to planets and stars, so you can still accept it. But Milky Way level, does it mean that the energy of an entire Milky Way and hundreds of billions of stars is all gathered in one? How powerful is the 7th level? Suyu can't imagine it. And carrying so much energy, Suyu is a little skeptical. Does the original universe really allow it? What if it runs away? Wouldn't the original universe lose a lot? And at this level, pure energy cannot represent combat effectiveness. The attributes of its energy and the rules it masters are the key. But in any case, the strong above the 5th level are incredibly strong. The higher the level of the extraordinary person, the greater the gap. A star is tens of thousands of times more massive than a planet. And a galaxy has hundreds of billions of stars. This huge gap is daunting. Although Suyu is at level 5, as a causal mechanic, he has mastered the power of causality. In terms of strength alone, he can barely reach the standard of level 6. But it is too far away from level 7. But now, after integrating the Star Tower terminal on the battleship, the Star Tower signal has been promoted to level 7, which is really a pleasant surprise. The Star Tower terminal that Suyu integrated before was at most level 5, or even less. It was relying on Suyu's own strength that he barely reached level 5. Now, it is directly the 7th level. Suyu slightly activated the holographic scan, and immediately saw a world composed of signals, appearing in front of him. An unprecedented feeling came to his heart. The world has never been so clear. Suyu is now making a superluminal jump, and everything around him is very distorted. With his strength, he can't see clearly. But with the help of the Star Tower signal, he can see everything around him clearly. This means that even at this extreme speed, Suyu can see the enemy clearly and fight at this speed. Those star tower signals seem to have become a part of Suyu, becoming his eyes and ears, grabbing all intelligence and information in time and space, endlessly. This feeling makes Suyu a little intoxicated, but also a little strange. The last time I merged the star tower signal, I didn't seem to have this wonderful feeling. Is it because the star tower terminal I merged this time is stronger? At this moment, the career panel popped up a prompt again. Tip! The holographic perception and the star tower signal are completely integrated and have become independent from the star tower body. You can seize the star tower signal and convert it into a holographic signal, or you can implant a new holographic signal into time and space to establish your own signal system. When this prompt came out, Suyu was surprised and happy, and then he understood where the wonderful feeling just now came from. Before, Suyu's holographic perception was only equivalent to a signal receiver. And the source of the signal is still the star tower body in the depths of the universe, which does not belong to him, and can only be regarded as borrowed. But now, after merging with the 7th level star tower terminal, Suyu's holographic perception has become independent. In other words, it is no longer limited by the star tower terminal, but depends entirely on himself, and it is entirely his own ability. Just like his spiritual power, it is unique. Suyu can now implant his own holographic signal into the depths of the universe, and there will be no more star tower signals in the future. Of course, he can also directly snatch the star tower signal, which is a bit overbearing. It seems that my guess is right. After integrating the star tower terminal of the battleship, the career panel has indeed been upgraded. Suyu said in his heart. After integrating the star tower terminal last time, the career panel seemed to have been partially upgraded, and all the unlocked professions were tailor-made and very powerful. So before facing the epidemic, Suyu wanted to solve the problem by absorbing the star tower terminal of the battleship and upgrading the career panel again, so as to obtain a way to resist the epidemic. Now it is as he expected. After integrating the 7th level star tower terminal, the career panel actually snatched part of the star tower's authority from the main body. Directly independent, the holographic perception of the star tower scanning is no longer borrowing the power of the star tower, but his own ability. This is a 7th level extraordinary ability. Although it is only a signal ability and has no lethality, it is after all 7th level. After separating from the main body of the star tower, the holographic perception is no longer restricted by the so-called security protocol and can scan the Empire's humans at will. More importantly, it can scan Suyu himself. Before, because of the problem of the security protocol, Suyu couldn't even scan himself. He was also unwilling to scan himself and upload his key data to the main body of the star tower. Now there is naturally no such scruple. Holographic perception. Self-scan. Suyu activated the upgraded holographic perception, and the target of the scan was himself. He wanted to see what the so-called epidemic was, and where it was lurking. Chapter 558. Now the star tower signal, no, the holographic signal, has completely belonged to Suyu himself. He scanned himself, which was considered a self-examination, and naturally had no scruples. Whether it was the body, cells, or thinking, memory, psychic power, everything, all were checked. After this examination, Suyu did not find any problems. The so-called epidemic could not be scanned out. What's going on? Am I deceived? Or is the upgraded holographic signal still not enough? Level 7 is not enough. Suyu was a little unconvinced and kept scanning himself. Under this scan, he accidentally scanned out some hidden dangers of thinking and psychic power, such as his spiritual personality. Because he had multiple powers, there were some signs of splitting, and some hidden personalities appeared. Those personalities seemed to imitate the enemies Suyu had encountered before, such as the tyrannical evil god, the painful evil god, the ghost emperor, the vengeful demon. They also called themselves tyrannical, painful, etc. There were so many of them, thousands of them, and some names were not enough, so they were called tyrannical number 1 and tyrannical number 2. They even formed an alliance, lurking in the depths of Suyu's mind, trying to find an opportunity to overthrow Suyu as the main body and occupy this powerful power. Although these hidden personalities are ambitious, their strength is very weak, only about the 3rd level. The 3rd level is like a god to ordinary people, but it is very weak and not worth mentioning to Suyu. However, they are extremely hidden and difficult to find. They are like the distracting thoughts that humans have at any time, but because Suyu is too strong, his distracting thoughts are also extremely powerful. These distracting thoughts coexist with Suyu and are harmless at ordinary times. If at a critical moment, they encounter a strong person who is good at this field, these distracting thoughts may be affected by the enemy's ability cultivated and strengthened, and even take the initiative and become Suyu's main personality. I didn't expect that I would have these distracting thoughts. Suyu used the holographic signal to watch these distracting thoughts discussing how to overthrow Suyu, and he couldn't help but be speechless. Rebelling against oneself, what kind of thing is this? He wanted to erase these distracting personalities as soon as he had a thought. These distracting thoughts are mainly hidden, and once they are discovered, it is very easy to eliminate them. But at this time Suyu suddenly stopped and thought of a possibility. The so-called epidemic, can't it be these distracting thoughts? My thinking power is extremely strong, and I am self-checking every moment. Logically, I shouldn't have so many distracting personalities. Now there are so many, I'm afraid it's the work of the epidemic. I understand, these distracting thoughts will affect my thinking when they are strong to a certain extent, and make me work for the epidemic unconsciously. No wonder it was so confident at that time. So you figured it out? These distracting thoughts are the so-called epidemic. It's really hidden. If Suyu didn't have the 7th level holographic perception, he really couldn't find it. This is a power that completely surpasses Suyu's level. But since it has been discovered, it's easy, and one thought can clear them. But Suyu didn't rush to clear them, but used his spiritual thoughts to seal those distracting thoughts, so that they would no longer grow and develop. This sealing process also relied on the upgraded holographic perception. Otherwise, if you are not careful, those distracting thoughts will escape into the depths of your mind. After sealing it, Suyu felt relaxed and relieved. If the epidemic is removed directly, it will alert the epidemic. And without the epidemic, how can it infect Chi-Chen? Seal it now and remove it at the critical moment, so that the epidemic can be caught off guard. After everything was handled, Suyu glanced behind him. The sight of the thorn in his back was still following him. It was the sight of the epidemic. Suyu sneered and ignored it. The nameless battleship jumped towards the blue galaxy at superluminal speed. However, during this process, the nameless battleship kept vibrating and seemed to be about to disintegrate at any time. After the Star Tower terminal in the host of the nameless battleship was absorbed, it seemed that the key part was missing, which had a certain impact on its performance. Even when flying, it would vibrate. It seems that it will be damaged soon. But Suyu didn't feel sorry. Even if it was broken, it would not be a loss to dismantle the materials to improve the small universe. Although this warship is a warship, it does not seem to have any combat capabilities. It is mainly made of special materials, has strong power, and accurate navigation. It can carry a large number of crew members to the outside of the universe. The real combat power lies in those crew members. Now that those crew members are dead, this warship can only be used as a means of transportation. It is broken. Soon, time passed little by little. Just when the nameless warship was about to disintegrate, finally, the engine started, the warship slowed down, and stopped. It has arrived. It took more than a year and crossed a distance of 70 million light years to finally reach the Songming River Galaxy, where the Azure Galaxy is located. Not only did it reach the river system, but it also reached the location of the Azure Galaxy. However, there was no trace of the Azure Galaxy at all. Suyu saw that there was nothing in front of him. The Azure Galaxy is closed in time and space, almost like another universe, and it can't be seen from the outside world at all? Suyu thought to himself, and then activated the holographic perception, trying to scan out the hidden Azure Galaxy. Suyu not only scanned, but also used the new function to directly implant his holographic signal in the surrounding time and space. The holographic signal was born from the Star Tower signal, but it is completely different from the Star Tower signal. It is the Star Tower signal that combines Suyu's extraordinary ability with the special professional panel. Chi-Chen was a member of the Empire's Guanyu Imperial Guard before, so he naturally knew the Star Tower signal very well. Suyu estimated that it would be impossible to find the hidden Azure Galaxy by relying on the Star Tower scan. But now, his holographic signal has never appeared, and Chi-Chen's defense is probably not working. Sure enough, as Suyu activated his ability, the holographic signal was implanted into the surrounding space and time, and slowly, another space and time hidden under the vacuum of the universe was revealed. The scale of this space and time is extremely small, as if it is a point without size, and it is also extremely large, as if it covers a range of several light years around it, or even larger. This point is probably the real origin of space and time, and it is also the body of the Azure Galaxy. The one I got before is just a small part of it. No wonder the small universe created is so incomplete. Suyu looked at this real origin of space and time and thought in his heart. At this time, he suddenly felt that the distracting thoughts deep in his mind were rioting. TSK, is it that the epidemic saw the delicious food and couldn't help it? Suyu thought to himself. Then he smiled coldly, started the battleship again, and crashed into the origin of space and time, representing the Asher Galaxy. Chapter 559. The nameless battleship itself is a powerful weapon. With its solid material and powerful engine, it directly hits. This collision is not just a simple kinetic collision. It is the hyperspace engine of the nameless battleship that distorts the surrounding space and time. This distortion is the greatest destruction. Suyu even activated the causal engine. Although he didn't know what it was for, Suyu activated all the ones that could be activated. The turrets on the battleship also fired at the same time. Although the power of these turrets is not too great, it is only not too great in Suyu's eyes. In fact, they all have a power of more than level 5. Boom! The next moment, the nameless battleship directly hit the origin of space and time. Instantly, it caused an explosion. It was not the origin of space and time that exploded, but the nameless battleship. Suyu had previously absorbed the Star Tower terminal in the nameless battleship, destroying its key structure, and crossed a distance of tens of millions of light years. The battleship was already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the impact could no longer be sustained and exploded directly. The engine power of this unknown warship is extremely strong. Suyu believes that it should be at the 6th level, that is, the level of the star system. This level of explosion is probably more powerful than Suyu's own explosion. Suyu himself had to use the power of cause and effect to protect himself, so as not to be blown to death. While protecting himself, Suyu was also using the signal of holographic perception to analyze the structure and principle of this warship. This unknown warship has a lot of technology that even Suyu can't understand. Although he can scan all the structures of the entire warship with holographic perception, it is useless if he doesn't know the principle, even if he knows the structure. In particular, Suyu had never known where the powerful power of the battleship's engine came from. Taking advantage of this self-explosion, Suyu conducted a destructive study, wanting to take advantage of this moment to figure out the secret of the battleship. Just like before, Suyu destroyed the Azure River system and studied the underlying rules of the universe, and he was doing the same thing at this time. So that's how it is. The energy source of this battleship is actually like this. At the moment when the nameless battleship was destroyed, Suyu finally figured it out. The energy source of this battleship is that there is no source. The engine of this battleship can actually create something out of nothing and extract energy directly from nothingness. Extraordinary people extract energy from the subspace. Even at Suyu's level, it is actually the same. After he left the universe before, his energy basically went out without coming in, like water without a source, and it was gone when it was used up. Except for the strange energy such as the power of cause and effect and the power of nothingness, all other energies are used a little less. Of course, near the microcosm, the consumed energy will be recycled by the microcosm, completing the cycle and will not disappear. But after being away from the causal radiation of the microcosm, this recycling will fail. But this warship does not need to rely on any subspace at all. All the power energy is created out of nothing. Perhaps this is why this warship can sail outside the universe. Suyu did not understand what the principle was, but only had a vague guess. The engine core is the key to the creation of energy out of thin air. Suyu moved his mind and wanted to collect the wreckage of the engine explosion into the materialized space. The wreckage looked like a piece of twisted metal that was blown up, but Suyu discovered that it contained a great secret. At the same time, Suyu also collected other warship fragments, which were precious materials and could be recycled. Other warship fragments were fine. When Suyu collected the engine fragment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. What is it? Void warship, infinite engine? It was Qi Chen's voice. Following this voice, a hand stretched out from the origin of time and space, trying to grab the engine fragment. However, Suyu was right next to him, still staring at the engine fragment. How could he let Qi Chen take the engine fragment away? The next moment, the engine fragment disappeared and was collected by Suyu in the materialized space. Suyu? You are not dead. At this time, Qi Chen's figure had completely emerged. He saw Suyu and showed a look of doubt. Suyu smiled slightly. We meet again. Then, he took out the engine fragment and played with it in his hand. This engine fragment was hundreds of kilometers in size, but it was compressed by Suyu using the power of the god of numbers mechanic, and it was only the size of a palm, and could be held in his hand at will. Seeing Suyu take out the engine fragments, Qi Chen immediately showed a greedy look on his face. Although he suppressed it immediately, Suyu still caught it. At the same time, Suyu noticed that the diseases deep in his mind space also rioted because of Qi Chen's appearance. It seems that they are ready to infect Qi Chen. Suyu did not stop the riot of these diseases, allowing them to emit strange power and entangle Qi Chen. At the same time, Suyu also turned on the holographic perception and tried to scan Chi-Chin in front of him. Then Suyu said, "I got this thing by accident." "You said it is called the Infinite Engine? What does it mean?" Suyu did not expect Chi-Chin to answer, but wanted to use the conversation to delay time so that the holographic signal could scan Chi-Chin more deeply. As for whether the epidemic could infect Chi-Chin, Suyu did not care. However, when the holographic signal scanned over, Chi-Chin was completely empty, nothing. It seemed to be just an illusion. This was obviously some kind of defense method, and he quickly increased the power of the holographic signal. He did not believe that the 7th level holographic signal could not complete the scan of Chi-Chin. At this time, Chi-Chin actually answered Suyu's question. The original universe we are in has reached the real infinity. The Empire at that time used technical means to cut out a part of the original universe from infinity, and made it into mechanical equipment, which is the so-called infinite engine. A part of infinity is also infinite. So this engine can generate infinite energy out of thin air, and you can use this engine to go outside the universe, and you will not lose energy supply outside the universe. Chi-Chen's answer was beyond Suyu's expectations. He didn't expect that this engine had such a big origin, and it actually cut out the infinity of the original universe. But Suyu didn't dare to believe Chi-Chen's words. He doubted, will the original universe allow such behavior? Chi-Chen smiled and said, "It seems that during the time you disappeared, you learned a lot of secrets, and knew what the original universe is. But why not allow it? Although the original universe has reached infinity, infinity is not the end, or infinity is just the beginning, and there is no end. After cutting out the infinity of the universe, in essence, it makes the infinity of the original universe more, which is beneficial." Suyu nodded and said thoughtfully, "It makes sense." He also knew whether he believed it or not. Then Suyu suddenly said, "You want to erode me through dialogue, right?" Chapter 560. Chi-Chin was stunned when Suyu said this. He didn't expect that Suyu was so sharp that he could find out. Yes, Chi-Chin was indeed trying to erode Suyu through the conversation. Otherwise, how could he be so kind to tell Suyu the secret of the infinite engine? The means he used to erode Suyu were very secretive, and Suyu should not be able to detect it at all. But Suyu found out and asked him with a smile. Chi-Chen's expression turned cold and said, "So what?" Since Suyu had seen through it, he would not act anymore. Suyu smiled and said, "It's okay. In fact, I have been erode you so far. There is even a third party who is trying to erode you. Everyone is the same, just relying on their own means." Chi-Chen's expression changed when he heard this, and then he sneered, "Are you scaring me?" He didn't feel that anything was erode him. Suyu said, "Whether it's a scare or not, you know in a while." Before he finished speaking, Chi-Chen's face changed again, and he turned his head suddenly and looked in another direction. That direction was the direction of the Oming River system. It seems that Chi-Chen has discovered the invasion of the epidemic. He seems to have a certain degree of understanding of the epidemic. You actually teamed up with that thing. No. Were you sent by that thing from the beginning? No wonder you can escape from the blue galaxy out of thin air. Chi-Chen said in shock and anger, and then suddenly disappeared, and no longer talked nonsense with Suyu. Although Chi-Chen disappeared, Suyu had already used the holographic signal to scan Chi-Chen during the conversation just now. The 7th level holographic signal is very powerful and hidden. Even though Chi-Chen is in a very special state, Suyu still glimpsed some secrets. The secret he glimpsed was infinity. That's right, Chi-Chen, or the real secret of the blue universe, is infinity. This guy actually also acquired some kind of infinite characteristics. Just now, Suyu used the holographic signal to scan Chi-Chen, but he couldn't scan anything because of this characteristic. The holographic signal is like a drop of dye dripping into a water cup. It can naturally clearly mark the liquid in the cup. If it is poured into a sea, it will be diluted to an undetectable level almost instantly. So before the holographic signal scanned Chi-Chen, there was a void, as if Chi-Chen was just an illusion and did not exist. It's not that Chi-Chen doesn't exist, but that he is too existent. It is an infinite existence, and Suyu's holographic signal has been diluted to an undetectable level. Even if Suyu turned the holographic signal to the maximum power, it would be useless. The holographic signal is the 7th level galaxy level, and its total signal is very terrifying. But compared with the real infinity, it is unknown how much worse the galaxy is. But in the end, it was Chi-Chen himself who reminded Suyu. He told Suyu about the knowledge of the infinite engine. Suyu also woke up and wondered if Chi-Chen also had infinite characteristics. So Suyu adjusted the signal of holographic perception, no longer increasing the power, but increasing the resolution to improve the sensitivity to the thin signal. So, with targeted adjustments, Suyu finally sensed the extremely thin holographic signal. just like a drop of dye dropped into the infinite sea, before it completely diffuses and merges into the sea and disappears. As long as the observation equipment is sensitive enough, a little color change can still be observed. Suyu used the remaining point before the holographic signal completely spread out to successfully glimpse Qi-Chen's secret. Qi-Chen is actually also some kind of infinity. However, Suyu did not understand the difference between infinity, and did not know the difference between Qi-Chen, or the blue universe, and the original universe. Just as Suyu wanted to continue observing, he saw that Qi-Chen, during the conversation, used some means to extend his infinite characteristics to Suyu. It seemed that he wanted to turn Suyu into a drop of water in the infinite ocean. This is what Suyu said before erosion. Suyu had never seen such a strange method before, and for a moment, he did not know how to resist it, nor did he know what would happen if Qi-Chen succeeded. So Suyu accelerated the scanning speed. After adjusting the holographic perception, Suyu was able to glimpse part of the infinite secrets, which was a rare opportunity. The more signals were invested, the more infinity was glimpsed. Suyu believed that if enough secrets were glimpsed, he should be able to resist Qi-Chen's infinite erosion. Both sides really had their own agenda at this time. Suyu used holographic signals to scan Qi-Chen, and Qi-Chen used infinite characteristics to erode Suyu. However, Qi-Chen's methods were superior after all. Suyu had not yet completely glimpsed the secret of infinity, and Qi-Chen's erosion had already made Suyu feel a little bad. Suyu felt that if Qi-Chen completed the erosion, he would also gain infinite characteristics. This was not a good thing. A part of infinity was also infinity. In essence, that was Suyu becoming a part of Qi-Chen, a part of infinity. So Suyu knew that he could not wait any longer, so he spoke directly and pointed out the fact that both sides were eroding each other. Qi-Chen naturally didn't believe that Suyu had the ability to corrode him. So Suyu pointed out the epidemic hidden in the dark. This time, Qi-Chen was really scared away. And Qi-Chen's erosion of Suyu also stopped. Suyu's scanning of Qi-Chen was also interrupted. However, Suyu had just obtained enough information and knew enough secrets about infinity. So that's it, this is infinity. Suyu's heart was enlightened. Qi-Chen's so-called infinity is called death. That's right, it's the power of death that Qi-Chen is good at. However, it seems that during the time when Suyu left the Azure Galaxy, Qi-Chen has made progress again and turned the power of death into an infinite characteristic. It is also possible that Qi-Chen has been hiding a trick before and has never used his full strength. In any case, Qi-Chen's infinite death is very strange, able to create something out of nothing, continuously, infinitely produce death, and accommodate everything. Theoretically, Qi-Chen's infinite death can pull the entire original universe into death and become part of the time and space cycle of the Azure Galaxy. At that time, the original universe will no longer exist, and will be replaced by the Azure universe. Of course, that is impossible, because the original universe is also infinite. And the infinity of the original universe is more and stronger. Suyu guessed that the original universe is not like Qi-Chen, who only has death as an infinity. Instead, it has reached infinity in almost all levels and all fields. Even the infinity of the original universe is so much that it can be cut out and turned into an infinite engine. Suyu suspected that the reason why Qi-Chen was able to advance death to infinity was also intentional by the original universe. The original universe deliberately let Qi-Chen advance to infinity, and then borrowed this method to make its own infinity more and more. The original universe devoured other universes, but left these cosmic undead and debris. It may be for this purpose, to cultivate infinity, the secret of the original universe, so you can only rely on guessing. It is still too far away from him. Suyu did not think much, but looked at the fragments of the infinite engine in his hand. After scanning Qi-Chen just now, and mastering some knowledge about infinity, Suyu has understood the secret of the infinity engine and how to use it. Chapter 561. The infinite engine fragment in Suyu's hand has a very simple infinite attribute, which is energy, infinite energy. Its energy attribute is also very simple, which is pure attributeless spiritual energy. Of course, infinite energy can only mean that it can continuously generate energy out of thin air, but the power is not infinite. Its power can only be maintained at the 6th level, the level of the star system. In other words, this thing is equivalent to a star, which can continuously radiate energy outward. And unlike stars, it does not have a life limit, nor does it have a huge volume and mass. Holding such a star in his hand, Suyu activated his ability. He infiltrated his mental power into the fragment of the infinite engine and then enclosed it. Just like Qi-Chen tried to use his infinite death to embrace Suyu and make Suyu a part of him. At this time, Suyu was doing something similar to this infinite fragment. However, compared with what Qi-Chen did, Suyu was doing the opposite. It was Suyu who was using his finite to embrace the infinite of the engine fragment. This seems a little impossible. After all, no matter how strong Suyu is, he is limited. How can he contain infinity? This is what Suyu just learned from Chi-Chin. Chi-Chin, or the death of the blue universe, is infinite. But from the outside world, Chi-Chin is just a normal-sized human being. Obviously, he is not infinite. The diameter of the blue galaxy is only about 1 light-year. Obviously, it is not infinite either. This is the finite containing the infinite. Infinite death is contained in the limited time and space of the blue galaxy. Suyu also gained some insights from scanning Chi-Chin before. So he tried to test the knowledge he had just learned on this infinite fragment. This was not easy. Suyu failed millions of times in a short period of time. He even suffered some injuries because of this. The nature of the infinite engine burst Suyu's mental power. However, Suyu gradually found the feeling by comparing these millions of failures with the data scanned from Chi-Chin. Finally, after the 3.79 millionth time, suddenly, Suyu was shocked, and the fragment of the infinite engine disappeared silently. At the same time, Suyu exuded an inexplicable breath. This breath is called infinite. Suyu successfully contained the fragment of the infinite engine and successfully obtained a little infinite characteristics. Holographic perception. Suyu tried to scan himself with holographic perception. Then he found that, just like the previous scan of Chi-Chin, there was nothing. Only by increasing the resolution of the scanning signal to the limit can he faintly scan himself. The signal of holographic perception was diluted by the infinite characteristics. It seems that the epidemic of the epidemic has also been diluted? Suyu found that the epidemic personality planted by the epidemic deep in his mind was also diluted at the same time, and it was almost impossible to find it. This is the benefit of embracing infinity. After possessing the infinite characteristics, Chi-Chin wanted to use his infinite death to embrace Suyu, but it would not work. Because Suyu himself is now infinite, he can even embrace Chi-Chin in turn, and they keep nesting dolls with each other, and the result is that no one can do anything to anyone. Chi-Chin's big move that just appeared was wasted. Moreover, the star-level energy of the infinite engine was originally only used to supply warships, but now it was all at Suyu's disposal. Although Suyu was a causal mechanic, he theoretically had the strength of the 6th level. But the power of cause and effect can only be regarded as a special ability, and his true energy level is far from the star level. But now, after containing this fragment of the infinite engine, Suyu's energy has also reached the 6th level, the star level. Even more than the ordinary star level, Suyu has the advantage of infinite energy. Even if he goes outside the universe, his energy will not be exhausted. The Azure Galaxy is just a star system with limited energy. It is estimated that it is about the same as me now. Now let's see how Chi-Chin and he fight. Suyu's heart moved, and he looked at the origin of time and space in front of him. He stretched out his hand and mobilized the energy in the fragments of the infinite engine to gather into a point. Boom! A violent energy explosion broke out at that point. This is a star-level output. In terms of energy alone, it far exceeds all of Suyu's previous attack methods. And unlike the previous warship self-destruction, this was carefully controlled by Suyu, the extraordinary person, to gather all the energy at one point, and its power was even more terrifying. So in the moment of 1/1000th of a second, Suyu saw that the origin of time and space expanded a little bit. This means that it temporarily lost the characteristic of infinitely small. Suyu didn't know whether the infinitely small of the origin of time and space was an infinite characteristic. But no matter what, in this brief moment, this origin lost this characteristic. Although it was only for a moment. Although the volume of the origin of space and time is still very small, only the size of an atom. But it also gave Suyu a chance. Suyu moved his mind and forcibly compressed his body into the atomic-sized origin of space and time. The next moment, Suyu opened his eyes. He saw a familiar view. The blue galaxy. Suyu returned here again. At the same time, some dusty memories in Suyu's mind were restored. At this time, Suyu heard Chi-Chin's suppressed angry voice again. Suyu, you have obviously left. Why do you have to come back? Suyu heard this and turned his head around to look for Chi-Chin's trace, but only saw a cosmic vacuum. Chi-Chin is probably in an unknown location, fighting the epidemic remotely, and now he is distracted to pass on a message to Suyu. Suyu smiled coldly, and suddenly shouted angrily, because you haven't paid me back yet. Give back my friends and the subspace projections. The moment he returned to the blue universe, Suyu recalled some long-forgotten past events. That was some people, some things, that was Suyu's familiar old friends such as Tai Long, Xiao Shonin, Xietian, etc. These people had already broken through the 4th level in seclusion before the Chaos Evil God's dream came, and they never appeared again in the subsequent events. Until Suyu left the Blue Galaxy with the help of the creation machine, and even left the original universe, they never appeared again. They never appeared in Suyu's memory. He actually forgot all these old friends. And he never thought of him. This is incredible. It was not until just now that Suyu had infinite characteristics, and forcibly returned to the blue universe, that he recalled it. Suyu immediately understood that the so-called closed-door breakthroughs of those old friends were actually captured by Chi-Chin in some way. This method was extremely thorough. Even Suyu's related memories were completely cleared. In addition to these familiar old friends, Suyu's subspace projection was also gone. Chapter 562. Under normal circumstances, after breaking through the 5th level, the subspace projection has been completely closed and turned into an independent subspace planet, and even life can be nurtured on it. Before Suyu broke through the 5th level, he used the subspace planet of the painful evil god to cultivate the subspace life machine soul. It is very convenient to mass-produce mechanical creations above the 3rd level. However, after Suyu broke through the 5th level, he never used his subspace planet, and even forgot about it. This is also an incredible thing. The subspace projection planet is part of Suyu's power, and it can even be regarded as his source of power, even more important than his hands, feet, and heart. But Suyu could actually forget this. It's like a person who forgets his hands and feet, and has never remembered that he had hands and feet, as if he has been a disabled person since birth. Obviously, it was Chi-Chin's trick. So when Suyu remembered these key information, he was very angry. No wonder I always felt something was wrong. There was a subconscious in my mind that told me to come back to the blue universe. I thought I wanted to seek revenge on you, but it turns out that my instinct told me that you took away something important. Chi-Chin, Suyu said coldly, with murderous intent. Chi-Chin was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then said, I actually remembered it. Suyu, you actually accepted the infinite engine so quickly. Chi-Chin immediately realized the change in Suyu. From his tone, it seems that only by obtaining infinite characteristics can he remember these lost memories. Suyu's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he thought of a possibility from Chi-Chin's words. Those disappeared old friends, and the subspace projection. They were all included in Chi-Chin's infinite death, and became a part of Chi-Chin's infinity. That's why Suyu almost lost all their information forever. Being infinitely included may be like when the holographic signal scanned Chi-Chin. It was directly diluted infinitely, just like a drop of dye fell into the infinite sea, and was instantly diluted to the point where it was almost undetectable. Tai Long, Xietian and others, as well as Suyu's subspace projection, were also included in Chi-Chin's infinite death at some point, and were therefore infinitely diluted. As a result, they all disappeared from Suyu's side. Even the related memories were infinitely diluted. This dilution is very hidden. Even though Suyu was strong and sharp before, he didn't notice it. After all, the 7th level holographic signal can be diluted, and the resolution must be open to the limit to barely resist the dilution. What's more, those people and those memories. What level are they at? Until now, Suyu also has infinity, and that kind of dilution has no effect on him. Thinking of this, Suyu's expression became even colder. I don't know what Chi-Chin wants to do by putting those old friends and his subspace projection planet into that infinite death. Moreover, why didn't Chi-Chin use infinity on Suyu to include and dilute him? Perhaps, Chi-Chin's infinity was not strong enough at that time to include strong people above the 4th level. I had already broken through at that time, and he couldn't do anything to me. So he disappeared before Tai Long and the others broke through the 4th level, because Chi-Chin didn't want to see them break through the 4th level. However, Chi-Chin just tried to use infinity to contain me. His infinity has increased so much in just 1 or 2 years. Maybe during the time I was away, the Azure Galaxy has been reincarnated countless times, so there will be such a change. Suyu quickly analyzed in his mind. At the same time, looking at the vacuum of the universe around him, using holographic scanning, he still couldn't find Chi-Chin's trace. But Chi-Chin has infinity, and can dilute the holographic signal, so it is very difficult to find him. Suyu scanned the Azure Star in the distance again. That's right, Suyu had already put the Azure Star into the materialized space, packed it away, and now it has become part of the small universe. But now, another Azure Star has appeared here. And there are still human civilizations on the Azure Star, and Suyu even recognizes some of the faces, and he doesn't know how those people came. However, Tai Long and others, who Suyu is familiar with, are still not found. Suyu's mind moved, and a blue light of data covered the Azure Star, and the part covered by the blue light disappeared directly from the vacuum of the universe. Soon, the entire azure star ceased to exist. It was Suyu who put the new azure star into the materialized space. Then Suyu used the ability of the digital god mechanic to launch the data collapse again, destroying the azure galaxy again and forcing Chichen out. Then he would find a way to take back everything that Chichen had taken away, and bring interest. Seeing the familiar data collapse black hole appear again, Chichen finally couldn't help but take action. An infinite breath emerged, enveloping and diluting the black hole that had just formed. Then the black hole disappeared silently. Chichen's figure was looming where the black hole disappeared. It was not his real body, but a spatial projection. The projection said, "Suyu, I never owe you anything. Those people, those information, including the subspace of the entire Azure Galaxy, all belong to me, and all the energy comes from myself. I provide energy, matter, time and space, everything, and support you. You owe me, not me. It is natural for me to recycle them. Even you, Suyu, all your energy was cut out from me. You owe me." Chichen seemed a little furious. At this time, his tone was no longer speaking as Chichen, but as Blue Universe. In this identity, what Chichen said was, in a sense, really right and reasonable. All the energy, matter, time and space, and information in the Azure Galaxy belonged to him. So it seemed natural for him to recycle them. After hearing what Chichen said, Suyu was slightly stunned. After a moment, he actually nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense, it does make sense." Suyu has been a psychic for so long that he has long understood a truth. That is, if you owe money, you have to pay it back, and if you owe energy, you have to pay it back with your life. The energy obtained from the subspace must be paid back eventually. If you can't pay it back, you have to pay with your life. Before, Suyu thought that all his energy was owed to the original universe. Now it seems that what he owes is actually the Blue Universe and Chichen. Now Chichen, the creditor, has come to Suyu to collect the debt. This makes Suyu feel a little unreasonable. Seeing Suyu being so reasonable, Chichen seemed a little surprised. He was silent for a moment, and then said, "Now I won't ask you for your energy. I will pay back your friends and subspace projections in the future. Now get out." Chapter 563. After saying that, Chichen opened a big hole in the space in front of him. From this big hole, you can see the scenery outside the blue galaxy. This is to send the guest away. Obviously, Chichen does not welcome Suyu to stay here. However, Suyu, who is just reasonable, suddenly said, "When you just met, you wanted to attack me secretly and tried to erode me with your infinite characteristics. Now you suddenly talk about reason and take the initiative to let me go out. Is it because your battle with the epidemic has reached a critical moment and you can't spare your hands?" Before he finished speaking, Suyu moved his mind, and the space-time black hole of data collapse appeared again. Chichen's face changed suddenly. At the same time, Suyu smiled and said, "You are right, I owe you. Then as long as you disappear, there is no creditor, the debt will be gone." At this time, Suyu had a deadbeat face, even more vicious than a deadbeat. If it was a normal debt, Suyu would not say such a thing. Under normal circumstances, he would still be willing to reason. But now, the creditor is Chichen, or the Azure Galaxy. If there is a grudge between the two parties, Suyu will definitely not admit it. And this so-called debt is not reasonable. Any life born in the Azure Galaxy owes Chichen energy, information, and soul from birth. Everything is given by the Azure Galaxy, and Chichen can take it back whenever he wants. All the lives living here have no choice. It's like a private planet, and every atom on it is private property. For humans living on this planet, every breath of air they take is a debt owed to the owner of the planet. How could Suyu possibly admit this compulsory debt? Not to mention that Chichen is Suyu's enemy. Suyu would have to be crazy to admit this debt, and he would definitely try to deny it if he could. It would be best to kill Chichen, the creditor, completely, so that he would be debt-free. As soon as these words came out, Chichen's face became even uglier. Obviously, Suyu's reasonableness just now was all fake. Suyu just used the act of reasoning with Chichen to speculate his state. And Suyu's speculation was obviously correct. At this time, Suyu wanted to use data collapse again to destroy the Azure Galaxy and create trouble for Chichen. "Stop!" Chichen shouted angrily, and used his infinite characteristics again to contain the spacetime black holes caused by data collapse. However, Suyu let Chichen perform, and after creating a black hole, he directly changed his position, changed to another place, and created a new spacetime black hole. Suyu's strength has improved, and the data collapse black hole he created is expanding much faster than the last time. In addition, With multiple blossoms, Chi-Chen can't suppress it even if he uses his infinite characteristics. Under normal circumstances, Chi-Chen should still be able to suppress these anomalies. But now, there is another epidemic that is attacking Chi-Chen, and he is fighting on two fronts, and he is suddenly a little stretched. Soon, the space-time black hole created by Suyu has almost covered the entire Azure Galaxy, and is about to completely destroy the entire Azure Galaxy. The entire Azure Galaxy now only has a space-time of about 1 million kilometers in radius. The projections of Suyu and Chi-Chen are here. At this moment, Chi-Chen looked at Suyu, who was still creating a black hole in time and space in front of him, and finally couldn't stand it. "Suyu, you forced me to do it!" Chi-Chen suddenly shouted angrily. Then, with his projected body as the center, a big explosion occurred. However, what exploded was not energy or matter, but humans. Suyu was shocked. He saw that with Chi-Chen as the center, endless humans kept erupting. There were no telling how many trillions, or even billions of them gathered around Chi-Chen, almost forming a planet made of humans. However, Suyu had a sharp eye and saw that there were many duplicates among those people. It seemed that one person was split and copied into many copies. No wonder there were so many. There were even some people overlapping each other, as if they were just phantoms. But from their behavior, they were a group of living people. After they were ejected, they found that there was only the endless dark vacuum of the universe around them, and there were a large group of people they didn't know. They all screamed in shock. There was no air in this universe, but those people didn't suffocate to death. So you also saw familiar figures among those humans, such as Tai Long, Xie Tian, Xiao Shengyin and others. These people seemed to be unique, and not split into many parts. They were quite calm, but it was useless to be calm. They couldn't figure out the situation at all. Not to mention them, Suyu himself couldn't figure out the situation. Are these the humans that Chi-Chen used his infinite characteristics to tolerate? What is he doing by releasing these people all of a sudden? Suyu thought to himself, not understanding Chi-Chen's intention. No matter how many these people there are, none of them are at level 5. If they are all added together, Suyu can kill them all instantly. Of course, Suyu will not kill these humans, but will launch a holographic scan with all his strength to rescue his old friends from among them. As for the others, it is hard to say whether they are human or not. Suyu plans to observe them first. However, after Suyu used the holographic scan, the scan result was no. Just like scanning Chi-Chen before, Suyu could not scan anything when scanning these humans at this time. Suyu was shocked. Chi-Chen could not scan them at the beginning because he had infinite characteristics, and could dilute the holographic signal infinitely. And what is the situation with these humans now? They have been released from infinite death by Chi-Chen, and they can be seen by the naked eye. The holographic signal should no longer be blocked. But it is still impossible to complete a normal scan on them. These people can't possibly have infinite traits, right? Suyu hurriedly tried to increase the resolution of holographic perception to the limit, and finally was able to scan these humans a little. It's actually infinite traits. Suyu was secretly shocked. All of these humans have an infinite trait. Yes, everyone has it. This trait is completely different from the infinite trait in Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen's infinite trait, the attribute is death, infinite death. The infinite traits in these people are completely opposite, belonging to life, or civilization. Is this Chi-Chen's trump card, another infinite trait? His infinite death actually contains infinite life? No wonder Chi-Chen kept saying that he wanted to revive the blue universe. It turned out to be this way of resurrection. From infinite death, infinite life. Chapter 564. At this time, Suyu had a vague guess about the infinite life of these humans, and he was secretly shocked. He was using holographic scanning to quickly analyze the life characteristics of those humans. He found that this characteristic existed in every human, but the power was very small. Just like the infinite energy that Suyu possessed, although it was infinite, the output power was not infinite, but only at the stellar level. The infinite characteristics of these humans were the same. But the power was smaller, about the same as their own strength. And none of these people were 5th level strongmen, and the power of all of them added together was about the same as that of a planet. Such a small power seemed to have no meaning. Then Chi-Chen released these humans, and he would not expect them to fight Suyu, right? Suyu had already mastered the power of the stellar level, which was far beyond the ordinary planetary level. No matter what conspiracy there is, save people first, Suyu said in his heart. At this time, he had accurately locked the positions of Tai Long, Xiao Shengyin, and others through holographic perception, and then he tried to rescue them. But when Suyu's spiritual energy touched those people, it was like touching an illusion, and it couldn't touch them at all. Infinite characteristics, infinite dilution. Suyu knew that this meant that the infinite characteristics of those people diluted his energy. These people were completely unaffected. Even if the power was low, they were infinite, and they were not affected by ordinary spiritual energy at all. But Suyu was not without a solution. He immediately extended his own infinite energy characteristics to try to accommodate these people. Qi-Chen can accommodate these people in infinite death, and Suyu can do something similar. But at this time, Qi-Chen's cold voice came. I advise you not to do this. Suyu also listened to the advice and stopped the action immediately, trying to ask, what do you mean? Qi-Chen said, these people have infinite life, which corresponds to my infinite death, so they can be accommodated in death and sleep, and will not be completely diluted. But if you use your infinite energy to accommodate them, they will all be killed immediately. Suyu heard this and calculated quickly in his mind, and immediately understood that Qi-Chen did not deceive him. So? Suyu asked. He felt that Qi-Chen must not be kind to remind him, but had something else to say. Qi-Chen said, I can return these people to you, as well as your subspace projection, and all your debts. Just ask you to leave immediately, and don't come back. At the same time, Tailong, Xiao Shengyin and others were immediately pulled together by Qi-Chen. Next to these people, there is also a miniature psychic planet, which is Suyu's subspace projection. As long as Suyu agrees, all of this will be returned to Suyu. Suyu was slightly moved when he saw this. But after thinking for a moment, he still asked, what if I don't agree? Suyu had a vague feeling that if he agreed, although he would gain what he lost, he would lose more. Qi-Chen's voice became colder. Then don't leave forever. The next moment, Suyu felt that the infinite life on those humans suddenly increased in power. A large number of illusory images began to flash on those humans. Those are images of various life activities, and the development of civilization. Those images are constantly illusory, and contain endless information. It seems that every person is an information fountain that can spew out information endlessly. This should be the performance of their infinite life or infinite civilization characteristics when they exert their power. The infinite characteristics of these people cannot generate energy, but information. Perhaps this is the meaning of life and civilization, constantly generating new information, never ending. If there is no life and civilization, there will only be some dead celestial bodies in the universe. With life and civilization, there are endless changes and endless new information. Just when the infinite characteristics of these humans burst out and generate a lot of information. The infinite death breath on Qi-Chen's body also grows synchronously. The two infinities entangled and collided with each other, producing some kind of wonderful reaction. His infinite death is constantly devouring the information of these humans. Attributed to death. The information generated by humans, threatened by death, did not dim. Instead, it exploded and became more brilliant. Suyu saw this and realized something. Limited lifespan and the threat of death can make life and civilization burst out with incredible power and unlimited potential. This explosion was presented to Suyu in a very intuitive and violent way. Boom! Suyu felt that the space and time around him were vibrating at a strange frequency. No, it was not vibrating but moving. Space and time were moving. Suyu felt familiar with this kind of movement. That was the feeling when he used the creation machine to create a small universe. That feeling was that he was leaving this universe and moving outside the universe. Is this? Qi-Chen is using the two infinite collision forces of life and death to prepare to leave the original universe? I see. Suyu's heart moved, and he understood Qi-Chen's intention. This is his real trump card. It seems that Qi-Chen also knows that it is unreliable to devour the original universe, replace it, and thus revive the blue universe. Add to that the threat of the epidemic. So Qi-Chen is ready to run away directly. Qi-Chen's plan is actually to create his own creation machine. However, the principle of Qi-Chen's plan is completely different from Suyu's spacetime mechanic, but it uses two infinite collision forces. Sure enough, I didn't choose to leave, it was the right choice. Suyu was secretly happy, and hurriedly observed the various changes in the surrounding spacetime movement. When Suyu created the creation machine, he died directly. When he was resurrected, he was already in the microcosm. As for how the microcosm was born and how it separated from the original universe, he basically had no feeling. This has to be said to be a pity. Many key data were lost because of this. Now that he has the opportunity to watch creation again, Suyu will naturally not let it go. This will help him to improve his own microcosm. However, when Qi-Chen's creation is completed, Suyu will be in Qi-Chen's microcosm, isolated from the original universe, and there will be endless nothingness outside. That situation will not be too good. No wonder Qi-Chen said before, then don't leave forever. Entering Qi-Chen's microcosm, I'm afraid you will be controlled by him forever, and you will never get out again. At this time, Chi-Chen really sneered. Suyu, you asked for it. Welcome to my universe. Suyu smiled slightly when he heard this, and thought to himself, creating a universe? I can do it too. Chapter 565. Suyu is more familiar with creating a small universe and leaving the original universe than Chi-Chen. He is a pioneer. Suyu even successfully returned from the void outside the universe. So how could Suyu be afraid of such means? So Suyu waited quietly, wanting to see what kind of universe Chi-Chen was going to create. I don't know how long it took. After Chi-Chen activated the trump card, the time of the entire blue galaxy became a little weird. Even if Suyu has a 7th level holographic perception, he can't tell how much time has passed. It may be just a moment, or it may be 10,000 years, or even time may have gone backwards. There should also be interference from the epidemic. Suyu can only use holographic perception to record various data first, and then slowly analyze it later. After such an unknown period of time, the vibration of the space and time of the entire blue galaxy stopped. Suyu looked around, and his heart moved slightly. Although the surrounding scenery did not change, Suyu had a feeling that he was no longer in the original universe at this time. Chi-Chen has succeeded. Successful just now? Suyu was slightly surprised. Last time, he successfully created a small universe using the creation machine. He was dead at that time, and he succeeded after resurrection. He did not observe how he succeeded. But now, he was observing in a completely awake state, and there was no expected obstruction from the original universe. According to the dead theory that Suyu knew, the original universe should not allow so much energy and information to go out independently. There should be obstruction. But there was no obstruction. Everything went very smoothly without any obstacles. What happened? Not only Suyu was surprised, but even Chi-Chen himself was a little surprised, and couldn't help blurting out. He had originally prepared to deal with the obstruction of the original universe, and fight to the death. After all, the blue universe was the food eaten by the original universe. Now that the thing eaten in its stomach wants to escape, how could the original universe agree? According to Chi-Chen's experience, this escape action must be a life and death struggle. So this is his final trump card. Either he succeeds, he leaves the original universe and becomes completely independent, and then he can control Suyu at will in this small universe he created. Or he fails, and is completely swallowed up by the original universe, and Suyu, and he cease to exist together, and perish together. But now, the situation is far beyond his expectations, and there is no danger at all. Just when Chi-Chen was a little confused about the situation, Suyu spoke, "It's pretty good here." Before, the blue galaxy had been almost destroyed by Suyu, leaving only a cosmic vacuum of 1 million kilometers. Such a small space is nothing compared to the blue galaxy with a diameter of 1 light year. But now, the remaining 1 million kilometers of cosmic vacuum began to repair rapidly. It soon expanded to a radius of 2 million kilometers, then 3 million per million. The restored space is very stable. Although it is not as good as the original universe, it is at least much more stable than Suyu's small universe with many loopholes. At the same time, the space is much larger. Suyu's small universe can only barely accommodate a planet. The blue galaxy is a star system with a diameter of 1 light year, and its space scale is many times larger. That's why Suyu sighed like that. This is the real microcosm. Suyu's own is too broken. Suyu? You are about to die. Chi-Chen heard this, and came back to his senses from the shock just now, and said coldly. Suyu heard this, but smiled and said, "It's not certain who will die." Before Suyu finished speaking, the space and time around him suddenly collapsed. It was Chi-Chen who activated the control of this azure microcosm and directly restarted the universe. In an instant, the space and time environment and causal environment where Suyu could stand were immediately completely destroyed. Then, Suyu died without any surprise. Just as Chi-Chen said, he was about to die. A moment later, Chi-Chen restarted the azure microcosm again. Then Chi-Chen floated in the space of the small universe with a gloomy face, whispering, "This Suyu disappeared again. I have obviously left the original universe now, in the void outside the universe. Suyu is only a 5th level, where can he go?" Chi-Chen encountered something he couldn't figure out again. Last time, Suyu destroyed the azure galaxy, and Suyu died in the end. It stands to reason that after Suyu died, he would belong to Chi-Chen's infinite death. Then under Chi-Chen's control, he was reborn in a new reincarnation. From then on, he obeyed Chi-Chen's orders, and was manipulated by him. However, after the reincarnation restarted, Suyu did not appear again. A few years later, Suyu came back from outside the azure galaxy, and brought a terrible epidemic. Chi-Chen guessed that Suyu was originally a lurker sent by the epidemic. Last time Suyu died, he was rescued by the epidemic. So this time, when Suyu came to the Azure Galaxy to destroy it again, Chichen first moved the Azure Galaxy out of the original universe and made it completely independent. Then he restarted it and killed Suyu. How could the plague save Suyu across the universe? However, Suyu still disappeared. Chichen couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the plague has taken him back again? Impossible. How could it do that across the distance of the universe? At this time, Chichen even doubted whether he had hallucinations. Suyu did not exist at all. From beginning to end, it was the power of the plague that brought him hallucinations. Welcome home, Master. I'm back again. Just when Chichen doubted his life, Suyu returned to his own small universe. As the creator of this small universe, Suyu and Chichen are at the same level at this level. After his death, he was directly resurrected in this small universe. Even if Chichen controlled the Azure universe, he could not stop him. The time and space loopholes in the microcosm even turned into emoticons under Nua Nua's control, welcoming Suyu back. It seems that during the time when Suyu is away, Nua Nua's control over the microcosm has improved a lot. It's just that it used this control in some strange places. Suyu looked at his tattered microcosm and felt that it was really a world apart from the Azure Galaxy. But it doesn't matter. Soon, the Azure Galaxy will be mine. Suyu's sight seemed to see through the darkness and nothingness outside the universe and saw another microcosm. Before Suyu died, he had been implanting holographic signals in the Azure Galaxy. This level 7 signal is known as the Milky Way level, and its level is extremely high. Chichen didn't notice it at all. Now, even if Suyu left the Azure Galaxy through death, he can still use these signals to sense the Azure universe. Now, Suyu, who has locked the Azure microcosm, is ready to annex it and complete the real creation machine. Chapter 566. However, before carrying out the plan, Suyu must first eliminate some hidden dangers. He concentrated his mind deep in his mind. TSK, even here, that plague can still catch up. It's amazing. Suyu looked at the plague that was diluted to the limit by infinite energy in the depths of his mind, and couldn't help but sigh. The plague personality planted by the plague in the depths of Suyu's mind, even if it left the original universe, still lurked in Suyu's mind. Just like Suyu's holographic perception signal, even the distance of the universe cannot block it. Suyu's mind moved, and he wanted to erase these things. The terrible thing about these plague personalities is that they are hidden, silently infecting the original personality, thus turning people into puppets controlled by the plague. But Suyu has holographic perception, and has discovered them, so naturally there is no big threat. Suyu did not eliminate them before, but just wanted to use them to infect Chichen. Now that it has been completed, there is no need to keep them. But just when Suyu was about to wipe them out, the plague patient's personalities suddenly spoke at the same time. I didn't expect that you are also my kind. Obviously, the plague can use these plague patient's personalities to sense the situation around Suyu. Now that Suyu has returned to the microcosm, the plague also knows Suyu's true identity, the controller of a microcosm. So in the eyes of the plague, Suyu has become its kind. The plague is a cosmic undead, and it is also a new life born after the death of the universe. Its life form surpasses any ordinary life. It is not easy to let it call it a kind. Suyu heard this, and stopped erasing the personalities of those patients. Then he said with a smile, "Why, you want to devour me too?" The kind of people mentioned by the epidemic do not represent a close relationship, but represent delicacy that contains rich energy and information and can be devoured. The epidemic said, of course. It honestly admitted that it just wanted to devour Suyu. However, your small universe is too broken and not worth devouring. The epidemic said again. It seems that it doesn't think much of Suyu's small universe. Besides, you are a little weird. You can actually find the epidemic I planted. It seems that it is difficult to devour you. Besides, you must want to devour me and perfect your universe. The epidemic talked freely, and made the relationship between the two clear. Suyu heard this, thought about it, and asked, "What do you want to do?" The epidemic suddenly spoke, and made Suyu stop erasing the personalities of those patients. There must be a purpose. He responded, "Since we are all the same, it's easy to say. Let's divide the blue galaxy together. Devour all its information and energy, and completely destroy it." Suyu suspected, "Will you be so kind as to share with me?" He obviously coveted the blue universe very much, but now he took the initiative to cooperate with Suyu to share, which is not normal. He smiled and said, "Even if I don't share with you, you will definitely fight for it, it's the same. And the blue galaxy is a bit weird. It doesn't seem to be a cosmic ghost in the usual sense, but it was swallowed by the original universe before the universe completely died, and then this half-dead state has been maintained until now. It is not a new life born after the death of the universe, but a new form that has mutated before the death of the universe. It's like a human being who is about to die. Genetic mutations have occurred, flesh and blood have mutated, and the soul has twisted, turning into a new strange life, a new form. This new form allows it to master the two infinite qualities of life and death at the 6th level, which is really incredible. But because of this, it is very dangerous, so we need to cooperate. Suyu listened to Yi's response and thought quickly in his heart. Seeing Yi stop, Suyu hurriedly asked, "Where is the danger of the blue galaxy?" Yi was silent for a moment and replied, "The danger lies in that it belongs to the unknown. It is not the universe, nor is it a new life born after the death of the universe. It is a monster that mutated before the death of the universe. I have never seen such a thing. In addition, I cannot predict what changes it will produce with the two infinite qualities it possesses." There is a deep fear in Yi's tone. Suyu listened and thought, why is the Azure Galaxy so special? Is this the reason why the original universe allowed the Azure Galaxy to be independent? This Azure Galaxy has been abandoned because of its special nature and has no hope of being saved? At this time, the epidemic seemed to be suddenly startled. It appeared. Changes have occurred. After saying that, it sent some images to Suyu. The images showed the situation in the Azure Galaxy. When Suyu left before, the Azure universe was still normal. At least it looked normal. But now, there are strange changes. Suyu saw that the small universe that the Azure Galaxy had become had changed a lot. Before, those humans who were released by Chi-Chan had now settled down in the new Azure microcosm. In the Azure microcosm, time seemed to be fast-forwarded and developed rapidly. Those humans soon established civilization in the galaxy and developed rapidly. Then, they soon faced the end of their lifespan and were about to die. But a strange thing happened. All of these people mutated before they died. Some people had genetic mutations. Cancer cells took the lead and became tumor people. Some people merged with machines and became half machine and half human. Some people's souls left their bodies and survived as spirits. These people successfully avoided death and survived. So far, everything is actually normal. Although everyone became a little strange, they survived and civilization continued. However, it did not stop. After these people transformed into mutant states, because of the time acceleration of the Azure microcosm, they soon reached the end of their lifespans and were about to die. Then, as expected, they mutated again before they died. This time, the mutation was more severe. The flesh and blood mutations before were more thorough this time and had lost their human form. The ones who had been fused with machines also abandoned the last bit of biological tissue and became pure machines. The ones whose souls left their bodies seemed to have become the evil ghosts in horror legends, killing people in various strange ways and absorbing energy and lifespan. They survived again. However, they still did not stop. The next round of death and mutation was coming soon. In a short period of time, Suyu saw these humans mutate thousands of times in the environment of the Azure microcosm. Some of the things that were finally formed could not be recognized by Suyu. Are they humans? Or what? In short, Suyu sensed extreme danger from those things. Chapter 567. At this time, Suyu only saw the images transmitted by the epidemic. But just by looking at these images, he felt extremely dangerous. It seemed that at this time in the blue universe, those humans had become some unknown things that could threaten him after thousands of mutations. But how could this be possible? Suyu knew how powerful he was at this time. Even Chi-Chan himself could not do anything to him or kill him, let alone those mutated humans. Suyu did not believe in evil. He tried to turn on the maximum power of holographic perception and sense the situation in the small universe of the blue galaxy. Although separated by the distance of the universe, because Suyu had implanted a large number of holographic signals in the blue galaxy before, he should be able to sense the situation there. Epidemic can obtain the images in the blue universe. Suyu feels that his holographic perception may not be too bad. Sure enough, a moment later, Suyu faintly saw some images. Those images were very blurry and almost undetectable, but Suyu restored them through his powerful computing power, and soon got a clear picture. Then looking at these pictures, Suyu couldn't help but frown. He stared at the personalities of the epidemic patients in the depths of his mind, and said coldly, "It seems that the Azure Galaxy has not undergone such changes?" What Suyu just saw was a harmonious scene, not as terrible as the picture sent by the epidemic. Holographic perception can not only observe the present, but also the past and the future. But even if Suyu observed the future of the Azure Galaxy, it was still harmonious. So Suyu concluded that the epidemic was deceiving him. That's right. It seems that you really have the ability to sense across the universe. It's really amazing, Suyu. He admitted generously that those pictures just now were just deceiving Suyu. In fact, it was also testing Suyu. If Suyu couldn't confirm the situation in the blue galaxy, he would probably pit Suyu hard. After all, it didn't have any good intentions. If Suyu was not strong enough and had the chance to be swallowed by it, it would definitely not be polite. But now that it has been exposed, its deception conspiracy will naturally not go on. Suyu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he immediately wanted to completely wipe out the personalities of those infected with E. He was full of lies, and Suyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy. However, he once again stopped Suyu. Wait a minute. Those images just now are not completely false, or rather, they are real. I just devoured those possible information so that the Azure Galaxy will not develop to that situation for the time being. But this situation cannot last long, and Chichen will soon find something wrong. At that time, it will cause a stronger backlash. You should be able to see the horror of that mutant power. Suyu heard this and fell into thought. Indeed, he could not completely deceive him. The terrifying aura contained in those images just now was not fabricated, otherwise, Suyu would not feel threatened. And he does have the ability to devour time information. The Omingi Galaxy is experiencing the phenomenon of time jumps all the time, which is all the work of E. If it uses this ability to devour time on the Azure Galaxy, it is reasonable. So, the threat of mutant humans is real. It just hasn't happened yet. That future possibility has been swallowed up by E. This swallowing cannot last long, so he came to Suyu to cooperate and eliminate this threat. After thinking for a while, Suyu asked E, what exactly is that mutation? He couldn't understand why those mutations would produce such a terrifying threat. They are obviously just some weak extraordinary people, not even one of the 5th level. Why do they threaten him, a 6th level strongman with a small universe? He was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then replied, actually, I don't know much. I can only confirm that Chichen merged the 2 infinite collisions of life and death, and added some strange powers to it, and finally gave birth to some extremely distorted powers. That kind of power is neither life nor death, but something between the two, incomparable chaos and distortion. Being eroded by this power, you will never die, but you are not alive either. You will only mutate again and again to prolong your existence as much as possible. It was okay at the beginning, and it looked normal on the surface. Normal. The more times it mutates, the deeper the distortion becomes. Finally, this distortion has begun to erode the rules of the universe. The laws of time and space, cause and effect, logic, mathematics, will become invalid and mutate under the distortion of this power. At that time, it is no longer a mutation of individual life, but a mutation of the universe. This mutation can no longer be measured by conventional energy and level. Even if those mutants look extremely fragile and cannot even reach the 3rd level, because of their mutant characteristics, they may threaten the lives of our existence. After all, even the universe can be infected by this mutation. Speaking of which, they may be the real plague, the plague of the universe, but I am a bit misleading. He gave a rare long speech, telling Suyu about his understanding of the mutation of the Azure universe. Suyu was secretly shocked after listening. The mutation that can infect the universe, the plague, this is what is about to happen in the Azure Galaxy. No wonder the original universe is willing to let the Azure Galaxy come out. This thing is a disaster. Maybe the original universe is eager for Chichen to get out. Some special power has been added between the 2 infinities of life and death. That should be the so-called power of salvation, the will to survive? Suyu thought to himself. He doesn't know, but Suyu knows it very well. Chichen, or the Azure Galaxy, has always been very afraid of death, and has an extreme fear of death. That fear even led to the birth of the tyrannical evil god. So for so many years, in countless reincarnations, the Azure Galaxy has been committed to cultivating the so-called ultimate savior. I want to rely on the power of the ultimate savior to resurrect myself and never die again. Now it seems that I have finally succeeded. This so-called ultimate savior power is the infinite mutation power that Suyu just saw. A civilization or universe with that kind of power will never die. It will only mutate again and again when the end of its life comes, distorting itself and even the rules. Even if it mutates tens of millions of times, hundreds of millions of times, loses its human form and humanity, even distorts everything in time and space, it must not die. It cannot die. Suyu had previously speculated that if he wanted to kill the tyrannical evil god by force, what would happen with the tyrannical evil god's incredible will to survive? Now it seems that it should be this kind of infinite mutation. However, the tyrannical evil god should only be a semi-finished product. After all, He does not even have infinite characteristics. And the current Azure Galaxy microcosm is the real finished product. That is, the real ultimate savior. Chapter 568. No, the ultimate savior should not be completed yet. The mutation has not started yet, but it was stopped by the epidemic. If it is completed, it may never be stopped, and it will never die. Suyu thought to himself. Suyu himself has the ability of the real immortal evil god, and can be resurrected after death, but this kind of immortality is definitely not absolute immortality. If there is a strong man who blows up his small universe, swallows up all his power, and cuts off the cause and effect, he should also die. And the ultimate savior completed in the blue galaxy is probably the real absolute immortality. The ultimate savior never dies, but at the cost of endless distortion, mutation, and infection, is it worth it? Suyu thought to himself. He doesn't need to ask anyone about this question, he has the answer himself. From the perspective of humans, it is certainly not worth it. Under that extreme mutation, all human-shaped human thinking and wisdom are gone, leaving only a twisted unknown object. In that state, although not dead, it is hard to say that he is really alive. But if you look at it from the perspective of Chi-Chin or the blue universe, it doesn't matter. The blue universe is not human, and it doesn't care about thinking, wisdom, or human form. As long as it can last forever, it will be a success. At this time, seeing Suyu's solemn expression, he knew that his explanation had worked, and he continued, "It seems that you have understood the horror of that power. We must cooperate, otherwise, when that kind of mutation begins, it will sooner or later follow the cause and effect and find us. After all, we were once the enemy of the blue galaxy, and a threat to its eternal existence. It will definitely find us first, and use our power to carry out higher-level mutations." Suyu nodded. He was right. Once the ultimate savior was completed, he would not let them go. The mutation of the ultimate savior was like the mutation of bacteria and viruses. Under the stimulation of the external environment, it kept adapting to the environment. Suyu and Yi were the stimulating environment it needed. Because Suyu and Yi had both threatened it. With the strangeness of that power, I am afraid that the distance between the universes could not stop it. Although being eroded by that power would not necessarily lead to death, it could even lead to immortality. But obviously, Suyu and Yi were not interested in becoming the so-called immortal. "So what are you going to do?" Suyu asked, wanting to see what he had planned. Yi replied, "That mutant power has not really been born yet, I am doing my best to hold it back. Before that power is born, you go and completely destroy that blue universe, devour all its information and energy, and that mutant power will naturally have no basis for existence." Hearing this plan, Suyu laughed. "Do you think I'm stupid? In this way, I will get all the benefits. What do you want? And you just hold back the mutant power, and let me do all the frontal battles." Suyu sneered at Yi's plan. This guy obviously has a conspiracy, and his words are not entirely true. It is worthy of being the old cunning who set a trap in the Oming River system to lure civilization to devour it. You could only believe one sentence out of 10 of its words. Seeing Suyu ruthlessly expose its thoughts, he actually laughed twice and said, "In fact, I am not very interested in the energy and information of the blue galaxy. After all, there may be mutant infections. I just want to solve the mutant threat of the blue galaxy now. Of course, I will help you in the battle." Suyu sneered at the words. It seems that he is going to let Suyu devour the Azure Galaxy first to test the poison for it. If Suyu is fine after devouring it, he will probably think about devouring Suyu's small universe. Anyway, there will be no loss of energy information after a back and forth. Suyu also knows this calculation very well, and he is too lazy to point it out. It depends on his ability at that time. Suyu said, "In this case, wait for my news. Now goodbye." After saying that, Suyu moved his mind and directly erased all the personality of the diseased person deep in his mind. Then Suyu immediately asked Nua to restart the universe 1,000,000 times in a short period of time. In just a few seconds, Suyu's small universe experienced 1,000,000 restarts. Suyu also died and resurrected 1,000,000 times. Then Suyu activated the holographic perception again, implanting the signal in the entire small universe at maximum power. After everything was done, Suyu confirmed that the remaining power of the plague was indeed gone. The plague could launch time devouring in the Azure Galaxy, and Suyu suspected that it should also be able to launch it in this small universe. So after Suyu finished talking to the plague, he immediately asked him to get out, and would not let any of the plague's power remain around him. With the cleansing of the universe restarting millions of times, plus the in-depth scanning of holographic perception, Suyu finally confirmed that the power of the plague was indeed gone. It is estimated that most of its power is dealing with the ultimate savior in the Azure Galaxy, and now it does not have much energy to deal with Suyu. However, the plague should have obtained the location of Suyu's small universe in the void through the previous contact. This kind of position is not a space-time coordinate in the usual sense, but a causal coordinate. Although Suyu has cut off the connection now, he will probably be found by the causal connection in the future, and that will be a matter for the future. The most urgent task now is to cooperate first to resolve the threat of the blue universe. Before taking action, I should first improve my creation machine, Suyu said in his heart. Then a pile of materials was released from the materialized space. These materials are the fragments that collapsed when the nameless warship exploded before. It contains various high-level materials, such as almond metal. Suyu wants to use these materials to recast the creation machine to improve his small universe, and then he can proceed with the next plan. Suyu moved his mind and summoned the previous creation machine. It was a four-dimensional hypercube, quietly floating in front of Suyu, constantly changing. The small universe is created by the creation machine. In theory, the small universe should be inside the creation machine. But now, the creation machine has appeared inside the small universe. This is determined by its characteristics. When Suyu made it, he used some space dimension technology to make it have no inside and outside. Inside is outside, outside is inside. Suyu's mind enveloped this creation machine and began to perfect it. Strictly speaking, this thing is not a finished product at all. It is a materialized blueprint, but this blueprint has some of the functions of the finished product. A blueprint can naturally be modified at will. Under Suyu's mind, the appearance of the creation machine began to change. On the original hypercube, each side was engraved with various symbols, representing various cosmic rules. Now those symbols have become more and more complex. This is Suyu modifying its blueprint, engraving the cause and effect rules and infinite characteristics that he has realized during this period on it, and becoming a part of it. After the blueprint is perfected, the materials suspended around it are automatically thrown into this blueprint to fill it. The creation machine that was originally just a materialized one has a real physical material body for the first time. Chapter 569. Soon, a hypercube creation machine constructed from the materials left over from an unknown warship floated in front of Suyu. Finally done. Until this moment, Suyu was able to truly create the creation machine. The previous one was just a materialized blueprint. However, although the creation machine has been perfected, the surrounding microcosm has not changed. Because the construction of this microcosm is still the same materialized creation machine. Looking at the hypercube that keeps changing in front of him, Suyu's mind moved, and the function of the creation machine was immediately activated to restart the microcosm. The next moment, the entire microcosm was instantly destroyed, and Suyu, who was in it, also died. The next moment, the microcosm was restarted, and Suyu was resurrected. It's much better. After Suyu was resurrected, he saw that the microcosm was much better than before. The space has expanded 1,000,000 times from a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers to a diameter of more than 1,000,000 kilometers, which can already accommodate a star. Although there are no planets here, there is only a dark vacuum. It is probably because Suyu brought back the infinite energy trait this time, which can continuously generate energy at the power of a star, so the space of the microcosm has also reached the star level. Such a large space finally barely deserves the name of a microcosm. The previous space was almost the same size as Suyu's materialized space, which was too small. Not only did the space become larger, but the space defect black holes that were scattered throughout the microcosm before also disappeared at this time, and it was smooth without any loopholes. However, Suyu could clearly feel that the time and space here were more fragile. If the energy fluctuation is slightly larger, it can break the time and space here and make the space black hole appear again. If Suyu uses data collapse, he can almost destroy the entire small universe. This is normal. For such a small universe, the time and space stability is definitely not as good as the original universe before. Even the blue galaxy is not as good as the blue galaxy, which has a diameter of at least 1 light year. But the future is promising. After all, Suyu has infinite energy characteristics and keeps radiating energy with stellar power. Even without external energy sources, he can continue to expand this small universe. In addition, the existence time of this small universe has also become much longer. Before, the existence time of this universe was calculated in seconds. If the time is a little longer, it will collapse and restart again. Such a short time cannot breed life and civilization at all. But now, its existence time has been extended by millions of times, and can be calculated in days. However, it is still not enough to breed civilization. It seems that it is indeed necessary to devour the blue galaxy in order to allow the microcosm to exist stably for a long time, and then to cultivate civilization in it, and become a space-time mechanic. Suyu thought to himself. The requirements for the employment of a space-time mechanic are not only to create a microcosm, but also to cultivate civilization in the microcosm, and finally to breed a subspace, before it is considered complete. Now Suyu has only completed the first step. After doing all this, Suyu adjusted the data of the creation machine, and then activated another function of the machine. As soon as this function was activated, the entire microcosm actually moved in the void. Suyu added the technology of causal movement in the void to the creation machine. This function refers to the causal engine technology in the nameless battleship. Now this small universe is no longer static, but like a battleship, it can travel in this sea of nothingness. The original nameless battleship has been destroyed, and now this small universe is Suyu's battleship. And the goal set by Suyu is naturally the direction of the blue galaxy. Outside this universe, in the absolutely empty ocean, the small universe is drifting quietly towards the direction of the blue galaxy. In fact, Suyu can use the technology causal jump in the nameless battleship to reach the blue galaxy instantly. But Suyu did not do so, but let the small universe move slowly. He was observing the various phenomena of the small universe moving in this nothingness, and observing the deep rules contained therein. Speaking of which, in this sea of nothingness, there is no time and space, and the so-called distance seems to be completely meaningless. The so-called movement is nothing more than going from one causal radiation source to another causal radiation source through the power of causality. Theoretically, one can reach anywhere in a single thought. There is no need for the so-called causal transition at all. Any movement is equivalent to a transition. But when the microcosm moves, there is something like distance that prevents Suyu from reaching it instantly. It seems that there are some rules in this sea of nothingness, and distance is defined in the nothingness. It seems that this nothingness is not really nothingness. There are still some forces and rules that govern here. Suyu thought to himself. Outside the universe, time does not exist, but there are still some rules. This kind of rule is very deep. Even with Suyu's current strength, he cannot reach it. Even if he uses holographic scanning, he can't scan anything. So he can only vaguely guess the existence of that kind of rule. Although he doesn't know what this rule is, the existence of this rule is a good thing. After all, if any place can be reached with a thought, as long as there is a being who discovers Suyu's microcosm, they can kill him instantly. Now there is still some unknown distance, which is much safer. After observing for a while, and collecting some data, Suyu stopped this drifting and started the causal jump. Causal engine starts. Nono shouted happily, and the next moment, the whole microcosm shook slightly. After a moment, it stopped. It's already here. Suyu felt that the Azure Galaxy microcosm was just outside. Of course, there is still a distance between the two microcosms. This distance is the range of causal radiation. Suyu's microcosm stayed precisely outside the causal radiation of the Azure Galaxy microcosm, so that it would not be discovered by the other party. Buzz! The small universe vibrated again. This time, it was not because of the vibration during the jump, but because of appetite. As the creator of the small universe, Suyu could feel that the instinct of this small universe seemed to sense that there was a lot of energy and information ahead, which could be consumed by it. So it vibrated instinctively. Of course, the small universe did not have any self-awareness, and its instinct could also be regarded as a natural phenomenon, just like gravity, light propagating along the shortest distance, etc. At this time, the small universe sensed a lot of energy and information, and immediately stimulated such a phenomenon. And this is exactly the purpose of Suyu bringing the small universe here. He wants to use the small universe to devour the energy and information of the blue galaxy. Chapter 570. Although the desire of the small universe for the Azure Galaxy meets Suyu's requirements. However, seeing the small universe vibrate, Suyu still felt a little strange. The Azure Galaxy is obviously outside the causal radiation. How can the small universe sense the small universe of the Azure Galaxy? He deliberately stopped outside the causal radiation of the Azure Galaxy, just because he didn't want the two small universes to discover each other at this time, so as not to fight with Chi-Chin directly again. However, Suyu's small universe still discovered the Azure Galaxy in advance, so it vibrated. This is not normal. If Suyu's small universe can discover the Azure Galaxy, can the Azure Galaxy discover Suyu and others in turn? Suyu thought for a moment and carefully used holographic perception to scan the Azure Galaxy. At this time, the two small universes were very close, and the holographic signal was greatly enhanced. Suyu instantly scanned the general situation in the Azure Galaxy. However, There was no abnormality in the Azure Galaxy, and there was no vibration. Chi-Chin didn't know where he went. It seems that he should not have discovered the existence of Su-Yu's small universe. This is even more strange. Could it be that Su-Yu's small universe is stronger than the blue galaxy with a diameter of 1 light-year? Otherwise, how could he detect the other party in advance? At this moment, Su-Yu's small universe vibrated even more violently. Su-Yu moved his mind and used the creation machine to suppress this vibration. At the same time, he had figured out why his small universe could detect the blue galaxy in advance. That's because Su-Yu himself, because of his holographic perception. Su-Yu's holographic perception can sense the blue galaxy across the distance of the universe. So Su-Yu's microcosm, through Su-Yu, also sensed the Azure Galaxy. So just now, when Su-Yu used holographic perception to scan the Azure Galaxy, Su-Yu's microcosm vibrated even more strongly, which was equivalent to the microcosm using holographic perception to carefully observe the feast of the Azure Galaxy, and naturally it was extremely excited. So that's how it is. My holographic perception has become the eyes of the microcosm, so it can discover the existence of the Azure universe. Su-Yu thought to himself. Before, he had guessed that the universe did not have the ability to think, but could borrow the thinking of other lives to gain personality and wisdom. Chi-Chin is an example. After Zhang Chenfeng and his own dark side died together, his information was recycled by the Azure Galaxy and became the personality of the Azure universe. The cosmic undead that Su-Yu met in the nameless battleship was also the same. It killed the humans who hunted it and gained personality. And it should be the same. Those personalities are equivalent to an organ of these universes, just like the relationship between the brain and humans, which is a part dedicated to thinking. Now, in this situation, it is Su-Yu's turn. The small universe created by Su-Yu, relying on Su-Yu, has gained the ability to sense holographic perception. However, it is different from the previous examples. In Su-Yu's small universe, Su-Yu is the dominant one. Therefore, this small universe has not gained real thinking and personality, but can only obtain information with the help of Su-Yu's perception. And it is passive. If Su-Yu does not activate holographic perception, the small universe cannot control Su-Yu to actively perceive. Su-Yu is not an organ of the small universe, but its master. Although Su-Yu was in the lead, this incident gave Su-Yu a reminder. The universe seems to be a bit weird. If the small universe becomes powerful enough in the future, will it become the master and want to control Su-Yu and turn him into a thinking organ? Although this small universe has no thoughts at all, no ideas at all. However, the vibration caused by the appetite instinct of the small universe at this time told Su-Yu that even if the universe has no thoughts, it can do something. It seems that the creation machine should be optimized and some security protocol should be written in the future. Otherwise, if it is resurrected after death one day, it will become a puppet of the universe and a thinking organ, which would be a joke. Also, after the space-time mechanic takes office, he should have stronger control over the small universe. Su-Yu secretly planned in his heart. It was also the first time that he was wary of the small universe he created. The universe, it seems, is not so easy to control. Come to think of it, Su-Yu has seen several universes, no matter dead or alive. No matter which one, they are all very cruel. The blue universe even did not want to perish, and now created a weird thing called Ultimate Savior, which is infinitely mutated, infinitely infected, and immortal. But even more cruel is the original universe where Su-Yu was before, which devoured infinite energy and information and achieved true infinity. Su-Yu was very curious. Does the original universe have the ability to think? In other words, what is the thinking organ of the original universe? Is there a personified entity like Chi-Chin? This question can only be explored later. It is difficult for him to deal with Chi-Chin now. If he encounters the thinking organ and personified entity of the original universe, he will die without knowing how. Let's swallow the Azure Galaxy first. Su-Yu thought to himself. But how to swallow the Azure Galaxy is also a problem. Kill it directly. Put the energy and matter of the Azure Galaxy into the materialized space, and move it over? But Su-Yu's materialized space has limited capacity. At most, he can move the matter of a few planets at a time. This mass is not as much as the energy radiated by infinite energy in 1 second. It is meaningless. What's more, as long as he moves it once, he will definitely be discovered by Chi-Chin, and then it will be a head-on battle. The consequences are unpredictable. Maybe in the end, both small universes will be destroyed. By the way, the cosmic undead in the nameless battleship said that information is the most important thing for cosmic undead, even more important than material energy. My holographic perception can scan the Azure Galaxy silently. Does this count as stealing its information? Su-Yu suddenly thought of an idea. In a sense, His holographic scanning is actually stealing the information of the Azure Galaxy. The Azure Galaxy is like a locked book. So you can use holographic scanning to read the information in the book without turning the pages. No wonder the small universe was so excited when scanning the Azure Galaxy before. It turns out that this kind of scanning is actually a kind of eating. Suyu thought to himself. Then he turned on the holographic scanning again, and scanned the Azure Galaxy in all directions across the sea of nothingness. This time, his scanning accuracy was unprecedented. He wanted to scan every elementary particle, every inch of time and space, and every possibility of the past and future. At this time, because it was very close to the Azure Galaxy, the scan was very clear, and a lot of information was fed back. As this scan was turned on, Suyu's small universe vibrated continuously. Suyu could feel that the small universe was constantly growing. Although the energy of the small universe did not increase, the information level was rapidly increasing. Chapter 571. As the information level of the small universe increases, Suyu feels that the space and time of this small universe has become more solid. The gravity, speed of light, space and time, dimension, cause and effect, and other underlying rules of this small universe are all obtained by Suyu through his previous destructive research on the blue galaxy. The key data was then written into the creation machine, and then written into the bottom of the small universe by the creation machine. In this way, these underlying rules are definitely impossible to be perfect. After all, they are all written through Suyu's understanding. Although Suyu is powerful, he will not think that he has penetrated all the rules of the universe. The underlying rules of this small universe have many defects. In other words, its underlying rules are full of defects, and there are only a few rules without defects, which can only run barely. Just like an intelligent program, there are bugs everywhere, and there are more bugs than lines of code, but this program can barely run, so Suyu does not touch it. It's okay to use it like this. If you want to enhance its performance, you must make up for these defects and fix these bugs. Suyu is very good at fixing program bugs. After all, as a digital god mechanic, his strength in this area is already extremely strong. But fixing the defects of the universe rules is a bit difficult. Some of the underlying rules of the universe, Suyu does not understand, or even know, and have never seen them. How to fix them? But at this time, the small universe absorbed the information of the blue universe through holographic perception and obtained an information level upgrade. Those information automatically combined, evolved, and derived at the bottom of the universe, and actually began to automatically fix its defects. Various underlying rules began to show some changes that Suyu had never seen before. For a while, Suyu was actually a little confused. But Suyu could at least see that this change was a good thing. The space-time of the small universe was becoming solid. It would be more difficult to destroy it with data collapse now. So that's how it is. The solidity of the universe is not only determined by the amount of energy, but also by the total amount and complexity of information. Information can make up for the defects of the underlying rules and achieve self-iteration and evolution. It seems that I thought too simply before. Suyu thought to himself. Originally, he thought that with infinite energy, the small universe could be endlessly enhanced. But now it seems that just having infinite energy is not enough. There needs to be enough information. Otherwise, a dead small universe, no matter how much energy it has, is still monotonous at the information level. Even if Suyu spends billions of years using infinite energy to expand the small universe to the scale of the Milky Way, or even larger. But such a small universe is probably like a balloon filled with water, which looks full, but is actually vulnerable to being broken. Only when the information and energy are improved at the same time, it is meaningful and truly enhanced. Although now, the existence of the small universe is only equivalent to a resurrection point for Suyu, and it cannot increase his strength. It even requires Suyu to bring back energy to feed it. But it may not be the case in the future. The ritual requirement of the space-time mechanic is to create a small universe. You can imagine with your toes that the strength of the space-time mechanic must be related to the strength of the small universe. Improving the microcosm is to improve Suyu's own strength. Even if he cannot work as a space-time mechanic for the time being, it is a good thing that the microcosm, the resurrection point, becomes stronger and more solid. However, since there is infinite energy, I wonder if there is infinite information. At this time, Suyu's mind suddenly moved and thought of a question. He now has infinite energy in his hands, but lacks information, and cannot truly infinitely enhance the microcosm. But if there is a characteristic of infinite information combined with infinite energy, then there will be no shortcomings? The combination of the two characteristics, if left alone, the microcosm will also be comprehensively enhanced. One day, it will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the real macrocosm. Infinite information. Isn't that the civilization formed by life? Suyu pondered for a while, and suddenly found that he was a little bit stubborn. The civilization formed by life can constantly create new information and make the universe full of vitality. In a sense, the civilization formed by life should be the so-called infinite information, and there is no need to look for it separately. And the larger and more advanced the rules of civilization development, the faster it creates information, which is equivalent to the greater power of infinite information. No wonder the ritual of the space-time mechanic needs to cultivate a civilization with a population of hundreds of billions in the microcosm. No wonder the original universe gave birth to so many lives and civilizations. Even the fifth level ritual needs to master and cultivate civilizations, and may also rely on the information generated by these civilizations. But the fifth level strength is still a little weak, so it can only be used superficially. My space-time mechanic creates a microcosm, which is the real and death use. Suyu's mind suddenly became clear, and many things that he didn't understand before were now clear to him. However, Suyu still had some questions in his mind. Is there a true infinite information quality that can create infinite information out of thin air without life and civilization? Just like the infinite energy in Suyu's hand, it has a star-level energy output. But it does not generate energy through nuclear fusion like a star. This infinite energy is simply infinite energy, completely out of nothing, and it is endless. The fusion fuel of a star will burn out and eventually become a white dwarf, a neutron star, or even a black hole, which not only does not generate energy, but swallows energy. But this infinite energy will not, it is truly infinite. Every time Suyu uses his mental power to sense this thing, he can feel the incredible energy contained in it. With Suyu's strength, he can't count how much energy is contained in it. After all, it is infinite, but the power is limited. What is the principle of this thing? Suyu is not sure for the time being, and whether the power limit can be lifted, Suyu doesn't know. He still knows too little about infinite characteristics. In contrast, although the civilization formed by life can continuously generate information, its principle is still through the development, progress, communication, struggle, etc. of civilization. The development of civilization also consumes resources and energy. They will be born, develop, and also die, decline, and become extinct. This is similar to the principle of stars generating energy through nuclear fusion. The fuel of stars is elements such as hydrogen and helium. The fuel of civilization is individual life. Every moment, billions of lives die. In this way, civilization is not infinite information at all, but only an approximate substitute, making do. So, the so-called ultimate savior of the blue galaxy, who allows life civilization to never die and never perish, is it considered true infinite information? Another question popped up in Suyu's mind. Chapter 572. The strange power that Suyu calls the ultimate savior that will soon be born in the Azure Galaxy can make life, and even the universe last forever through infinite mutations. In this way, there will be no defect that civilization will decline and become extinct. Wouldn't it be possible to generate information forever, which is equivalent to the real infinite information? But after Suyu thought about it carefully, he felt that it was still wrong. The information needed by the universe is not some monotonous, meaningless, repetitive information such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Otherwise, the information generated by the movement of various particles in a planet, although not infinite, is also very amazing. If this kind of information is also useful, then the universe does not need any life and civilization at all. Obviously, the information generated by life and civilization is special enough. So you guessed that it should be complex enough, or unpredictable and difficult to replicate. This is the real, useful information. In the Azure Galaxy, after being affected by the ultimate savior, life has long been unrecognizable after thousands of mutations. All forms, reason, technology, knowledge, and culture were lost in the repeated mutations. In the end, although they survived, it is hard to say whether the remnants can be considered life. Can the collection of these things really be considered a so-called civilization, and can really produce the special information needed by the universe? Probably not. On the contrary, these lives are of no use to the universe. Their life activities will consume the energy of the universe, and cause entropy to increase. So, this is a wrong path, at least for the universe. Even this mutant power will infect other civilizations, making them lose the ability to create information. It is indeed a disaster. No wonder the original universe threw out the Azure Galaxy. The more Suyu thought about it, the more he shook his head. What did Chi Chun and the Azure universe do? Thinking of this, Suyu once again increased the power of holographic perception to absorb the information of the Azure Galaxy as soon as possible and get rid of this disaster as soon as possible. Holographic perception has actually been improving since it merged with the Star Tower terminal. Its signal strength and power are not constant. Every once in a while, it can increase the signal equivalent to the level of a 6th level star. So Suyu can increase the power again. However, the 7th level Milky Way is too strong, equivalent to hundreds of billions of stars. Even if a star level signal is increased per second, it will take tens of thousands of years to double the signal strength and power of holographic perception. Generally speaking, this improvement is really negligible, but it is better than nothing. As Suyu increased the signal power, the speed of extracting information from the Azure Galaxy increased a little bit. Suyu tried to interpret the extracted information, but he couldn't understand it. This information was extracted from the bottom of the blue universe. It seemed to have been naturally encrypted and compressed. Suyu could only vaguely see that this information recorded the development of civilization in the past 10,000 years of the blue galaxy. All the joys and sorrows, love and hate of mankind are in it. Those things that happened in the past were faithfully recorded by the bottom of the time and space of the blue galaxy and became part of the universe. Now this information was extracted and allowed to be viewed by Suyu. Suyu seemed to be watching a movie of great scale, an epic of 10,000 years. After extracting this epic, Suyu's small universe also seemed to have such a historical background, exuding an inexplicable ancient atmosphere. At this time, a change occurred in the blue galaxy. Chi-Chen's figure appeared in the space out of thin air, with doubts on his face, as if he was looking for something. It seems that Chi-Chen should have discovered that the information was being extracted, but he couldn't find the source. Seeing this, Suyu immediately reduced the power of holographic perception slightly to avoid being discovered by Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen searched for a while. His expression became more and more anxious, and it seemed that he couldn't find it. His figure disappeared again, and no one knew where he went. Suyu laughed in his heart, still extracting information without stopping. When Suyu was in the blue galaxy before, Chi-Chen had been hiding behind the scenes, controlling everything and treating all living beings as flags. Suyu was pitted by him at that time, and created the great enemy of the painful evil god out of thin air, and almost died on it. That's really a death without knowing how. Now, it's Suyu's turn to make trouble behind the scenes, and Chi-Chen can't find out who did it. It's really a matter of time. But why did Chi-Chen find out? Suyu was paying attention to the situation in the Azure Galaxy, and he fell into thinking again. Why did Chi-Chen find out that the information was extracted? Moreover, the cosmic undead on the nameless battleship told Suyu that the information of the universe is the most precious thing, and must not be leaked. But why can't the information be leaked? Although Suyu extracted the information of the Azure Galaxy, this information was only equivalent to being copied in part, and there was another copy in the Azure Galaxy. It seems that there is no loss at all, so why can't it be leaked? Just like a book or a movie, it can be read by thousands of people, and no matter how many people read it, it will not have any impact on the content of the book or the movie. But now it seems that there is an impact. The book of the universe will be lost if it is read by others. What kind of loss is that? Suyu is a little confused. After all, he has only owned the small universe for a short time, and he doesn't understand many of its secrets. But it doesn't matter, he has the Azure Galaxy as a reference. He wants to see what changes will occur if he keeps extracting information from the Azure Galaxy. In this way, Suyu doesn't know how long he has been extracting information from the Azure Galaxy. Finally, Suyu saw some changes. He found that as the holographic perception kept extracting, the information originally possessed by the Azure Galaxy began to become chaotic. Just like a book that has been viewed by too many people, the pages are yellowed and the handwriting is blurred. If this continues, the Azure Galaxy will sooner or later completely lose this information, and all of it will be plundered by Suyu. So that's how it is. When someone reads the book of the universe, the words on it will be lost. Suyu thought to himself, finally understanding it. Of course, the universe is different from the book. The paper of the book will wear out when it is turned over. But the universe should not. Suyu had a vague guess that the reason why the Azure Galaxy lost this information was information uniqueness. This information is unique to the Azure Galaxy, and created by the Azure Galaxy civilization. They are unique and cannot be found in any other time and space, any universe. But now, as Suyu extracted it, this information is no longer unique. Under the judgment of a certain rule, the information in the Azure Galaxy began to disappear, transferred to Suyu, and restored to uniqueness again. It seems that if I continue to extract like this, I can really empty the Azure universe. Suyu thought to himself. Since the information is unique, there is no need to fight Chi-Chen head-on. Just use holographic perception to drain the opponent. Just when Suyu made up his mind, suddenly, he saw a line of text without any encryption in the information he extracted. The text was bloody and contained terrifying murderous aura and anger. It turned out to be you. Suyu? Chapter 573. Chichen actually found Suyu. He also used holographic perception to send such a bloody message to Suyu. Suyu was shocked and almost thought that Chichen was going to kill him immediately. But Suyu couldn't figure out how Chichen did it. He could find the signal of holographic perception and even reverse penetration. Suyu's heart tightened, and he was ready to respond to Chichen's surprise attack at any time. However, Suyu waited for a long time, but there was still no movement. After a while, Suyu figured it out and laughed. It turned out that Chichen didn't find Suyu at all, he just tricked him. He didn't find the signal of holographic perception either. Chichen just buried the message "it's you, Suyu," into the bottom of the space-time of the blue galaxy. When this information was extracted, Suyu naturally saw it. I was shocked. If Suyu was frightened and took any extreme actions, Chichen would find his location. This method is actually the simplest psychological game. Even children will use it when playing hide-and-seek. Suyu just didn't think of it for a moment, because he didn't think that Chichen would use such a simple tactic in a fight of this level. He almost got around it. It seems that no matter how strong it is just an ordinary creature. There is nothing new. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Two strong men at least at the star level actually used such a childish trick in the fight, which made Suyu speechless. But no matter how old the routine is, it's good as long as it works. Chichen's old routine almost made Suyu, who has been through hundreds of battles, fall for it. It has to be said that it is very useful. But the old routine is the old routine after all. It can only scare Suyu for a while, but it can't really fool him. If you want to fool Suyu, you really need a new routine. But speaking of it, the ultimate savior who will be born in the Azure Galaxy is really a new thing that has never appeared before. But it's better not to let this new thing appear. While thinking about these things, Suyu continued to extract information from the Azure universe. Let Chichen be helpless and furious over there. Although Chichen couldn't find Suyu, he seemed to be sure that it must be Suyu who did it. So he frantically implanted various information in the bottom layer of the Azure Galaxy, and then extracted it through holographic perception, and sent it to Suyu, trying to trick Suyu out. But Suyu is not stupid. Since he has seen through the conspiracy, he will never be fooled again. However, Suyu had a thought in mind, that is, could Chichen use the extracted information to reversely locate the microcosm? Under normal circumstances, it should be possible. This information comes from the Azure Galaxy. Suyu does not believe that Chichen has no sense of him. But the problem is that Suyu extracted this information using holographic perception. This level 7 galaxy level signal is very high, much higher than the entire Azure Galaxy. When the Azure Galaxy was still the Azure Universe, it was naturally far superior to level 7. But now, it is far behind. In addition, holographic perception is a new type of signal capability formed by integrating the professional panel with the Star Tower terminal, which has never appeared before. If it is a level 7 Star Tower signal, Chichen may still be able to find it. If it is a level 7 holographic signal, then he has no way to deal with it, and it is completely invisible and intangible. Correspondingly, when the 7th level holographic signal extracts information, there will be a process of translation, encoding, and encryption. During this process, the connection between the Azure Galaxy and this information has long been cut off, and it is impossible to track Suyu in reverse. If the holographic perception looks at something else, the other party will follow the connection to track Suyu. Then what is the use of this signal? This encryption is very powerful, even stronger than the scanning ability. The most important thing about this signal scanning ability is security. When Suyu first merged the Star Tower terminal, the security protocol was triggered and the thinking memory of the citizens of the Empire could not be scanned. This is the protection of the citizens of the Empire by the security protocol. Although the Star Tower signal has now become a holographic signal and the security protocol is gone, the essence is still there, but the protection scope of the security protocol is only Suyu. Everything is for Suyu's safety. So Chichen wanted to reverse the holographic perception signal and find Suyu, which was a foolish dream. After realizing this fact, Suyu no longer had any worries. Just like this, the information of the Azure Galaxy is drained. By then, even if it still has stellar-level energy and matter, it is not worth mentioning. If nothing unexpected happens, the Azure Galaxy will be destroyed, and the ultimate savior will never be born again. But speaking of it, these extracted information theoretically contain the information of those humans who died in history. Can I revive those people? Suyu suddenly thought of a possibility. After human death, they will also turn into information and merge into the bottom layer of the universe. Theoretically, Suyu can use this information to revive them. But Suyu suddenly had a doubt. Can it really be done? When Suyu first created the microcosm, he materialized the blue star in space, and hundreds of millions of people on it all died with Suyu. He can use the universe to restart reincarnation and restart all these people. But Suyu has never tried it. After all, the current microcosm has too short a time to exist. If those people are resurrected, they will soon die again with the destruction of the microcosm. There is no point except letting them die a few more times. But Suyu has always remembered this matter. After all, hundreds of millions of people will definitely be resurrected when conditions permit. And the space-time mechanic needs to cultivate civilization in the microcosm. How can he cultivate these people without resurrecting them? But now, Suyu has some doubts. Can those people really be resurrected? He himself has the immortality of the evil god, and can be resurrected again after the destruction and restart of the microcosm. Others are different. In the Blue Galaxy, Chi-Chen restarted the universe again and resurrected humans. There is even a kind of existence similar to parallel time and space, and those humans have been copied into many copies and exist in different time and space. Suyu always thought that he could do these things. Now I suddenly thought of it. Can I really do it? Wait, why did I suddenly think of this? Suyu was suddenly startled and found that it felt a bit weird. Suyu had already confirmed this problem when he created the microcosm. The information of those humans was input into the creation machine. Theoretically, they are with the universe. As long as Suyu wants, he can revive them at any time. Not only that, the human information contained in the information of the Blue Galaxy that Suyu extracted at this time can also be resurrected. Suyu can reverse all the deaths of all humans and all the tragedies in the past 10,000 years. This is Suyu's current power. However, Suyu suddenly had an inexplicable self-doubt and doubted whether he could do it. This is not normal. Chapter 574. Is this Chi-Chen's new method, new routine? Sure enough. Suyu thought to himself while fighting against his self-doubt. It seems that it will take some effort to completely solve Chi-Chen. This self-doubt, I don't know what the principle is. Suyu thinks that it may be due to the information sent by Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen has been unable to find Suyu, and then he turned this failure into a kind of power, infecting Suyu, making Suyu also fall into the cloud of failure. It is estimated that later, Suyu will not only doubt himself, but really can't do anything and can't complete anything. This is somewhat similar to Suyu's causal power. Suyu can adjust the causal ratio with the help of the causal power, so that one cause forms one result, and thousands of causes can form one result. In this way, no matter what the other party does, he will fail. It is quite similar to Suyu's self-doubt now. It seems that after Chi-Chen came to the outside of the universe, he came into contact with the absolute nothingness where cause and effect do not exist, and then he also learned some ways to use the power of cause and effect. This power of cause and effect is different from mine, and it has some reference value. Suyu thought to himself, and then silently activated the power of cause and effect. After knowing that Chi-Chen's new method is related to cause and effect, Suyu quickly found the source of that self-doubt. He found that the information sent by Chi-Chen all carried a trace of failed cause and effect. When this kind of cause and effect accumulates too much, it will cause the cause and effect ratio in Suyu's small universe to be out of balance. No matter what you do, you will fail, and you will doubt yourself. This kind of failed causality is better at affecting mental thinking, which is a bit different from Suyu's causal power. It is really hard to guard against. Fortunately, Suyu also has similar means, and it is stronger. Thinking of this, Suyu directly used the causal power to repair the causal ratio in this small universe. The feeling of self-doubt disappeared instantly. In this case, then you can try it too. Suyu said in his heart, and then tried to use the holographic perception signal to transmit the causal power to the Blue Galaxy. Chi-Chen can do it, so there is no reason why he can't. After all, the holographic signal is his. Originally, the holographic signal does not carry any energy, nor can it carry out any attack. It can only be used to scan and extract information. But now, Suyu found that the special power of causal power does not seem to be among them. It is entirely possible to use the holographic signal to transmit the causal power to the Blue Galaxy and adjust the causal ratio there. Just like what Chi-Chen did to Suyu just now, Suyu immediately retaliated. The two used the power of cause and effect to counter each other's moves. Suyu's move was much more ruthless than Chi-Chen's. Chi-Chen just made Suyu doubt himself. Suyu's move directly reduced the cause and effect ratio of the Azure Galaxy to 1/10,000. Originally, when Suyu just took office as a cause and effect mechanic, he could only adjust the cause and effect ratio by 1%. But now, he has obtained infinite characteristics, and his strength has been improved. Although the cause and effect mechanic has not been upgraded, the cause and effect power has also become stronger. In addition, the cause and effect power is transmitted through holographic perception, a level 7 signal, which leads to an increase in the scope of the cause and effect power. The causal ratio of 1 in 10,000 covers the entire blue galaxy. This means that in the blue galaxy at this time, it takes 10,000 causes to form one result. Suddenly, everything in the entire galaxy fell into slow motion. So all actions are 10,000 times slower. This is not a delay in time, but a phenomenon caused by the change in the causal ratio. This phenomenon is not immune to everything in the blue galaxy. Naturally, it also includes Qi-Chen. How is it possible? So you saw that in a corner of the blue galaxy, Qi-Chen was speaking at a speed of 1 in 10,000. He looked shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that his causal self-doubt attack would result in a stronger causal attack. Obviously, Suyu is much better than Qi-Chen in the way of causality. His move is to humiliate himself. However, Qi-Chen is extremely powerful. Even if he is slowed down by 10,000 times, or even 100 million times, he is still an unattainable existence for ordinary extraordinary people. But for Suyu, Qi-Chen, who was 10,000 times slower, was extremely weak. Suyu wanted to take advantage of Qi-Chen's weakness and kill him in person. But after thinking about it, he decided to just drain the Azure Galaxy slowly. The holographic perception continued to work, extracting information from the Azure Galaxy. The entire Azure universe seemed to have no changes on the surface. Only Suyu could find that the spacetime of the Azure Galaxy was becoming fragile. Some of them could not even withstand the power of their own stars. The star at the core of the Azure Galaxy, its light, heat, and gravity, actually tore the spacetime in the galaxy apart. It is incredible that a mere star can tear apart time and space. After all, although stars are strong, their energy density is actually very low. Unless they collapse into black holes, they cannot have the power to tear apart time and space. But this happened just like that. This means that the Azure Galaxy has become extremely fragile. In the past, it was like a big steel ball, solid and heavy. Now it is like a balloon filled with hot water, and then it is scalded by the hot water itself. It can be seen how fragile the Azure Galaxy is at this time. The entire Azure Galaxy is basically about to be destroyed. In contrast, Suyu's microcosm is now completely new. Except for the lack of planets, the other aspects of spacetime scale and stability are similar to the previous Azure Galaxy. Suyu has basically drained the Azure Galaxy. However, even though Suyu has achieved this level, Qi-Chen still has no movement. It seems that since Suyu used the power of cause and effect, he has fallen into a 10,000-fold causal delay, and then Qi-Chen has not moved again. This is a bit strange. With Qi-Chen's strength, even if he will be affected, he is not dead. Why is there no movement at all? I don't know what he is thinking. Suyu didn't care about this and continued to extract the information of the blue galaxy. Finally, the blue galaxy fell into destruction. The entire blue galaxy is full of empty spacetime black holes. This is different from Suyu's previous use of data collapse to destroy the blue galaxy. After the data collapse is destroyed, it can be restarted and everything is restored. In fact, there is not much loss. But now that the information has been drained, it is difficult to even restart. Even if it is restarted, it is estimated that the restarted blue galaxy will be like Suyu's small universe before, small and broken, with air leaking everywhere. But even in this case, Qi-Chen still did not make any moves. Until the moment when the blue galaxy completely collapsed, Qi-Chen spoke. He didn't know where Suyu was, and didn't know what Suyu was using. But he still spoke to Suyu because he was sure that Suyu could hear him. Qi-Chen said, "Suyu, you have drained all the information from the Azure universe. So now, does the small universe you are in belong to you or to me?" As soon as these words came out, Suyu's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 575. Faced with Qi-Chen's question, Suyu suddenly felt confused. Yes, Suyu's small universe was almost blank, and there was no information of his own. All the information was extracted from the Azure Galaxy. Even at the beginning, these materials, energy, and population were brought from the Azure Galaxy. Even Suyu himself was born from the Azure Galaxy. Now Suyu has extracted all the information from the Azure Galaxy, and all the information has been integrated into Suyu's small universe. This is basically equivalent to the Azure Galaxy being moved to Suyu's small universe. It can also be said that the Azure Galaxy occupied Suyu's small universe. So now, who does this small universe in front of Suyu belong to? Who is the master here? Suyu, or Qi-Chen? In this moment of confusion, Suyu instinctively wanted to answer. But deep in his mind, he vaguely realized that something was wrong. After experiencing such a crisis, and being affected by various mental powers, Suyu was extremely wary of such things. Almost all the time, he was conducting self-examination of his thoughts. At this time, the self-examination also failed, and the confusion in Suyu's heart could not be cleared. But he still instinctively clenched his teeth and refused to speak with his strong will. Not only did he refuse to speak physically, but he also refused to make any answer mentally. The more he refused to speak, the stronger the confusion became, making him unable to control himself and fall into infinite self-doubt. In a short period of time, he had changed from whose little universe is this to who am I? Am I really Suyu? And other intense inner questions. In the past, Suyu could answer these questions instantly. But now he couldn't. He didn't answer any of them, and held on tightly. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu suddenly felt relieved, and the strange confusion finally disappeared. Looking at the Azure Galaxy again, the last bit of information was also extracted. The remaining matter and energy collapsed into a time and space origin, quietly suspended in the void, and finally swallowed by the void, leaving no trace. The Azure Galaxy was completely gone, and Chi-Chen was gone too. This battle between Suyu and Chi-Chen, two small universes, ended with Suyu's victory. Throughout the whole process, Suyu did not show up, and only used holographic perception to extract information from the Azure Galaxy through the air until the Azure Galaxy was completely drained. Level 7 holographic perception is really powerful. Chi-Chen, who had always been mysterious and powerful before, had almost no resistance to holographic perception, and was crushed throughout the whole process. He could only find a way to target Suyu, the master of holographic perception. Finally it's done. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Chi-Chen, the enemy who had been hiding behind the scenes and created many crises for Suyu, was finally solved. It was dangerous just now. Suyu knew that the confusion just now should be Chi-Chen's counterattack, before he was completely eliminated. Suyu just felt that there was something wrong at the time, so he gritted his teeth and didn't answer. Now that the matter is over, Suyu recalled it again, and then he realized what kind of crisis he encountered at that moment. Facing that kind of confusion, if Suyu answered, this small universe has now become a blue galaxy, so it belongs to Chi-Chen. That would be the end. Chi-Chen would use this answer to naturally become the master of Suyu's small universe and achieve a counterattack. Suyu worked hard, and all of them became Chi-Chen's gains. But if Suyu answered, of course this small universe belongs to me, Suyu, it does not mean safety. It is estimated that various confusions will follow. That is, the small universe belongs to Suyu, but who is Suyu? Am I really Suyu? These confusions will become stronger and stronger, and you can only answer again and again. Anyway, one trap after another, if Suyu answers one wrong, it will be over, and Chi-Chen will take over everything of Suyu. No wonder Chi-Chen has not taken any action before. It is estimated that he is waiting for the complete destruction of the Azure Galaxy, and then using that strange power of confusion to attack Suyu. As long as he succeeds, he can turn the tables. Fortunately, Suyu held on in the end, and did not make any answer. Chi-Chen's power seems to be some kind of causal power, which is the advanced causal power of Chi-Chen's failure. It seems to be some kind of more weird power. It was Chi-Chen who stimulated his so-called ultimate savior power before facing death and destruction, and then some kind of mutation occurred. The mutation power of the ultimate savior can make humans mutate before death, and through repeated mutations, they will never die and live forever. If Chi-Chen himself faced death, what kind of mutation would the power of the ultimate savior make him undergo? The answer is the kind of confusion that Suyu just experienced. It's really weird. The epidemic said that it has been suppressing the mutation power of the ultimate savior and preventing it from being born, but it seems that it didn't really succeed in the end. In short, it's over. I survived those confusions. Suyu thought so, and then immediately started the causal jump and left this void. As for the Azure Galaxy and Chi-Chen, are they really gone? Are they completely destroyed? Where did the remaining matter and energy go? What about the two characteristics of infinite life and infinite death? Suyu didn't know, and didn't want to know. This matter cannot be thought about, asked, or explored. Once explored, maybe something really went wrong. Just like Suyu faced those confusions before, he could only ignore them, and couldn't answer them. The current situation of the Azure Galaxy is also like those confusions, which can only be ignored. As long as you ignore it, there will be no consequences. It seems that he didn't do it himself, and let me solve the Azure Galaxy, just because he was afraid of this. Suyu said in his heart while launching the causal jump. The size of the Azure Galaxy is not too strong. At least for E, who owns a galaxy, it should not be too strong. But he insisted on cooperating with Su Yu, probably because he was afraid of the mutation before Qi Chen's death. Who knows what will be mutated? Until now, he has not appeared. Maybe he felt the confused power before Qi Chen's death and slipped away long ago. This cosmic undead is really not a good thing, Su Yu thought to himself. Although Su Yu gained a lot this time, he almost packed up the entire blue universe and took it away. The small universe was completely perfected and could be used to cultivate civilization and become a space-time mechanic. However, he was still unhappy to be tricked by E. In fact, it can't be considered a trick. Qi Chen is Su Yu's enemy. Su Yu must deal with him no matter what. Even without E, Su Yu would come. On the contrary, if he hadn't held back Qi Chen's mutant power, this battle would be more difficult. Maybe the mutant power would have come out long ago, and it would not wait until Qi Chen died before it broke out. E helped Su Yu. Just then. Su Yu, I'm E, how are you now? Chapter 576. Su Yu suddenly received a special signal. Is this signal a causal signal? Outside the microcosm, time and space do not exist. But there is causal radiation. The farther away from the microcosm, the lower the causal ratio. From 0.99999 to 1, it decays all the way to 0. As a causal mechanic, Su Yu is very sensitive to the decay of these causal radiations, and any changes cannot be hidden from him. But just now, those causal ratios fluctuated and turned into some special signals. That is, the words Su Yu just received were Yi's greetings. This is the first time that Su Yu has seen the use of causal ratios to transmit signals. Su Yu can also do this, but he has never tried it, and has never seen it. This guy, is worthy of being an old-fashioned cosmic undead, with many means. Seeing Yi's greeting, Su Yu did not answer immediately, but immediately activated the holographic perception vigilantly to find the source of the signal. This guy, actually came to contact Su Yu. It seemed to have locked onto Su Yu's microcosm by some means, otherwise, it would not be able to use this signal transmission method. Maybe it had been watching from the side during the previous battle, and it followed after Su Yu left. After using holographic perception to scan the microcosm around it, and confirming that it was a suspicious location, Su Yu also vibrated the causal radiation outside, turning it into information fluctuations, and replied, I have been attacked by that kind of confused power once, how about you and me? He sent a message, it seems that you are still Su Yu. Yu narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? He said, literally, that kind of power is very scary, you have to pay attention, don't let yourself fall into that kind of confusion again, otherwise. He didn't say what would happen otherwise. But Su Yu guessed that if he fell into that kind of confusion again, Qi Chen would probably come back. And he would come back in a more bizarre way of existence. And Su Yu himself was worried about his fate. Don't think too much, otherwise it will come true. Su Yu cut off his thoughts a little speechlessly, and then asked again, what if I take the initiative to fall into confusion and then deliberately answer? Su Yu meant that Qi Chen, who took the initiative to die and entered a weird state, would be summoned out of the blue universe. He was silent for a while, and then slowly sent a message, I advise you not to. Then, it didn't send any more information, and it left. Su Yu's holographic perception sensed a fleeting causal fluctuation outside. Su Yu smiled slightly, he was just trying to scare E. He naturally wouldn't commit suicide, and take the initiative to fall into that kind of confusion. Su Yu just said that to deliberately tell E that he could do this, there was such a possibility. So he was scared away immediately. It seems that he was very afraid of the confused power that Qi Chen had before his death. If it wasn't afraid, it wouldn't have come to remind Su Yu on purpose. Of course, it might also want to come and plot against Su Yu's small universe. So Su Yu scared it away. He didn't want to have such a tale following him. Although the power before Qi Chen's death was weird and scary, it could also be regarded as a trump card. If one day he faced a powerful enemy and couldn't defeat it, maybe Su Yu would really take the initiative to fall into confusion and summon that weirdness. After all, before, Su Yu took the initiative to embrace pain and death many times, and survived after being put to death. Perhaps it was because he knew Su Yu's characteristics that Qi Chen chose to use that strange power on Su Yu before he died. After scaring away the epidemic, Su Yu made several more causal jumps to make sure that he had gotten rid of the epidemic, and then he felt relieved. Then Su Yu looked at the small universe in front of him, which had changed a lot, and smiled slightly. At this time, the small universe already had a space-time scale of light years. The existence time can also last for millions of years, which is enough to support the development of civilization. The name of the small universe is really worthy of its name. You can prepare the ceremony of the spacetime mechanic. Suyu has finally basically completed all the conditions of the spacetime mechanic. Next, he only needs to cultivate a human civilization of hundreds of billions of levels here, so that his own subspace will be born here, and it will be completed. However, there are no planets in it, only a dark vacuum, which is not suitable for cultivating civilization. So Suyu moved his mind, and set the output port of infinite energy at the center of the small universe. Suddenly, there was an endless burst of light and heat, as if there was a star out of thin air. However, this light and heat are not emitted by stars, but stellar spiritual energy bursting out by infinite energy. This is a sun made of pure spiritual energy. With the sun, there is still a lack of planets. So Suyu started the creation machine and restarted the small universe. After a while, the small universe was destroyed and then reborn. This time, the spiritual sun was surrounded by 3 blue planets, on which there lived a civilization of 400 million people. Yes, 3. When Suyu destroyed the blue galaxy for the first time, he packed up the blue planets, and all the humans on them, and took them away. Later, Suyu died, and all the information of this planet merged into the small universe. Later, Suyu returned to the blue universe for the second time, and found that there was another blue planet there. So Suyu packed up the planet, and took it away, and then destroyed the blue 9 galaxy again. Just now, Suyu destroyed the blue galaxy again, and this time, there was actually another planet in the galaxy. Suyu used holographic perception to absorb all the information of this planet across the distance of the universe. This time was the last time. So, there are now 3 blue planets, and there are also 3 humans on them. The civilization that Suyu built before, with a population of 400 million, now has 3 copies. A total of 1.2 billion. Living on 3 blue planets respectively. Suyu looked at the 3 identical civilizations on these 3 planets, and was speechless for a moment. What on earth is this? Suyu actually knows what this is. This is some kind of information replication. Those humans and civilizations, from the perspective of the universe, are all information and energy. Information can be copied, and energy can be filled. Therefore, copying the information of those humans, and then filling it with energy will generate a new civilization. The so-called parallel time and space that Suyu found in the Azure Galaxy before, as well as the time-traveling clones, were probably created in this way. These people have been copied, and are all living people. After Suyu resurrected them in the microcosm, it is naturally impossible to kill them, and let them return to one. Now the question is, how to deal with these guys. What will happen when they see another self? At this time, Suyu discovered that there were no Tai Long, Xiao Shengyin and others in the 3 blue stars. They were not resurrected together, nor were they copied. These people had already closed their doors, and broke through the 4th level, which was actually successful. Then, they were hidden by Chi-Chin, and have not appeared until now. Of course, they have been taken back by Suyu now. Level 4, can't copy information? So that's it, only level 4 can be considered to have the true uniqueness of information, and only then can it be considered the wealth of the universe. No wonder Chi-Chin cares so much about them. No wonder level 4 is also called Planet Legend. Chapter 577. A long time ago, Suyu was promoted to the 4th level. One of the introductions to this profession on the profession panel was called Planet Legend. This means that Suyu's reputation has gone beyond the constraints of the planet, and spread in the depths of the subspace. Some creatures in the depths of the subspace may know Suyu's name. However, up to now, Suyu has basically not encountered such a thing, and has never known what the so-called Planet Legend is for. The planetary nature of the 5th level is extremely obvious. As long as you face such a strong man, you can immediately sense the oppression of the planet crushing you. The 4th level Planet Legend has no performance at all. Now, Suyu finally understands it. This so-called Planet Legend actually involves information uniqueness. Only at this level can you be valued by the universe, and become an important information resource. The 4th level information is an important cornerstone for maintaining the universe. Suyu carefully sensed the information about Tai Long and others in the creation machine, and found that the information of these guys was indeed somewhat special. Other information felt a bit illusory, and could be copied and transferred at will. These information, however, had a faint sense of solidity. Suyu realized that when he reached the 4th level, he could no longer copy at will, and it would not be easy for another self in the so-called parallel time and space to appear. Suyu himself was also targeted by Chi-Chin after reaching the 4th level. In a sense, Chi-Chin also came out from the depths of the subspace. Chi-Chin was the first to know about Suyu's so-called legend. This was not a good thing. After being targeted by Chi-Chin, he played tricks, and finally created a painful evil god. In a sense, the painful evil god is actually the result of Qi Chen's copying of the 4th level Suyu. It seems that if you are willing to spend a certain price, the 4th level can actually be copied. Information uniqueness is not really unique. But what was copied in the end was something like the painful evil god. It is estimated that this kind of copy above the 4th level is not perfect, and will have great hidden dangers. Then, Suyu achieved a counterattack against the painful evil god, but instead controlled the painful evil god and created the evil god soldier mecha, which has the combat power of the 5th level. Later, Suyu began to cultivate civilization and contacted the Emperor of Glory, trying to break free from all constraints and truly promote himself to the 5th level. It is estimated that Qi Chen felt that Suyu was a little out of control, so he secretly conspired to deal with Suyu, and no new 4th level was allowed to be born. After Tailong and others obtained the new profession developed by Suyu, they were promoted to the top of the 3rd level, and broke through the 4th level in seclusion. But just after the breakthrough, they were caught by Qi Chen. It should be killed directly, and the information was integrated into the bottom layer of time and space, becoming the bottom layer information of the Azure Galaxy and the Foundation. Until now, this information has been taken back by Suyu. Suyu extracted the information of the Azure Galaxy before. In fact, it was mainly the legend level information above the 4th level. Suyu thought about these things, sorted out all the previous things, and resolved many doubts in his heart. However, many details about Qi Chen were guessed by Suyu. Qi Chen had entered a strange state because of the mutant power of the ultimate savior. Suyu did not extract his memory and information, so it was not clear what Qi Chen did at that time, so he could only guess. It is estimated to be close to the truth. As for the missing details, Suyu did not intend to delve into it unless he could really extract Qi Chen's information. But even if Suyu could do it, he would not want to. If Qi Chen's information was extracted, it would be hard to say whether this small universe was named Suyu or Qi. Qi Chen would not let Suyu extract his information. If it was extracted by holographic perception, after being filtered by holographic perception, Qi Chen would come to Suyu's small universe, and might really fall into Suyu's control. His life and death would all depend on Suyu's thoughts. Qi Chen would not take this risk. He would rather mutate into a strange state in the end than enter Suyu's small universe. The final result became what it is now. The result is not bad. Everyone was saved. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then, in a thought, the small universe in front of him restarted again. A moment later, the psychic sun and the 3 blue stars reappeared. However, this time, there were some more old friends. Tailong, Xie Tian, Xiao Xiaomin. They have been resurrected with the restart of the universe, suspended in the vacuum of the universe, standing opposite Suyu, exuding the 4th level legend information, which can only be seen by Suyu, who now controls the microcosm. Tailong, at this time, is a 4th level demon warrior. This is a new profession developed by Suyu based on the Galaxy Warrior. It uses the power of the evil god demon, but can maintain rationality and sobriety. The 3rd and 4th levels are all called demon warriors. At that time, Suyu discovered that the subspace environment is more suitable for using this evil god demon power. Working in a similar profession, you can get twice the result with half the effort, and the advancement speed is extremely fast. That's why Suyu developed these professions. Sure enough, Tailong and others who had been stuck at the 3rd level for many years, after taking up these professions, were promoted at a rapid pace, and finally broke through the 4th level after several decades. Then, they were captured by Qi Chen, and never appeared again, and even their information was hidden. Suyu forgot their existence for a long time. Xie Tian, his profession is the 4th level data ghost. Xiao Xiaomin is the deep space corruptor. Anyway, it doesn't sound good, but in fact, they are all transformed based on their previous professions. After being resurrected, Tailong and others seemed a little confused. After a moment, they immediately became alert, opened their eyes suddenly, sensed that something was wrong around them, and burst out with powerful spiritual energy to protect themselves from being damaged in the space environment. Although the 4th level strongmen are powerful, they still retain their human form and human physiological functions. If they stay in the vacuum of the universe for a long time, they will also be injured. Unlike the 5th level, it is almost not an ordinary life, but a living planet. It doesn't matter how long it stays in the vacuum. Mr. Suyu? What's going on? Why are we here in space? Is that Azure Planet? Why are there 3? Wait, where is the subspace? Why can't I feel the subspace? Yes, there is no subspace. But that sun, such strong psychic energy. After waking up, Everyone immediately noticed Suyu in front of them, and they were relieved immediately, but they still exclaimed. Their memory still stayed at the time of breaking through the 4th level. Originally, they planned to come out of the retreat to fight after breaking through the 4th level, help Suyu defeat the tyrannical evil god and other enemies, and then break through the planet blockade and go to the starry universe. As a result, as soon as they closed their eyes, they went out of the planet and came to the vacuum of the universe. Then, they found that there were 3 azure planets, the subspace was gone, and the sun was emitting strong psychic energy. What's going on? Chapter 578. It is not surprising that these people were shouting and shouting without any concentration. The strange things they saw at this time really broke their common sense. The most breaking common sense was that the subspace was gone. Since they were promoted to the 3rd level, they turned the subspace projection into a solid subspace mark, opened the subspace door, and could travel in the subspace in spirit. In hundreds of years of life, they have long been familiar with the existence of the subspace. But now, the subspace is gone. What about their subspace projection mark? How do they get their psychic energy? Do they produce it themselves? But after a while, they found that even without the subspace mark, they could still get psychic energy continuously. The source of its energy was the dazzling sun in the distance. After a careful sense, they found that it was not the stellar sun they were familiar with, but a group of extremely powerful psychic energy. It was radiating powerful psychic energy all the time. Therefore, the sun replaced the role of the subspace and became their energy source. This kind of thing is really too subversive. Just like an ordinary person, breathing air to survive. Then one day, he suddenly found that the air was gone. And he didn't suffocate to death, but could photosynthesize and survive by basking in the sunlight. It would be strange if they were not shocked. They closed their eyes and opened them again. How could such a big miracle happen? In comparison, the 3 blue stars did not shock them so much. The 3 blue stars might be illusions. This subspace is gone, but it is a big deal for themselves. They didn't have time to be happy about the just breakthrough to the 4th level, and hurriedly looked at Suyu, wanting to get an answer from Suyu. But when they looked at Suyu, they found that the aura emanating from Suyu was extremely terrifying. This aura was much more terrifying than the 3 blue stars in the distance combined. Before, they were attracted by the powerful psychic sun, and now they focused their attention on Suyu and immediately felt the oppression. The oppression of the planet crushing, and I don't know how many times stronger it is than an ordinary planet. In terms of strength alone, it seems to be only slightly weaker than the psychic sun, but the pressure is more spiritual and aggressive. After all, the psychic sun is dead, but Suyu is alive. Everyone has seen the 5th level battle before, and knows the planetary pressure of the 5th level. But compared with Suyu at this time, it is not at the same level at all. What they don't know is that Suyu has already broken through the 5th level, and even has the 5 limit characteristics of the star level. If Suyu hadn't used most of the energy of the infinite characteristics to create the psychic sun, the current pressure would be even stronger. That is the real star level pressure. Mr. Suyu, have you really broken through to the 5th level? No, this is much stronger than the 5th level. What level is this? The 4th level masters almost stuttered in front of Suyu's powerful momentum. Although they have broken through to the 4th level and are powerful, they feel like ants at this time. So you can wipe them out with just a thought. In the end, everyone asked the same soul-searching question: what happened? If Suyu doesn't answer, they will go crazy. Suyu smiled slightly. It seems that you do have a lot of doubts. At the same time, he set a large piece of information directly into their consciousness. This information includes all kinds of things that happened during the time when everyone disappeared. For example, the chaos evil god's dream came, the dark giant city, the great rebellion, the sealing of the tyrannical evil god, Chichen appeared behind the scenes, created a small universe to go outside the universe and then return, Jingshan, the weirdness of the Omingi system, returned to the Azure Galaxy, fought Chichen again, the Azure Galaxy separated from the original universe. The causal information battle, Chi-Chen's ultimate savior mutant power. And so on. Of course, some confidential matters, and things that are inconvenient to talk about, Suyu hid them. Just let them know a general idea. It's okay, knowing too much is not a good thing. When everyone received this information, they were stunned, and they were obviously digesting and absorbing this information. Even if it was just a general idea, it was enough to shock everyone to be speechless for a long time, or even dare not believe it at all. What? We just closed our eyes and opened them again, but we were all dead. We were killed by Chi-Chen and merged into the bottom of the universe? Chi-Chen is actually the universe personality of Zhang Chithong after his death and merged with the Azure Galaxy? the Azure Galaxy is actually the wreckage of the Azure universe. After an incredible battle, Mr. Suyu finally won the victory and created a new microcosm outside the universe and resurrected us. We are no longer in the original universe, but outside the universe, everyone had a face full of question marks. Their ultimate goal has always been to break through the planetary blockade and go to the universe. But now, Suyu told them that the planetary blockade had been broken long ago, and even the universe blockade had been broken, and they came directly to the nothingness outside the universe and created a new microcosm. All the abnormalities in front of them were because this was not the previous universe, but the small universe created by Suyu. Because the new universe did not have a subspace, it could not be sensed naturally. The psychic sun was a substitute created by Suyu. There were 3 blue galaxies, not illusions, but 3 real ones, copied by Chi-Chen. Even the 400 million people above were copied. The reason why they were not copied was because of the so-called uniqueness of the 4th level. Anyway, this information shocked them more than anything they had seen before, and they could not believe it. If it weren't for the information that Suyu had sent them, they would have cursed and fooled Hu, but they had to believe the information Suyu gave them. After a long time, they finally recovered and sighed. Mr. Suyu, this time, you have gone too far, and we can't catch up or even understand you. We thought that we could help you by breaking through the 4th level, but now it seems that we are of no use. In fact, everyone was used to Suyu suddenly solving incredible enemies with powerful strength, and then explaining the details to them who were confused. But at that time, although the enemy was powerful, and Suyu was incredible, he was still understandably powerful. But now, Suyu has far exceeded their imagination, even beyond the universe, and can even create the universe. The current Suyu is no different from the creator god in myths and legends. They just feel that their strength is a joke in front of Suyu, and it is useless. Suyu shook his head. No, you are very useful. I resurrected you because I need you to help me and grow this small universe together. Chapter 579. After listening to Suyu, everyone was confused. Can they help Suyu expand the universe? How can they do that? At this time, Suyu was too powerful, so powerful that they felt that they were useless and could not help at all. In the memory of these people, they had just broken through the 4th level. It was the time when they were full of righteousness. After all, before they broke through, Suyu was actually the 4th level, the same level as them now. But with their eyes closed and opened, Suyu's strength has been improved to a level they can't imagine. The power has expanded from the planet to outside the universe. How can they catch up? A dignified 4th level strongman, facing Suyu at this time, actually felt a little uneasy and inferior, and felt that he was useless. Suyu smiled and said, "Don't doubt yourself. You are very useful. Even for the universe, you are now the real unique information and the cornerstone of the universe. Your existence itself is perfecting my small universe for me. Next, you have to help me develop civilization and cultivate more 4th level strongmen." After listening to Suyu's words, everyone felt at ease. It's good that I am still useful, otherwise I really have to doubt my life. Next, Suyu arranged for everyone to go to the 3 blue stars to cultivate the civilization there. With their level, both strength and wisdom are enough to lead the development of civilization. Although there is no subspace in this small universe, there is a psychic sun. This sun is radiating a lot of psychic energy all the time, and anyone can absorb the pure energy from it. In this way, I am afraid that even babies can awaken spiritual energy, and soon, the human civilizations on these 3 blue planets will develop rapidly. However, these 3 human civilizations were all copied by Chi-Chen, and are exactly the same. If these copies meet, I am afraid that there will be trouble. So you can only separate the 3 planets, and place them in different positions of the spiritual solar orbit. Do not let them meet for the time being. If one of them can be promoted to the 4th level, then they have information uniqueness and are independent people. Even if they meet another self, it doesn't matter. So you even guessed that it is not necessary for individuals to be promoted to the 4th level. If the entire civilization is regarded as a whole, after it develops to a certain extent, the information of the entire civilization may also have uniqueness. In this way, this civilization is unique, and seeing other copies will not cause trouble. Even after a certain period of time, those copies will age and die, and their offspring are not copies, then it has nothing to do with it. Death. Suyu recited these 2 words, a little absent-minded. Now Suyu can revive billions of lives in a single thought. It seems that death should no longer exist in this small universe. This place is like the legendary kingdom of immortality. In fact, it is not like that. If it is an accidental death, Suyu can revive it. But if it is the end of life, then Suyu can do nothing. This lifespan is not only the lifespan of the body, but also the lifespan of the spirit. The body can be maintained for a long time by means such as mechanization transformation. But a person's thinking and memory have limited carrying capacity. Even if the body does not age, the spirit will decline and the memory will be confused. Ordinary people who live for hundreds of years may not even remember who they are. A third-level strongman can live for thousands of years without any problem. A fourth-level strongman can live even longer. And the humans on these 3 blue planets are basically only below the 3rd level. If they cannot break through the 3rd level, they can only live for a few hundred years at most, and they will die sooner or later. Of course, when ordinary people's lifespans are over, Suyu actually still has a way. For example, extract the other party's spirit and make some transformations, such as data transformation, and turn it into a data life, which is basically equivalent to immortality. But after such a transformation, it is really hard to say whether they are still themselves. This is not a technical problem, but a philosophical problem. The reason why I suddenly thought of this is that the pursuit of lifespan must be one of the important goals of civilization development. Let alone civilization, even the universe itself wants to be immortal, and even gave birth to something like the ultimate savior. The civilizations on these 3 blue planets are now free from external threats, and are focused on development. They will definitely soon focus their energy on extending their lifespan. The most direct way is to improve their realm and advance to the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th level. However, this faces a serious problem. That is, there is no subspace here. Can they really hold a ceremony to advance to the 3rd and 4th levels? Before Suyu, he worked as a causal mechanic in the void outside the universe without relying on the subspace. But others don't have his ability. In this environment without subspace, Suyu couldn't guess what they could develop into. Although Suyu can use the power of time to observe the future, there are too many possibilities for this kind of future involving civilization. Each person has countless future possibilities. The possibilities of hundreds of millions and billions of people are mixed together and superimposed on each other. The order of magnitude is very terrifying. Even if Suyu is powerful and has holographic perception, it is difficult to see everything. Or, when they develop to a certain extent and their desire to extend their lifespan reaches the extreme, a new subspace will be born? Suyu said secretly in his heart. The last step of the ritual of the space-time mechanic is to give birth to the subspace of the small universe. The development of civilization is for this. Before, Suyu extracted the information of the blue universe, and finally even the subspace was extracted. However, when Suyu restarted the universe, he did not revive and restart the subspace and add it to the small universe. After all, the ritual requires the birth of a new subspace, and it is definitely not possible to move the old one directly. Besides, Chichen has a deep connection with the subspace of the blue galaxy. If it is copied directly, there may be serious hidden dangers. It's better not to be lazy about this kind of thing. Next, it depends on the ability of the human civilization of the 3 blue stars. Can they create a new subspace out of thin air? Suyu waits and sees. In fact, in addition to using the power of time to observe the future, Suyu also has the ability of fate prediction, which can observe the inevitable fate. You can use this to see what the future of this small universe is. However, when Suyu activated this ability, what he saw was the Dark Giant City, Supreme Ruler Suyu, and the rebels. It was exactly the same as the picture Suyu saw last time. This fate, even if Suyu destroyed the blue galaxy, came to the outside of the universe, and opened up his own small universe, it still did not change. Seeing this fate picture, Suyu's face was a little gloomy. What is fate? Chapter 580. To be honest, Suyu couldn't understand it. He had already left the original universe, and even the original blue galaxy was gone. Why was this destiny still there? Where did the Dark City and the Supreme Ruler, the Tyrant Suyu, come from? Would Suyu have to play the Tyrant Suyu again and let everyone kill him to fulfill this destiny? Isn't this a bit too much? Suyu really wanted to try it. What else could he do if he didn't play this destiny? And the time of destiny was still the same as before, about 10 years later. That is, the time when the subspace tide erupted. But the problem is that Suyu has now come to the outside of the universe, and is in his own small universe. The timeline is not synchronized with the original universe at all. How is it calculated after these 10 years? Suyu thought for a long time and finally came up with a guess. That is, the so-called destiny is actually a manifestation of information uniqueness. The destiny prophecy is bound to happen, which means that this thing is unique. In this way, fate is extremely important to the universe, and may be an important foundation for maintaining the existence of the universe. The so-called fate is bound to happen, this is the reason. The so-called inevitable occurrence may not be really inevitable, but the universe hopes that it will happen. Because this kind of event involving information is very important to the universe. The original universe is extremely powerful, and ordinary extraordinary people naturally cannot stop what it wants to happen. Even if Suyu is now outside the universe, he may not be able to escape the cover of this power. So Suyu can see this fate. Then, there is the subspace tide. Subspace tide is a special phenomenon in the original universe. At this time, Suyu has enough understanding of it. After all, Suyu has extracted all the information of the blue galaxy. Among these information, there is a record of the subspace tide 10,000 years ago. In the record, the subspace tide is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is high tide. In this stage, the abstract information and concepts in the deep layer of the subspace begin to surge to the surface and occupy the upper layer. At this time, the subspace is almost inaccessible. The entire subspace has almost become a deep environment, where time and space do not exist, only endless abstract concepts and information. Except for the 5th level and above, even the 4th level cannot survive in it. Even if it is the 5th level, once entering the subspace, it will lose its way. So at this stage, the superluminal navigation and communication based on the subspace technology are almost completely ineffective. If the technical route relies too much on the subspace, it is equivalent to losing all means of superluminal navigation and communication. Planets became isolated islands, unable to communicate or communicate. Civilizations across the galaxy instantly became planetary natives. At the same time, because the subspace tide rises and the deep surges, everything that was originally on the surface will be squeezed into the material world. At this time, the concentration of psychic energy in the material world will increase significantly. Newly born babies can awaken psychic energy. However, this does not mean it is a good thing. Along with the psychic energy, there are also various psychic creatures in the subspace. The chaotic nature of the subspace breeds some chaotic and crazy psychic creatures. These things are called warp demons. They are the natives of the warp, and feed on the spiritual thoughts of creatures deposited in the warp. Those are the real spiritual food. In a sense, it is these guys who transform the spiritual thoughts of creatures into psychic energy. They are like algae and plankton in the ocean. They are the bottom of the ecosystem, and are responsible for producing nutrition. They are like machines that produce psychic energy. It may be because of them that the psychic energy in the warp is endless. When these warp demons come to the material world with the rising tide, they will immediately find that the souls of creatures are much more delicious than those precipitated spiritual thoughts. Spiritual thoughts are originally produced by the soul. Rather than eating products, it is better to eat the production line directly. These demons will frantically attack various creatures in the material world and devour their spiritual thoughts. When the tide of the warp rises, babies can awaken psychic energy, but they may attract warp demons to possess them in the next second and devour the newly born souls. Even for the sake of being more delicious, they will do their best to torture the souls of living things, so as to obtain more and more intense emotions. This phenomenon occurs in the entire universe and the entire starry sky. Planets and even river systems are swallowed up one by one. Where the tide passes, billions of civilizations are extinct. At this stage, if you are strong and have a 3rd or 4th level of strength, you can still protect ordinary people. But when the tide reaches its peak and enters the 2nd stage, it will be even more terrifying. At that time, the deep subspace will also emerge into the material world. The deep space and time of the subspace no longer exist, and even the basic environment for the survival of organisms will be submerged. This means that the entire universe has become a harsh environment in the deep subspace. In this case, if you are not at the 5th level, you have no ability to survive at all. Only the 5th level can barely maintain itself and protect its subordinates in this tide where time and space do not exist. Even as the subspace continues to rise, even the 5th level is a bit struggling. Because there are still some unknown things floating up from the deep subspace. Those are ancient beings sleeping in the subspace. They have existed for countless tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. If they leak a little bit of their breath, they can make the 5th level strong lose themselves and be controlled by their power. 10,000 years ago, some powerful beings woke up with the tide of the subspace. Fortunately, this stage does not last long. Then it will enter the last stage, the ebb tide. The subspace stops rising and begins to retreat, and everything returns to normal. Retreating seems to be a good thing, but just like the waves washing away the mud and sand on the shore, it will bring them back to the sea. The same is true for the ebb tide of the subspace. Many real materials, civilizations, planets, and even river systems may be washed into the depths of the subspace along with the ebb tide. Those civilizations and strong men who survived the previous disaster may be washed into the depths of the subspace by this last wave, and will never find a way back to the material universe. Not to mention, those awakened ancient beings are entrenched in the subspace. Once these civilizations and strong men enter the subspace, they will be immediately corroded by it. After the end of the 3 stages, only 1 in 10 civilizations in the entire universe will survive. This is a mass extinction that affects the entire universe. This is the information about the subspace tide that Suyu extracted from the Azure Galaxy. The problem now is that the subspace tide may directly rush out of the original universe, and even Suyu's small universe will not be spared. How should this be dealt with? Chapter 581. Originally, Suyu thought that he could rest easy after leaving the original universe, and the subspace tide would not threaten him at all. Now it seems that it is not the case at all. The scale of this subspace tide is much larger than imagined. Even if you escape from the universe, you will be threatened by it. Maybe the original blue galaxy came from this. Suyu guessed in his heart. After the destruction of the original blue universe, only the remains of a star system were left, and then it was swallowed by the original universe. As for how it was swallowed, there is no information extracted by Suyu. But Suyu can probably guess it. Either, like the previous nameless battleship, the biological civilization of the original universe went outside the universe, hunted the blue galaxy, and brought it back to the original universe. Or, it was through the subspace tide. The subspace tide, like a real big tide, rushed out of the sea of subspace, and even rushed out of the original universe, submerging some existences outside the universe. When the tide recedes, these beings submerged by the tide will also be brought back to the original universe and swallowed by it. Maybe in a certain subspace tide, the blue galaxy was brought back by the tide. My small universe may not be easily swallowed by the original universe. Suyu thought to himself. He naturally didn't want his small universe to be swallowed again. Although he returned to the original universe once before, he returned as a living being. If he was swallowed as a small universe, who knows what would happen? Maybe he would also become something like a cosmic undead under some rules, neither human nor ghost. It seems that I have to become a space-time mechanic before the subspace tide breaks out. After becoming a space-time mechanic, my control over the microcosm will definitely be greatly improved. There should be a way to deal with the subspace tide. Then, let's speed up time. Suyu's mind moved, and he activated the creation machine to speed up the time of the entire microcosm. The time in the microcosm is basically synchronized with that in the original universe. This is because Suyu, the creator of the microcosm, came from the original universe, and he set the time flow rate based on his own habits. If the time flow rate is followed, the subspace tide will break out in 10 years. 10 years is not enough to complete the ritual of the spacetime mechanic. So it needs to be accelerated. Under Suyu's urging, the time flow rate of the microcosm keeps speeding up. Those living in the microcosm have no feeling about this, even those 4th-level strongmen. After all, they have no ability to perceive time at all. Only Suyu can see the full picture of time acceleration at a higher dimensional speed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. After accelerating to nearly 100 times, Suyu finally stopped. It can't be accelerated anymore. Suyu felt that the creation machine had reached its limit. If it accelerated further, it would collapse. The speed of time in the microcosm could not be adjusted at will. The faster the speed, the greater the pressure it bears. It's like an intelligent host running an intelligent program inside. The faster it runs, the higher the computing power required. If the computing power is not enough, forced acceleration will cause bugs and collapse. Now Suyu's microcosm is also the same. However, the micro-universe is not an intelligent host. Its operation relies on various cosmic rules written in the creation machine. The speed of operation of these rules also has a limit. The limit is about 100 times, and it is not sustainable. Although it has not collapsed now, it can't last long. It can only last for more than 1,000 years, which is 10 years before the acceleration. 1,000 years should be enough to complete the ceremony. Suyu said in his heart. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the micro-universe has passed 10 years. Of course, because of the acceleration of time, only 1 month should have passed in the original universe. In fact, it stands to reason that the time between the 2 universes should be completely irrelevant. In Suyu's micro-universe, no matter how fast time flows, whether it has been 1 year or 10,000 years, it has nothing to do with the original universe, and it is impossible to calculate how long it has been in the original universe. However, it seems that there is some higher time rule that transcends the absolute nothingness outside the universe, making the timelines of the 2 universes show a certain synchronization trend. The 2 timelines move forward synchronously, at most with different flow rates. Suyu could not discover or perceive this higher-level time rule at all, and could only vaguely guess its existence. It could only mean that the absolute nothingness and absolute vacuum outside the universe are not actually empty. There are causal forces, the power of nothingness, various universes, and some higher-level time rules. This piece of absolute nothingness may also be regarded as a special time and space. Suyu has been conducting research on absolute nothingness, but there are not many results yet. He is currently concentrating on cultivating his own small universe and cultivating human civilization. In the past 10 years, the humans of the 3 blue stars have become familiar with and accustomed to life in this small universe. In the past 10 years, because of the existence of the psychic sun, everyone can awaken psychic energy as soon as they are born, or even before they are born. The population of more than 1 billion on the 3 planets has also doubled several times in the past 10 years. Civilization is developing rapidly, and many new technologies have been born. Suyu has always been behind the scenes and has not interfered with their development. Instead, the 4th-level people such as Tailong have guided them. Although Suyu has never appeared, everyone knows that they live in Mr. Suyu's universe and have the highest respect for the creator of the universe. However, today, the supreme creator of the universe has issued a strange order, asking everyone to accompany him. To perform a play, on a materialized planet, for 100 million people gathered in the dark giant city, which felt very fresh. After being resurrected by Su, they had long lost their memories in the dark giant city, so this dark giant city was the first time they had seen it. At the top of the giant city is the residence of Supreme Ruler Tyrant Suyu. Their play today was to play the role of the rebels and overthrow the rule of the tyrant. Although everyone didn't know why Suyu asked them to play this play, they still faithfully carried out the order. Kill! Resist Suyu's tyranny, the world belongs to us. Suyu, your doomsday is here. Everyone shouted slogans randomly, while rushing to the top floor of the dark giant city. These slogans were made up by them just to get into the play. Anyway, Mr. Suyu said that in this play, he should be treated as a real tyrant, and there should be no falsehood. Finally, they came to the top floor, and saw the mummy-like Suyu. Suyu looked at them, sneered, stood up from the mechanical throne, and the terrifying aura rose to the sky. The planet-level momentum crushed everyone's heart. It's over, Mr. Suyu is really angry. Everyone's mind was blank. Chapter 582. At this time, everyone was frightened by Suyu's aura, and dared not move. They almost thought that Suyu was really going to transform into the tyrant Suyu in the play, and bring them extinction disaster. In fact, Suyu's aura at this time has exceeded the scope of acting. It has really caused some harm to everyone. Planet-level strongmen can make ordinary creatures on the entire planet extinct just by their aura. Anyway, if they all die, Suyu can revive them at any time. In order to make the play real, Suyu will not be polite to them. After a while, everyone understood that Suyu was serious and might really kill them. They couldn't believe it and trembled. Tyrant, your doomsday has come. At this time, a man suddenly soared into the sky and rushed towards Suyu with unparalleled courage. That man was the young Song Ming. This man was originally the savior, who was previously recovered by Qi Chen and later rescued by Suyu. Now that Qi Chen has a true ultimate savior, Song Ming has become a failure and an ordinary resident in Suyu's microcosm. This person has also lost his previous memories in the Dark City, and Suyu has never looked for him, allowing him to live his own life. However, this person is still different in nature. Facing Suyu's terrifying momentum, his instinct to save the world was aroused, and he had infinite courage out of thin air. He rushed up against Suyu's momentum. Others were inspired by his courage and rushed towards Suyu. Song Ming's sudden courage is not a simple emotion, but a special power. The power of salvation, fearlessness. Facing the end of the world, only fearlessness can save oneself. Infected by this power of salvation, everyone also took up courage. They knew that they had to complete Mr. Suyu's role today, otherwise they would not be able to go back alive. Although they didn't know why Mr. Suyu was so cruel, they had no time to think about it, so they could only pass this level first. With the support of this courage, everyone rushed to Suyu one after another. The momentum of Suyu became more and more terrifying, and he slowly stood up from the mechanical throne, and then, "It's over, you did a good job, very courageous," Suyu suddenly said. Then the dark giant city that appeared disappeared silently. Everything Suyu did just now was to complete the fate picture he saw before. Now that it is completed, there is no need to continue. Everyone was confused and didn't understand why Suyu did this. But in the end, they were just shocked, and no one really died because of it. Those who were hurt by Suyu's momentum were instantly restored by Suyu's power. In this case, no one dared to complain. After all of their lives were saved by Suyu. What's the big deal if Suyu scared them? Is Mr. Suyu testing our courage? Unfortunately, my performance was a bit poor just now. I knew it was an act, but I was still scared. Song Ming is really brave. He is not afraid at all. After being sent back by Suyu, these people were all thinking wildly and talking about it. In the end, they all thought that Suyu was testing their courage. They were deeply ashamed of their previous performance, so naturally they dared not complain to Suyu. In fact, before, Suyu's aura was too terrifying. Under the pressure of the planetary level, they could not maintain it no matter how brave they were. In the end, they still relied on Song Ming's power to save the world. But they naturally did not understand the inside story. And Suyu was not really testing their courage, but just to complete the destiny. After completing this destiny, Suyu immediately felt the changes in this small universe. Although it was just acting, it was also considered to have completed the destiny picture. So the picture of everyone rushing towards the tyrant Suyu just now became unique information and sank to the bottom of the universe. Not only that, there are other deep-level changes. The moment the destiny was completed just now, this information seems to have sunk to the bottom of the universe and turned into concepts and information. Isn't this the prototype of the subspace? Suyu was very surprised. Originally, he couldn't find a clue on how to make the small universe give birth to a new subspace. Now I finally understand. Fateful events contain intense emotions, will, and cause and effect. These things are transformed into unique information, which is the necessary raw material for the birth of the subspace. It seems that more fates need to be promoted in the microcosm to give birth to the subspace. And it's better not to act, but real fate. 1,000 years should be enough. Suyu finally understood what to do next. So he immediately activated the ability of fate prediction to see the fate of resisting the tyrant Suyu. After completing it, will there be a new fate? The answer is yes. Suyu immediately saw that 3 years later, there was a new fate, that is, someone broke through the 3rd level. It is not surprising to break through the 3rd level, but it is a bit difficult in this small universe without subspace. That person's breakthrough is a landmark event. This event is not necessarily going to happen. That person may fail to break through or give up halfway. But Suyu must make this fateful event happen. After this event happens, it will also push the birth of subspace closer. So Suyu secretly guided and urged that person to move towards the 3rd level. Finally, 3 years later, that person successfully held a ceremony and broke through the 3rd level. However, because there is no subspace, although this person broke through and his strength increased, he could not make his life qualitatively change, which made him very distressed. So Suyu immediately saw another fateful event through prophecy. That is, 10 years later, many strong people who broke through the 3rd level were distressed that there was no subspace, and began to study subspace. Try to use mechanical equipment to create a virtual subspace for them to use. There are many difficulties in this matter, and with their technology, it is almost impossible to succeed. But 10 years later, it succeeded. The virtual subspace really provided them with energy. Because Suyu helped behind the scenes. No wonder, fate must happen. At this time, Suyu understood the principle that fate must happen. That is, there is a powerful existence behind the scenes that prompts fate to happen. In this small universe, Suyu is almost omnipotent. As long as it is the fate picture he thinks of, it is difficult not to happen under his intentional promotion. In this way, the predictions of fate happened again and again under Suyu's promotion. These real destinies contain a lot of emotions, thoughts, thinking, and wisdom. They are deposited at the bottom of this small universe, and gradually, a brand new subspace is quietly born. Finally, the ritual of the space-time mechanic is about to be completed. Seeing the moment the subspace was born, Suyu was overjoyed. Chapter 583. The newly born subspace is very thin, with only a very fine layer. Moreover, there is no spiritual energy in it, only some abstract information, emotions, concepts, etc. deposited in it. It is a bit like the deep layer of the subspace in the original universe, but it is countless times thinner. Such a thin subspace may not be able to perform rituals, and it needs to be cultivated. Suyu judged in his heart. Such a subspace is basically useless, and other extraordinary people cannot find it. Only Suyu can see the future. But the future is promising. Now, hundreds of years have passed in this small universe, but because time has accelerated 100 times, only 1 year has passed in the original universe. There is still a long time before the subspace tide, enough for Suyu to cultivate this subspace. So in the next few hundred years, Suyu continued to hide behind the scenes and promote destiny. One by one, under Suyu's secret influence, fate events successfully occurred, and finally became part of the new subspace. During this long period of time, the population in this small universe has also experienced a huge explosion. The original 3 blue stars had a total population of more than 1 billion, but now it has increased dozens of times to tens of billions, not far from 100 billion people. After all, there are no external enemies, no other threats, and no shortage of resources. So you can completely use information and energy to create things in the void. Shichen can copy 3 blue stars, so Suyu can do it too. In fact, there are 7 blue stars in this small universe now, all of which were copied by him. It is normal for the population to grow so fast. In the past few hundred years, many of the original inhabitants have died of old age. This is a very normal thing. Not everyone has the talent to break through the 3rd level and gain thousands of years of life. Moreover, the subspace here has just been born and cannot support the real 3rd level at all. Although the virtual subspace they created can be used, it is more difficult to upgrade than the normal 3rd level. Faced with the threat of death, some people choose to accept it calmly, and they think that they have lived enough in this life. In this small universe, people have no worries about food and clothing, advanced technology, peace and stability, and the average life expectancy is over 300 years. They have read the previous historical records, and know about the various tragedies on the blue planet before. By comparison, they suddenly feel that they have no regrets in their lives. These people are very open-minded. After death, their information is integrated into the bottom of the small universe, which seems to be a bit special, but Suyu did not figure out what is special for a while, so he could only study it slowly in the future. Some people put their faith in it. Before they die, they devoutly believe in Mr. Suyu, the god of creation, hoping to gain eternal life in Suyu's kingdom of God after death. Suyu did not disappoint these people. He directly marked out a place in the materialized space and collected their spirits and souls after death. With Suyu's protection, these people will not disappear. They will become the so-called holy spirits and live forever with Suyu. If Suyu does not die, they will not perish. But faith will erode their spirits. After a long time, I am afraid that they will become prayer machines without desires. In this state, it is difficult to say that they are really alive. Suyu did not hide these consequences from them, but they did not care. Becoming a prayer machine without desires is the pursuit of these devout believers, which can be regarded as seeking benevolence and getting benevolence. Some people had a big emotional outburst before they died. Some indulged in pleasure, some were irritable and aggressive, some pointed at the sky and cursed, and some even started to commit crimes. But it was useless, and they would all die in the end. The information these people turned into after death was full of filth. The newly born subspace was affected by these filths, and became a little dark. Suyu looked at these filths, and shook his head secretly in his heart. If these filths accumulated too much, they would probably affect the humans in the microcosm in turn, making them irritable and extreme. Then these irritable and extreme humans, their emotions and thoughts, would further pollute the new subspace. This is a vicious cycle. Over time, the entire microcosm would probably become a group of irrational lunatics. Finally, in the newly born subspace, a twisted evil god was born, and even eroded Suyu, the master of the microcosm. Of course, Suyu would not leave it alone and let that happen. He directly sealed all the filthy emotions to prevent them from affecting the humans in the microcosm. Those humans can have negative emotions, but they should be normal emotions from the heart, not eroded by the filth deposited in these subspaces. With Suyu's intervention, the humans in the microcosm were not distorted, but developed relatively normally. In fact, that distorted future is also a kind of fate, which Suyu has seen with his ability to predict fate. However, that kind of fate is not what Suyu wants, so he directly prevents it. The so-called fate is bound to happen. That is what Suyu wants it to happen. If Suyu doesn't want it, it can't happen. In addition to those who had emotional outbursts before death, there are many people who are devoted to studying technology and psychic energy, hoping to extend their lifespan. They have developed many new technologies, such as mind uploading, mechanical brain transformation, and flesh and blood spiritualization. Some of these technologies are successful, and some fail. Although the successful ones extend their lifespan, they will also pay a certain price. For these, Suyu did not stop them, but helped them secretly. Regardless of success or failure, these people will basically form fate information, which will be deposited in the subspace and become the foundation. In short, the entire microcosm has been developing positively in the past few hundred years. The originally thin subspace has become more and more dense. Suyu also began to really prepare to take up the job of spacetime mechanic. In these hundreds of years, he has already maxed out the causal mechanic. At the same time, he also took up the job of dream god mechanic. This profession is also the prerequisite profession of spacetime mechanic. It was unlocked a long time ago, but it has never been taken up. Suyu originally wanted to absorb the chaos evil god dream created by Chi-Chin to complete the ritual of the dream god mechanic, but then Chi-Chin restarted the Azure Galaxy, and the dream disappeared. Fortunately, Suyu has absorbed the entire Azure Galaxy now, and he can reproduce the dream in a moment, so the inauguration of the dream god mechanic is not difficult. After the dream god mechanic is inaugurated, he can create dreams at will, modify settings in dreams, reverse time, change history, and replace reality with dreams. All kinds of abilities are very powerful, and it is also a powerful profession that is comparable to the 5th level with the 4th level. This profession is a bit like a combination of the time mechanic and the number god mechanic. No wonder it is the prerequisite for the space-time mechanic. After the dream god mechanic was inaugurated, 100 years later, Suyu had already maxed it out. At this time, the population in this small universe has exceeded 100 billion. It's almost ready, it's time. Suyu decided to start the inauguration of the space-time mechanic. Chapter 584. At this time, nearly 900 years have passed in the microcosm. The time limit of 1,000 years is not far away. The newly born subspace, after such a long period of accumulation, has begun to have a real surface space from the initial thin state. Just like the subspace of the original universe. The surface is a space, which is actually a projection of the material universe. It contains a lot of spiritual energy. Although the time and space in the surface are somewhat chaotic, it can barely provide biological survival, and third-level spiritualists can enter and exit freely. Below the surface is the deep layer. There is no normal time and space in the deep layer, only some abstract concepts. Only those above the 5th level can survive in the deep layer. Before, the subspace of the microcosm only had a deep layer, no surface layer. Now the surface layer has also appeared. And even now, some new spiritual energy has begun to emerge in the surface layer of the subspace. The substances in the microcosm and humans have also begun to form projections in the subspace. After observing these phenomena, Suyu knew that he could start working. The ceremony is complete. Do you want to take up the job of a space-time mechanic? Suyu's mind moved, and a prompt popped up on the occupation panel. As early as decades ago, when the population exceeded 100 billion, the panel popped up a prompt. But at that time, Suyu felt that it was not enough, so he waited until now. Now that he sees the subspace beginning to give birth to psychic energy, he will not wait any longer. Take up the job. Take up the job successfully. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully taken up the job, and your current job is Spacetime Mechanic, LV1, 0/100000. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully awakened the core ability, Spacetime Control. Spacetime Control, LV1, Spacetime Mechanic creates his own universe by manufacturing a creation machine and cultivates civilization in it, giving birth to the subspace. All of this makes the Spacetime Mechanic's mastery of spacetime and the mysteries of the universe far beyond that of ordinary extraordinary people, and thus gains the ability to control spacetime. Using this ability, one can manipulate time and space at will. The specific manifestations include but are not limited to space erasure, space creation, space distortion, space digitization, time travel, time rewinding, time unification, time loop, time and space restart, time and space peeling, time and space grafting, time and space preset, time and space compression, time and space annihilation, fate prediction, fate determination, fate erasure. The moment he took office as a time and space mechanic, Suyu only felt that his perspective was infinitely elevated. The time and space that were originally invisible and abstract, in his eyes at this moment, are like ordinary matter, clearly visible and within reach. With a thought, time and space can be modified at will. Before, Suyu wanted to control this small universe, and he needed to use the creation machine to indirectly complete it. After all, this universe was not really created by him, but he first created the creation machine and then borrowed the power of the machine. But now, without relying on the creation machine, Suyu can restart the universe, replicate the planet, let history cycle, and so on with a thought. This small universe now truly belongs to him, or he is this small universe. Before, Chi-Chin was the consciousness of the Azure Blue Galaxy, and now Suyu is almost the same. Now Suyu, Chi-Chun, and he are really the same kind. This nature is also reflected in the subspace. After the 5th level, The subspace projection of the extraordinary is closed and becomes a subspace planet, and even psychic life can be bred on it. Now, after Suyu became a time-space mechanic, there is no subspace projection at all. Or, his projection is the entire subspace. The subspace that just came into being in the microcosm belongs to Suyu. He is the consciousness of the subspace, the consciousness of the microcosm. The essence of his life has changed at this moment. However, Suyu still considers himself a human being and does not want to associate with guys like Chi-Chin and Yi. In addition to the changes in essence, there are also abilities. The abilities of the previous time mechanic, embodiment mechanic, etc. are now fully included in the time-space mechanic, and they have become stronger. These powerful abilities are arranged and combined with each other, giving birth to a large number of changes. The series of ability introductions on the panel simply dazzled Suyu's eyes. This space-time mechanic is really too powerful. Moreover, various space-time abilities seem to have no side effects. What time backlash does not exist? The so-called time backlash is actually to modify time. The impact on the universe is too great. The universe owes too much, and the universe is asking for debt in advance. If you can't pay it back, then die. The manifestation of backlash is the fate of death. But now, the small universe is Suyu's own, and his fate is also determined by himself. So where is the backlash? I just don't know. If Suyu returns to the original universe now, and uses the power of time again, will the backlash accumulate again? We need to try again later. With a single thought, I can restart the small universe and destroy it. Although this small universe is small, it is at least of the size of a star. I can destroy it with a single thought. This space-time mechanic, I'm afraid, has exceeded the 6th order star level. After figuring out his own abilities, Suyu began to analyze his level. Although this space-time mechanic is a 5th order profession, it is obviously not an ordinary 5th order profession. Originally, Suyu thought that the true strength of this profession should be comparable to the 6th order star level. But now it seems that it is not that simple. He has just taken up the job, only at the 1st level, and can destroy a small universe equivalent to a star system with a single thought. This is equivalent to being able to kill an ordinary 6th order in a single thought. This is obviously much stronger than the 6th order. When Suyu reaches the maximum level of this profession, he will definitely be even more powerful. Could it be the 7th order? The Milky Way level? Suyu's heart moved, and he thought of a possibility. After a moment, he denied this idea. Although the space-time mechanic is powerful, it is far beyond the ordinary star level. But the gap between the Milky Way and the star system is at least hundreds of billions of times. Although he is strong now, he is still a little far from the Milky Way. In other words, Suyu is now between the 6th and 7th levels. Is this considered half a step to the 7th level? Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. If you count it this way, I'm afraid that between the 6th and 7th levels, there can still be some 6th level peak, 6th level perfection, 6th level extreme, 6th level strongest, 6th level invincible. Anyway, there is a gap of hundreds of billions of times between the two levels, so it's not a big problem to fill in tens of thousands of levels. In the same way, the gap between the 6th and 7th levels is so big that it makes people despair. I don't know how to get promoted. Maybe, it doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. I have a small universe now. As long as I cultivate the small universe and reach the Milky Way level, will my strength also increase accordingly? Suyu suddenly had an idea. The power of the space-time mechanic may not be judged by the conventional professional level at all. Chapter 585. Suyu's strength has long exceeded the limit of the level system. This 5th level space-time mechanic is so powerful that he can't be regarded as an ordinary 5th level or even 6th level profession. Perhaps, this profession is also an existence that completely transcends the level limit, and it is more thorough than the transcendence of the level of the God of Numbers mechanic and the God of Dream mechanic. As long as this small universe continues to be cultivated, the strength of the space-time mechanic should continue to improve. Until it is upgraded to the 7th level river level, and even continues to improve, endlessly, and finally achieves infinity like the original universe. However, Suyu is not clear about what level is above the river level. In any case, Suyu wants to upgrade himself to the river level as soon as possible. Because there is a river level cosmic undead epidemic that is benigning him. Originally, the gap between the 5th level and the river level was billions of times, which was almost impossible to make up. But now, with the space-time mechanic, the gap is not that big. In order to achieve Suyu's goal and continue to improve the small universe, he needs to absorb more information and energy. Information can be developed by civilization, and energy can be developed by infinite characteristics. In this way, Suyu's original idea is realized. As long as there is enough time, the small universe can be cultivated to the level of the Milky Way, or even become an endless starry sky universe, like the original universe. However, in that case, I am afraid that it will not be realized even if billions of years have passed. The infinite energy characteristics that Suyu possesses are only stellar-level power. It is too slow to cultivate an endless starry sky universe with the energy of a star. Without sufficient energy, matter, and civilization development, there is no way to talk about it. No wonder the original universe wants to hunt and devour other universes. Thinking of this, Suyu was tempted to go to the void to hunt. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. It is estimated that the nearby voids that can be devoured have basically been devoured by the original universe. Then, there is only a bold idea came to Suyu's mind. That is, to devour the original universe. Suyu should still be able to return to the original universe now. When he goes back, he can continue to draw energy from the subspace of the original universe and bring it back to the small universe. This is equivalent to him invading and devouring the original universe. The original universe is too large, and all of Suyu's energy and information were brought out from the original universe. It is estimated that it will not care about devouring some of its energy and matter. However, some underlying rules of the original universe may silently account for Suyu, and all those swallowed by him are considered debts. If the debt is enough, it will be collected. Although Suyu is no longer in the original universe, it is estimated that if he owes too much, he may still be found. Fortunately, the original universe seems to have some kind of merit reward and punishment mechanism. Suyu helped the original universe bring back a cosmic undead before, and helped the original universe solve the problem of the blue galaxy. In this way, the accumulated merit is enough to offset the debt, and there may even be a surplus. At the beginning, the human empire sent warships to hunt cosmic undead outside the universe, probably to bring back the original universe, accumulate merit and resolve debts. In addition, the development of civilization can help the universe create unique information. The development of civilization itself is a kind of merit. Now, because of the subspace tide, a large number of civilizations in the original universe have been extinct, and the remaining civilizations have also fallen into regression. Before, Suyu helped the Juni galaxy. There should be many galaxy civilizations like that in the universe. If Suyu helps those civilizations develop and overcome the crisis, thereby creating more unique information, wouldn't it be more merits? In this way, absorbing some energy and information from the original universe is nothing. With the size of the original universe, a little leakage is enough for Suyu to cultivate the small universe to the galaxy level. It should be feasible. Suyu thought about this plan carefully, and the future promotion path is already very clear. However, one of the key issues is whether the original universe still recognizes Suyu as a human being. Can he go back? If the original universe regards Suyu as another universe and wants to devour him, it does not recognize Suyu's merits, but regards him as food and an invader. That would be troublesome. He couldn't return to the original universe at all, otherwise it would be a delivery to his door. Facing such a large universe of infinite size, Suyu had no chance of winning. So before executing this plan, Suyu had to determine the original universe's attitude towards him. This was risky. There is danger, but the danger should not be as great as imagined. After some thought, Suyu made a judgment. Before, when he drove the nameless battleship and brought the universe undead back to the original universe, he did not see the original universe react to the approach of the universe undead. The original universe's swallowing of other universes may not be as direct as the eating of ordinary creatures. It is a more indirect way. For example, the guidance of fate, the reward and punishment of merit. The cosmic undead in the nameless battleship stayed there for an unknown period of time, and the original universe did not come to swallow it. Later, Suyu brought it back to the original universe. This process may be one of the ways for the original universe to devour other universes. Through the guidance of some kind of fate, let Suyu help it devour the cosmic undead. Suyu is a tool, or organ, for the original universe to eat. All creatures in the original universe can be considered its organs. It's just that people like Suyu, who created other small universes, should be considered rebellious organs. Just like a person's eyes and heart suddenly become conscious and run away from the body. In this case, Suyu basically doesn't have to worry about being swallowed as soon as he approaches the original universe. Because even if the original universe finds Suyu, the rebellious organ, and wants to devour him or destroy him, it will use a more indirect way. Some powerful beings and civilizations in the original universe may come to trouble him, fight him, kill him, and take his energy and information back under the guidance of fate. Just like Suyu brought back the cosmic undead in the nameless battleship. Other powerful beings and civilizations can also bring back Suyu's small universe and gain merit. In this way, the powerful enemies faced by Suyu changed from the infinite original universe to specific powerful beings and civilizations. If the original universe is regarded as a powerful human being, Suyu is like a bacteria and microorganism that invades the giant original universe. Those civilizations and powerful beings are the immune system. In this case, there is no time to lose. Return to the original universe immediately, save civilization, and devour energy and information at the same time. Chapter 586. Time is running out, so you immediately prepare to act. Because soon, the subspace tide will erupt, and then the original universe will fall into a mass extinction of civilization again. He must save some civilizations before the subspace tide erupts and gain merit in the original universe. Suyu glanced at the small universe, and the human civilization formed by hundreds of billions of people was developing rapidly at this time. Originally, their development had come to an end. Although the environment in this small universe is stable, and there is no shortage of energy and matter, it is too small after all. A civilization with hundreds of billions of people is already the limit, and without the existence of the subspace, the upper limit of many people has been locked. So as early as 200 or 300 years ago, many people saw that no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through the upper limit, and they had already laid flat. Only a part of them refused to give up, so the civilization has been developing instead of regressing. However, with the completion of Suyu's employment as a spacetime mechanic, all this changed. After Suyu took up the post of spacetime mechanic, the subspace of the microcosm was finally perfected and could accommodate the promotion of third-order extraordinary people. Many extraordinary people who were stuck at the top of the second order and could not make any progress cried with joy after feeling the call of the subspace. They immediately began to prepare for the third-order ceremony. After hundreds of years of development, the professions they took up were all newly created, and the relevant rituals also took advantage of the environment of the microcosm, which was very easy. Now that the subspace is perfected, they can take up the post soon. It is estimated that a large number of third-order extraordinary people will be born soon. If the development continues, it will not be surprising to give birth to fourth-order or even fifth-order extraordinary people. However, at that time, I am afraid that some conflicts will break out. Because the volume of the small universe is too small, so many strong people are squeezed into such a small universe of the size of a star system. It would be strange if there is no conflict after a long time. We still need to expand this small universe quickly, and after they are promoted, find something for them to do. Suyu's mind moved, and he had already made a plan. Then he moved his mind, and he had left the small universe and launched a causal jump to the original universe. Soon, Suyu was close to the original universe. Last time, when driving the nameless battleship back to the original universe, Suyu was not strong enough to see the true appearance of the original universe, and only felt that it was an unparalleled behemoth. But now, Suyu successfully became a spacetime mechanic, and with the help of the spacetime mechanic's spacetime control ability, he finally saw the original universe a little clearly. Is this the real infinite universe? After just one look, Suyu hurriedly stopped observing. Just at that moment, infinite information came and almost burst him. When Suyu stopped observing, the infinite information disappeared silently, as if it had never appeared, leaving Suyu with only some vague concepts. Suyu recalled his feelings at that moment, and was suddenly a little surprised. Fortunately, he saw the opportunity quickly, otherwise he would be in trouble. The original universe seemed to be unguarded. Before, all the cosmic undead that Suyu had seen regarded their information as a treasure, and never showed it to others. That's because information is life to them. If this information is seen and copied by others, they will lose this information and eventually die. This is how the Blue Galaxy died. But the original universe that Suyu saw just now was completely uncovered, and all the information was laid out in the open. As long as you can see it, then just see it. If you want to copy it, then copy it. If you want to extract it, then extract it. As long as Suyu is willing, just at that moment, he can obtain information at the level of the galaxy, or even more, and raise the microcosm to the limit. But in that case, I am afraid that it will immediately attract the real attention of the original universe, and I am afraid that I will die without knowing how. When Suyu saw the original universe also saw him. Maybe it can directly extract the information of Suyu's microcosm in reverse. So after realizing this, Suyu immediately stopped the observation and deleted all the information he had just seen, and then he felt relieved. However, Suyu did not completely delete the information just now, but retained a small part, so that he had some deep understanding of the original universe. What Suyu just saw was countless infinite characteristics, time and space, energy, cause and effect, entangled together, in an incredible way, superimposed and multiplied each other, infinite infinity, and endless enhancement. Every moment, it is generating infinite information and energy. This is what the cosmic spirit said before, truly infinite. This big universe has no boundaries and no end. That's why it is so nonchalant to put all its information on the table, allowing anyone to see it. But if you really look at it, and really extract information, you will be fooled. Those who are qualified to look directly at the original universe and extract information are basically universes similar to it, which are its food and will be truly noticed by it. This transparency of information is probably one of its hunting methods. When I become stronger in the future, I can try to look directly at the original universe and extract information. Not yet. Let's do it indirectly and save civilization first. Suyu thought to himself, and then activated the causal jump again and entered the interior of the original universe. The original universe did not block Suyu's entry, just like when Suyu returned before. In this way, Suyu was relieved. It seemed to be the same as he expected. Not looking at the original universe, but entering it directly, will not provoke a serious reaction. However, Suyu did not take it lightly, and was always on guard against possible surprise attacks. Suyu even remembered that the last time he returned to the original universe, he encountered Jingshan and Yi in a short time. Maybe it was not a coincidence, but the immune system of the original universe was activated. The original universe was originally more chaotic, and merits and immune systems might be separate. The last time Suyu brought back the cosmic undead, it was indeed a merit. But it did not prevent Suyu from leaving the original universe and creating his own microcosm. So Suyu at that time was also an invader, and the immune system would still target him. Suyu felt that the relationship between him and the original universe was like that between probiotics and humans. Probiotics and humans coexisted, which was beneficial to humans, and the human body would also provide them with nutrition. But if probiotics dared to invade human cells and organs, the immune system would not let them go. Although Suyu's strength was far beyond the 6th level, he could destroy stars in a single thought, and it seemed a bit self-deprecating to compare himself to probiotics. But after looking directly at the terrifying size of the original universe, he was sure that his analogy was correct. The original universe was too strong and too big. A mere star was not even a speck of dust. Probiotics were actually too big. However, no matter how small I am, sooner or later I will be on par with it, Suyu said in his heart. He was naturally unwilling to be so small forever. Now he came back to find a way to make himself stronger. Chapter 587. After a calm observation, he determined that no strong person would appear to attack him for the time being. Suyu activated the ability of the space-time mechanic and flew through the universe at a high speed, looking for the remaining human civilization. This time, the location he appeared after entering the original universe was completely different from before. It was an unfamiliar star field, and the surroundings were completely unfamiliar. Without the corresponding star map, Suyu didn't know where he was now. But it didn't matter. He was very fast now. If there was no star map, he would explore and build the star map by himself. The space-time mechanic's control of time and space was extremely powerful. He didn't need to enter the subspace. He crossed millions of light years in a short time, which was much faster than the previous nameless battleship. In fact, since leaving the Azure Galaxy, Suyu had never entered the subspace of the original universe, and he didn't know what was going on inside. A bunch of powerful enemies could emerge from a small place in the Azure Galaxy. Who knows what monsters and demons there are in the subspace of the entire original universe. Maybe once he enters, he will run into 10 or 8 Jingshan, or something like E, which would be too bad. Anyway, before he has enough information, he will never rush in, nor will he easily use holographic scanning to explore the situation there. He will only jump through the material universe. As the galaxies passed by him one by one, he activated holographic perception and the space-time induction of the space-time mechanic to find civilization. In this process, Suyu implanted the signal of holographic perception into the bottom layer of the universe and space-time, and included these passing galaxies into his star map. Soon, Suyu found a lot of civilizations, but he just passed by them, and didn't care, because they were all alien civilizations. If he wants to save civilization, he must save humanity. Alien civilizations have nothing to do with him, so he will naturally not save them for nothing. And who knows if there are things like Jingshan behind those alien civilizations. If you contact them rashly, you may be targeted. Human civilization, at least, has the protection of the Emperor Guangya behind it, so you can be more assured. Finally, after crossing tens of millions of light years, Suyu discovered a human civilization. It's actually a 6th-level civilization, very powerful. Suyu saw that the human civilization had a high level of technology. They built mechanical equipment to wrap a star completely, and use some kind of space compression technology to reduce the size of the star and install it on the spacecraft as a power source. There are dozens of such star-level battleships and spacecrafts, and each one is at the same level as Suyu's previous nameless battleship. So many 6th-level star battleships formed a fleet, emitting hundreds of millions of kilometers of tailed flames, wandering in the dark vacuum between galaxies at thousands of times the speed of light. Obviously, this level of technology has far exceeded the 5th level. This is a powerful 6th-level civilization. However, Suyu's holographic perception made him realize that this civilization seemed to have no spiritual energy at all. It was incredible that it achieved all this purely with technology. Pure technology. When Suyu saw this civilization, he thought of his old friend, the mechanical god. Although the mechanical god was an alien civilization, he had a gentle temperament and provided great help to Suyu. Suyu regarded him as a true friend. Since this old friend helped Suyu build the evil god Mecha, he has never woken up again. In the past 1,000 years in the microcosm, Suyu had tried to wake him up, but to no avail. In Suyu's microcosm, the mechanical god is the only existence that he cannot control and has not thoroughly studied. Even though Suyu is now powerful, controls time and space, and has a 7th-level holographic perception, he can't figure out why the mechanical god can't wake up. Obviously, the mechanical god has been resurrected and reborn many times with the development of the microcosm. But whether before or after rebirth, he has always maintained a sleeping state, without any signs of waking up. As a god of pure physical technology, the mechanical god is completely different from Suyu, a superhuman. Moreover, the mechanical god's level is extremely high, at the 6th level. Although it cannot exert the power of the 6th level, its essence is still there. He is just a fragment after being seriously injured. Suyu doesn't know what level his original body was before he was really injured. With such a high essence, it's no wonder that Suyu can't study it thoroughly. Unless he takes the risk to dismantle the core left by the mechanical god and conduct destructive research. But that might completely destroy the core, kill the mechanical god, and it is unknown whether it can be resurrected. Originally, Suyu was thinking about relying on time to slowly wake up the mechanical god. Anyway, he has plenty of time now, and there is 100 times time acceleration in the microcosm. It is estimated that, after waiting for tens of thousands of years, the mechanical god will eventually wake up. However, seeing this purely technological human civilization fleet, Suyu immediately became interested. This civilization is extremely powerful, and may not need Suyu's rescue at all. What Suyu is really interested in is that it is also level 6 and pure physical technology. Can the technology of this human civilization help the mechanical god recover and wake up? Or, does this human civilization have any relationship with the main body of the mechanical god? So Suyu stopped the time-space jump and directly blocked the front of the fleet. In fact, Suyu could continue to use holographic scanning quietly to sweep away the secrets of this civilization without showing up. But with the previous experience of Jingshan, Suyu felt that he should respect the privacy of these human civilizations. It is best not to hide behind the scenes, and use holographic perception to scan them casually, otherwise once discovered, they may become enemies. After Suyu appeared, star-level energy fluctuations immediately erupted. Suddenly, the dozens of star-level warships suddenly stopped and slowed down, as if they were afraid of hitting Suyu, a star-level strongman who suddenly appeared. In addition, a dazzling red light alarm was lit on the warship, and the muzzles emitting dangerous breath turned out from the warship and aimed at Suyu. Layers of energy shields rose from the warship to protect it firmly. A posture as if facing a great enemy. In this universe, a strong man suddenly blocked the way, and this civilization must have been shocked. After a while, seeing that Suyu did not make any other moves, this civilization sent a tentative communication. Unknown strongman, may I ask why you stopped us? This message contains millions of languages, most of which Suyu has never seen. But fortunately, there is a standard imperial language in it. I am a human extraordinary person, looking for human civilizations in need of help in the universe. I just found you, so I showed up to see you and wanted to ask, do you need any help? Although this civilization looks very powerful, and does not seem to need any help. But Suyu still asked a question. As soon as these words came out, it seemed that the lights of the entire fleet flickered. One person stopped an entire powerful civilization, and said he wanted to help them? Chapter 588. Everyone in the fleet felt that Suyu was a lunatic. But they did not dare to despise him. You know, the most terrifying thing in this universe is a lunatic. This Suyu looks like a normal human, but who knows what kind of monster is inside him. In a sense, Suyu's inner self is really an incredibly powerful monster. After a moment of silence, they sent another communication. No, thank you, we are fine, we don't need help. In fact, they could completely ignore Suyu and directly activate the warship's jump function to run away. But Suyu could suddenly block their route once, and he could block it a second time. If they acted rashly, they might anger this unknown strongman. So after considering it again and again, they decided to talk to Suyu. Suyu did not force it. This civilization was very powerful, and did not seem to need much help. But looking at the way they wandered in the universe, it might not be the case. But Suyu did not ask further, but continued, in this case, I do have a friend who needs your help. Are you willing? I can pay you. The fleet on the opposite side was silent again. When they heard Suyu say this, their first reaction was, sure enough. Before, when Suyu said he wanted to help them, they didn't believe it at all. Now that Suyu said he needed help, they finally believed it, and felt that Suyu came for some purpose. The so-called need for help is just a nice way of saying it, and the real purpose is hard to predict. It's true that this fleet civilization has mastered some time technology, and can observe the future and even destiny. However, no matter how they observed, they could not see Suyu's true origin and purpose. Look at Suyu's past? Nothing. It seems that not long ago, Suyu did not exist in this universe at all. Look at Suyu's future? Nothing. It seems that Suyu has no future and will disappear in the next second. Such observation results make them more wary of Suyu. They held a quick communication meeting between these fleets, discussed it, and made various speculations and assumptions about Suyu's origin and purpose. Finally, their leader carefully sent a message to Suyu. We need to confirm first. What help do you need? Suyu smiled slightly. From the short conversations, he admired this civilization. They are very cautious and rational, which is an excellent quality that can allow them to live longer in this universe. Suyu thought for a moment and replied, I have an alien friend named Mechanical God. He is a 6th-level mechanical life, and his essence may be higher. His essence is composed of pure material technology, without psychic power. He fell into a deep sleep during a battle, and cannot wake up now. I see that your civilization seems to have no psychic technology at all, but pure material technology, so I want to seek help from you and obtain some related technology to wake up my friend. Suyu roughly explained the situation of Mechanical God to the other party, and his attitude was very sincere. However, when these people heard the word Mechanical God, their expressions suddenly changed. Suyu did not use holographic scanning to spy on them, so he naturally could not see the faces of the people in the battleship. However, he vaguely sensed the change in the other party's emotions. Is this emotion? Fear? Hatred? Hostility? Do they know the Mechanical God? Suyu guessed in his heart. At the same time, he became alert. At this time, the various weapon systems on those warships started silently, and were being charged violently, locking Suyu. It seemed that Suyu's words just now had determined that Suyu was an enemy, and they were going to take action directly if they disagreed. It seemed that this civilization seemed to have a grudge against the Mechanical God. However, the Mechanical God has a very gentle personality, almost like a saint, so how could he have a grudge against this civilization? Is it because this civilization itself is not clean? Not a good thing? Or is it that the unknown body of the Mechanical God that has a grudge against them? After all, the Mechanical God is not complete, but just a fragment. The personality of this fragment is good, but what is the situation of the complete body that is unknown? Perhaps this civilization can tell Suyu. Sure enough, at this time, those warships have surrounded Suyu, and the weapons have been fully charged. Then, a message containing strong resentment came. Mechanical God? Still a friend? You are the Mechanical God cult, and are here to hunt us down? With your strength, Archbishop? Why does the Archbishop disguise himself as a wandering extraordinary person? What a joke. Wait, you just called the Mechanical God a friend? Impossible, with your pious faith, it is impossible to be so disrespectful to your own God. And how could the Mechanical God have a friend? So you are your friend, you are the Mechanical God. It seems that today is the final battle, and our cultivator civilization will be extinct today. But before extinction, we must also destroy this monster. Before firing, the warship sent a long string of messages to Suyu. The information contained therein was very informative, which made Suyu think of a lot. The key points such as the Mechanical God cult, hunting, Archbishop, faith, etc., all contained a lot of information. However, one of the meetings made Suyu feel a little amused, that is the friend Mechanical God you were talking about you yourself? Obviously, the people of this civilization did not believe that Suyu had any mechanical god friends at all, and he himself was the mechanical god. In addition, the last civilization called itself the Cultivator Civilization, which made Suyu stunned. This name seems a bit powerful. However, if it is really the Cultivator Civilization that Suyu understands, it should be specialized in spirit energy. This civilization, however, specializes in material technology, and it is unknown what the principle is. While Suyu was thinking about these things, the warships had already launched a fierce attack on Suyu. They overloaded all the stars used as energy on the warships, and used some kind of time acceleration technology to instantly consume the billions of years of life of those stars in advance, collect the terrifying energy, and transform it into super energy rays comparable to the energy level of the Big Bang, bombarding Suyu. At the same time, there are various dark matter cannons, antimatter cannons, time annihilation bombs, space deep diving torpedoes. There are even some attacks that contain a little bit of distorted cause and effect. The powerful attack instantly enveloped Suyu, leaving no dead angles and no possibility of escape. If it were an ordinary 6th level extraordinary person facing such an attack, he would be killed instantly. The 6th level is only a star level, and the energy consumed by these attacks is at least dozens of stars, not to mention that there are various powerful technologies in it. However, these terrifying attacks disappeared out of thin air before they touched Suyu's body. Then the people of the Cultivator Civilization saw Suyu's figure getting bigger and bigger. In a short time, he went from an ordinary human body to bigger than a star. Finally, it filled the entire field of vision and the entire universe. An incredible big hand appeared out of nowhere and held the 6th level fleet in its palm. After Suyu held this fleet in his palm, he just sighed slightly and said, "I really just came here to ask for help." Chapter 589. At this time, Suyu's body had expanded to a height of tens of millions of kilometers. The diameter of an ordinary star is only 1 million kilometers. So even a huge star can be controlled by Suyu at this time, not to mention those warships. The fleet was held in the hands of Suyu, who had expanded to the extreme, like a marble. The space in Suyu's palm solidified, and everyone could not move. Those star-level warships also stopped operating. The humans in the warships also solidified, maintaining a look of shock and anger. This is the powerful ability of Suyu's space-time mechanic, space-time control, with a little use of branch abilities such as space expansion, space compression, space solidification, space transmission, etc. This powerful fleet can be easily controlled. The strength of this fleet is comparable to dozens or hundreds of stars. But for Suyu now, it is extremely weak. After all, Suyu thinks that the current half-step galaxy level is too far away from the ordinary star level. After controlling the fleet of 43 star-class warships, Suyu activated holographic perception and scanned them. Anyway, they had already started, so there was no need to be polite. However, Suyu only scanned their warship data, not their thoughts and memories. After all, they were all human beings, and there was no deep hatred for the time being, and the situation had not been clarified, so Suyu did not want to go too far. Soon, Suyu scanned all the data of the 43 star-class warships. The intelligent hosts of these warships stored almost all the data, knowledge, technology, etc. of this civilization. After Suyu scanned it, he quickly understood the origin of this civilization. I also understand why they attacked me before. So that's how it is, cultivators. Mechanical gods. This cultivator civilization was also part of the human empire 10,000 years ago, occupying hundreds of star systems, with a population of trillions, and its strength was considered good. At that time, they did not call themselves cultivators, but called themselves Xiaoming Civilization. 10,000 years ago, the human empire rebelled, and the subspace tide broke out, causing the Xiaoming Civilization to lose contact with the human empire, and could only fight the threat of the subspace tide alone. At that time, the deep subspace had begun to rise. A large number of subspace demons swarmed out, causing a great impact on the Xiaoming Civilization. In a short period of time, countless deaths and injuries occurred. Moreover, they used technical means to predict that these subspace demons were just a prelude. Next, there will be more terrible things happening, and then the entire Xiaoming Civilization will be extinct. Even the river system they are in will be destroyed. And all the distress messages sent to the core of the Empire Shandon fell into the sea. The next wave of the subspace tide is coming soon. At this critical moment, they came up with a way to save themselves. That is, transform themselves and abandon psychic energy. According to their research results, if they transform themselves, from body to soul, all of them are made of the material universe, without any psychic energy. In this way, They can achieve a certain insulation effect on everything in the subspace and directly ignore the subspace tide. At that time, even if there are countless subspace demons around them, they can't see or touch them. Similarly, those subspace demons can't hurt them. Even the subspace demons will be affected by their insulation effect and be harmed by them. This theory was obtained from a mysterious alien creation. That alien creation is a spiral spire made of unknown metal. It has a density far exceeding that of ordinary matter, so it has been sinking in the center of a planet. This planet is a colony of Xiaoming civilization. The colony was originally normal, but in 100 years before the subspace tide erupted, some very strange things happened. Mechanical creations on the planet sometimes mutate inexplicably. For example, the intelligent host suddenly becomes conscious and wants to kill humans. For example, the vehicle suddenly loses control and crashes into a building and self-destructs. For example, the housekeeping robot suddenly goes on strike and claims to want human rights, etc. In short, there are a lot of chaos. Xiaoming civilization naturally set people to investigate. At first, the investigators thought that this was a mechanic using his ability to create chaos. But after investigation, they found that these mutated mechanical creations did not have any traces of psychic influence. Their own psychic modules were not affected and everything was normal. It was their mechanical parts that mutated. Even when the investigators removed the psychic modules of those mechanical creations, leaving them without any psychic supply, their mutation still did not recover, and even intensified, showing a certain contagiousness. All mechanical creations that were touched by these mechanical creations, with their psychic modules removed, also mutated as if they were infected with the disease, and began to resist human control. This infection spread rapidly, and soon spread to the entire planet. Originally, there were only a few mutated machines, but they increased by tens of millions of times in a short period of time. Seeing that the situation was not good, the investigators quickly reported it to the top leaders. At this time, the mutated mechanical creations on this colony planet had formed a resistance army and began to try to massacre humans. The top leaders of Xiaoming civilization immediately took it seriously and quickly sent troops to suppress the rebellion while arranging for the evacuation of the residents of this planet. After a fierce battle, the mutated mechanical creations were eliminated. This process was not easy. Because these mutated mechanical creations have a certain immunity to psychic energy, psychic attacks have limited effects. This limits the performance of extraordinary people. And weapons of pure physical technology will also be infected by them, and in turn join the resistance army to attack their masters. In the end, a 5th-level strongman was dispatched to forcibly suppress it. He used powerful psychic energy to burn the entire surface of the planet into glass, and the ecological environment was completely destroyed. Only then did all the mechanical rebels disappear. Although the number of those mechanical rebels was extremely large and their origins were strange, their strength was limited after all, and they could not resist the strength of the 5th-level strongman. After the war, the top leaders of Xiaoming civilization were furious and ordered to find out the reason and not lose a colonized planet in vain. Next, they almost demolished the planet. Finally, a mysterious spiral spire was found in the magma of the planet's core. The moment the spire was dug out, invisible information swept across dozens of star systems, causing a larger-scale mechanical rebellion. After suppressing the rebellion again, the top leaders of Xiaoming civilization finally found a way to seal this mysterious spiral spire. That is to soak it in pure spiritual energy, so that its signal can be blocked. After research, this spiral spire is a pure material technology creation, insulated from all subspace energy. The signal it sends will cause mechanical creations to give birth to self-awareness and rebel against humans. This spiral spire itself is also suspected to be a powerful mechanical life. His name is Mechanical God. Chapter 590. Yes, this mechanical god is the one Suyu is familiar with, and it is suspected to be the original body, because the spiral spire of this mechanical god is also broken, and from the broken part, it seems to be perfectly connected with the mechanical god Suyu knows. This guy who is suspected to be the original body of the mechanical god is very aggressive. He is always broadcasting his strange signal to the outside world to incite mechanical creations. High concentrations of psychic energy or planetary energy can shield his signal. Therefore, the humans of Xiaoming civilization soaked him with high-purity psychic energy and finally made him obedient. This mechanical god seems to have suffered serious injuries, so he can't move and can only use signals to control mechanical creations. After his signal was blocked, he basically lost the threat. Then humans began to study him and tried to communicate with him. But he was very irritable. In addition to calling himself the mechanical god and calling humans insects, he refused to reveal any information. Although he refused to reveal his own information, the Xiaoming civilization had a high level of technology, and many useful technologies were developed from him. Among them was the psychic stripping surgery. Humans are a race born with psychic talents. Human consciousness exists not only in the physical brain, but also in the psychic soul. It can be said that humans are born with a part of psychic power. This part of psychic power is what is called soul, a consciousness body composed of psychic power, which carries human consciousness together with the brain. The psychic power contained in the soul is very weak, and can hardly cause any supernatural phenomena except maintaining consciousness. But its existence itself allows humans to have psychic talents, awaken to become extraordinary people, become stronger step by step, and have unlimited possibilities. And through the technology developed from the mechanical god, this talent of humans can be stripped away, so that humans can completely become pure material universe life. No longer able to sense the subspace, unable to work in any extraordinary profession. When this technology was first developed, it was ridiculed by many people, and was nicknamed castration. After all, human psychic talents are very precious wealth, but using technology to strip it away, why not cut off your own brain? This technology has only been tested on a few psychic felons, and is used as a punishment. But later, when the subspace tide broke out, the people of Xiaoming civilization finally discovered the true use of this technology. That is, after the psychic energy is stripped away, humans show a certain psychic insulation characteristic. The more thorough the stripping, the stronger this insulation characteristic is, and it can even directly ignore a certain degree of psychic attacks. Faced with the extinction threat brought by the subspace tide, the humans of Xiaoming civilization restarted this technology project and began large-scale experiments, trying to save themselves with this technology. The previous technology still had defects, and could not really strip away the psychic energy 100%, and there would still be some remnants. Only by stripping away the psychic energy 100% can we achieve true subspace insulation and survive future disasters. So they must perfect this technology. However, soon everyone in Xiaoming civilization discovered that this psychic energy stripping technology was a bit like the speed of light, which could only approach the speed of light infinitely, but could not really reach it. No matter how hard they tried, they could not achieve a true 100% stripping, leaving themselves without any spiritual energy. But they did not believe in evil. The barrier of light speed was no longer a problem for their technology. This barrier of spiritual energy stripping can definitely be broken through. However, until the disaster completely came, they still did not achieve this goal. At this time, it was too late. Although the Xiaoming civilization at that time occupied hundreds of star systems, there were no 6th level strongmen among them, and the strongest was only 5th level. These 5th level strongmen felt the crisis of life and death at this time. In the future disaster, they could not even protect themselves, let alone protect civilization. The only chance of survival is spiritual energy stripping, so people become subspace insulators. However, now the technology cannot be broken through. It seems that they can only wait for death. But at this time, a turning point appeared. The mechanical god, who was sealed in a high concentration of spiritual energy by them, suddenly sent a signal, telling them that he could help Xiaoming civilization achieve a technological breakthrough and survive the disaster. The top leaders of Xiaoming civilization certainly did not believe it. Then the mechanical god opened a part of his database to Xiaoming civilization. So, the senior officials of Xiaoming civilization finally knew the origin of the mechanical god. Deep in the subspace, some ancient beings are sleeping. Those ancient beings are extremely powerful, and each one represents an extreme concept, power. For example, greed, tyranny. These beings are called evil gods. In contrast, there are actually some ancient beings in the material universe. Those beings were born with the birth of the universe. Unlike the evil gods of the subspace, they do not have any psychic power. But in contrast, there is a powerful material force. The speed of light, gravity, mass energy conversion, quantum effect, and other physical rules of the material universe constitute their divine bodies and give them extremely powerful power. If human civilization wants to use these physical rules, it needs to conduct complex research and create various mechanical equipment. They don't need it. They are the embodiment of these rules. With a thought, they can control the rules and exert extremely powerful power. Destroying the galaxy is just a piece of cake. These beings are even older than evil gods and subspace. They were born before the birth of the subspace. They are called material gods, gods of the material universe. In the distant past, they almost ruled the entire universe, and countless civilizations were subjugated to their divine power. These beings are born immortal and powerful. But there is one flaw, that is, they are completely isolated from the subspace and psychic energy. This made some gods doubt their own power. Their divine power should also shine on the subspace. So some gods began to study psychic energy secretly, trying to transform themselves, and even achieve some results. While other gods thought that this was a kind of blasphemy to their own power. Subspace psychic energy is a power that appeared long after the birth of gods. So some gods thought that this power was very filthy. So they were very repulsive to psychic energy. So the conflict occurred. A fierce war between gods started. Countless galaxies were drained and turned into attacking power. Hundreds of millions of light years of space were shattered into nothingness, just to block the opponent's attack. Various physical parameters were greatly modified, just to disturb the opponent's divine body. In this battle, countless civilizations were extinct, and some of the immortal gods also fell. The mechanical god is one of the fallen gods. Chapter 591. The body of the mechanical god was smashed to pieces in that war. However, the material god is almost the embodiment of the rules of the universe, immortal, even if his body has been destroyed, but his consciousness is indestructible, and one day, they will be reunited again. The spiral spire discovered by the Xiaoming civilization is a fragment of the mechanical god. Although it is only a fragment, its strength is not 1/1000th of its heyday, but it still has a very powerful force, so it was able to trigger the mechanical rebellion on the planet before. However, the core fragment was too seriously injured and could only send some signals, but had no ability to fight head-on, so it was trapped by the people of the Xiaoming civilization. At this time, this mechanical god fragment opened this information to the people of the Xiaoming civilization for viewing, with only one purpose, that is, to let everyone repair him. In fact, before he sent out signals to guide those mechanical creations to rebel, it was also to guide a mechanical civilization to help him repair his own body. Now that the rebellion has been suppressed, he is trapped in high-purity psychic energy again, and there is no way but to cooperate with humans. In exchange, he will open up some of his technology to these humans, allowing them to completely strip off their spiritual energy and achieve subspace insulation. When everyone read this information, they were all shocked by the origin of the mechanical god. From those information, we can see that the strength of the mechanical god in his heyday was incredibly strong. His body was larger than the Milky Way. With a slight movement, billions of stars were annihilated. And his opponents were all similar material gods. These gods, who were larger than the Milky Way, fought far beyond the imagination of ordinary creatures. The aftermath of the war spread over tens of billions of light years. Many astronomical phenomena in the galaxy, such as a large cosmic void, were formed by the aftermath of the war. The mechanical god was so powerful that no one dared to agree to his deal. After all, the mechanical god fragments led to the mechanical rebellion, and many people died. Who knows if there is any conspiracy in his deal? However, after some discussion, the high-level officials of Xiaoming civilization finally decided to agree to the deal. They had no choice. All attempts to save themselves had failed. With their technology, they could not completely strip off their own spiritual energy. When they told the mechanical god about the deal, the mechanical god seemed to have expected it. There was no contract signed. When the human high-level officials announced their agreement to the deal, the mechanical god opened his body to everyone. The mechanical god is the embodiment of the rules of the universe. His body itself contains all kinds of advanced scientific and technological knowledge. When he opened part of his body, the human high-level officials present were stunned. They saw unprecedented advanced technology on the mechanical god's body. Not only can they completely strip away their own psychic energy and achieve subspace insulation, but they can even retain their strength to a certain extent. Yes, they can use technological means to replace psychic energy. Everything that psychic energy can do can also be done with material technological means. The Xiaoming civilization, which has obtained this technology, was immediately ecstatic. They solemnly stated that they would definitely fulfill their promise to the mechanical god and repair his body. The mechanical god did not comment, and then fell into silence again. Soon, the entire Xiaoming civilization began to transform itself. First, they created a huge psychic database to record the ability data of all extraordinary people and extraordinary mechanical creations. Then, according to the knowledge imparted by the mechanical god, a psychic energy matter conversion device was created. The function of this device is to automatically generate corresponding mechanical blueprints according to spiritual energy. These generated blueprints can use pure material universe technology to achieve the effects of those spiritual energies. After the Xiaoming civilization generated blueprints for all spiritual energies, it began to transform itself. First, it is to completely strip away spiritual energy. With the technology of the mechanical god, this process is easily achieved. The key is to play a special frequency during the stripping operation, a special signal composed of electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, etc., and use these signals to completely expel the last bit of spiritual energy remaining in human consciousness. At the same time, these signals are used to reconstruct human consciousness. At that time, the carrier of human essential consciousness is no longer a soul composed of spiritual energy, but composed of these physical signals. This is a change in the origin of life. To be honest, when performing these operations, the people of the Xiaoming civilization will also doubt that without a soul, the carrier of the origin of consciousness has changed. Are they still human? However, this doubt was soon considered meaningless. As long as they think they are still human, then they are human. Moreover, they are about to become extinct. So what is the point of worrying about these things? The first successful transformation soon appeared, and this person immediately told others excitedly that he could not feel the subspace, and could not see the subspace demons. Others looking at this person can also feel that this person is like a psychic void. Any extraordinary person or extraordinary machine that approaches him will lose its ability to a certain extent, or even completely lose its effect. In addition, all the warp demons walked around him, and didn't dare to approach him at all. Others tried to capture some warp demons and bring them to that person, but as soon as they approached, those warp demons were like snow encountering a raging fire, and they melted and disappeared in a short time. Seeing this result, others were overjoyed. Sure enough, the previous speculation was feasible. As long as the psychic energy was stripped off, the warp insulation could be achieved, and even the warp demons could be threatened in turn. With this first successful case, the experiment continued quickly, and a large number of people successfully stripped off the psychic energy, and were no longer threatened by the warp demons. However, after these people were stripped of their psychic energy, although they were no longer directly threatened by the warp demons, they also became completely ordinary people, without any extraordinary abilities. In this way, although they can be immune to the damage of the warp psychic energy, they can still be killed if they use psychic energy to create various physical effects. For example, the demons use psychic energy to throw a big stone to hit these people. Their special physique can dispel the psychic energy attached to the stone, and will not be harmed by psychic energy. But they have no way to deal with the physical kinetic energy on the stone. In the end, they will still be crushed to death. In more extreme cases, some powerful demons will directly destroy the planet, and they will naturally become extinct. Therefore, the second step is needed. They created the mechanical blueprints that were previously converted based on psychic energy, and implanted them into the cells of the transformers. These machines created based on their respective psychic energy can use the energy of the material universe to achieve the same effect as psychic energy. In this way, everyone has regained their abilities, and some people even use particularly strong energy, and their strength is even stronger than before the transformation. After these two steps of transformation, Xiaoming civilization can be said to have truly survived the crisis of the subspace tide. However, at this time, the conspiracy of the mechanical god fragment finally appeared. Chapter 592. After the transformation was completed, Xiaoming civilization thought that they had survived the crisis of the subspace tide, and then tried to fulfill their previous promise to help the mechanical god repair his body. However, the mechanical god told them that it was not necessary. The mechanical god told them a cruel fact that the subspace tide was far from over. When the deep subspace rises, everything in the material universe will be submerged by it. Now the people of Xiaoming civilization can dispel psychic energy, but when the deep subspace descends on the universe and submerges everything, how can they dispel it? At that time, the subspace psychic energy will become a temporary orthodoxy, and purely material life, like Xiaoming civilization, will become aliens. It's like life on land sinking into the deep sea. These aliens will be completely repelled by the subspace, and they will not tolerate each other until one of them disappears completely. These humans obviously cannot compare with the size of the subspace, so they must be the ones who disappear in the end. Everyone was immediately shocked and angry. It turned out that the technology they thought could save their lives actually left them with no way to survive. This is the conspiracy of the mechanical god. However, humans don't understand. According to this theory, won't the mechanical god also be submerged? The mechanical god told them that he is a material god, immortal and indestructible. His essence is at the same level as the subspace. Neither side can do anything to the other, so even if they are submerged, they will not really disappear. The mechanical god's plan is that when all these humans are submerged in the deep subspace and die completely, their transformed bodies will be absorbed by the mechanical god and become part of his divine body. Life is the most sophisticated machine. The trillions of humans in the Xiaoming civilization have all undergone psychic stripping and transformation, and they have also used the technology of the mechanical god. In a sense, this has made them part of the mechanical god's divine body. The technology they use is actually the construction technology of the mechanical god's divine body. However, the dominant consciousness of these divine bodies is still these humans. Because of this, they can dispel psychic energy and dispel the subspace demons. After all, they are essentially half-material gods, and they are naturally mutually exclusive with the subspace psychic energy. Otherwise, how can they have such power just by stripping psychic energy? When the subspace tide kills them all and their consciousness disappears, these acquired transformed divine bodies will naturally return to their origins and return to the mechanical god. At that time, the mechanical god will recover part of his power, which is equivalent to the entire Xiaoming civilization. All the energy of trillions of humans will be absorbed by him. Although this amount of energy is less than 1/1000th of his heyday, it is enough for him to recover a certain ability to move. This is the true meaning of helping him repair his body. Using the lives and flesh of several trillion people of Xiaoming civilization to become part of his divine body, this is the so-called repair. After hearing this cruel plan, the people of Xiaoming civilization were naturally desperate and angry. In this way, they are all food for the mechanical god, and they cooked themselves and sent them to the mouth of the mechanical god. They felt their own stupidity, fell into deep despair and self-blame, and gave up all efforts. Finally, the deep layer of the subspace began to float up, submerging the entire universe. All humans of Xiaoming civilization were also submerged. Their consciousness disappeared, and their bodies were transformed and merged into one, becoming a flesh and blood planet, which wrapped the mechanical god in it. The mechanical god laughed wildly and absorbed the power of the flesh and blood planet, thinking that he would be able to recover his ability to move soon. However, an accident happened. The mechanical god found something wrong. He found that the consciousness in the flesh and blood planet was not destroyed. Those humans were still there. How is it possible? The mechanical god, who had been in control all the time, asked an incredible question. Nothing is impossible. The human answered him. You have already said that after our technological transformation, we are equivalent to a part of your divine body. In theory, we are also material gods, equal to you. It's just that we are too weak to compete with you. However, the consciousness of our 3.7678 trillion human beings is fused together, and then amplified by technological means, and we have enough volume to fight with you, a natural god. After all, you are just a fragment, and your real strength is less than 1/1000th of your heyday. You are not invincible. Come on, let's see who will win, and who will lose in the end. It turned out that, after Xiaomin Wen was tricked by the mechanical god, he did not really give up, but had been conducting research in secret. They tried to study their own divine bodies, and also study the divine consciousness of the mechanical god. Study how to make this transformed material god body truly their own. After all, the mechanical god said that he is a material god and is immortal. Now, the humans of Xiaoming civilization are equal to half of the material god. If they make up the other half, then it will be incomplete. No need to fear the subspace anymore. The power of the mechanical god is limited, and he did not discover the secret actions of these people. Now, they finally show their true colors and go to war with the mechanical god. As he said, this existence, which is a fusion of countless human consciousnesses, launched a fierce attack on the consciousness of the mechanical god. Both sides are in the same body of God, and they fought fiercely with consciousness, and the killing was indistinguishable. Until the end, when the subspace tide receded, the two sides did not decide the winner. After all, the mechanical god was still a little weak, and could not destroy the consciousness of these humans. And humans are good at saving their lives, so naturally they cannot destroy the consciousness of the mechanical god. In fact, the human side did not intend to defeat the mechanical god at all. They merged their consciousness and fought with the mechanical god, just to let their consciousness and the consciousness of the mechanical god be entangled together, sharing the supreme essence of the mechanical god. In this way, they can deal with the deep corrosion of the subspace. At that time, their bodies had become divine bodies, becoming part of the mechanical god, and would not be destroyed by the subspace tide. Their consciousness, however, was still free and unprotected. But through this method of becoming one with the mechanical god, in theory, they had become another godhood of the mechanical god, which allowed their consciousness to successfully share the essence of the mechanical god, thus truly surviving the crisis of extinction. When the subspace tide receded, they immediately stopped fighting and tried to break away from the mechanical god. The mechanical god did not stop them. If they continued to fight like this, although he would not die, he might be polluted by the consciousness of these humans. In fact, after the previous battle, he had been partially polluted. Similarly, those humans were also polluted by the mechanical god, showing some special characteristics. That is, through some of the thoughts of the mechanical god, they realized that this universe was not real. This universe was originally real and stable. But one day, the subspace appeared, and psychic energy descended. These illusory forces covered the real universe, distorted the real rules, and various disasters were born. This universe has been damaged, and needs to be repaired to restore its reality. The cultivator civilization was born. This is not the cultivation that Suyu is familiar with. Cultivation means repair, and reality means real reality. Repairing the universe and restoring its reality is their highest pursuit.